Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Operation Hebrew, was written by Mark Siegel.
H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P, L-M-N-O-P-Q-R-S-T, U-V-W-X-Y-Z, A-B-C-D-E-F-G.
The little girl next door is beginning a process we all recognize as important. The process of becoming literate. Pretty soon, perhaps, she'll be reading.
Up, dog, up. Jump, dog, jump.
There's a large controversy at the moment about the way she learns to read, or when and how.
Down, dog, down. Sit, dog, sit.
But there's complete agreement on the importance of her being able to read, to know and understand the language. Her mother, in fact, is quite proud of her.
The dog jumped up. The dog jumped down. Down, dog, down. Up, dog, up.
Her mother is proud and happy because language is the beginning of knowledge, and knowledge is the key to understanding. And once you have understanding, well, anything can happen. You might even marry a man who one day will become President of the United States. At least 5,000 miles away from the little girl next door, there is a small country which has become, in the past 7 years, almost a single gigantic classroom. The country is Israel, and tens of thousands of its citizens are also engaged in the process of becoming literate in the language of the country, Hebrew.
Boker, 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 ba. Boker ba, boker ba, la boda, boker ba, la boda, boker, boker ba, boker.
Like the little girl next door, they sing to learn the language.
Boker, 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 boker ba, boker ba, la boda, boker ba, la boda, boker ba, la boda, boker, boker ba.
The basic process is the same, but there are several differences between these students and the little girl next door.
Boker, boker, ba. Boker, ba, la, boda. Boker, ba, la, boda.
The difference is not in the intensity of the students. It's not in their concentration or in their earnestness as they learn to form the words of an unfamiliar language. The major difference is in age. Most of these students have children of their own. Many have grandchildren the age of the little girl next door.
Boker, boker, ba. Boker, 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 ba.
This is the story of a unique experiment in a unique land. The story of Operation Hebrew, a nationwide effort in Israel to retain men, women, and children of all ages in a common language, the revitalized ancient tongue of Hebrew. Just how complicated a job that is in Israel becomes apparent almost immediately, even to a tourist. You walk down a street in Tel Aviv. Your mission? To get some shirts washed by next Tuesday.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Excuse me, do you speak English?
English? No. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I don't speak German.
Romanian?
No, not Romanian either. You don't speak French by any chance?
Français?
Yes, French.
Ah, mais oui, je parle français un petit peu. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez, monsieur?
Oh, well, just to get my shirts washed. Oh, I see you're from France.
France? Non, monsieur. Greece. Parlez-vous le grec?
It's an amusing story to tell when you return to the United States. The story of the Israeli from Greece with whom you conversed in French. But the implications of the story are many.
We take a quiet pride in the fact that in the course of an average day, upwards of 60 different languages are spoken in conversation.
Yes, I can understand that.
We also feel a quiet desperation in that fact. It's estimated that only half the population is completely literate in Hebrew. About 200,000 have no working basis in the language at all.
How often do we consider the importance of common language? In the United States, not too frequently. In Israel, it is a matter of moment-by-moment importance.
Order, please. Order. Let us have order in the courtroom. Now, let us proceed. Does the defendant admit to the charge?
He does, Your Honor.
Can't he speak for himself, attorney?
Not in Hebrew, Your Honor. His native language is Persian.
But he admits assaulting the plaintiff.
Not the plaintiff, Your Honor. The plaintiff's donkey.
The plaintiff's donkey?
Yes, but there are mitigating circumstances.
Mitigating circumstances for whipping another man's donkey? I fail to understand.
My client says another donkey cart was coming and the plaintiff wouldn't move.
Did he ask the plaintiff to move?
Certainly not, Your Honor.
What's that?
My client says he doesn't speak the language, and the plaintiff wouldn't understand if he did. My client says, what else was there to do except push the plaintiff's donkey off the road?
The language problem in the first years following the establishment of the Jewish state in 1948 was as tangible a roadblock to Israel's future as any neighbor's donkey.
In 1948, our population numbered 600,000. Most of us could speak Hebrew.
In the 4 years following, 700,000 newcomers sought haven in Israel.
Country of origin?
Poland.
Country of origin?
Romania.
Country of origin?
Iraq.
Country of origin?
Hungary.
The tasks of existence, of survival, of development of the land were grave and difficult tasks. Tasks to challenge the best in men under any circumstances. Without a common language, they appeared insurmountable, and the great majority of newcomers could speak not one word of Hebrew.
That's not quite so.
How's that?
Most could speak a few words of Hebrew.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Almost all could say, Ani lo mevin. I don't understand.
The pioneering settlers of Palestine in the years preceding 1948 adopted the Hebrew language not owing to any compulsion or outside pressure. They followed the course of an inward necessity, turning almost intuitively to the ancient Hebrew language, the language of the Bible, the tongue of their forefathers. The language shaped itself to the new creative spirit of the country. Obsolete forms were discarded. In a single generation, bookish language, rhetorical and involved in style, transformed itself into a simple, living language, realistic and precise, with a name for every object and a suitable expression for every action. The problem in 1948 was no longer the language. It was how to teach it.
Gentlemen, we must absorb the new immigrants not only economically, but spiritually and culturally. For all practical purposes, that means at the very beginning, linguistically.
There were already schools, many schools for learning the language. But the learning process in these schools was slow, and the needs of the country in 1948 were for rapid learning, for widespread learning. To accomplish the job, 3 main avenues were opened for Operation Hebrew.
For the children, of course, intensive work in the schools.
I am in the room. The teacher is in the room. You are in the room. We are in the room. Couldn't we go outside and play?
For the young people, the available avenue of integration was the Army.
Men, our primary mission for today is to learn how to read a menu.
But for the older people, the thousands of immigrants from many lands, a new instrumentality was needed.
Many of these men and women coming to our shores can contribute greatly to the development of our country. Among them are engineers, doctors, teachers, lawyers, economists, technicians. We need them, and they need the language.
In the overall Operation Hebrew, some new avenue was needed. A new avenue and a new method. The Israelis found it. They called it
Ulpan.
Ulpan, literally a place to study.
Ulpan.
Actually, an accelerated language teaching method based on the needs of adults. Hebrew is a very dynamic language. In 1949, the word Ulpan was almost unknown. Today, in Israel, you're very likely to hear,
I'm Ulpaning tonight. Are you?
The first Ulpan was established for professionals. It was a 5-month full-time course with the students living in.
Since that time, many kinds of Ulpanim, that's the plural of Ulpan, have been established.
Among them,
The work Ulpan for younger people who work half a day and study half a day in agricultural settlements.
The popular Ulpan for immigrants who can give 20 hours a week to language study in the early evening hours after a day's work.
And the Ulpanit, the little Ulpan, designed for the bulk of new immigrants who can give but a few hours of their time for study in the evenings.
but in every Ulpan, the objectives are the same.
To teach the language as rapidly as possible. To help new immigrants learn the life of their new land.
In every Ulpan, certain principles of teaching are the same.
The foremost principle is that the language be taught without making use of regular translation into another language.
The methods of teaching vary, but in general, the most progressive schools follow a pattern brought to Israel 6 years ago by an American, Judah Shuval. Mr. Shuval learned of the pattern from his son. His son was studying Japanese. Where? In the United States Army. The basic methods of these schools are methods borrowed from American Army language teaching courses. How does an Ulpan operate? Well, the simplest way to find out is to attend the first class of a newly formed Ulpan. The teacher walks into the Ulpan classroom. Seated before him are perhaps 25 students. Their origin, conglomerate. A few from Yemen, a few from Romania, one from Iraq, one from the United States. Perhaps 15 national origins are represented. Few preliminaries. The teacher points to himself.
Ani,
I. He points to a student.
ata,
You.
ani, hamore,
I am the teacher.
ani medaber ivrit.
Translation, I speak Hebrew. The statement is an understatement. He will speak nothing but Hebrew from this time on, and he will insist on Hebrew and nothing but Hebrew from his students.
Ha luach,
The blackboard,
kisei,
a chair,
shulchan,
a table. The teacher makes an all-inclusive gesture,
yachad,
clearly meaning all together.
ha luach, kisei, shulchan, עוד פעם,
Once more,
יחד,
all together.
הלוח,
Halua.
Halua, halua, halua.
Kisei, kisei, kisei.
Kisei, kisei, kisei.
Shulchan.
The process has begun. A process of constant repetition, of choral recitation, of learning to form the sounds of new words, and of using these words immediately. The student makes a direct connection between the sound of the word and its meaning. His own native language is not allowed to stand between the word and its meaning. The method makes rather unusual demands upon the teacher.
Carly. Carly.
I say, what's he saying now?
He's saying Carly.
I know that, old boy, but what do you suppose it means?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not sure.
Carly. Brrr. Carly.
Oh, it must mean he's cold.
Yes, I believe you're right.
Carly. Brrr. Carly.
Yes, that's it. Now he's turning up his coat collar. He's saying, I'm cold. I say, old fellow, is this bloke a teacher or an actor?
The Ulpan teacher must be a teacher, an actor, and often in the early weeks of the course, a defense attorney for his method.
Come in. Oh, shalom, Ludwig.
Shalom.
What can I do for you?
2 weeks I have waited. 2 weeks I have sat in my seat shouting, singing, mimicking.
Ludwig, learning a language is not an intellectual act. It's habit, drill.
The
That's
theory
why...
I understand. For others, perhaps it is good. For me, no. I am visual-minded. Yes, I must see the words to learn.
I understand what you mean, Ludwig.
You will give me the holes, the grammar. I will study them. I will learn. This way I learn nothing.
Ludwig,
Now,
I'm
that
trying...
is the way I learned everything before, the way I studied at the university, the way I became a doctor. I ask you, please, to recommend me for a book.
Ludwig, the study of language is not the same as the study of medicine.
For others, perhaps no. For me, yes.
I know you're a scholar, but I would like to ask you a few questions, that is, before recommending a book.
Good, ask.
Your mother tongue is German, correct?
Correct.
How did you learn to speak it? From a book, by grammar, by rules?
No, of course not. I listened, I imitated, I spoke. But I was a child. Now I'm a grown man. It is not the same thing.
Ludwig, if you wish to make Hebrew your mother tongue, not just a second language, you must learn it the way you learned your mother tongue. I have the greatest respect for your intellectual achievements. They surpass my own by far. But for the next 4 months in this Ulpan, I must respectfully ask you to act as if you were a child.
The students in the professional Ulpan, in the language learning process, act as if they are children. But they are not children. They're doctors from Austria, businessmen from Boston. They're lawyers from Iraq, artists from France, school teachers from Holland, writers from England, and professors from Germany. They're also scientists, administrators, engineers, and accountants. But whatever their background, soon after the course begins, they ask a common question.
When do we learn to read?
And the teacher provides an answer.
Not yet.
2 weeks pass. The question is asked again.
Later.
Another week passes.
Now.
The teacher is not being perverse. He is following a pattern, the pattern of the active oral method.
First, understanding, then speaking, then reading, then writing, and finally, grammar.
Compare this with the conventional language teaching in, well, let's say the United States.
First reading, writing, and grammar, next speaking, and finally, perhaps, understanding.
Everything, as you can see, is backwards in an Ulpan. Everything, that is, but results. At least 125,000 men and women have learned the Hebrew language fluently and well in the Ulpan program in the past 4 years. At the end of the 5-month intensive training period in the professional Ulpan, students can speak freely in Hebrew, read printed matter like the daily paper fluently, write clearly and simply in an unaffected and direct style. More importantly, the students have learned to think in Hebrew, an accomplishment that expresses itself at many levels and in many areas of interest. The language of the heart is learned in the Ulpan, too.
Shoshana,
Ken, Avraham.
Shoshana, Ani Ohav Otach.
Avraham. Gamani Ohevet Otcha.
The marriage will take place in June. The ability to think in Hebrew, important as it is to a declaration of love, is not quite enough for professionals in the Ulpan who require specific vocabularies for the pursuit of their careers. To meet this need, the Ulpan provides special, intensive one-month courses for specific professions.
For accountants, special lessons in correspondence and accountancy terminology.
For lawyers, basic legal terms.
For doctors, medical vocabularies.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? 5 months ago, we started with words like blackboard, chair, and table. Now my students are dealing with words like sartan,
Cancer,
atom,
the atom,
mishpat,
law,
bechirot.
elections.
And it's not just that they're learning the words either. I'm the first one to know that. My students, mind you, people who've sat in my class, my students are getting ready to run the country.
Some will run the country, and many will contribute to it, and all will share more fully by knowing the language, in the concept of what the Israelis call demokratia, the concept of democracy. And in this better citizenship, in this capacity to live more fully with their brothers, Ulpan's role is immeasurable. For the purpose of Ulpan, the purpose of Operation Hebrew altogether, is more than the technical learning of the language.
Ulpan is a doorway to integration.
My students do not learn only to speak.
They learn to speak to one another.
My students do not learn only words.
They learn the words of citizenship, of knowledge of the country, of Israel's history.
My students do not learn only to read.
They learn to read the literature and legends of an ancient people, their people. And as they draw from the well springs of an ancient faith, from the Bible itself, they enrich not only their own lives, but the spiritual life of all mankind. There is the land, and there is the people. And the medium which links them in rebirth is the language of Hebrew. The language in which Ezekiel contemplated the mysteries of regeneration and resurrected hope. The language in which Amos wrote the prophecies of social justice. The language in which Isaiah proclaimed the vision of universal peace.
ושבתי את שבות עמי ישראל, ולבנו ערים נשמות, וישבו בם, ונטעו כרמים,
And I will
ושתו
bring
את
back
ינם.
the exiles of my people Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and dwell therein, and they shall plant vineyards and drink their wine, and they shall lay out gardens and eat their fruit.
ונטעתים על אדמתם, ולא ינתקו עוד מעל אדמתם,
And I will
אשר
plant
נתתי
them
להם.
upon their own soil, and they shall not be uprooted any more out of their land which I have given unto them, saith the Lord thy God.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Samuel J. Borowski, Chairman of the World Hebrew Culture Federation and Honorary President of its American branch, the Histadrut Ivrit of America. Mr. Borowski.
We have just listened to a graphic and most absorbing description of Hebrew Reborn. a many-tongued people restored to the land of their fathers are learning to master their ancient language to enable them to live a fuller life as citizens of the state of Israel and to link their destiny with the future of the state. The rebirth of the Hebrew language is not limited to Israel alone. It has reached considerable proportions in every country of the world, including our own. Nor are the people of the Jewish faith the only ones touched by the resurgence of the ancient tongue. Universities and public schools by the score are now teaching the language of the prophets, so that the rich storehouse of Hebrew literature can be made available in its original. This profound interest in Hebrew goes back to the very cradle of American life, with the Puritans who printed the first book of Psalms in this free land of ours in the original Hebrew. We have the World Hebrew Culture Federation, the Brit Ivrit Olamit, as we call it in Hebrew, and of its American branch, the Histadrut Ivrit of America, are dedicated to the revival of the Hebrew language to serve as a common bond between Jews who cherish the Jewish heritage and who may draw inspiration and guidance from original Hebrew sources. On August 7th, the World Hebrew Congress will meet in Jerusalem to develop plans and programs for the greater achievement of this goal. Yes, my friends, a living and flourishing Hebrew language, opening the well springs of our ancient faith, will enrich Jewish life and the spiritual life of all mankind, and will bring to the world the creativity of an ancient civilization, reborn and revitalized, taking in exchange the benefits of Western civilization and the goodwill and cooperation of Jewry everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Borowski. Our Eternal Light drama today, Operation Hebrew, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were David Gothard, Roger DeKoven, Pamela Fitzmaurice, William Keane, Ed Keane, Alan Bergman, Guy Rep, John Moore, Louis Van Ruten, and Ruth Last. Your narrator was Norman Rose. This is Mel Brandt. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. For the next 10 weeks, the Eternal Light will present a special summer series, Words We Live By, dialogues between two of America's distinguished men of letters, Maurice Samuel and Mark Van Doren. They will discuss the prophets of the Bible. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Hour of Forgiveness, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in observance of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement.
Softly. Speak the word softly, lest men should hear.
Eloheinu v'Elohe Avusenu, our God and God of our fathers, let our prayer come before thee. Hide not thyself from our supplication. For we are not arrogant and stiff-necked that we should say, O Lord our God, that we are righteous and have not sinned.
On the eve of Yom Kippur of the year 1943 in Poland, in a solitary place seen by no eye, the words are said to be heard by no ear. Softly, softly. Yet they must be heard. For if there is evil, shall there not also be atonement? Spring 1943. Not the beginning, but the beginning of the end. The ghetto of a Polish city. Vilna or Lodz or Bialystok are one of many, each with its ghetto, overflowing with violence and suffering. Yet for the moment, quiet. As the people in the small windowless cellar are quiet, talking not with the caution of the fugitive, but deliberately and with care, as people talk when they have come to the place from which there is no running away.
It is no longer possible to have illusions. We know what happened in Warsaw, in Bendon, everywhere. No one is left. We are the last.
It's not a particularly pleasant feeling to be the last.
We must decide what to do. We can wait, sitting together in the warmth of our memories, or else, when they come to take the first group to be deported, then we attack. We see to it that not one German leaves the ghetto alive. Now, this is what I think, but I don't want to impose my opinion. If anybody thinks we can remain alive, we ought to discuss it.
There are the woods outside the city. We can try to escape to the woods.
Joseph, there are 40,000 people in the ghetto. Can 40,000 escape? We mustn't look for new ways of fooling ourselves.
I'm older than most of you. Please understand, I don't mean to cloak my words with wisdom, but only to say that I have less to look forward to. I have lost everyone, those that were near to me. Yet I want to live.
So do I. So do all of us.
And then why shall we talk of fighting, of attack, which is sure death?
We are condemned whatever we do, Sarah.
It is better to remain alive than to kill 5 Nazis or 10 Nazis.
We are not given the choice. Certainly resistance in the ghetto won't save us, but neither will the woods. We can only choose how we will die, honorably or not.
I will do whatever is decided. Only there's no point in talking about honor and worrying about how we will be judged.
Honor is something. We are the last. They want to kill us, and we refuse to die. Let that be our honor.
I will ask an extreme question, Joseph. Do you propose that we should hide and do nothing when the Nazis come so that we can escape into the woods later?
No, of course not.
No.
Then we are really in agreement. We resist as long as possible. And then we try to reach the woods. Is there something more that we should discuss?
What else is there to say? There was only one subject on the agenda. Death.
Achtung! Erste Gruppe rechts! Keine verdammte Juden! Rechts! Erste Gruppe!
Death came, and still they fought. When it was no longer possible to fight, a handful escaped to the woods, and death followed.
They're coming closer.
Be still.
Halt!
Mordecai! Dorcas! Where are you? Answer me! No one is left. I'm lost. Wait! Wait for me! Take me too! I don't want to be the last! No. I won't die. I will refuse to die.
His name was Joseph, a man of 50 with soft hands and a quiet voice. By the facts of the world in which he found himself, he should not have been alive, but he refused to die. He lived day after day, week after week, not knowing how, remembering only that it was necessary to live. He grew hard, and the hardness covered him like a mask, like the mindless face of a peasant.
You there. What's your name?
My name?
Your name. What are you called?
I'm called Joseph.
Well, what else? Are you like Joseph of the Bible?
No, like the Marshal, Joseph Pilsudski.
Ah, also ancient history. I want your full name. Who was your father?
My father?
Yes. What was your father's name?
My father's name?
Oh, never mind. Getting information from a peasant is worse than... Well, you say you want work, Joseph. What can you do?
Anything. Whatever you say.
You're skin and bone, and obviously a fool. No muscle, no brain.
I will work, Your Excellency.
Ah, that remains to be seen. I'll put you in the fields, Joseph, but listen carefully. No loafing. Whoever works for me earns a hard living.
Is better than not living.
Looking at you, Joseph, I'm tempted to ask why. But some things are beyond human understanding.
Yes, Your Excellency.
His Excellency, the district commandant of police, gave him work in the fields of his estate. And perhaps in the dark night, there was a secret, twisted smile on Joseph's lips. But not for long. There was time only for work and sleep. The days became one, Sabbaths no different from the rest, and the festivals unnoted. Only weariness remained in the mind. And hunger, always hunger, for the commandant did not pamper his peasants.
All right, Joseph, all right, here. Now, what are you waiting for? Roast duckling?
There's no meat on my plate.
I gave it to you the first time.
You spilled it. There it is on the ground.
You expect me to pick it up for you?
It's covered with filth. I'm not an animal.
Well, have it your way, Joseph. You can be a gentleman and go hungry.
I'm entitled to my share.
Every day, when I cook, I count. One peasant, one chunk of meat. There's your share on the ground.
Yeah, if he's so finicky, Oh! Kick me!
That's my meat!
Not anymore, I've got it.
Mine! Give it back!
Get him off me! He's like a wild animal! He would have killed me. Look at him. There are tears in his eyes. He's crying.
Like a wild animal. God help me.
I beheld the earth, and lo, it was waste and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved to and fro. I beheld, and lo, there was no man.
Herr Commandant, I came on business.
You Germans, there's time, Major. Enjoy your ride.
Your report has been received at headquarters. As we say it, Herr Commandant, in the tradition of the Gestapo, we mean pure, aseptic. Not a Jew left.
There's no need to be concerned. We know how to handle our Jews.
Of course. Nevertheless, it is necessary to be thorough.
Your Gestapo does not have to send someone to instruct me.
Only to suggest, Herr Commandant.
I am aware of the nature of the Gestapo's suggestions.
When they go into hiding, the Jews, it is not always easy to find them. Now, it has been our experience that...
Excuse me, Major. You there!
Me, Your Excellency?
You, Joseph, up on your feet.
I'm waiting for the hay wagon to come back.
Never mind that. No loafing when you work for me. Well, you were saying, Major?
I was about to suggest that your men be on the alert.
You were sent from Warsaw to tell me that?
This is a time when Jews are very likely to betray themselves.
Indeed.
Tomorrow is the most important holy day for Jews all over the world. Their Day of Atonement.
My dear Major, you may be sure that here in my district there is no one left to observe the Day of Atonement.
I thank you, O Lord of the universe, that you did not let me forget. Here, too, in this place, for me, too, it is Yom Kippur.
All over the world, in the services on the eve of the Day of Atonement, two members of the congregation rise and say the words,
By authority of the court on high, and by authority of the court on earth, with the knowledge of the all-present, and with the knowledge of this congregation, we give leave to pray with them that have transgressed.
And then the cantor sings Kol Nidre. In Poland, in 1943, in a place surrounded by the dead, it was also Yom Kippur. In the barracks where the peasants slept, only Joseph was awake, and he too sang. He could have closed his eyes and tightened his lips in silence while the hardness grew inward from without, and the mask on his face became his face, and he would live.
No, it is only another kind of death. I will not die.
And therefore, in the long, dark room where men slept who must not be wakened, Joseph began the recital of the ancient words.
On this day shall atonement be made for you to cleanse you. From all your sins before the Lord shall ye be clean. Here, my friends. Here's some bread for you. Shh, not so loud. Go on, eat it. It's stale and hard, but I eat it. Not today. Today is Yom Kippur, and I will fast. Take the bread. Don't leave a crumb, or they'll become suspicious. Thank you, my friend. I only wish you could help me with my soup at midday.
There you are, Pan Joseph. You see, I know how to serve a gentleman. Not a drop spilled.
It's not in my mind to thank you for being so careful.
Watch your tongue, Joseph.
And watch how you set down your plate. It's half off the table.
It's my soup. I'll worry about it. It fell down. My plate fell down.
Oh, don't bother us. It's your soup. You'll worry about it.
Cook, you saw what happened. It's all gone.
What do you want me to do about it?
Oh, I thought maybe you could spare a little more soup.
Maybe I could, and maybe I couldn't.
But you wouldn't.
No?
I know what kind of a person you are. You wouldn't.
Now you said just a few words too many, Joseph.
Have I?
Now I wouldn't give you another spoonful of soup. Not even half of what would go in the spoon the commandant's wife uses to stir her coffee.
What do you say to that?
Hey, Joseph, where you going?
Outside.
We understand, don't we? There are times when a man doesn't want to look at food. Hey, Joseph?
Hashem's forsaitito. Ufi agiti lasecho. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Thou sustainest the living with loving kindness. Thou supportest the falling and healest the sick. Thou loosest the bound and keepest thy faith with them that sleep in the dust.
What did you say, Joseph?
Nothing. I was talking to myself.
Stop daydreaming up there on the wagon and pile the hay. Pile it straight and flat, or else the whole load will slip off the wagon.
I'm piling it carefully. Very carefully.
Stop mumbling, Joseph. The commandant is watching. Now load the hay flat, Joseph. It's higher on one side. You want it? Hey, look out, it's falling. The hay's sliding off the wagon. See what you've done, Joseph?
It was an accident, Your Excellency.
I'm quite calm, Joseph. Not at all angry, am I?
No, Your Excellency.
I only intend to be just. While the rest of the men have their meal, you will stay and load the wagon by yourself. You understand, Joseph? Until you finish, not a bite of food.
On the Day of Atonement, the congregation fasts and prays together.
Tzadikim yiru v'yismochu.
In a Polish field, Joseph worked, fasting, and said the prayer alone.
Then shall the just see and be glad. The upright shall exult, and all wickedness shall be wholly consumed like smoke, when thou makest the dominion of arrogance to pass away from the earth.
Your food is on the table, Joseph.
I see it.
Then eat.
I won't eat that garbage.
Eat it or not, only be still about it.
I'll show you what I think of it. There's your banquet, your roast duckling and white bread.
I saw what you did, Joseph.
It's not the first time, Your Excellency.
Be still, I know. You've nothing to say, Joseph? Very well. You will observe that I'm still not angry. Take off his shirt. And what are you staring at, Joseph? My whip? My riding whip? You will have 10 lashes to teach you not to forget yourself. You hear me, Joseph? Answer me!
I hear you.
I found you in a ditch, a crawling skeleton. But I'll make a man of you yet, if you live.
If I live, I have learned how to be a man.
Softly. Speak the words softly, lest men should hear.
Let our prayer come before thee. Hide not thyself from our supplication. For we are not arrogant and stiff-necked that we should say, O Lord our God, that we are righteous and have not sinned.
Softly, lest the sleepers wake, he recited the Yom Kippur confession.
May it be thy will, O Lord our God, to forgive us our sins, to pardon us our iniquities, to grant us atonement for the sin wherein we have sinned before thee, under compulsion or of free will, by hardening of the heart with utterance
And
of
it
the
seemed
lips,
to him
and
that he
for
did
the
not
sin
pray
wherein we
alone,
have sinned
but
before
was
thee
joined by
openly
voices
and
long
secretly,
still in the cities and
knowingly
forests
and
of Poland.
for the sin wherein we have sinned before thee in speech and by wronging a neighbor. For all these, O God of forgiveness, grant us atonement. And for the sin wherein we have sinned before thee by arrogant bearing, by causeless hatred, by violence, and by terror of the heart. By causeless hatred, by violence, and by terror of the heart.
Who were the guilty? And who asked forgiveness? Joseph lay in the dark and wept.
Lord, what is man that thou regardest him, or the son of man that thou takest account of him? His days are as a shadow that passeth away.
On the Day of Atonement, Yiskor is said, the memorial service, to keep faith with them that sleep in the dust and ask strength for those still living.
May thy loving kindness not depart from us. Help us, O God of our salvation, to live before thee in truth and uprightness during the years of our pilgrimage.
So Joseph observed Yom Kippur. In a world that begrudged him life, he refused once more to die. It is told that in the week before Yom Kippur, God looks upon the world that he created and sees what men have made of it, and his judgment finds it undeserving to exist. And then, for Joseph's sake, for the sake of those that speak in the open and those that speak softly in the hidden places, on their account, in the hour of forgiveness, God rises from the throne of judgment and sits upon the throne of mercy, and the world continues to exist.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Jerome Unger, Executive Director of the American Zionist Council. Rabbi Unger.
During the solemn days of penitence, the Jewish people throughout the world gather in their synagogues for fasting and prayers, which, like the prayers of Joseph in our story of today, uttered from the innermost depths of his heart, are prayers for forgiveness and mercy, prayers of faith and of praise. For the Lord is a God of mercy and justice, abounding in loving kindness and truth, forgiving iniquity and sin, and desiring not the death of the sinner, but that he return from his path and live. Through his faith, Joseph discovered the meaning of the expression, "I shall not die, but live, that I may declare the greatness of God." In a world that begrudged him life, he refused to die. So with Joseph's people. Although 6 million of his brothers and sisters perished under the Germans, a remnant lived to assert in a renascent state of Israel their faith in the dignity of man and the fact that he is created in the image of God. For a God of mercy and justice would not have permitted the world to exist without providing comfort to Joseph, a home of his own. There are other Jews working in the same fields where Joseph did who will silently whisper his prayer. Jews trapped behind an iron curtain who must speak softly in hidden places. We pray that the God of mercy and justice will redeem them and redeem also the terror-stricken Jews of North Africa from the hand of the oppressor. It is noteworthy that Jewish prayer carries with it collective responsibility for misdeeds. The words are, "We have sinned, we have transgressed." Both the individual and the entire people are accountable. It is therefore proper that we as Americans examine ourselves critically at this time. Abroad, have we always carefully distinguished between the aggressor and his victim? Here at home, have we sinned against the individual by engaging in guilt by association or character assassination? Have we failed to exercise the virtues of pardon and forgiveness that we ask for ourselves from God? Is there any among us who has not sinned? Judaism is a religion of mercy, and we are taught that sincere penitence, prayer, and charity avert the severe decree. Let us then at this atonement season resolve to cleanse ourselves of our individual and collective sins and to supplicate a merciful God to seal us in the book of life for happy, peaceful, and useful lives. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Unger. Our Eternal Light drama today, Hour of Forgiveness, was written by Joseph Mindell and was presented in observance of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. In today's cast were Roger de Koven, Alan Bergman, Ellen Muir, Louis Van Ruten, Guy Sorel, Danny Ocko, and Stefan Schnabel. Your narrator was Norman Rose. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. The liturgical music was sung by Cantor Robert Siegel. This is Mel Brandt speaking. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. Due to the holiday of Sukkot, the Jewish festival of the Tabernacles, and Simchas Torah, the festival of the rejoicing of the law, the Eternal Light will not be heard the next 2 Sundays. We will resume our normal schedule of broadcasting on October 16th. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Season of Gladness, was written by Joseph Mindell and is presented in observance of the Sukkot season, the Jewish Festival of the Tabernacles.
Then I saw that wisdom excelleth folly, as far as light excelleth the dark. The wise man, his eyes are in his head, but the fool walketh in darkness. So it is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, And I, Reb Noah the Melamed, teacher of Torah, will most certainly not dispute the words. But I will tell you a story, so that you may judge for yourself who is wise and who walks in darkness. There was in our village a porter whose name was Shmuel, not a big man, a man with shoulders bent from the burden he carried. Sometimes, as we leaned over the books in the house of study, saying the words to ourselves as we read, for how else can one learn? Sometimes we would look up to find Shmuel in the doorway, silently watching.
Look at him, standing there.
Come in, Shmuel. Come in and sit down.
Oh, no, I don't want to disturb you, Reb Noah.
You already have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go away.
No, pay no attention to Zavel. Come in.
Why not, Shmuel? We'll find a book for you, too.
Thank you, Zavel.
A book with large print.
I like to hear the sound of study.
You should come here more often and join us.
What are you doing, Zavel?
I know. I'm only reminding Shmuel of his obligation to study the Torah and the Talmud.
But how can I, Zavel? All day long, I carry from the village to the town, from the town to the village, all day until after dark. I have no time.
Is that what it is, Shmuel? If you only had the time, you'd be a real scholar, huh?
Oh, no. I didn't mean that at all.
Oh? Well, since you're here now, I'll give you a lesson in how to understand, how to follow the reasoning in the Talmud.
Oh, stop it, Zavel.
To teach another is a great mitzvah, Noah. Do you begrudge me a good deed?
Leave him alone.
Or are you afraid you'll lose a student? Now listen carefully, Shmuel. Let us take, for example, two burglars who enter a house by way of the chimney. Here they are in the house, one with a face dirty with soot, and the other with a clean face. Clear?
Zavel, I thank you.
Now, tell me, Shmuel, which one of the two will wash? Tell me, which one?
I would say the one with the dirty face, Zavel.
You see, not so easy to be a scholar.
I'm wrong?
Listen, Shmuel. The burglar with the clean face looks at his colleague with the dirty face, and assuming his own face is also dirty, he washed it. While the one with the dirty face... Think it over a minute, Shmuel.
Yes, now I understand, Zavel. Thank you.
You understand, do you? Then please explain to me how, when two burglars enter a house by way of the chimney, only one will have a dirty face?
Well, I was trying to tell you, Zavel, I don't have a head for the Talmud.
Stop it. Stop laughing at him. Why do you let them do it, Shmuel? Why do you stand like a... Excuse me, Shmuel.
For what, Reb Noah? I said a foolish thing. Why shouldn't they laugh?
This is the kind of man Shmuel was. People often laughed, even with goodwill in their hearts, they laughed. And often, on the next day, they were sorry.
Shmuel, you angry?
Angry, Zavel?
About yesterday, the two burglars, I mean.
Oh, no, I'm not angry.
I want to talk to you. Shmuel, why don't you put down the box?
I'm taking it to Kuznets for Rabbi Yoshke. It's 7 miles, you know. Well, for a minute, maybe.
I often wonder how you can go on day after day, a man like you, carrying such heavy loads.
You get used to it, Zavel. After a while, you get used to things. Heavy loads, being laughed at.
Shmuel, I'm sorry for what I did.
Yeah.
Only, Shmuel, a little bit, it's your fault, too.
Shmuel.
You think so, Zavel? You may be right.
Shmuel, you going to Kuznets? Here, take this.
What for, Ivan?
Ribbon. My old woman has taken it into her head that she must have a piece of ribbon. You'll be back before dark?
I hope so. What color, Ivan? Blue, red, yellow?
How should I know? Ribbon.
What are you laughing about, Shmuel?
Shmuel, let it be yellow ribbon.
This is exactly why you will never amount to anything. He comes to you without so much as a please and a thank you.
Who? Ivan? It's only the way he talks. He means well.
He gives you... Let me see how much. Just what I thought. Only enough to pay for the ribbon. You're doing this without charge.
But he's a poor man, a peasant who scratches a living from the earth.
That has nothing to do with it.
Besides, I'm going to Kuznets anyway with Rabbi Yoshke's box.
That's not the point. Business is business.
And coming back, how heavy is a piece of ribbon?
It's perfectly clear to me that you'll never be anything more than just Shmuel the porter.
What else should I be?
Don't you want to work yourself up in the world? Don't you want something for yourself?
Yes. Good health for myself, for my wife Dvora, and my son Herschel. Reb Noah says he has a brain in his head, my Herschel. I want to be able to send him to the yeshiva to study.
I'm not talking about your son, but about you. Wouldn't you want, for example, a horse to carry those trunks and boxes?
Ah, if I had a horse.
There you are.
But right now, for myself, tomorrow night the holiday begins. Sukkot, I mean.
You don't tell me.
For myself, I want to get back from Kuznets in time to finish building my sukkah. Few more nails on this board. Just so. And then one more board. Can you reach it, Heschele? Thank you. There. It's finished. Our sukkah is finished. What do you think of it?
You ask me that every year, Papa.
Do I? Well, maybe it's because we build it every year.
You use the same boards, the same nails. It's always the same.
So it is. So it is. Only every time we build a sukkah, I look at it with a this year's look. You know what I mean, Heschele?
It still looks the same to me.
Never mind. Just wait till Mama spreads fresh sand on the floor and decorates the inside with fruit and green leaves. Ah, will this be a sukkah? Well, now, let's sit down and talk about why we make a booth to live in for 7 days.
Mama said I shouldn't stay up late.
Oh, you want to go to bed?
Oh, no, Papa.
Good. Then we'll talk. You know how the Lord, blessed be his name, took the children of Israel out of slavery in the land of Egypt?
Yes, Papa.
But they didn't reach the promised land right away. Oh, no. First they had to pass through the wilderness. And what did they do there? They wandered. For 40 years, they went about from one place to another like the gypsies who passed through here last year. You remember, Heschele?
Oh, yes, Papa.
Now, how did they live in the wilderness all these years, those poor people? In booths, open to the cold rain and the hot sun. And that's why when Sukkot comes...
Basukot Teshvu Shavat Yamim.
Huh?
Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days.
That's how it's written. So that every year we will remember...
Lama'an Yedu Dorosehem, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt.
Ah, what a head for learning. Well, come, Heschel. Time to go to sleep.
Oh, do I have to, Papa?
Oh, it's late. And besides, it seems to me that I don't have to teach you about Sukkot.
Oh, I like to listen when you tell it.
Never mind me. You listen to Reb Noah.
Oh, it's different, Papa. You say things that... Oh, I don't know. I just like to listen to you.
Reb Noah is your teacher. You can learn from him. Mishnah, Gemara, so many things. And then you'll go to the yeshiva, and you'll study more. And you'll be a scholar, Heschele. Not an ignorant man like your father.
How late are you going to keep the child up?
Oh, he's going now, Devorah. Run, Heschele. Sleep well.
Good night, Mama. Papa.
Shmuel, you mustn't talk to him like that.
Did I say something wrong?
A father is also a teacher.
Oh, there are all kinds. And here's a Shmuel the porter. I'm getting sleepy myself, Devorah.
You always get sleepy when I want to talk seriously.
What is there to say? Other than Shmuel, I can't be.
The way you are is the way I want you, and Herschel wants you. You don't have to apologize with every breath.
You're angry.
Because you're my husband, and Herschel is our son, and he's a fine boy.
Thank you, Devorah. Thank you for being angry. Heschele, are you sleeping?
No, Papa.
You said the night prayer? Of course you have. Well, will you say it again for me?
Oh, yes, Papa. Baruch Atah Hashem, Elokeinu melech haolam, hamapil chevlei shana al enov, ushmuna al afapoi.
May it be thy will, O Lord my God, and the God of my fathers, to suffer me to lie down in peace, and let me rise up again in peace.
For us in our little village, there was no peace that night. Somewhere, in some way, maybe a spark leaped to a tablecloth, or a piece of straw fell on a hot coal. Somehow, suddenly, a fire burned. The wind fanned it, blowing the flames from house to house.
Quick, Laura! Run! I'll take Isha!
In the moonless night, the village was lit by a flickering sun that hid in clouds of smoke, and then shone forth again.
Reb Noah, are you safe?
Quickly, the houses caught, and quickly they burned themselves out. By the light of morning, we stood in the midst of the ruins of our village.
I found this in your house, Reb Noah.
His house. Who has a house now?
Oh, please, Savo. What is it, Shmuel?
The cover is burnt off, but the pages are only scorched.
Oh, a school book, an old Gomorrah.
Stop poking in the ashes, Shmuel. There are more important things than looking for scorched books. Noah, have you decided yet?
I don't know. My house. I have to rebuild it.
Of course, but in the meantime, my brother, who's taking me in, doesn't live in a mansion, but for a few days there'll be room for you, too.
Thank you, Savo. It is the best way, isn't it?
You, Shmuel? Do you have someone to whom you can go?
Well, Dvora's sister lives in Koznitz.
Then that's where you'll go.
No, Zavo.
Then why do you tell me about Dvora's sister?
You asked me.
I asked you where you'll... Stop kicking the ashes, Shmuel. What are you looking for?
Nails.
What's come over the man at a time like this? Nails.
These are from your house, Zavo.
From the ashes of my house.
I would like to have them if you don't mind.
What do you want with a handful of nails burned by the fire?
Well, you see, Zavo, one wall of my sukkah is still standing, and with a few boards from what's left of my house...
You're thinking of putting up your sukkah again.
The holiday begins tonight.
You can't do it, Shmuel. You can't live in it for a week without even a roof over your head.
The sukkah never has a roof. Not a real one, I mean.
But the village is a scorched desert, a wilderness. There isn't a mouthful of food anywhere. You talk to him, Noah.
I'm afraid Zavel is right, Shmuel.
You don't have to worry about me and Dvora and Hirschel. We'll be all right.
I know how you feel. But after such a fire, what can we do? Should I also rebuild my sukkah?
I don't know, Reb Noah.
You see, Shmuel?
I don't know what someone else should do. But for myself, is it sukkahs only with a roof over my head and food in my belly? Reb Noah, is that what sukkahs means?
I stood in the wilderness of ashes and ruins and searched for an answer to a question that I, Reb Noah the teacher, had never thought to ask. And Shmuel, who asked it, went to the work that was waiting.
Be careful, Hirschel. The boards still have glowing embers.
When he had finished, he put down the stone that was his hammer. He stepped back to look at his work.
It's done, Hirschel. What do you think of our sukkah? More berries in your pockets and not so many in your mouth.
But I'm hungry, Papa.
We'll have a fine supper. Berries and these.
Acorns?
Acorns.
Do people eat them too?
Well, we'll give them to Mama and she'll cook them. Then we'll see.
Shmuel, I want that branch of leaves up there. I can't reach it.
Well, here's another branch, Dvora, lower down.
Not this one, Shmuel, that one.
But...
Do you want a real sukkah properly decorated or not?
I'll get you that one. Yeah. Dvora, it's still not too late to go to your sister in Kuznets.
Did I say I wanted to go to my sister in Kuznets?
Everybody else has left the village.
Do you know why? Because they're afraid.
And you're not, Dvora?
About me, I'm not so sure. But about you, I know. You're not afraid. Here, you take the leaves and branches, and I'll help Herschel with the berries. Shmuel, if you stand there and look at me like that, I'll cry.
Carrying green boughs and wildflowers, they returned singing, "Rejoice and be happy in festive glee, and gaily clap your hands." Shmuel brought clean sand. Dvora spread it on the floor, and she hung the sukkah with growing things and made it a living place in the charred wilderness.
Reb Noah, you didn't go with Zabel.
Oh, I waited for you, Shmuel.
Sit down, Reb Noah. You look tired.
I waited because I... Shmuel, tell me what you know.
What do you mean?
I want to know it, too.
What do I know? How to carry a trunk on my shoulders.
Tell me how to build in ruins and sing in the midst of desolation.
What do you want me to say, Reb Noah? It's Sukkot.
Not only for you, for everybody. But you are here alone. Answer me, Shmuel.
I'm not sure what the question is. And what words do I know? What words do I have that you do not already know? Look how cleverly Dvora hid the burnt places with the leaves.
I will sit down if I may. I'm tired.
How is it written, Reb Noah? Basukos Shavat Yamin Shavu.
Teshvu, Shmuel.
Yeah.
Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days.
I used to wonder, why the booths? Why must we remember the booths? I carry boxes from the village to the town, from the town to the village, and I wonder. And then I think, it must be on account of the people. We build a sukkah so that we may remember the people who lived in the booths. When you walk on the roads all day alone, you think a lot, Reb Noah.
Yes, Shmuel.
After all, a booth of twigs and leaves open to the sky. It's very little protection against the cold and the rain and the wild animals. There must have been wild animals in the wilderness.
Oh, there were wild animals, Shmuel.
Then how could the people go on like that day by day for 40 years? You know what I think, Reb Noah? Because they had the hope of the promised land. Because they knew they had God's protection. That's why they weren't afraid.
That's why you built a sukkah on the ashes of your house.
They knew that God protects his children.
And you, Shmuel, you also feel God's protection.
Why not me, Reb Noah? God does not have stepchildren.
In the fading day that was not yet dusk, we sat under the scorched and flower-bedecked roof open to the sky, safe from the wilderness, tired and at peace. I listened for the patriarchs who, tradition says, come to join those who sit in the sukkah. And in this place, at this moment, I was not surprised to hear footsteps. But it was not Abraham or Isaac or Jacob.
Shmuel, are you in there?
Here I am, Ivan.
Ah. She liked the ribbon.
Oh, I'm glad. But you didn't have to come so far to tell me.
Well, we heard about the fire. She said she smelled smoke.
Oh, it was a big fire.
She's wrong. I didn't smell it. It's too far, I said. Even if Kuznets burned, she couldn't smell the smoke. Could she, Shmuel?
I don't know, Ivan.
I said I would go to see with my own eyes. And she said, tell him about the ribbon.
I'm very glad she liked it.
Yeah. Then I said they'll be hungry, and she said there's a few eggs and a cabbage and some potatoes. Here in the basket, Shmuel.
Thank you, Ivan. We are hungry. Will you sit with us while we eat?
In there?
In the sukkah.
And Zechariah said, "It shall come to pass that every one of all the nations shall go up to worship the King and Lord of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles." As the sun went down, in the first moment of Sukkot, the festival of booths, we sat on the clean sand, and Shmuel said the words,
Vatiten lono Hashem Elokeinu.
"Thou hast given us, O Lord our God, appointed times for festivals and seasons for joy, this Feast of Tabernacles, the season of our gladness.
Baruch ato Hashem Elokeinu.
Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who has kept us in life and has preserved us and enabled us to reach this season." I, Reb Noah the teacher, also said the words, and they sounded in my ears as if I had learned them for the first time. For wisdom comes in its own season to every man, and I knew that hope may not be placed in the harvest, nor reliance on the frail booth, and that after the wandering in the wilderness, there is the promised land, and the words sang in me, as I said them, in this season of gladness.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27 New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Sidney Albert of Akron, Ohio, member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Albert.
Shmuel, the village porter and supposed simpleton, was not really so simple or naive. Even the learned Noah, impressed by the faith and tenacity of the good-hearted, well-intentioned Shmuel, finds himself asking, "Tell me how to build in ruins and sing in the midst of desolation." In a way, the experience reflected in today's Sukkot program, Season of Gladness, is characteristic of the steadfast faith of our people through the ages. In the midst of ruins, persecutions, and wanderings, the Jew reasserts and reemphasizes his devotion to God and his loyalty to the eternal truths of the Torah by observing rituals and adhering to symbols which have become so meaningful in our holy days and festivals. The pilgrim festivals of which Sukkot is a part historically reminds us of the liberation of the Israelites from the slavery of Egypt. Sukkot, which means booth or tabernacle, received its name from the outdoor nature of its observance. Poetic meaning and color are given to the symbols of Sukkot during this holiday by the rabbis of old, who describe them as follows. The citron, esrog, represents the heart, the seat of understanding. That one is to serve God understandingly. The palm branch, lulav, represents the spine, the main part of the human body, indicating that one is to serve God with his whole body. The myrtle, hadas, represents the eyes, indicating that one should be careful about the things he sees and covets. The willow, araba, represents the lips, indicating that man should guard his lips and should direct his words to God even while rejoicing. Following as closely as it does in the wake of the more solemn and sobering Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, Sukkot comes as a lighter breath of joy. Recalling its symbolism, we return refreshed and uplifted to our normal pursuits and way of living.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Season of Gladness, was written by Joseph Mindell. It was presented in observance of the Sukkot season the Jewish Festival of the Tabernacles. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Ethel Everett, Louis Sorin, Leon Janney, Roger DeKoven, David Pepper, and Norman Rose. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Visit from Lord Baltimore, stars the distinguished actor Conrad Nagel as Lord Baltimore. It was written by Virginia Mazer and comes to you from station WBAL, Baltimore, Maryland.
Somebody said once that history is a tired old man with a long beard. That's how I used to feel about it. I lived in the 20th century and was proud of it. What did the past have to do with me? Me with my 21-inch television set, my automatic gear shift, my electric dishwasher. And then this thing happened. A lot of people I've tried to tell about it don't believe me. Well, maybe you won't. It all began on a Tuesday afternoon. You see, I run a little weekly newspaper down in the state of Maryland, and Tuesday is press day. All day I'd been sweating over my editorial. Finally, I took it out of the typewriter and handed it to my wife, Shirley. Shirley majored in journalism in college, and she's a big help to me.
It's fine, Joe. It hits the nail right on the head. I'll give it to Mr. Yancey. He's probably finished setting up the front page by now.
No, Shirley, wait. I want to talk to you some more about the editorial. Do you realize how far I'm sticking my neck out?
Oh, I don't know about that. I think most of the people in town are for the school bond issue.
But the ones that are not are pretty important.
You mean old Faircloth and that bunch of fossils?
I wish you'd stop calling them fossils. They've been running this town for a long time and doing a pretty good job of it.
Oh, yeah? Look at our schools. They're older than Whistler's mother. Last year, the kindergartners were stuck down in that moldy old basement. The mothers were wild.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wrote the editorial.
Then why are you trying to talk yourself out of it?
Well, I want to be sure. If I'm going to antagonize Faircloth and this crowd, I want to be sure I'm right.
Oh, for Pete's sake, give the editorial to Mr. Yancey to set up and quit worrying. You know you're right.
How can I be sure? I have to weigh this thing carefully, Shirley. What I write is going to influence a lot of people. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Faircloth. I see. Yes, Mr. Faircloth. No, sir, I'm afraid I can't tell you anything right now. I'm afraid I haven't made up my mind about the school bond issue. Oh, goodbye.
Well, that does it. Now I know. You're afraid of Mr. Faircloth.
Well, you've got no right to say that.
Well, why didn't you tell him about the editorial?
I want to think about it. I'd be a darn fool if I didn't think twice before antagonizing my biggest advertiser.
You've lost your nerve.
You be quiet.
Don't shout at me.
Mr. Yancey will think we're having a fight.
Well, we are.
Shirley, I envy you. Everything's so simple to you. It never occurs to you that there are two sides to everything.
Yes, the right and the wrong. Are you going to print that editorial or not?
I don't know, I told you. I want to think about it. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Covering up my typewriter. My usefulness to you is over. I'm going.
The heck you are. You sit down at that typewriter. This is press day. Where do you think you're going, anyway? Oh, well, guess you went home. Oh, Shirley, please, come back. Please. Now look what you've done. You knocked Lord Baltimore's picture off the wall. Oh, Shirley, come back here and help me clean up this mess.
I say, young man, watch yourself. You can give yourself a nasty cut with that broken glass.
The nerve of her walking out on me like that on press day.
Yes, you're terribly upset. I can see that. You remind me of Mr. Pauncefoot. Once there was a man named Mr. Pauncefoot to whom fate could not have been meaner, because he was a born in-betweener. Yes, he was one whom in an argument nothing but woe ever betides, because he always thought there was much to be said on both sides. That's Ogden Nash, another Maryland boy.
Wait, look here. How did you get in here, anyway?
You know, I fell off the wall.
Well, do me a favor. Don't talk to me for a while, will you? I've got to work something out.
Yes, I know. You're facing a moral dilemma. Maybe I can be of some service to you. Suppose you stop fidgeting about and sit down so that we can hold a proper conversation.
Look, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Suppose somebody came in here and heard me talking to a picture.
You're terribly sensitive to public opinion, aren't you?
And don't psychoanalyze
No,
me.
forgive me, my boy. All of us are sensitive to public opinion. Perhaps I presume too much. You see, I feel that I know you very well. Hanging up there on your wall, I've watched you day after day. The problems you face aren't very different from those of other men I've known. Are you at all interested in history, my boy?
History? Not very, I guess.
No, too bad. A man without a sense of history is like a man with amnesia. He knows his name, but he doesn't know who he is. He knows where he is, but he doesn't know what he's doing there.
I know what I'm doing here, all right. I'm trying to get out a newspaper, and my printer is waiting for an editorial I'm not sure I want to publish.
Exactly. You are faced with a moral dilemma.
And you said that before.
It bears repeating. Now, if you knew a little more of the history around you, you'd see that the dilemma you face is not unlike that of your predecessors. We're an odd sort, we Marylanders. We're a mixture of conservatism and rebellion. We're quixotic, and at the same time, we're pig-headed, if you know what I mean.
I follow you.
In fact, we Marylanders are a great deal like other human beings. But there comes a time when we have to choose between the various conflicting elements in our makeup. In short, we have to make up our minds. It's not easy, you know.
You're telling me.
Do you think it was any easier for me, Lord Baltimore, than for you?
I must ask my lord to refrain from moving. My razor is very sharp.
Of course, Joseph, of course. As I was saying, I'm no hero. One has no secrets from his barber.
No, my lord.
I like to eat, to drink, to mingle in the company of the great.
Yes, my lord.
I now have from the king a charter to all the lands between the south bank of the Potomac and the 40th parallel.
Yes, my lord.
A charter and a name. The king has seen fit to call my holdings Maryland.
Maryland. Very fitting, my lord.
This colonial venture was to make me richer. Nothing more, Joseph. But now I find myself plagued with all sorts of questions, such as what is good and bad for other men.
Indeed, my lord.
Yes, there's this question of religion, Joseph. I've been advised by many to admit only Roman Catholics to my colony.
But of course, my lord, that way there will be no argument.
No arguments, granted. But will there be any freedom? I wonder, Joseph, can a man safeguard his own freedom by denying it to others?
You ask me, my lord. I will answer. Worry about yourself first.
That's very tempting.
Your family has suffered enough, my lord, because of its religion. Why invite trouble by admitting people to your colony that are unfriendly to what you believe? England is bad enough, but who knows what can happen over there in that howling wilderness?
Yes, who knows, indeed.
If my lord will keep his face a little to the right.
Joseph, against all advice, something in me keeps urging me to try it.
Try what, my lord?
Try making Maryland a free colony. I'm not a thinking man, Joseph, but sometimes responsibility forces cerebration. I have arrived at a peculiar notion. I do not any longer believe that freedom is something we can measure out in coffee spoons. Rather, I believe the more freedom one gives away, the more one has left for himself.
You are taking a great risk, my lord.
A very great risk. But we shall see. The first two of my ships, the Ark and the Dove, sail next month. I shall offer passage to any man who can buy land, whatever his religion. Yes, we've come a long way, my boy. A great deal of history lies between the first governor of Maryland and Theodore Roosevelt McKeldin, the present governor. Between me, a titled English Roman Catholic, and McKeldin, a Scottish American Episcopalian. But all the trial and search seem worthwhile when I hear McKeldin speak today with so much pride when he referred to the long months of slow and hesitant passage of the Ark and the Dove to establish freedom on these shores.
Hey, boss. What about those 8 inches double column on page 2?
You mean my editorial? I need a little more time, Mr. Yancey.
Say, what happened to Lord Baltimore?
Huh? Oh, he fell down. Wire broke, I guess.
Want me to move him out into the back room?
I wish you would. No, wait. Just let him stay where he is.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Thank you, my boy. I hope my reminiscences are of some help to you.
As a matter of fact, I can't see any parallel between you and me. The choice you made was a clear-cut one. Everybody's for freedom of religion.
Not in my day, young man. Then it was an innovation. And my only claim to greatness is that I was among the first to try it. Mind you, I was no hero. Like you, I disliked sticking my neck out. 1,000 times I asked myself, wasn't I meddling in something that was not my business? But in the end, I knew that freedom is everybody's business. We can't escape that.
Were you ever sorry for the choice you made?
Oh, indeed I was. Don't fool yourself. The road to freedom is no primrose path.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, when the Puritan rebellion occurred in England, the persecution of other religious groups extended to the colonies. And I wished many times that I had looked after my own interests first. But there was no going back. I did what I could. I tried to safeguard religious freedom in Maryland by certain articles concerning religion. They granted liberty to all Christians, whatever their creed. I intended the articles as an act of liberality. Instead, they became a sword over the heads of many of our good people.
How was that? I don't follow you.
I'll give you an example. There was this chap named Reuben Etting. He was 19 years old and a clerk in a bank when the colonies revolted from England.
Close the window, Reuben. I can't hear myself think.
Yes, Mother.
But you can't. Oh,
You can't close it out by closing a window, Mother. It's like a tide running through the country.
is there nothing to talk about but the war and killing?
I've enlisted, Mother.
Enlisted?
You? My son enlisted?
Oh, tell him he can't, Solomon. Tell him that this war has nothing to do with us.
Your mother is right. It's a war between the British and the Americans.
But what are we if we're not Americans?
Sojourners, Reuben. They tolerate us, nothing more. Don't tell me you've never heard of the articles concerning religion.
Of course I've heard of them.
They grant liberty to everyone. Everyone who can swear on his oath as a Christian. Liberty to everyone but us. And they are written into the law of this colony.
Granted, Father. Everything you say is true. I cannot vote. I cannot hold office. I am not a citizen. This is the law. But I say it is a bad law. Bad laws we inherit like bad diseases. We are not forbidden to try to stamp them out. People made the law. People can change it. I'll fight for that right. I'll fight for the possibility of freedom.
So you see, my boy, Reuben Etting made a choice, not an easy one. He died for it, as a matter of fact. And mind you, he died not for freedom. Many men have done that.
What did he die for, then?
For the possibility of freedom.
It's kind of a vague thing to die for.
Not if the alternative is nothing. And as Reuben Etting saw the issue, it was the possibility of freedom or nothingness. The right to live as a man or mere existence as a shadow. There were hundreds like him in those times, and the choice they made was to trouble the conscience of our young republic for a long time after. It troubled Thomas Kennedy, for one, and forced him to turn to make another choice. Like you, he was confronted with an issue. He weighed all the facts on both sides. Then he formed an opinion. But it's not enough to hold an opinion. An opinion is worthless buttoned up under one's overcoat. This Kennedy knew.
You're determined to introduce this piece of legislation now, Kennedy?
I'm determined,
You
William.
know you may lose your seat.
I'm not going into this blindfolded.
No, we're old friends, Thomas. We've served in the Maryland legislature for many years together. Why must you do this, I'm asking? Why at this time must you try to have repeal a law that's been on the books since the days of Lord Baltimore?
The age of the law doesn't make it smell any sweeter. It's a bad law. Boiled down, it deprives everybody but Christians of their constitutional rights.
Granted. But tell me, Kennedy, do you have any Jews in your constituency?
Not that I know of.
Any Mohammedans or Buddhists?
Nary a one.
Then what's the fuss about? Whom does the law hurt?
You and me, William. As long as any man subscribes to injustice, he's doing himself an injustice. The Bible says, proclaim liberty throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof.
That sounds like the Constitution.
Where do you think it came from?
I see I can't talk you out of this, huh?
No, my mind's made up.
You know, if you lose, it's political suicide.
I've made my choice. William, I'd rather be a dead politician than a live hypocrite.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Faircloth. No, Mr. Faircloth. I'm sorry, Mr. Faircloth, but I still haven't made up my mind. I'm sorry, sir. Bye.
That was Mr. Faircloth.
So I gathered.
Now tell me, did Thomas Kennedy win?
He did indeed. It was a long fight. But his bill to extend full freedom to all citizens, regardless of religious belief, finally passed the Maryland legislature in the year 1826.
Suppose he hadn't won. He would have lost his seat in the legislature, wouldn't he?
In all likelihood.
And whatever chance he had to do good. How can a man decide whether the risk he takes is worth it?
Well, there was once a donkey, my boy, who starved to death between two haystacks. He couldn't make up his mind which one to begin on. A man can ask himself just so many questions, and he has to make a choice between one haystack or another. Only history can tell us if he made the best choice. Sometimes it impels men to espouse a cause they know to be hopeless. See, I'm thinking of a man who lived in the city of Baltimore at the time of the Civil War. His name was Benjamin Zold.
Rabbi Zold, I have come a long way to see you. You mustn't refuse me. You can't.
Suppose you tell me, Mrs. Kuhn, what it is you want.
I want you to go to Washington and see President Lincoln about my boy.
You want me to go and see the president? But, madam, we are at war. The president is overwhelmed with responsibility.
Oh, they warned me. They warned me you wouldn't do it. They said nobody would dare to speak up for a boy who's a deserter.
A deserter? Your son?
That's what they call him. All his life he's been scared, Rabbi. Even when he was a little boy, he was scary. They ought never to have taken him into the army. And now they're going to shoot him because he ran away. Oh, help me, Rabbi, please. Please, help me.
I'm afraid it's hopeless. But I'll go. I'll do what I can.
Oh, you're a good man, Rabbi. They've told me you were a good man, but they said even you wouldn't dare risk speaking out for a deserter.
I commend your courage, Rabbi Zold. In these times, there are few who have the courage to speak out for a deserter. Is this man a member of your congregation?
No, Mr. President. But who can say who is his congregation?
The prisoner has had a fair trial, Rabbi. Full justice according to the law has been done.
I do not question that, Mr. President. I came to ask for something more than justice.
Mercy?
There is a verse. What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart melt as his heart.
Deuteronomy. This is a hard war. It has divided a nation, set friend against friend, brother against brother. It has snatched young men from the schoolroom, the cornfield, and put bayonets in their hands. You must know that you plead not for one man, but for hundreds of the faint-hearted.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, every day I am besieged with appeals. And every night I carry on a dialogue with myself, such as you and I are now engaged in. I am both accuser and accused. I am a private citizen, Abe Lincoln, pleading with the commander-in-chief of an army.
And what does the commander-in-chief say to you?
The whole is greater than any of its parts. I cannot jeopardize the lives of 10 million men to show mercy to one.
Your answer to me, then, is no, Mr. President.
Yes, Rabbi. My answer is no. I would not have had this war, any war. But once war is begun, one must accept its morality.
One more request, Mr. President.
Yeah?
I should like to be with the prisoner now and until the hour of his death.
I shall write a pass for you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Rabbi Zoll, for coming. It is good to be reminded that compassion is as high a virtue as courage. God grant that we may soon return to a time when men are privileged to exercise it.
Hey, boss, it's 5 o'clock. What about that editorial?
Yes, what about it, my boy?
I need a little more time. I can always stick in an old editorial from the files.
Yeah, something like Safety First or Save Our Forests. Life's very simple, my boy, if one never departs from the circumscribed, the usual. But the men we remember are the ones who challenge it. Look at our own honor roll. There was Cardinal Gibbons. Listen to what he said.
Am I my brother's keeper? Let every member of this congregation hear what I have to say, and then answer for himself that question. In the city of Baltimore alone, during the past few weeks, I have visited myself more than 18 sweatshops. Men and women are laboring there for 12 hours a day for as little as $6 a week. I say men and women are laboring there. I might have said they are entombed there. For these factories are windowless, airless, stench-filled prisons. Human beings working here at starvation wages will in a few years be incapacitated for work entirely. They do not ask for alms. They do not want our charity. All they're asking from us is the right to organize, to obtain a living wage for the work they perform.
Cardinal Gibbons, who extended the boundaries of economic freedom. There was William Osler of Johns Hopkins, who extended the boundaries of medicine by establishing the first free clinic in the country. And there was President Gilman, also of Johns Hopkins, who extended the boundaries of academic freedom. And don't forget Gertrude Stein, another Baltimorean, who extended the boundaries of the English language.
What about Barbara Fritchie?
Barbara Fritchie, by all means. And don't forget Francis Scott Key and Sidney Lanier, Chief Justice Roger Taney, and H.L. Mencken.
Isn't Simon Soboleff from Baltimore the man that's Solicitor General of the United States right now?
Indeed he is. And he's had something to say that you, all of us, should bear in mind. I quote, "Freedom is not something we can win once and for all time, and having won it, sit back to rest and enjoy it. It's like a vineyard that needs to be cultivated. In this task, the free press plays an important part."
Hey, boss, I don't like to keep interrupting, but we're going to get a paper out. I've got to have that editorial.
Just one thing more, my boy, and I'll be on my way. Did you know that Davy Crockett's mother was born in Maryland, too?
Yes, somebody said that history is a tired old man with a long beard. I don't believe that anymore. A lot of people don't believe I talked to Lord Baltimore. Well, maybe you don't. Well, I know I did. And this is how I know.
Joe,
Oh, Shirley.
I came back to help you. I never should have walked out on press day. You have to make up your own mind about the editorial.
I love you, Shirley. You're so inconsistent. But I have made up my mind. Oh, Mr. Yancey.
Coming.
Here's your editorial. Give it a 69-point head and call it, What Are We Going to Do About Our Schools?
Okay, boss. I'll set it right up.
Hey, Shirley, you know something?
What, Joe?
Did you know that Davy Crockett's mother was born in Maryland?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, who told you that?
Lord Baltimore told me.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Sal Rogers of Baltimore, Maryland, General Chairman of the Baltimore Friends of the Seminary. Mr. Rogers.
History, we learned again in today's program, is more than a long list of events in time. History takes on meaning when we see it as the totality of all the moral decisions made by man since the beginning of his existence. Like peaks in a giant mountain range, some decisions stand out above others. But each lofty mountain and each humble hill represent an individual human choice. And the grand sum of all these individual choices make up the mountain range, the eternal typography of mankind. Like the physical laws which govern the earth, there are moral and ethical standards which govern men's behavior. But though the laws are eternal, each decision is made by an individual, and every decision is a product of a single man's freedom and responsibility. What Lord Baltimore was so urgently trying to say to Joe was that he could not escape his part in history. The world would be pushed just so much further in a certain direction because he, Joe, willed it so. Lord Baltimore showed Joe how the course of history was altered in Maryland each time a man speaking out of his conscience decided to try a new idea, promote an unpopular notion, or print an unprofitable opinion. Each time an independent judgment was exercised, we had exciting new proof that men always have been and always can be free to make the world a better place to live in. For just as a home is a reflection of the person who lives in it, so the entire world is a reflection of mankind. We are far from an ideal of a moral world governed by moral men, but it is we who are making our own history now, and it will serve us well to remember this thought. The most possible of all possibilities is the possibility of the impossible.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Visit from Lord Baltimore, written by Virginia Mazer, came to you from station WBAL in Baltimore, Maryland. Our star was Conrad Nagel as Lord Baltimore. Also in the cast were Jill Kraft, Grant Richards, Beatrice Pons, Bert Callan, Sam Gray, Joe DeSantis, Guy Rep, Guy Sorrell, and Glenn Woods. Joseph Pizzo was at the harp. This is Martin Edwards speaking. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation. The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Judgment of Idolatry, was written by Peter Barry.
The burden of stone he bore as we came down the mountain would have been a heavy one for a man half his age. And there was such a depth of sorrow on the massive, bearded face that I shall always think he knew the hideous truth before he saw it. But it struck me like a fist blow when we came out on high ground above the camp and beheld in the leaping play of firelight the molten image of a golden calf.
All praise and glory unto the calf god of the wilderness. Thy neck is hung with garlands, thy hooves are brighter than the coming of the morn. Thy neck is hung with garlands, thy hooves are brighter than the coming of the morn.
What do they do?
What think ye they do?
Is this an idol they adore?
An idol, a beast, my Joshua, wrought out of the nightmare of their slavish past.
Mightier art thou than Thoth, more dreadful than Anubis, holier than Osiris, and the war gods of Amalek. Mightier art thou than Thoth, more dreadful than Anubis, holier than Osiris, and the war gods of Amalek. Aye, with the drums and the psaltery, we do celebrate thy glory. Accursed! Accursed be your black idolatry!
In the tempest of his anger, he had shattered the stone tablets borne down from the mountaintop. And the thunder that broke across the dark heavens seemed to spring of the lightning of his flashing gaze. Before I could reach out to him, he had leapt from the high place and strode across the clearing. A lesser man would have feared to do it, for there was a drunkenness of spirit amongst the people of the camp. But knowing neither fear nor the use of it, he moved through the midst of them and, laying hands on the calf of gold, wrenched it from its pedestal.
I have taught thee with all the might of my heart. Hast heard no word I've spoken, ye vermin of the gutters of Thebes? Hast understood no single syllable? Ha! Is this white-faced silence to be my only consolation? Ye pale and shudder, and it is proper that ye should. Ye have made a stench offering in the nostrils of my Lord, and ye shall suffer therefore. Let this idol be ground to dust, nay, to powder, that I may strew it in the water of your drinking, that ye may taste to the full the bitterness of your folly. How was it that ye failed me so? Failed us both, yourselves and me? How was it that when my back was turned, that ye fell into this sour and ancient rottenness? Have I not told ye better? How could you bring your hands to fashion this mockery of godhood, to shape and form this? Now hold, ye could not all have shaped and formed it. Nay, some one hand did the task. Some single hand made you this scavenger deity. Whose hand was it? Whose hand, I say? Some man, speak out! Who was it sculpted you, the beast? Think you to shield him from me? Know you not my brother Aaron, who is appointed a priest in Israel, was here amongst you and can tell me the name of the man who did it? Who made this calf? You defy me, then? You make it a test of wills between us? So be it. But I pronounce it to you now. No one among you, man, child, or woman, shall partake of food or slumber until the maker of this obscenity is confessed to me.
But no man spoke. Each held his peace, though each trembled at sight of the leader's displeasure. And that displeasure raged unabated as the moments passed, and he paced the floor of his tent, waiting for one amongst the many to yield to his will and come to him. And just as the new moon rose, peering over Sinai's rim, a timid step was heard outside, and a thin, familiar face blinked on the threshold.
Aaron.
My brother.
Enter in peace and sit beside me.
My brother.
Aye.
My brother,
Well, what will you?
Your forgiveness.
For what?
For that I answered not when you asked the name of the idol maker.
I sought no answer from you, Aaron. I'll know from them. I'll have them learn they shall not stand stiff-necked and defy me.
Moses.
Aye.
In defying thee, they shielded thy brother.
What? How say you?
The name of the idol maker is my own.
Whom do you protect, Aaron?
No one.
If this be thy notion of a jest, it is a poor one.
If death itself be a jest, then is this one also?
Aaron.
Forgiveness. Forgiveness.
Keep you back from me.
They came in a body. You had been a long time gone. 5 full weeks and better. Thy brother has deserted us, they said, and taken his God with him. Now make us a God we can see, Aaron. A calf of gold that will shine before our eyes in the living light of day.
You did it.
On pain of my life, I did it. I was one man against many.
The chance for great goodness comes always to one man against many.
My brother.
I cannot look upon you.
Is my sin so great?
Great. When a heathen blasphemes, no wind stirs. But consider the tempest that rages in heaven when a priest of the Lord lends his hand to blasphemy.
They came with me, with their weapons half drawn.
I care not for how they came. I care but for what you did.
What else could I have done?
You could have died.
Moses!
Out of my sight! Idolater!
That night I stood guard before the leader's tent, and long after moonset I heard him within, pacing, murmuring the name of his brother. That night passed slowly, but it passed, as did the next one and the next, and the life of the camp began veering slowly back toward normal. Soon little was heard of the calf of gold. All avoided it, as the members of a family avoid speaking of a tragedy they've survived. Indeed, it had been many days since I'd heard it mentioned, when one night, as I crossed the clearing toward my father's dwelling, a voice out of the gathering darkness spoke my name.
Joshua Ben Nun.
Who's there?
'Tis only I. Only Aaron.
Peace be with thee.
And with thee. The day has been hot.
Tomorrow will be also very like.
How fares my brother?
Well, Aaron, quite well.
Speaks he much ill of me?
Truth is, he has little time these days to speak well or ill of any man.
Oh, so?
He busies himself night and morning with the finishing of the tabernacle.
Oh, aye.
There's no end of work entailed for him. Materials are scarce, hard to find. He'd have it all just so, a perfect thing unto the Lord.
Joshua.
Aye.
Is my name never mentioned?
I'd not say never.
When, then? When? How recently? How?
Would you have the truth?
If he'd tell it to me.
Well, then today.
Aye.
This noon at meat.
Aye.
Bezaleel, the artisan.
What said he?
Bezaleel?
Nay, my brother.
He said nothing.
Nothing?
A cloud seemed to fall upon him, and he sat in silence, staring at his hands.
I feared it might be thus. It is his way to thunder and condemn. And then, when his rage is quiet, to sit in silence, staring at his hands. Nay, for both our sakes, this must not continue.
What?
This postponement, this waiting. Sooner or later, he must pronounce judgment for what I've done. But he avoids it, I think, loathing to inflict such pain upon me.
You may well be right.
Will you bear a message from me?
Aye.
He will not upbraid you that you spoke to me.
No one has bade me not to speak to the Aaron.
Then say to him that I, Aaron, made the calf, and that I am content I have earned whatsoever retribution shall be mine.
I will so tell him.
Say that I beg him to delay no longer, but to punish now, and sorely, rather than to further prolong my torment and his own. Will you say all this?
Aye.
My thanks, my lad. And say beside that I said, peace be with thee.
And he clasped my hand and turned and walked away. A lean and troubled figure, curved already with the stoop of age, moving lonely through the night. I intended to convey his message the moment I entered the leader's tent in the morning. But that was the morning Bezaleel arrived before me with the news that the tabernacle was complete.
Aye, and there is not one single thing that's left to do.
The gold has sufficed to overlay the sockets and the candlestick.
There remained enough and much to spare from the plating of the pillars and the bars of the boardwork.
How shall God be praised sufficiently?
Hallelujah.
His name be hallowed.
The measurements remain precise, Bezaleel.
Aye.
No inch was given or taken in the work of building.
No inch, my leader. The specifications are exact with those you gave.
I gave them not. But I shall reward your labor, and he who gave them shall reward it also.
My reward is in his everlasting glory. With your leave, I will be gone to aid Oliab, my helper, in his task.
What task is his?
The carving of the breastplate of the high priest's raiment.
Oh, aye. Peace be with you, good workman.
And with thee.
The thing is done, my Joshua. The curtains of twisted linen hang, dyed with violet and with scarlet, and the altar stands awaiting the savor smell of sacrifice.
This day should be a joyous one for thee.
Aye.
A day of happiness unalloyed.
Not in this life is unalloyed, my son. Neither grief nor happiness.
I bear a message for thee.
Message?
From thy brother.
Saw you, my brother.
Last night he stopped me in the clearing and walked with me.
Well?
His face was gray as a winter's dawning. His eyes were wintry also, wan and hollow.
He said ye bore a message.
Aye. In short, he asks that you be about it. Express your will and get the matter over at once and done with.
The matter?
Of his punishment for the making of the calf. He said for me to say that you prolong his torment and your own by delaying to pronounce judgment.
Poor Aaron.
And with all reverence and respect, I cannot but agree with him. What can be served by postponing your decision?
My decision? I have naught to decide, my son.
Call you the punishment of your brother naught?
Naught.
How say you?
I call it naught, since he shall not be punished.
What?
He shall not be punished. Not in any way.
This is your conclusion?
Aye. Where go you?
So inform me.
I have not thus commissioned ye.
But he is anxious and most tortured.
Forget thy haste.
I would relieve him with this truth.
When one bears the truth, one must bear all of it. Stand ye, boy, and hearken.
Aye.
You will say to him that I have pondered much upon his evil.
Aye.
That I condone it no whit, and am yet staggered by its enormity.
Aye.
Say that I would punish him, but that punishment itself, fails me in his case.
Fails you?
Say to him that punishment is of value only wherein it teaches.
Aye.
And where is the need to teach the blackness of so great a sin? To an appointed high priest of Israel.
Appointed high priest?
Even so. God chose Aaron and his sons to officiate in the tabernacle, and God has not since gainsaid his choice. Now have you my leave to go report to him.
He sat gazing into the sunlight beyond the tent portal. There was no expression on the somber, bearded face to give me hint of what he thought behind his grave old eyes. And Aaron's face blinked with baffled puzzlement as I made known to him his brother's words.
He has said this?
Aye.
He has said this?
Well, rejoice, Aaron. You are honored most loftily.
Most loftily.
As are thy sons. I said, as are thy sons, Aaron.
Aye.
So summon them to you, if you will, and inform them that our leader awaits both them and you upon the morrow to instruct you in the duties of the priesthood. Aaron, will you summon them?
Aye, aye. Here, peace be with thee.
Peace be with thee.
He has said this. He has said this.
On the morning of the next day, the training of Aaron and his sons began. And each day thereafter, the leaders schooled them in the details of the ritual, that they might know it and set it down for the generations.
Each day the priest shall twice appear before the altar, arrayed in the vestments of his office. Say me now, Abihu, what are the vestments of the office?
A mitre and a tunic of fine linen.
And with what shall the hems of the tunic be trimmed, Eleazar?
With golden pomegranates, my leader.
And what shall the high priest wear upon his bosom, Ithamar?
A breastplate of gold.
Know you, Nadab, what word shall be inscribed upon this breastplate?
The words, holy to the Lord, my leader.
Well said. If thy sons forget this in their youth, will you remember it, Aaron?
Aye, brother. I will remember it.
Speak, Eleazar. What spices shall be used for the holy incense?
Stock tea and onycha.
Naught else?
Galbanum of sweet savor.
Verily. And how shall it be prepared for burning, Aaron?
It shall be beaten to a powder.
Whereon shall the priests make holy sacrifice, Nadab?
Upon the altar of the Holocaust.
And what shall be the animals of sacrifice, my brother?
2 rams without blemish.
Aught else?
Aye, 2 rams, my brother, and a calf.
And then on the first morning of the first month, the sounding of horns summoned the people of the camp under the tabernacle. Awesome lay the clouds low upon Sinai's brow, and the voice of Moses spake amidst thunder.
Behold ye the tabernacle of God.
Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh.
Behold ye the dwelling place of the Most High.
Baruch Shem Kavod, Malachuso, Velam Voed.
Preserve it and tend it ever, I charge ye, that it may stay as a testament unto the heathen, that the Almighty reigneth.
Amen.
Thou dost remember all I've told thee, Aaron.
Aye.
Then enter in and serve the Lord.
And Aaron and his sons passed into the sanctuary, and the face of Aaron was pale, and his hands trembled. And with trembling hands lighted he the fires, and with trembling lips spoke he the prayers of his office. And then unto him were brought the 2 rams,
and the calf of the sacrifice. Shuddering, did he reach out toward the calf. Then he halted, rigid, white, and frozen.
All is well done, Father. Proceed to sacrifice.
Make a beginning, we beg thee.
I cannot. For the life of me, I cannot!
Aaron had reeled from the altar, turned and fled, stumbled out of the tabernacle and across the clearing under the startled gaze of the multitude. Into his tent he ran and flung himself across his couch, sobbing, clinging to his pillow. From without, the voices of the people raised in perplexed surmise. Then the portal of his tent parted, and he looked up and beheld the frowning face of his brother.
What dost thou here? Rise, I conjure you.
I cannot obey thee.
Get thee back into the sanctuary.
I dare not.
For shame that ye should so flee thy office.
I flee not my office.
Thou hast fled it.
It was myself I fled.
The heavens are angered.
Aaron, thy altar goes untended.
Is this seemly, this folly of yours?
What of thy folly?
I.
The sight of the calf undid me. I looked upon it, and it became the emblem of my golden sin. How could you have placed me there before the Lord?
Seek not my reason.
I seek what I must know. Wherefore should the beasts of sacrifice be unblemished, when the chosen priest is leprous with his evil?
Tell me, Aaron, who should replace you?
Why, a blameless man indeed.
And where should I seek such a man? Know you one in Israel, or in Edom, or Mizraim?
You must seek one where he waits.
The altar would go long untended while I sought. And when I found him would I reject.
Reject? Wherefore?
For his sinlessness.
I follow not thy meaning.
Nay? Consider the hopelessness of sinning mankind, if it beheld a blameless man before the altar. Woe unto us, their hearts would cry. There stands a perfect creature, no such a one as we, but a paragon of heaven, radiant in his cleanliness. Alas, God receives only the angels unto himself, and we shall wander ever, irrevocably lost and desolate. What should they do then, Aaron, but turn out-faced to godlessness and evil?
My wits are tattered, I know not.
But if they see one like thee in the high place, they must take heart. There is no reason to despair, they will say. He was as we have been, but he has put aside wrongdoing and won forgiveness to the full, and some honor with it. Observe him and rejoice, for may we not do likewise and follow his example. Be this sound judgment, brother.
Verily, mayhap it is. But choose you then a man of some small sin, for my great evil unfits me above all others for a sacred task.
Dost thou repent that evil?
With all my heart.
Then know that the very greatness of it fits you above all others for the task I've given you.
I fathom this not.
Think, brother. Think what the children will say. Will they not say, we will not fear to walk with the Lord? For if the repentant Aaron has been forgiven his vast transgression, then hope abides forever, and no man can be lost.
Aaron, the fire of the altar burns.
Aaron, the sacrifice awaits the priest.
Aaron!
Hast understood me, brother?
Aye. But my heart still poundeth.
Admonish it to silence, then. And go you, serve God.
And Aaron went in under the tabernacle and took his place before the altar. The mists of the morning parted and the sun shone through. The straight, white smoke of sacrifice rose heavenward. And Aaron raised his hands above the children's heads and blessed them, saying,
May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you
and grant you peace.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Maximilian Moss, the surrogate of Kings County, New York. Judge Moss.
In an annotation to Deuteronomy appearing in the Sanshino edition of the Pentateuch and Haftorahs, edited by Chief Rabbi Hertz, it is said, Jewish history is a continuous revelation with a divine lesson for each generation. I would say that the present lesson is to disseminate throughout the world the knowledge of God, and that He be served with earnestness and devotion. There is much ungodliness in parts of the world today, but if we can bring home to them the lesson of Aaron as portrayed in the story which you have just heard, and the judgment of Moses which followed, that sinning mankind can cleanse themselves of their sins, then indeed may we yet see the day when there will be blended into one grand symphony the voices of all the peoples of the world, uttering their everlasting faith in God and in the great moral precepts and the righteousness of conduct which such belief must necessarily bring. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain.
Thank you, Judge Moss. Our Eternal Light drama today was A Judgment for Idolatry, written by Peter Barry. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast, Carl Weber, Bernard Grant, Lynn Cook, Sam Gray, Hal Studer, Guy Rep, Glenn Woods, Bob O'Connor, Jim Dukas, and Eleanor Phelps. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Treasure of the Dead Sea Caves, was written by Mark Siegel and was based on an article by Itzhak Ivry, a member of the staff of the Department of Education and Culture of the Jewish Agency.
This way, Ali. This way.
I can't see, Mohammed.
Here, I will hold the torch higher.
It casts such shadows, Mohammed.
Oh, there's nothing to fear from a shadow.
I don't like this cave, Mohammed. I'm going back. out into the light.
No. Stay, Ollie. I will show you what I heard.
I don't care what you heard, Mohammed. This cave, it frightens me.
Here, give me a stone, Ollie. Now listen. I will throw it. You see? The sound of a pottery jug breaking.
Oh, please, Mohammed. Let's go back.
Oh, do not be a child, Ollie. If there are jugs in this old cave, something must be in them. In those jugs, there may be a treasure. There may be gold or silver.
There are treasures which surpass in value all the gold and all the silver in the world, the timeless treasures of the human spirit. This is the story of the discovery of a long-lost treasure of the human spirit, a discovery which adds to man's search for understanding and the meaning of his existence. The story begins in the spring of 1947 in a cave on the western shore of the Dead Sea in the Holy Land, a cave into which two Bedouin boys have wandered in search of treasure.
In those jugs, there may be treasure. There may be gold or silver. Let's go farther.
Wait, Mohammed. I'm coming.
Well, come on, then. Look, here's a broken jug.
And the pieces of another.
Ollie! Ollie, here, this way.
Well, what is it, Mohammed?
I found it. I found it. We'll be rich, Ollie.
Rich? From those old jugs?
Oh, let me but open them. Here, hold the torch. There, it's coming. There, it's off.
It is an evil odor.
Oh, not evil, friend. It's the odor of age.
Whatever it is, I don't like it. What's inside?
Here, we shall see. Hold the torch closer.
Is that all that's in that lump wrapped in cloth?
Yes, that's all. It does not seem heavy enough for gold.
Can it be some other kind of treasure?
I will strip the wrappings from it.
Why, it's no treasure at all. Only a scroll with some writing on it.
Yes, writing. Yet it is strange writing, Ollie.
Perhaps it tells where the treasure's hidden.
Perhaps. But I cannot read the writing. Surely it is not Arabic.
The writing on the scroll, and on 6 others which Muhammad and Ali found, was not Arabic. Yet the youths, who were part of a band of smugglers trading in contraband, thought the scrolls might have some value. They carried them with them to their destination in Bethlehem.
Ah, welcome, Muhammad.
Greetings, Haddad.
You have come to buy supplies for your return to Transjordan?
Yes, Haddad. To buy. And perhaps to sell.
To sell? What have you to sell?
These which I carry.
Ah, and what are they?
Scrolls, Haddad, of great age, which I have found in a cave.
Well, I am not a dealer in antiquities, my friend. Goods for the traveler, those I have. But who would buy these from me?
I offer them to you for next to nothing, Haddad.
And how much is next to nothing?
20 pounds. All 7 scrolls for 20 pounds.
That is not next to nothing. Also, I have no use for them.
Oh, Haddad, these are no ordinary scrolls. They are not written even in Arabic, but in a strange and mysterious language. Well, someone will pay you well for them. Someone who understands the strange language.
Well, let me look at them. Cannot hurt to look. True. It is a strange writing. Perhaps from the olden times.
Haddad, you are Assyrian, yes?
Yes, I am Assyrian.
Well, perhaps it is Syrian writing, then, from the olden times.
You think so?
Perhaps it tells of great heroes and mighty deeds of Syria.
It is possible. There were great heroes who did mighty deeds amongst my ancestors.
Oh, then you will buy them? You will pay the 20 pounds?
No, my friend, I will not. But I will send word to the Metropolitan Samuel in Jerusalem. If these scrolls are truly ancient Syrian books, he might take them off your hands.
The The Metropolitan Samuel, head of the Syrian Jacobite Church in Palestine, eventually purchased 4 of the 7 scrolls, although they were written not in ancient Syrian, but in Hebrew. His interest was stimulated by 2 facts. The scrolls had been found in a part of Palestine uninhabited for centuries, and the mummy-like wrappings in which they were encased seemed to him, although he was no archaeologist, proof of their antiquity. For 5 months, the Metropolitan sought confirmation of his guess from experts in Syria and Jordan.
The head of the department is in Paris, monsieur. As for me, I really do not care to see them. You see, I do not read the Hebrew.
I doubt they're antiquated, Mr. Metropolitan. Probably they were stolen from some synagogue somewhere. When? I'd say about 1929.
My dear sir, you're wasting your time. These scrolls aren't worth a shilling.
There were other authorities highly qualified to judge the authenticity of the scrolls in the Metropolitan's possession, but they were not readily accessible, for it was a time of tension, those 5 months in 1947, during which the Metropolitan Samuel puzzled over the unfamiliar Hebrew script of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Jewish community of Palestine waited day by day for a decision of the United Nations that would authorize the establishment of a Jewish state. The decision came on November 29, 1947, and among those thousands of Jews in Jerusalem who followed the news minute by minute that day were Professor Eliezer Sukenik, head archaeologist of the Hebrew University, and his son Yigael Yadin, also an archaeologist and a commander in Haganah, the Jewish Army of Defense.
We interrupt this broadcast for a special bulletin.
Yigael, here it is. It's coming. Turn the volume up, Father. Right.
Headquarters of the United Nations in New York City relating to the Palestine question now before the General Assembly. The General Assembly, by a vote of 33 to 13, with 10 abstentions, has adopted the report of the ad hoc committee approving the partition of Palestine.
Done it, Yigael. They've done it. Thank God, Father. Thank God.
I thank him. And I thank him for letting me be alive in this time to witness it. Think, after 2,000 years. Yigael, find some glasses. We must have a glass of wine in celebration.
A quick toast, then, Father.
Quick?
Yes, I must report to the command post.
Do you think there'll be trouble, Yigael?
I hope not. But there are extremists who will fight this decision of the United Nations, and we'd better be prepared.
Here, then.
To the rebirth of the Jewish state. And to peace. I'll see you later, Father. That is, I hope I will.
Good. Let whoever it is in on your way out, Yigael.
Right, Father.
Not today, Joseph, not today. Today is for celebration, not for looking at fragments of manuscript.
Only there's something about this
well,
one.
Let me see it. From whom did you get this, Joseph?
A dealer in Bethlehem.
And he has the scroll from which this comes?
He has 3 scrolls, he says.
Oh, where does he say they were found?
In a cave near the Dead Sea, near Ein Feshka.
Near Ein Feshka. I might have known.
You might have known.
Look for yourself through the magnifying glass.
I looked at it before I brought it to you.
Well, do you see the style of the script?
Well, it seemed unusual. It's why I hurried here with it.
Well, have you seen a copy of the Nash Papyrus?
The Nash Papyrus? What's that?
It's in the British Museum.
Well, what about it?
Well, never mind, Joseph. I'd rather not say yet. Give me the magnifying glass again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can you make anything out of it?
I'm trying. Here. Ma Rahoru al-Hahorim. It's Isaiah.
You sure?
Yes. Yes, Isaiah 2. Here, I'll translate. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger of good tidings, that publisheth peace, that announceth tidings of happiness. That's all there is. Joseph, you say the dealer in Bethlehem has 3 scrolls like this?
That's what he said.
Then I must go to Bethlehem.
Right now,
immediately?
But with conditions so unsettled, is it safe?
I'll check with Yigael. He'll know.
Then you think these scrolls are important, huh?
Think! I may be wrong, Joseph. Perhaps these scrolls are not what I think they are, but if they are, No. No, I don't dare even say what I think they are.
Professor Eleazar Sukenik did not sleep that night. Half a dozen times he returned to his desk to peer through his magnifying glass at the delicate script traced upon the surface of the fragment of parchment brought him by Joseph, the dealer in antiquities. When he could wait no longer, in the early hours of the new day, he presented himself at his son's Haganah command post in Jerusalem.
Gail, I've told you what I think these scrolls are. The question is, do you think I can make it to Bethlehem?
You're asking me as a military man, Father?
Well, all right, as a military man.
Then I have to tell you shouldn't make the journey. They've been ambushing cars and buses on the road to Bethlehem.
I didn't ask if they'd been ambushing cars. I asked if you think I should go.
And I told you.
All right, then. Let's forget you're a military man. You're an archaeologist, too. You understand the possibilities.
As an archaeologist, I'd say, yes, you must go.
Well, good. That's what I wanted to hear. In fact, I have the car outside.
You just happen to have the car with you.
And my valise in it, packed.
Oh, you're impossible, Father.
Never mind if I'm impossible. You've told me what I wanted to hear.
Only as an archaeologist, Father. As your son, my opinion has to be reserved.
Hello? Hello? Anyone here?
Yes, coming, sir.
You're Mr. Haddad, the merchant?
That is my name.
Where are they? Do you still have them?
Have what,
The
sir?
scrolls, of course, the scrolls of which this is a fragment.
Ah, perhaps I do and perhaps I don't.
Mr. Haddad, I have no time to play games.
No time even to bargain?
Please, if you have the scrolls, I should like to see them.
Obviously, sir, you have not had much experience in buying.
Mr. Haddad, I have not come to Bethlehem to discuss my qualifications as a buyer. I have come to purchase the scrolls of which this fragment is a part.
I must give you some advice, sir, for your own good.
I don't want advice. I want the scrolls.
An attitude like that, it will cost you money.
Name the price. If it's fair, I'll pay it.
Well, if you wish it that way.
I do. Where are the scrolls?
I will fetch them. Excuse me, sir. A last question. Where did you mention you were from?
I didn't.
Would you be good enough to tell me? I should like to know where one finds customers so willing.
I'm from Jerusalem.
From Jerusalem? Today?
Today.
That is a long way. Today.
Mr. Haddad, I would have come 1,000 miles today if necessary. Now, please, may I see the scrolls?
Through the month of December 1947, Professor Sukenik studied the 3 scrolls he had acquired for the Hebrew University, and in January 1948, he directed a memorandum to foreign correspondents in Jerusalem.
An announcement of the greatest importance will be released at a press conference in the office of the Jewish Agency tomorrow afternoon at 4. You are cordially invited to attend.
It required some courage to attend the professor's press conference.
Professor Sukenik.
Yes?
We don't want to rush you, sir, but...
Well, it's still 5 minutes before the hour. Perhaps there will be others.
Anyone who's not here now isn't getting here, Professor. Not in this barrage. I think everyone's here anyway.
You're sure all of the major wire service correspondents are here?
All but one, Professor. He's in the next room.
Would you mind asking him to join us?
Well, he's not quite up to it, Professor. He fainted in the street on the way in. Gentlemen, Professor Sukenik's ready to make his statement.
Gentlemen, in order to understand the importance of what I have to tell you, I must first sketch in a few background facts. The earliest text of the Hebrew Bible we have, what we call the Masoretic text, dates from about the 9th century. Before that period, our main versions of Scripture are in Greek and Latin. Practically all of our knowledge of the Bible has been based on these 2 translations and this very late Hebrew text.
Professor Sukenik, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you call us here for an important news announcement.
I'm getting to that.
Couldn't you get to it a little faster? This isn't exactly the best time and place for a lecture on the Bible.
Not the best time? Why not?
more than an hour on that January day in 1948, while the bombs burst and shells screamed overhead. Professor Sukenik talked about the 3 scrolls he had acquired in Bethlehem.
Of these 3 scrolls, gentlemen, 2 are hitherto unknown works. The first I have called the Scroll of the Battle between the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness.
That's an appropriate title, Professor.
Yes, perhaps it is. The second of these unknown works is a scroll of Psalms of Thanksgiving, perhaps in addition to the Psalms of David. The Scroll of the Battle between the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness.
As the professor talked, the correspondents who had gathered began to understand why they had been asked to run the gauntlet of the barrage. But the full import of Professor Sukenik's announcement came in his summation.
After studying these scrolls closely and applying all the tests at our command, the dramatic fact is that these scrolls are over 2,000 years old. This scroll, which I hold in my hand, is of the book of Isaiah. It is 1,000 years older than any Hebrew manuscript of Isaiah the eyes of modern men have seen to this time. This discovery, gentlemen, and I say this with emotion perhaps unbefitting a scholar, this discovery is the greatest biblical find of modern times. It brings us closer to those who wrote the Bible than we have ever been before.
Perhaps you're wondering what happened to the 4 Dead Sea Scrolls which were on the other side of the fighting lines in Old Jerusalem. In February of 1948, a month after Professor Sukenik's startling announcement, the Metropolitan Samuel succeeded in establishing contact with American and French scholars who recognized the value of the scrolls in his possession. Professor Sukenik soon learned of the existence of the additional scrolls. Late one night in March, the professor returned to his home to find his son Yigael waiting for him.
Yigael, you're off duty.
Father, where have you been?
Out walking.
Just strolling through Jerusalem?
Well, yes, more or less. I've been trying to make contact with the Syrian Metropolitan.
What?
About the scrolls he has, Yigael.
Father, he's in the old city behind a solid wall of Arab Legionnaires.
I haven't tried to get into the old city, Yigael.
Oh, really?
Only into the no man's land between the 2 lines.
You've been meeting someone in no man's land during this fighting?
Well, yes, but not with much success. In fact, with remarkable failure.
Father, let me make it clear. It's worth your life to be wandering around Jerusalem like this.
Yigael, you disappoint me. These scrolls, they're very important. The Metropolitan wants to sell them, and if he wants to sell them, then we should have them. Here.
Agreed.
Do you know what the scrolls he has are? A commentary on the book of Habakkuk, a manual of discipline of an ancient Jewish sect, Isaiah 1.
Yes, Father, but...
These scrolls, Yigael, they're windows on the past. They will illuminate a whole period of ancient Jewish history.
Of course, but there are scholars on the other side of the lines.
Well, of course there are. Eminent scholars. And I wish I could work with them. But as yet, these scrolls aren't being touched. It's a loss to the whole world.
It must wait until there is peace.
No, Yigael. It cannot wait. The wisdom and understanding of those books, why, in a sense, they might help to hasten peace.
Perhaps. But I don't think you should sacrifice your life on that hope.
Sacrifice, Yigael? It is no sacrifice. Each age has a responsibility, Yigael, to help to build the temple of truth. To aid in that task is the highest privilege a man can ask. I will keep on trying.
I have news for you, Professor.
Good news, I hope, Mr. Haddad.
I do not think you will consider it so.
Nothing has happened to the scrolls, I hope. They haven't been damaged.
No, not damaged.
Then what is your news, Mr. Haddad?
The Metropolitan has sent them away to other scholars. They are no longer in Palestine. You are a surprising man, Professor. You do not seem disappointed.
Well, of course I am disappointed, but most important, I am glad they will be safe.
Even if you cannot have them?
Mr. Haddad, I think it would be most appropriate for the Jewish people to be custodians of these scrolls. But it is not a question of my having them or of simple physical possession.
Then why have you been meeting me?
So that the whole world may have them, Mr. Haddad. It does not matter who unlocks the ancient wisdom of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What matters is that they should not lie dormant and untouched.
The Dead Sea Scrolls have not remained unstudied. Professor Sukenik worked upon the 3 scrolls in his possession until his death in 1949. His son Yigael Yadin is continuing his work. Scholars in the United States, in France, and elsewhere are slowly resurrecting the words inscribed more than 2,000 years ago in the Holy Land. In the summer of 1954, Professor Sukenik's son, Yigael Yadin, then Chief of Staff of the Israel Army, was visiting the United States.
Hello?
General Yadin?
Speaking.
General, I know of your interest in the Dead Sea Scrolls, also of your late father's work on them.
Yes?
I'm calling to direct your attention to an ad in today's Wall Street Journal.
The Wall Street Journal? I don't understand.
Pick up the paper, General. You will.
The general bought the Wall Street Journal and found an advertisement under Miscellaneous for sale.
The 4 Dead Sea Scrolls, biblical manuscripts dating back to at least 200 BCE, are for sale. This would make an ideal gift to an educational or religious
With the help of
institution.
the American Fund for Israel Institutions, and through the generosity of Mr. D. Samuel Gottesman of New York, the scrolls were purchased at a cost of $250,000, and the gift transported to Israel, where, in Jerusalem, the 7 Dead Sea Scrolls are now reunited. There are treasures which surpass in value all the gold and all the silver in the world, the timeless treasures of the human spirit. And among these is the treasure of the Dead Sea Caves, a treasure which belongs to all mankind, enriching its reservoir of faith and wisdom.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Samuel M. Blumenfeld, Director of Education and Culture of the Jewish Agency. Dr. Blumenfeld.
The story of the treasure of the Dead Sea Caves might sound like a legend, yet it has occurred in our own day before our very eyes. It is indeed a contemporary reality. There is something challenging and fascinating in the fact that just as the state of Israel was being reborn, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, one of the greatest discoveries in the history of Hebrew literature. It is as if fate sought to impress upon the minds of Jewry and all mankind the kinship between the new Israel and the ancient sources of its spiritual being, its sacred writings. The resolute efforts of the late Dr. Eliezer Sukenik, one of Israel's illustrious archaeologists, to preserve and interpret these scrolls were undertaken at times at serious risks to his safety. Yet his determination is symbolic of the reverence, pride, and devotion of the Jewish people, and particularly the Israelis, to the cultural treasures of their past. The people of the land of the Bible is engaged in a constant, energetic, almost feverish activity to uncover its origins. Hardly a month passes without a discovery illuminating some phase of ancient Jewish history, of Jewish faith and tradition. The discoveries are made by scholars and also by ordinary people in the course of their daily pursuits as farmers, builders, and workers. As an observer recently stated, it seems as if every Israeli is an amateur archaeologist, for Jewry, while building its new homeland, is also seeking to connect its new roots and the soil with its life in the Judean terrain some 2,000 years ago. What strikes anyone visiting the shrine in Israel, where the scrolls and other archaeological discoveries are on display, is the perfect blending of the old and the new, the past and the present. Historical objects in museums and shrines of other countries recall a forgotten past. The scrolls and other discoveries in Israel compose a mosaic of what Israel was, is today, and what it aspires to become tomorrow. These discoveries suggest more than a literary continuity of ancient and contemporary Hebrew writing. In the context of the grim realities confronting Israel today, the events recorded in these newly found scrolls acquire even greater meaning, for they provide a kind of modern version of the war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness of ancient days referred to in the presentation. The American philosopher and essayist George Santayana defines piety as reverence for the source of one's being, modern Israel, reaching out for the religious and cultural sources of its being through its rebuilding efforts, archaeological research, and literary labors, provides an example of the noblest piety.
Thank you, Dr. Blumenfield. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Treasure of the Dead Sea Caves, was written by Mark Siegel and was based on an article by Itzhak Ivry, a member of the staff of the Department of Education and Culture of the Jewish Agency. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruten, Mandel Kramer, Louis Soren, Mark Cavell, David Pfeffer, Guy Repp, Carl Weber, Sumner Gorman, and Charles Penman. Norman Rose was the narrator. This is Mel Brandt speaking. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Season of Fear, comes to you from Chicago and was written by Peter Barry.
At noon, the sun glared down with white-hot vehemence, and yet somehow there seemed to be a dimness upon the royal city of Jerusalem. There was nothing a man might put his finger on, but the sense of impending doom was heavy, and many squinted about, puzzled to find some reason for their heart's uneasiness in the dust-laden light of the angered sun. Only the puzzled faces of their friends they saw, and the familiar landmarks of the city of their habitation. By night, anxiety, strange and nameless, hovered over the sun-baked walls like the drifted smoke of a forest fire. And the moon rose, scudding through the ominous depth of low-lying storm clouds, shedding a fitful light upon the towers and the cobblestones, and gleaming balefully through the casements of the palace on the little hill. It was then, as the first flash of summer lightning cast the city in livid silhouette against the sky, and thunder spoke in the distance,
Did you hear?
From the king's chamber. Then heaven succor him.
Our task to succor him in lieu of heaven. Make haste and keep thy blades free. Hello within. Hello, your majesties.
Who is it there?
Eliaba and the guard.
Aye. What will ye, Captain?
Is aught amiss with the king?
Amiss, say you?
What's forth here?
Disturb you our rest in the dead of night?
Your pardons, majesties, but a fearful noise swept just now down the corridor.
A fearful noise?
Like the sound of a man screaming.
Thou and thy crew are daft, or else ye've looked too well upon the wine, Eliaba.
Ye heard nothing?
Not. Now get ye from the door and leave us our repose.
Aye, my lady.
Sweet sleep betide your majesty.
What was it, think you, frightened them so? What was it, think you?
Know you not?
I cried out in my sleep again.
As a man who sees the face of the devil.
Aye. While lied Eliab and the men.
Where's the reason they should know? If the king have a nightmare, Sire, you shudder.
I put myself in mind of my dream.
Then put it from thy mind.
'Twas not the face of the devil I saw. 'Twas his. I saw him as though he were alive, sitting his charger, full armed. Think you to escape punishment for that you did me? He said, and I fell on my face before him. Despair, assassin. Thy retribution was born this noon beside a well in Hebron.
Beside a well in Hebron.
The words were as a tempest in my ears. Weeping, I gazed up to confess my guilt, and lo, his eyes gazed down on me like twin accusing fires. 'Twas then I screamed.
Think not upon it.
Oh, how shall I not?
'Twas a false dream.
False?
Why?
Wherefore false?
Now then, my lord, take thought. Who could betray thee save thy good commander Joab, who'd suffer to have his tongue drawn forth before he'd speak against thee?
Aye, mayhap.
And apart from him, there's no man alive could speak.
You are more sure of that than I.
How so?
I feel in my heart that Nathan knows.
Nathan?
Aye.
By what earthly means could Nathan know?
I cannot tell you. Yet nonetheless I feel his knowledge growing in him hour by hour.
It is your fancy.
'Twas not my fancy, what he said today.
What said he?
As he knelt before me in morning audience, I drew a deep sigh.
Aye.
And he looked up and said quietly, "What burdens thy heart so sorely?" Oh, I near flung myself upon him and poured out the loathsome truth.
Nay, you'd not do that. You'd not so betray yourself.
I didn't do it.
The mercy of heaven be praised.
For love of thee I didn't, and for love of our son.
Our baby.
Aye. And for the endless love of Israel, lest the truth fly forth and fall into evil hands, to be used like a sword against our nation.
Oh, wise were you.
Less wise than fearful. Fearful that the Philistine maidens might rejoice the shame a monstrous king has brought upon the land.
Nay, not a monstrous king. Can you not say, I was mad when I did it? My love went beyond my reason, and I was like a raging babe devoid of judgment.
Think you not I've tried? My soul is deaf to my words. I speak, and it turns from me heedless.
Thy soul is cruel.
Say that it's righteous.
Nay, for even the most righteous of judges would hear you out.
The most righteous of judges? Aye.
There's some truth in that.
Whatever be thy evil, a righteous judge, a merciful judge would suffer you to plead before him.
A merciful judge. Heaven send me such a one to hearken, to forgive or to condemn, that I may live again, or else perish utterly. I would welcome whatever punishment might bring an ending to this living death.
There is thunder amidst the heat.
Aye,
Think you relief will come?
if God be willing,
Can you not rest, my lord?
I can make a pretense at it. Good night.
Peace be upon thee.
Would that it were.
What meant he?
Who?
Urias?
Urias?
In the dream. What was't he said?
Thy retribution was born this day, said he, beside a well in Hebron.
What meant that, sire?
I know not. I know not. I know little save the bitterness of my guilt. My guilt.
David, my king.
Bathsheba. Bathsheba.
The dreadful night was still young, the moon still climbing behind the clouds that clouded the breathless heavens. Now, as it climbed, Zanoe, son of Anim, stood in the doorway of his inn a few hours' ride from Jerusalem, his brow wet with the intensity of the heat. He shook his head with wonder as the drops trickled down his cheeks. It was rarely warm in this inn of Zanoe's, for his father's father had built it in a grove of gnarled olive trees, beside a well in Hebron. The day had been a poor one for business. The raging heat had discouraged travelers from the road, but even so, Zanoe was not pleased at the sight of the man who came riding in, stiff and erect across the courtyard. He did not like the overbright dark eyes, nor the brilliant white of the flashing smile. And the swift, brisk sound of the voice increased the sense of uneasiness that all day had haunted Zanoe.
The blessings of heaven visit thee, my host.
Peace unto thee, stranger.
If I may present myself, Abasak, a merchant of Sayor. Behold, I am a stranger no longer. House you many guests here, my host?
A few. Why ask you?
Curiosity, brother. No more than that. House you an ailing woman named Ozari?
Mayhap.
And she was bled this day by a healer brought hither from my city of Sayor?
Know you all this of an old creature who launders and tends the fires for me?
News travels on the locust wing in the land. There is talk throughout Hebron of the spectacle she made this noon.
The bleeding was ill done. She was raving with delirium.
How know you what she said was all raving?
I have forgot what she did say.
Let me refresh you. By report, she broke from her bed and flung herself onto the courtyard stones, wailing of a dark matter concerning the king, and of how she dared not die with a secret locked in her soul.
Was it not the fever spoke?
On the chance that it spoke the truth, I am come to talk with her. Here, a bag of silver coins. More profit than you'll see in a month of days.
So much of money.
Where do I find her, brother?
She lies in the chamber at the head of the stairs.
Israel's gratitude will outlast the stars.
But you must wait, Abasak.
Wait?
There was one who came before thee.
What?
He is with her now. A little after moonrise he came, and for a like bag of silver coins, I promised him an hour undisturbed.
I have laid my cause before thee, woman.
Aye, my lord.
Aye, and I conjure thee, in the name of thy love of all goodness, tell me the nature of this thing thou knowest.
Who is it ye be?
Thrice now have I answered this.
Forgiveness, noble lord. My wits are sore vexed.
I am Rembrandt, the Berathite.
Oh, aye.
Here to beseech you to tell me all you may know of the heartless beast called David.
He is heartless?
Vain he is, fierce and remorseless. Hark you, hag.
He will not harm me.
Harm thee? Why, I have come to aid thee, pay thee. See, golden coins from Sidon. Behold, a princely price.
But scarce enough for a king's purchase, if I may say so.
What's this?
Such goods come high, my eager friend.
Who are you?
My name's called Abasat.
Aye.
Aye.
What seek you here?
I think thou knowest.
I was promised an hour alone with her.
Thou'st had 2 minutes past thy due.
Thou liest, innkeeper!
Thy time is sped now. Give another man a chance.
Take away thy hand.
And I do. It reaches for my steel.
Peace, my lord.
Thou hearest the woman. Now silence, curse thee. So, this is the good mother of Zari. Forgive me, but I could not help but hear what this noble lord has said to you.
Nay?
Nay. I have a bad manner of opening doors softly, but this time it has served thee and my cause most handily.
What will you have of me?
The same as he would, but for the best of reasons.
My head is numb with aching.
Yet hear me out. I bring thee the world, Ozare.
The world?
A palace shall you have.
But when shall all this come?
Aye, whence?
For myself and my friends and brothers.
Where are men of such wealth?
I know naught of men of wealth. Men of blood are we, remnants of the army of Abner and followers of the house of Saul.
Saul?
Comrades who would live against the time that we seize the throne and commence a new and glorious day in Israel.
Heed not this man. Heed him not, Ozari.
I bade thee keep silent.
He seeks only after power.
Aye, power to seize a strangled nation from the grip of a tyrant. Thy purpose is nobler.
Mine is the noblest of purposes.
Name it, then.
The avenging of the dead. In the first months of his rule, this swine, this demon, ordered the deaths of my sweet young sons.
Alas, poor man.
Willst thou not tell me thy secret? Willst thou not aid me to avenge the innocent slain?
How shall the slain compare to the future of a living nation? Aid me, Ozare.
To which of us will ye speak?
I can speak to neither of you.
What says she?
Jest ye with us?
Nay. I do but now put myself in mind. Shortly past noon, my daughter set forth for Jerusalem to seek his advice.
Whose advice?
Nathan's. The prophet Nathan.
Nathan's.
And I vowed to hold my peace till she returned.
In Baal's name, what has she told him?
Only what she knows.
What knows she?
That I fell in a swoon and cried out I knew some evil of the king.
Then must you entrust the truth to me before soldiers are sent to wring it from thee. What is this evil?
Nay, entrust it to me, woman.
Be gone.
Not while I live.
Speak, my cause is Israel's.
My sons were slaughtered.
And thou shalt follow them.
Put up thy knife.
Lena spoke you to Nathan.
Aye.
What said he?
Without a word, he donned his cloak and rode out with me to Hebron. He waits upon the stairs.
Sweet mercy, bring him in to us.
Aye.
Leaving such a man to wait upon the stairs.
Be warned, Ozari. To tell him thy secret is to keep it forever locked in darkness.
Wherefore?
Know you not he's a king's man? If it be aught of discredit to his master, he'd see thee dead ere it should reach the light of day.
Aye, dead and thy tomb forgot.
Welcome, honored prophet.
God send his peace and blessing on this house. Is it Rembrandt the Berathite? I knew not 'twas thy habit to visit the sick. And thee, brother, is thy name not Abishak?
Abishak be it.
Of the tribe of Benjamin.
Benjamin.
And a one-time lieutenant of the rebel Abner.
Of Captain Abner, my lord.
Knowest thou every face in Israel, Nathan?
Nay, Reverend, every heart. May I see the woman alone?
As ye will. Please to follow me, my lord.
I will make my whereabouts known to thy daughter, good Azari.
Aye.
And forget not what we've said to thee.
What have they said to thee?
That thou art a man of the king,
All good subjects are such, I think.
and that there's naught ye would not do to shield him.
Is there some reason you'd not have me shield him?
I'm told that he is heartless.
Heartless?
Rembrandt hath said he doomed to death his sweet young sons.
Rembrandt hath said this?
Aye.
And of those sweet young sons, what hath he said?
Naught.
Not that they robbed the house of a sleeping friend and killed him in his bed? Not that they butchered him and bore his bleeding head like a prize to David in Jerusalem, hoping to be rewarded for their murder?
Nay, he said not this.
Then surely he hath not said that this friend of theirs was an enemy to David, and that a lesser and less righteous man might have rewarded them with gold instead of death?
Abishak says he is no righteous man. A tyrant, Abishak calls him.
Abishak. Know ye what Abishak is?
Nay.
He is an evil dreamer, a tyrant maker who'd overthrow our Lord anointed and set a puppet in his place to glance aside while irresponsible adventurers loot and sack this Israel, north and south. Such is his evil dream, and he calls David tyrant.
'Twas not the worst they called him.
Spare me, I know well what they said and better what they didn't. When a dark hour descends on a great man, let him beware the hovering birds of prey, the vulture and the cormorant, who wait to make high holiday of shouting loud his vices, drowning with their cries the good he's done. Abishak and Rembrandt, one mad for power, the other for revenge, eager to judge the hapless king who bore the holy ark from Caesar and builds e'en now the spacious temple of the Lord. What hast thou told him?
Naught.
Good.
But my knowledge doth weigh heavily upon me.
Then I am come to thy relief. Unburden thee, O sorry.
One night, a little better than a year since, a soldier on his way back from Jerusalem to join the fight at Rabbath rested here till dawn.
Aye.
His name. I knew it, but I've lost it now.
It was not Urias?
Even so. Verily it was. He was the husband, then, of her who's now the queen. How knew you his name?
Say on, good sister.
As I recall, he slept a while in his chamber, and then he rose and found his way to the common room to dine. 'Twas then I went up to his chamber to dust and place new linen on his couch. It thundered then, as it is thundering now. The wind blew wild. Upon a table lay his sword and helmet, and a roll of fine parchment fell to the floor, shattering the seal. I picked it up and glanced at it. Oh, would God I'd not.
Say on.
It was a message to Joab, the commander at Rabbath, ordering him to place the bearer in the forefront of the fight so that he'd surely perish. I read it twice before I saw 'twas signed with the king's name. Breathless, I sealed it again with candle wax and fled, and spoke not of it since to anyone till now. Where go you?
To the king at Jerusalem.
Wherefore?
To face him with his crime.
Surely he'd fear to do
I fear only evil.
Thy blood will be on my head. And to what end? Who could punish a king?
2 kings. Himself and God.
The dark of an early, thunderous dawning lay still across the city as Eliaba opened the door of the royal chamber, tiptoed across the marbled floor, and touched the sleeve of David as he lay sleeping beside his queen.
Aye. What will you? Nathan is below. He has been to Hebron and back and demands to speak with thee.
Demands?
Aye. I would have pled the earliness of the hour, but there was so dire a look upon his face, I dared not cross him.
I will come. Said he anything of the nature of his business?
Aye, but I followed it not. He said it concerned a man of wealth and power who coveted a poor man's only and most precious possession. Dost understand this?
Aye, Eliaba. I understand.
David, where go you?
Sleep, beloved.
A judge has come to court.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting H.D. Heyman, who is chairman of the Jewish Theological Seminary campaign for Chicago and past president of the B'nai Zion Synagogue, Chicago. Mr. Heyman.
How interesting it is that one of the greatest men of the Bible, King David, is acknowledged to have committed a terrible sin. Paradoxically, had David been flawless, he would not commend his stature as a tragic hero that he does for us today, nor would his story be so rich in philosophic, psychological meaning. For out of the dramatic episode in which the prophet Nathan confronts the king with his guilt, saying, "Thou art the man," come 2 important meanings. Nathan stands for eternal truth as well as judgment. David, on the other hand, represents the authority of the absolute state, temporal power, and sovereign monarchy. Of the 2, truth is the greater, and the state, however powerful, must always surrender to its final judgment. The second great meaning derives from the willingness, indeed the positive longing of King David for chastisement. For from this part of the story, we see the possibility and the value of repentance. Repentance, that beautiful concept that lies at the heart of Judaism. It was only with his spirit and peace of mind almost completely broken that David went willingly to meet his judge. But out of the agonizing sincerity of his guilt and the glory of his repentance came the development of his character. It is in this period that he wrote his most beautiful and moving psalm, which remains among the most eloquent poetry ever written. The experience of David is the experience of every man. Though our sins be not so enormous, still our repentance may be as sincere. And though the great political states of today are many times the size of David's kingdom, still, we must not be afraid to stand up as Nathan did and declare the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Heyman. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Season of Fear, was written by Peter Barry. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Ken Nordine, Arthur Peterson, Maurice Copeland, Sandra Gare, Harry Elders, Everett Clark, Fern Persons, and Norman Gottschalk. The music was written by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Bernard Berquist. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Howard Keegan and came to you today from Chicago. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Wrestling with an Angel, was written by Peter Barry.
I give you my word, Rabbi. I'm not insane.
Insane?
There's no need to be tactful with me.
I beg your pardon, Ben, but nothing could be further from my mind.
I happen to know my wife came here to see you.
I had no intention of keeping Deborah's visit a secret.
She certainly made no secret of my condition.
Well, she told me that you weren't quite yourself.
She told you much more than that.
Well, there were some details, sleeplessness, depression, a kind of general withdrawal, but neither she nor I think for a moment you're insane.
Still, you suggest I see a psychiatrist.
Yes, I do. I recommend it strongly. A good man might be able to relieve you, Ben.
Of what?
Your misery.
How would he relieve me of my misery?
By helping you see yourself more clearly. In no time at all, he might clarify what's disturbing you.
And if I know what's disturbing me?
Do you?
Yes. I've seen myself too clearly, Rabbi Samuels.
I'd known him long and well. Benjamin Korff was a pillar of my congregation, and my bookshelves held 100 volumes published by the House of Korff and Company, sound and excellent volumes of quality and culture. Down the years, I'd laughed and wept and prayed with him, but as he stared at me across my study, his familiar eyes were alien and defiant, and I saw with unhappy certainty that his wife was right. Whatever troubled him was a deep and soul-shattering threat to his very existence. In the recent years, men of my profession have had more than ample contact with spiritual and mental suffering. Benjamin's symptoms recited by Mrs. Korff were by no means new to me. A progressive change of heart toward all he loved most. An aversion to friends and amusements, then an avoidance of her and the children. Finally, an overwhelming distaste for his work in all its aspects. I knew he was in desperate need, but his attitude was a barrier precluding inquiry. What little else I learned was relayed to me by his anxious, bewildered wife. On the following day, she called to say that his condition was worse. The day after, she reported a distressing interview at the bank. Without Korff at the helm, the publishing house was tottering on the edge of collapse, and his long-established credit was seriously jeopardized. On the third day, she came to my study again.
The first time I came here, you said, we can sometimes deal with these things ourselves if we know approximately when they began. Well, I know now. It was about 6 weeks ago on a holiday weekend. For a long time, we'd talked about straightening up the attic, Ben and I. And that day, we decided to take the bull by the horns.
I see.
It seems like such a wonderful afternoon to me now. Ben was in a very good humor, thumbing through some back number magazines, reading aloud and laughing. I recall that clearly. I was on my knees cleaning out a trunk he'd had before we were married. And then suddenly I saw it.
What?
This.
She placed a photograph on the desk before me. A very old photograph, composed in the dark brown tones of early photography, dingy now and worn with time. Even so, I could see that it had been made on a small, middle-class lawn on a fairly sunny day. In the foreground were three figures. One of them, Benjamin, very slender and sensitive in his late teens. Beside him stood a somewhat older boy with a robust, grinning face. Between them in a wheelchair sat an aged, white-haired patriarch.
The one on the right, you know.
Yeah, that's Benjamin. And the old man?
His father. I've seen pictures of him before.
Most impressive gentleman.
Yes.
Oh, how long ago this must have been taken. Who's the other lad?
That's the point, Rabbi Samuels. I don't know.
You aren't curious?
I asked.
And?
I took the picture over to where Ben was standing. Who's this Ben? I said. He was smiling until he looked up and saw the picture. And he hasn't smiled once since. That's when it began. I'm sure of it. I don't know why, but that's when.
She left the picture with me, and I sat until after sunset, trying to fathom what it had meant to my friend Benjamin Corf. Then, with the early starlit dusk massing outside my windows, I picked up the phone and called him.
I'm not interested in any more talk.
Oh, please, Ben.
It's a waste of time.
I want to ask you a question.
I know 1,000 questions about myself.
No, one question. About a photograph.
When shall I come?
As soon as it's convenient. I left the picture on top of my desk so that it should be the first thing he saw as he entered. Come in. I'm sorry to have called you, Ben, but your wife was here this afternoon.
I see she was here. She brought this?
Yes, she did.
Well, I suppose she had her reasons.
Deborah's a reasonable woman.
No doubt of that. You wanted to ask me something, you said.
Yes.
Well?
Who are the people in that photograph, Ben?
Why, that's me. That's my father, rest his soul.
There's a third person.
Oh, some friend of the family's, I suppose.
His name?
His name? This thing was taken 30 years ago.
Oh, even so, I thought you might remember.
A man forgets a name in 30 years.
A man forgets some things in a day and others he remembers always.
This is a thing I forgot.
Who is he, Ben?
What do you want from me?
I want you to make an effort to save yourself.
That can't be done.
I don't believe it.
Believe it, please. Believe it and let me be.
When a psychiatrist says it's true, I will.
Psychiatrist. There's nothing a psychiatrist can do here. I'm not a lunatic.
Pardon me, but you sound more and more like one.
I knew I shouldn't have come here.
It's despicable and cowardly for a man to yield like this to the destruction of his family.
My family's provided for.
And his business.
It's not my business.
What?
It's his.
Whose?
Stop badgering me. Stop.
Oh, Benjamin. Look, Benjamin, I'm your friend, sincerely, relentlessly. And a trustworthy friend, Benjamin. Whatever tortures you, I promise it'll die with me and bring shame to nobody. Ben, give me a chance to help.
Nothing can help.
God included.
Most of all, God. He's turned his back on me.
Why?
Because he's God and good. Wants no part of me.
And who has pronounced this judgment?
I have.
Have you the right to condemn a man's soul?
It's my soul.
Did you make it, Ben? Please, Ben, for Deborah's sake, for your children's sake, for mine, tell me.
All right. I'll tell you. And when I do, you'll turn your back on me.
We'll see about that.
I know who the boy in the picture is.
I was certain of it.
His name is David Korf.
Korf?
He's my brother. In all these years, I haven't mentioned him to you, nor to Deborah nor the children, nor any of the trusting, unsuspecting people who think the best of me. It hasn't been an oversight. He hasn't slipped my mind. I've deliberately tried to keep him hidden and forgotten. But when Deborah found this picture, I realized that I hadn't forgotten him, and that he'll never be hidden from me. We're about as much alike, we two, as storm and sunshine. He was the older, bigger, and stronger than I, with more courage and lust for life than 5 of me. We were never close. In fact, there was such a gulf between us that I was surprised the night I woke to find him standing over my bed. Surprised and a little frightened. Father was old and very ill, and I thought, with my heart pounding, he'd come to tell me the worst.
It's nothing like that. Take it easy, Benny.
Papa's all right, then?
I guess. The nurse is in there with him. She'll let us know.
I see. What is it you want?
I want to talk to you, kid. Keep your voice down and listen to what I say.
Yes, Dave.
I need a little money. It's going to be the last money I ever need from anybody.
What do you mean?
I got to lay my hands on $1,000, Benny, and it's got to be right away.
$1,000?
I know it sounds like a lot of money, but it's chicken feed to what I'm going to make with it. Believe me, chicken feed. Now, the fact is, some friends of mine are letting me in on a deal they can't miss. It'd take too much time to explain it the way they did it to me, but it's big. Take my word for it. It's tremendous.
Yes,
Now, here's the angle. I got somebody let me have the $1,000, but they're looking for collateral. Now, you know what collateral is, huh?
Yes, I know.
Smart kid. You always were bright as a new dime. Well, this person, a professional in the field, is all for yours truly. And he's willing to take my equity in Coffin Company against a loan.
Your equity?
Yeah.
You haven't got any equity. The business belongs to Papa.
Well, it belongs to Papa now, but sooner or later, you know...
You're talking... You're talking about what you inherit.
Nobody loves Papa more than me, but deals like this are once in a lifetime. And you know what the doctor said.
I don't want to talk about it.
You gotta talk to me about it.
You heard Dave.
Lay still, then. You've been a baby all your life, but you're over 21 now, and I'm making you act like it. Let me go. No, you're gonna hear what I tell you.
What do you come to me for, anyhow?
Because I need you.
Need me?
This professional says no matter what I agree to, you might come along later with some phony claim and give him a lot of headaches. Now, according to him, he can't see his way clear unless you come down with me in the morning and sign a couple of papers.
He wants a release.
Something like that. And you'll do it, won't you, like a good kid? Now, I'll see that you're taken care of.
I'll have to think about it, Dave. I'd already thought about it. Thought it through. It wasn't difficult to outthink Dave. He was a simple creature, direct and primitive. And it sickens me now to realize how shrewd and cunning I must have been. My mind was made up before I slept. And the next morning, when he came to plead with me again, the trap was ready to be sprung.
You mean you got that kind of money?
I started working afternoons when I was 12, Dave. I've saved a little.
A little? $1,000 ain't such a little. You honestly mean you lend it to me?
No. I'll give it to you, though, Dave.
You don't mean that. You're an okay kid. I'm going to do something nice for you, Benny. Believe me, I am.
Dave, you can do something for me now.
I can? I got nothing but high hopes and the clothes on my back.
You can make out a paper giving me your equity in Coffin Company.
What do you mean?
Those are my terms, Dave.
This on the level?
Yep.
Let me get this straight. You'd really settle for some old presses and a hatful of debts?
The professional was willing to settle for them.
Well, it's different with him, kid.
How?
He just sold the presses and let him sue him for the debts. You can't do that. You'll have to pay him.
I've always intended to.
Why?
Well, it'd take a long time to explain it to you, Dave.
Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I won't.
You got yourself a deal.
A deal.
I'm going to hold you to it, Benny.
And I'm going to hold you. Capable, efficient, and cold-blooded, I left no stone unturned. That afternoon, a lawyer drew up an airtight agreement, and I remember the thrill of triumph that went through me as I saw Dave put his signature under mine. I had what I wanted. Dave could speculate and gamble as he chose. I had the thing of value, a publishing company, in debt, perhaps, and suffering from the neglect of Father's illness, but a dignified entity with which a man might work and grow and prosper. I told my secret to no one, not even my father. His age and sickness had dimmed his judgment, I told myself, and at all events, it was better to keep my own counsel. I had no time for regret thereafter, no time at all. Like an automaton, I lost myself in the jungle of details that were swamping my father's business, working, planning, scheming, endlessly, relentlessly. At the end of 6 months, I'd contrived to pay the debts and show a sizable profit. And at the end of 6 months, my father passed away. A little time went by, and the scheme in which David placed such high hopes had collapsed. The friends who had promised him easy money had vanished, and with them his investment. But he managed a smile and a swagger somehow when he came to see me at the shop in the heat of that roaring noon.
I can arrange for you to stay on, Benny.
How's that?
I said I can arrange for you to stay on here.
Arrange?
With the new owner-to-be. I'm selling out, kid.
You are?
Yeah. Oh, about that $1,000 you loaned me, don't worry about it for a minute.
I've never worried about it, Dave.
You've been okay, kid. Most ain't so okay about money they lend.
I haven't been okay, Dave. I didn't lend it. I bought an agreement with you, remember? And that agreement stands.
You think you're going to take all this away from me for a measly $1,000?
I'll give you my lawyer's name and address. He's sure I can. You're not fooling your way through this, so forget it, Dave. I can arrange for you to stay on if you'd like.
Thanks a million.
Oh, it's a serious offer.
Don't make me laugh.
You haven't even asked what the salary is.
Whatever it is, I'll do better elsewhere.
Are you sure of that, Dave?
Sure not. I'd starve in the streets before I play second fiddle to a four-eyed bookworm like you.
David!
See you later!
And I've never seen him since.
I understand.
I've heard about him from time to time, about the life he's had. Empty, pointless, pitiful thing that it is. And I've flown high, my friend. I'm Benjamin Korff, publisher of the best, enlightener of the nation, bringer of culture to the masses. It was a star ride, bright and mighty, until Deborah showed me that photograph, and the ride ended abruptly in a dead center of nowhere.
I see.
The illusion shattered like glass, and I suddenly knew the truth. I'm nothing. No one. Everything I have belongs by right to David. Every bit of prosperity and acclaim I've known, he's paid for in frustration and obscurity. Do you understand now why a psychiatrist would be beside the point?
Perhaps.
Do you realize at last who I am, my friend?
No, who are you?
Cain. The biblical Cain, and the mark is on me.
Benjamin.
Yes.
How many Bibles have you published?
Bibles? Thousands, I suppose.
Have you ever read one?
As much as most men.
And yet you imagine your story parallels Cain's?
I struck him down, didn't I? We were brothers, weren't we?
Many men have been brothers, Benjamin.
After all this time, you still don't see. Listen to me.
No, my friend. The time has come for you to listen. Let me tell you of two other brothers who lived in that same pastoral Canaan of Cain and Abel. Of a boy who stood one golden afternoon, stirring a steaming pot, and of the sound of a hunting horn that came suddenly blasting through the world's tranquility. The boy turned. Behind him in the tent portal, there appeared his brother, stalwart, deep-chested, and clad in the skins of animals. Some say he had come from hunting, and others from murder and quick-gotten gains. But whencever he came, he was hungry, and he wanted what he wanted, when he wanted it.
Give me of thy cooking, brother, quick, make haste.
Nay, sir, father dotes upon this pottage, and he has need of it in the weakness of his age.
Give me, I bid ye. By the stars it reeks of goodness, I crave it, and I swear I'd have it if it cost me all my soul.
A foolish jest.
Is it the point of my javelin a jest?
Thy soul for a mess of pottage.
Esau cares nothing for his soul. His satisfaction is the soul of Esau. The price is nothing. I'll have what I desire.
Even so.
Aye, so.
Wouldst give thy birthright for it?
Now you do jest.
I jest not.
Wouldst really give me of this red pottage for nothing more than that?
With all my heart.
Why then, 'tis done.
Why,
I can scarce believe thee.
Believe me, lad, and serve it forth before I rip it from you.
Forgive me, Benjamin, for telling a story that had been told 5,000 times 5,000 years ago. But
why did you tell it?
Answer me first. Why did it come to pass, Ben?
What do you mean?
Did the birthright change hands because of Jacob's devious cunning? Or because of Esau's lack of love for it?
I don't know. I've heard it said Esau was faint with hunger.
So the Bible says itself. But it fails to say how hungry Jacob would have had to be before he'd have made such a bargain. So profitless, so without soul. Esau, you see, loved only what he could hold in the palm of his hand. And had not Jacob won it, he'd have sold the birthright late or soon for a bowstring or another draught of ale. Jacob was the hungerer, and he took the birthright unto himself with eagerness, and cherished and savored its subtle nourishment, for which Esau, by his nature, could have no appetite. You follow me, Benjamin?
Yes.
You remember that later, when the time had come for blind old Isaac to give his blessing to the eldest, it was Jacob, again hungering for the lofty and intangible, who covered his hands with the skins of animals and stole into his father's tent.
Esau. I, my father. Are you, in truth, he? Hast thou not felt my hands?
The hands. The hands are the hands of Esau, but the voice is the voice of Jacob.
Bless me, Father.
I will bless thee.
And Jacob was blessed. God loved Jacob, because in him grew the flower of the future, deep planted in the rich soil of veneration for the good things of the past. Like yourself, Benjamin, Jacob revered the work of his father and the world he'd built, and longed to grow and prosper in it with patience and in peace. Like yourself, he knew that his brother's hands would rend the precious heritage and loose it to the winds. For this God loved him, and chose to give unto Jacob his covenant. Aye, he was cunning. Shrewd was Jacob, adaptable to and able to bend as the reed bends to the necessities of that reality by which man sustains himself. And for that, God loved him all the more, loved him and saw in him the resourceful and devoted man, fit to be eternally the father figure of his people. Does God turn his back then upon such as you, my friend? Oh, no. You're a poor judge, Benjamin, both of yourself and of heaven.
Is this the truth? Is it really so?
I believe it is.
But I'm not Jacob. Jacob triumphed. He didn't fall ill as I've fallen ill. He had no guilt because he knew none.
He knew no guilt? Have you decided so? Even though you know that years later, when circumstances brought his brother close to him, we're told that Jacob was alone and there wrestled with a man until the break of day. Benjamin, alone he wrestled with a man. What has that meant to you?
I've never quite understood it.
Well, haven't you wondered how a man alone would wrestle with anyone save himself?
Yes, I have.
Well, then cease to wonder. That man with whom Jacob wrestled was at once Jacob and an angel. And he knew guilt, and he suffered as you're suffering, as each man must suffer when he wrestles with the angel within, when he's like two embattled armies warring against himself. Do you understand?
Perhaps. Yes. I think I do.
Well, then count the time wherein you have endured this agony a holy time, and the place where you have endured it a holy place. For can an encounter with an angel be reckoned otherwise than a blessing from on high?
My good friend,
you've wrestled through the night, and it's time now, Ben, for daybreak. Time to release the angel. Time for the angel to release you. Time for him to say to you, as he said to Jacob, when he renamed him Israel, "Thou hast striven with God and with men, and hast prevailed." If you would like a copy of today's script,
please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Saul Eisenberg, prominent Detroit business leader and co-chairman of the Detroit Friends of the Seminary. Mr. Eisenberg.
On the face of it, the story you have just heard is a dramatic account of a spiritual crisis in the life of one man. Yet, if we look into it more deeply, Benjamin Korff is also a symbol. And the problem he struggled with is a parable which holds true for a great many people today. By his own admission, Benjamin Korff had once taken unfair advantage of his brother, a brother who, like Esau, had rejected his own birthright. But Benjamin had made matters even worse by not facing up to his mistake and correcting it in time. Instead, he buried it, out of sight and out of mind, for over 30 years. And when, many years too late, the memory of his sin was recalled, he was overwhelmed by a burden of guilt, far too great for one man to bear. The trouble with him was that his struggle with his conscience came much too late to do him or his brother any good. And now, as the good rabbi told him, he was committing even a greater wrong by torturing himself uselessly. There are many people who, like Benjamin Korff, go through life crushed and paralyzed by a sense of guilt over something that is beyond recall. They indulge in self-pity, and they assume that even God has turned his back on them forever. The Jewish tradition teaches us to avoid wrongdoing in the first place, but it also tells us that no man has a right to condemn his own soul forever, or to consign himself and his family to a perpetual blind alley of useless remorse. No man is perfect, and God does not turn his back on us if we sincerely repent our sins. God gives each human being the challenge and the opportunity to struggle with himself, as Jacob did in the Bible. But this struggle is not an end in itself. Its purpose is to conquer our evil desires and return to life and its moral duties. Both the Bible and modern psychology teach us that whatever guilt we feel about the past can be made bearable only if we atone for it and turn our eyes towards the future. Only in this way can we face life creatively, with hope, determination, and renewed faith in God's moral law.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Wrestling with an Angel, was written by Peter Barry. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shields. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose, Carl Weber, Connie Lemke, Joe DeSantis, and Edwin Jerome. This is Mel Brandt speaking. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, written by Seymour Wright, is entitled Not Without Tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me if I seem a bit nervous, but I've never been on a radio program before, and it's really...
In trouble again, Tevye?
Nachum Mendel, what are you doing here?
I thought you might be able to use a little help.
To tell the truth, I can. This program is supposed to be all about Sholem Aleichem, and somehow they put me in charge.
Well, what's so strange about that? After all, Sholem Aleichem was a very wonderful writer, and you're Tevye the dairyman, one of his greatest creations. He wrote a great many stories about you, so who can be better qualified to talk about him than you can?
Very well, I'll try. Ladies and gentlemen, today we bring you the story of the beloved humorist and writer Sholem Aleichem. His real name was Sholem Rabinowitz. He was born in Russia in 1850 and died in America in 1916. During his lifetime, he produced over 40 volumes of stories, novels, and plays. No, this isn't the way.
Now, what's the matter now?
He was born here, he lived there. That's not Sholem Aleichem. His life was more than a handful of facts.
What are you talking about?
Menachem Mendel, to be perfectly frank, and meaning no disrespect, Sholem Aleichem's life wasn't a very dramatic or exciting one. To really know him, you have to know the people he wrote about. The people of the little towns like the one he himself grew up in. The fish peddlers, the tailors, the poultry women, the children, the Hebrew teachers and their students. Those are the important things. The things that matter.
All right. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to talk about the people in Sholem Aleichem's books, go right ahead.
Well, how do I do it? What should I say? I'm a dairyman, not an orator. Besides, I haven't any of his books here.
That's no problem at all.
Oh! A whole shelf full of books. Where did they come from? How did they get here?
My dear Tevye, on radio, anything is possible.
Look, Tevye's Daughters, and the Adventures of Mortal and Morning Star, the Old Country, Inside Kazrilivka, The Great Fair. I don't know where to begin.
Well, why don't you begin with Kazrilivka? After all, who in the entire world did Sholem Aleichem love more than the poor Kazrilivkites? Huh? Here, you remember the story, Tevye? The town of the little people?
Oh, yes, of course.
The town of the little people into which I shall now take you, dear reader, is exactly in the middle of that blessed pale into which Jews have been packed as closely as herring in a barrel and told to increase and multiply. The name of the town is Kazrilivka. How did this name originate? I'll tell you. Among us Jews, poverty has many faces and many aspects. A poor man is an unlucky man. He is a pauper, a beggar, a starveling, a tramp, or a plain failure. A different tone is used in speaking of each one, but all these names express human wretchedness. However, there is still another name, Kazril, or Kazrilik. That name is spoken in a different tone altogether, almost a bragging tone. A Kazrilik is not just an ordinary pauper, a failure in life. On the contrary, he is a man who is not allowed poverty to degrade him. He laughs at it. He is poor, but cheerful. That's how they all are, these little people. Poor, but cheerful. It's hard to say what makes them so happy. Nothing. Just sheer joy of living. Living? If you ask them, how do you live, they will answer.
How do we live? Who knows? We live.
Whenever you meet them, they are scurrying like rabbits, this one here, that one there. And if you ask, what are you hurrying for? They reply,
What are we hurrying for? Well, if we hurry, we might run into something, earn a few pennies, provide for the Sabbath.
To provide for the Sabbath.
That is their goal in life. All week they labor and sweat, wear themselves out, live without food or drink, just so there is something for the Sabbath. And when Holy Sabbath arrives, let Yechupetz perish, let Odessa be razed, let Paris itself sink into the earth. Kazrilevka live. But the real pride of Kazrilevka is her old cemetery. This cemetery, though it is overgrown with grass and with bushes and has practically no upright headstones, they still value as they might a treasure and guard it like the apple of their eye. For this is not only the place where their ancestors lie, rabbis, men of piety, learned ones, scholars and famous people, but also the only piece of land of which they are masters, the only bit of earth they own, where a blade of grass can sprout and a tree can grow, and the air is fresh, and one can breathe freely. If you haven't seen it, go down into the cemetery, read the old half-obliterated inscriptions on the leaning tombstones, and you will find in them the story of a whole people. And if you happen to be a man of feeling and imagination, then you will look upon this poor little town with its rich cemetery and repeat the old verses. How beautiful are your tents, O Jacob. How good are your resting places, O Israel.
Ha, 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 ha. An amazing man, Tevye.
Who?
Sholem Aleichem. Who do you think? He traveled all over the world, here, there, all over, writing, lecturing, rubbing elbows with the greatest. But even so, he never lost touch with the little people of Kazrilivka.
That's because he never lost touch with himself, Menachem Mendel. It is written...
Yeah, please, Tevye. No quotations or misquotations. Eh?
Very well. We'll go back to the books. Let's see. Wandering Star. Ah, you remember this story? The one called Third Class?
If you ever plan to take a trip of any distance at all, don't under any circumstance travel first or second class. As far as first class is concerned, there isn't much to say. It's usually empty, and what's the pleasure in riding all by yourself with no one to talk to? You might even forget how to talk. And do you think second class is any better? Here you sit surrounded by people who may look no different from yourself, people with the same desires and the same temptations as yours. They would like to speak to you. They may be dying to know who you are, where you come from, and where you're going. But they sit facing each other like dummies in a store window. In short, when you travel second class, you are bound to feel like a stranger. You're a stranger among your own people. But if you travel third class, then you're completely at home. If anything, you may feel yourself just a little too much at home. All around you there is noise and confusion, crowding and pushing. You don't know just where you are, who your neighbors are, but it doesn't take you long to become acquainted with each other.
Your first trip to Broiberg?
I'm not going to Boiberg. I'm going to Zalodievka.
Ah, to visit relatives.
No. On business.
Of course. The minute I laid eyes on you, I said to myself, there's a salesman. Pots and pans.
Not pots and pans. Linens and laces.
No doubt you're staying at the Hotel Frenchia?
Oh, no. I'll stay with my Uncle Mordecai. He's a tailor.
You have an Uncle Mordecai, a tailor? Oh, then you must be Borchesh Leadvosh's son-in-law.
Yes, I am Borchesh Leadvosh's son-in-law, and my wife is Shana Shendel, Borchesh Leadvosh's daughter. How did you know?
Because your mother-in-law's grandmother, Sarah Yente, and my wife's aunt, Fumizlata, were, I believe, first cousins. And if I'm not mistaken, you are
If you are traveling third class and the time comes for morning prayers and you don't have a prayer shawl or phylacteries with you, don't worry. Someone will see to it that you get both and anything else you need. In return, however, when you are through with your prayers, be so kind, please, as to open your suitcase and pass around whatever food you have brought. If you have only an orange or a piece of strudel, don't be ashamed. Pass it around. On the road and in company, appetites are lively. If you have a bottle of wine with you, you will certainly get plenty of customers. Everyone will taste it and give you his expert opinion.
Excellent wine. A very fine Bessarabian Muscat.
My dear sir, excuse me, but you're quite wrong. This is obviously an imported Ackerman.
What do you mean? Ackerman, Muscat? Anyone who knows wine can tell that it's a Covashna Bordeaux.
I say it's an Ackerman.
No, I still maintain...
Friends, please listen to me. When it comes to wine, ask a real expert. Of course. Well, gentlemen, do you know what this is? It's plain, simple, pure, homemade kosher port. The kind we make in our own cellar. Of course, you boy. I knew it all the time.
Menachem Mendel.
Yes, Tevye.
If you don't mind my asking, where did that train whistle come from?
Oh, the train whistle? It was a sound effect.
Sound defect?
Effect, yes. They use them all the time on the radio, eh?
Menachem Mendel, is there anything you don't know?
My dear Tevye, I am a man of the world.
Of course, you weren't always so smart. Remember when I gave you all my money, my life savings, and you took it to your chuppets and lost every penny in the stock market?
Tevye, shh, please. Did we come here to talk about me or Shalom Aleichem, eh?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress. As it is said, the world continues in its course. Let bygones be bygones. Time and tide wait for no man.
Speaking of time, do you remember Reb Nochum's clock?
Of course. Who doesn't remember it?
We had a hanging clock. It was an ancient clock that my grandfather had inherited from his father, and his father's father straight back to the days of Count Khmelnytsky. What a pity that a clock is a lifeless thing, mute and without speech. Otherwise, what stories it could have told and told. It had a name throughout the town, Reb Nochum's clock, so unfaltering and true in its course that men came from all directions to set their own clocks and watches by it. Almost half the town ordered its life according to it. And what is Jewish life without a clock? How many things there are that must be timed to the minute: lighting of the Sabbath candles, the end of the Sabbath, the daily prayers, the salting and the soaking of the meat, the intervals between meals. In short, our clock was the town clock, was always faithful to us and to itself, and in all its existence it never knew a repairman. But there came a day when a strange thing happened. A beautiful, cloudless day when we were sitting at the noonday meal. Whenever the clock struck, I liked to count the strokes, and I did it out loud.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13? A fine mathematician you are. Who ever heard of a clock striking 13?
13, Father. On my word of honor, 13.
Fool! Don't ever repeat such nonsense. A clock can't strike 13.
Oh, don't scold the boy. I think it did strike 13.
Oh, another village hide from?
Despite his annoyance, my father began to suspect something, too. After dinner, he went to the clock, climbed on a stool, and prodded around inside until the clock began to strike. All three of us counted, nodding our heads at each stroke.
9, 10, 11, 12,
13.
13? A fine mathematician you are. Who ever heard of a clock striking 13?
13, Father. On my word of honor, 13.
Fool! Don't ever repeat such nonsense. A clock can't strike 13.
Oh, don't scold the boy. I think it did strike 13.
Oh, another village hide from?
Despite his annoyance, my father began to suspect something, too. After dinner, he went to the clock, climbed on a stool, and prodded around inside until the clock began to strike. All three of us counted, nodding our heads at each stroke.
9, 10, 11, 12,
13.
13? It struck 13.
Well, don't look so miserable. Take the clock down and fix it. After all, you're the expert.
Yes, of course.
My father took the clock down and busied himself with it. He sweated over it. He worked all day long. And when he finally hung it back in its place, the clock ran as it should. At midnight, we all stood around it and counted each stroke till 12, while my father beamed.
All fixed. No more 13.
I always said you were an expert. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why does it wheeze? It never used to wheeze like that before.
No. You're imagining things.
But listening carefully, we heard the clock wheeze whenever it got ready to strike, like an old man catching his breath before he coughs. And even the chime wasn't the same. The chime had been a happy one, a joyous one, and now something sad had crept in, a sadness like that in the song of an old, worn-out cantor toward the end of the Day of Atonement. Finally, my father reached a decision.
There isn't anything wrong with the clock. It's the weight. There isn't enough weight, enough life.
He fastened my mother's flat iron to the weight, a matter of several pounds, and the clock began to run like a charm. Father was overjoyed, a new man. But it didn't last very long. In a little while, the clock failed again.
More weight.
Desperately, my father attached more and more objects to the weight: a frying pan, a copper pitcher, a bag of sand. Each time the clock shuddered for a moment and then began to run again, until one night, when the final catastrophe occurred.
What happened? What happened?
The clock fell down. It's in a million pieces.
Well, what did you expect? Everything you could imagine was hung on it. A half a ton at least. So it fell down. You wouldn't have done any differently yourself.
But what will happen to the town? How will everybody manage?
Don't worry. It takes more than a broken clock to disrupt a Jewish town. With God's help, we've survived fire, floods, disease, even pogroms. We'll survive this, too.
My mother was right, of course. The town survived, and our clock was soon a thing of the past. But now and then, to this very day, I can still hear it striking faintly in my dreams. Striking 13.
You know, Tevye, we mustn't give the impression that Sholem Aleicham's people were only interested in little trivial things, their own petty concerns.
Oh, definitely not. Nothing could be farther from the truth. We had more than our share of the world's happenings and its headaches.
Do you remember the time of the Dreyfus case?
Yes. Here's the story right here. Dreyfus in Kozrilivka. I'll never forget the excitement.
I doubt if the Dreyfus case made such a stir anywhere as it did in Kozrilivka. Paris, they say, seethed like a boiling vat. But the anguish and pain that Kozrilivka underwent, Paris will not experience till Judgment Day. And how did Kozrilivka learn about the Dreyfus case? From Reb Shea's son, Seidel. Seidel was the only person in town who subscribed to a newspaper, and all the news of the world they learned from him, or rather through him. He told them what he read in the paper, but they turned it around to suit themselves, because they understood better than he did. When Seidel first came to the synagogue and told how in Paris a certain Jewish captain named Dreyfus had been in prison for turning over government papers to the enemy, they were quite unmoved.
A Jew has no business climbing so high, interfering with kings and their affairs.
But later, when Seidel came and explained that the whole thing was a plot, that the Jewish captain Dreyfus was innocent, then the town became interested in the case. At once, Dreyfus became a Kozrilivkite. Whenever two people came together, he was the third.
Have you heard?
I've heard.
Sent away for good.
A life sentence.
And for nothing at all.
A false accusation.
When Seidel told the news that the case might be tried again, Kozrilivka really began to boil. As the trial developed, they got tired of waiting for Seidel to come to the synagogue with the news. They went to his house. And while Seidel read in his loudest voice, they listened, discussed, shouted, and argued, all at the same time. There were two people whom Kozrilivka came to love and revere, Emil Zola and the lawyer Laborie. For Zola, every one of them would have gladly died.
What did you think of Zola's letters?
Pearls. Diamonds. Rubies.
Gradually, a great excitement seized the town. They tore not only the paper to pieces, but Seidel himself. They couldn't eat. They didn't sleep nights. They waited only for the next day, and the next, and the next. Suddenly, there arose a terrible crisis. When the lawyer Laborie was shot, all Kazrilevka was beside itself.
Why? What for?
Such an outrage!
Without cause.
Worse than Sodom!
That shot was fired at their heads. The bullet was lodged in their breast, just as if the assassin had shot at Kazrilevka itself.
God in heaven, reveal thy wonders. Thou knowest how if thou wishest. Perform a miracle that Laborie might live.
And God performed the miracle. Laborie lived. By the time the last day of the trial arrived, the excitement was so intense that the Kazilevkites shook us with a fever. Not a single one of them slept a wink that night. They rolled fitfully in their beds and waited for day to come. At the first sign of dawn, they rushed to the post office. Little by little, a crowd gathered around the closed gates, and the streets were soon filled with people. Men walked up and down, yawning, stretching, and praying under their breath. The gates were unlocked at last, and Zadel came for his newspaper. But when he opened the paper and read the sad news aloud, there arose such a clamor, such a roar, that the heavens could have split open. Their outcry was not against the judges who gave the wrong verdict, not at the generals who swore falsely, not at the French who showed themselves up so badly. The outcry was against Zadel.
It cannot be. Such a verdict is impossible.
Oh, it's right here in black and white. See?
We don't care. The truth must prevail. What kind of lies are you telling us?
I'm not telling you lies. Look, see what the paper says.
Paper. If you stood with one foot in heaven and the other on earth, we still wouldn't believe you.
Such a thing must not be. It must never be. Never.
They shouted and stormed. It was never to be. Never, never. And when all was said and done, who was right?
Menachem Mendel. Look, that man behind the glass window over there. He's waving his arms at us.
That means it's time to end the program.
Oh, well, how do we do that? I've never ended a program
Well, it's
before.
very simple. A few closing remarks, a suitable quotation. Let me see. Here, the very thing. The dedication of Sholem Aleichem's autobiography, The Great Fair. Go ahead, Tevye. Read it.
Oh, no.
Go ahead. Go on.
Dear beloved children, to you I dedicate my work of works, my book of books, the song of songs of my soul. I realize that this book, just as any man's handiwork, is not without defect. But who knows better than you what it has cost me? I have given to it of my best, my heart. Read it from time to time. Perhaps you or your children will learn something from it. To love our people and to appreciate their spiritual treasures, which lie scattered in all the dark corners of our great exile in this great world. This would be the best reward for my faithful, more than 30 years' labor in our mother tongue and literature. Your father, the author.
What a shame. A writer like that, and he didn't live long enough to finish writing his own life story.
Yes. But a man like Sholem Aleichem doesn't need an autobiography. His life is in every line he ever wrote, every character he ever conceived of. You, I, all of us. We're part of him.
I suppose you're right, Tevye. Well, it's late. Time for me to go.
Yeah. Me too, Menachem Mendel. Sholem Aleichem to you.
Aleichem Sholem, my dear Tevye. Aleichem Sholem.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Edward S. Silver, District Attorney of Kings County, New York. Mr. Silver.
At the turn of the last century,
I was born on the Lower East Side, a short block from the East River. Yet strange as it might seem, I do not seem a stranger in Kozrelevka. My good parents of blessed memory did not fail to preserve for me the heritage of faith and joy of my people in the face of a rough economic struggle. Some might say, as things are measured today, that I was an underprivileged lad. But truly, Pop and Mom were spiritual millionaires, and I am fortunate to have gotten my share of their great wealth. Believe me, please, that a lot of a district attorney is not an easy one. Seeing that justice is done has always been beset with difficulties. When to be lenient, when to be hard, is not an easy thing to determine. There is no simple formula one can follow. Public office, too, carries with it many unofficial obligations that tires one's body and mind. Thus it is, as the Sabbath approaches, I look to it as one does for an oasis in the desert. I live in my home again. It is not just a way station for bed, raiment, and food. I see and talk with my wife and children around the festive Sabbath table. I meet again with my cronies in the synagogue and regain a leisurely pace. Crime and juvenile delinquency lose its sharpness, and renewal of hope and confidence is reborn with which to tackle my daily problems. No country club can give one the spiritual satisfaction of sitting next to your son in the synagogue. Too many of us have lost the pleasure of the simple and spiritual treasures of our people. They are not hard to come by. They are there for the taking. And may I close with the words of the psalmist, "Peace be within thy walls, and property within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sakes, I will now say, peace be with ye."
Thank you, Mr. Silver. Our Eternal Light drama today, Not Without Tears, was written by Seymour Wright. This script was based on Sholem Aleichem's The Old Country, translated by Julius and Francis Butwin, Tevia's Daughters, translated by Francis Butwin, both published by Crown Publishers, and The Great Fair, published by the Noonday Press. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantis, Joseph Julian, Ralph Bell, Louis Soren, Guy Sorrell, Danny Occo, Bob Hastings, Sam Raskin, Francois Grimard, Guy Rep, Leon Janney, and Beatrice Pons. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Shomer Yisrael, Shemo Shevet Yisrael, Am Yovad Yisrael, Amrim Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Kol Yovad Yisrael, Haomerim Shema Yisrael.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Top That Ran Away, written by Harry Gersh, is presented in observance of Hanukkah, the Jewish Festival of Lights.
ימי החנוכה, חנוכת מקדשנו, בגילוף שמחה ממלאים את ליבנו, לילה ויום סביבוננו יסוף, סופקוניוס נאכל בם להרוב. האירו, הדליקו, נרוס חנוכה רבים, על הניסים ועל הנפלאות אשר חוללו מכבים.
Mama, tell me a story.
Now, David?
Now, Mama.
Once upon a time, long, long ago...
How long ago?
Well, it was long after Pesach started, but before they thought of the 4th of July.
How long ago was that?
It was before the animals forgot how to talk, just about the time that people were forgetting how to listen.
What happened then?
There lived a widow whose name was Dinah. And Dinah had 2 sons.
I'm Nadav. I'm 12 years old.
I'm Amatzia. I'm 10 years old.
Now, Dinah was so poor that often she had not enough to buy a loaf of bread.
How much is the bread today, friend baker?
12 pennies a loaf, Dinah.
Oh, dear. I'll have to take half a loaf.
And on those days, Dinah gave her portion of the bread to her 2 boys.
Here, children. Here's your supper.
But you haven't cut some bread for yourself, Mother.
I'm not hungry tonight, Nadav.
But you said you weren't hungry last night either.
Well, it happens sometimes like that with grown-ups. Maybe tomorrow I'll be hungry.
One day, when all the boys were coming home from school, they noticed that all the leaves had fallen from the trees. And the air smelt like snow, and they knew that a holiday was drawing near.
Hanukkah! Wasn't it Hanukkah?
Yes, David, it was drawing near to Hanukkah. So the boys began to talk about the good times they would have.
And my mother will make Hanukkah pancakes. And I can have 1 the first night, and 2 the second night, and 3 the third. And we'll spin the dreidel all night long. I always win. My grandfather makes it so I always win. Maybe even 8 pennies.
I don't know about us. We haven't any money. And I don't think we'll have much of anything.
We will, too. Mom's going to buy me a real pretty Hanukkah top with wings, a real flare. She will, she will, she will.
And then Hanukkah came.
In the window where you can send your glow, from my menorah, a newly fallen snow.
But Dinah had no pennies to buy food, let alone tops. Nadav understood and comforted himself.
Maybe next year.
But Amatzia wept and plagued his mother for a top.
Mama, buy me a top. You won't make us any pancakes. You won't give us any money to play drill. And you won't buy a top. Oh, Mama!
Dinah couldn't stand Amatzia's tears. So finally she took her few remaining pennies and walked to town.
Oh, Dinah, Hanukkah's coming. Are you come to buy some good black bread?
Good Erev Yontif to you, friend baker. I know your black bread is very fine, but no, not today. I have to buy a Hanukkah top for my sons.
And she did. She bought a top instead of bread.
Was it a big one?
No, not very big, but not very small.
Did it have wings?
No, it didn't have wings, but it was painted very prettily with bright golden letters.
Was it for Nadav or for Amatzia?
The top was for both boys, but Nadav didn't have the heart to touch it.
No thanks, Mama. Let Amatzia have it.
You see, David, Nadav knew that the top had been bought with the money from his mother's own bread. She had gone hungry all day, feeding her portions to her sons, just to save the few pennies for the top. But Amatzia was very happy with the top, and he took and gave it a hard spin on the table.
Look, it's spinning towards the edge.
The top spun from one corner of the room to the other.
It's spinning toward the door. It's waiting on the threshold.
Ooh, open the door, Amatzia. Open the door. See if the top will go out.
Yes. You want to spin outside, little top? The dog, come. The top is running away.
There it goes. It's on Olive Street already. And now on Vet Street.
No, it's going on Gribble Street. And now I can't see it at all. Oh, I can't run anymore. Oh, my poor top. My beautiful top.
Watch, Amatzia, watch. We'll see where it goes. We'll find it.
Where's it now?
It went over the crest of the hill. Look, there it is, crossing the bridge.
Into the woods. We'll never find it.
Oh.
I want my top. What are you crying for? You didn't want the top.
I'm crying because it wasn't really your top that ran away. It was Mama's supper, Mama's loaf of black bread.
As soon as the two boys had gotten their breaths, they followed the top. They went down Olive Street, past Bet Street, into Gimel Street, over the bridge, and into the woods. They walked into the woods looking for the top that ran away. They searched high. They searched low. They searched in between. But they couldn't see the top. Just as they were about to give up...
Oh, Nadav, we can't find it, and I can't look anymore. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Why, it's a rabbit. His eyes are so close to the ground. Maybe he saw the top. Let's ask him.
Rabbits can't talk. How are you going to ask?
Well, they cry when they're hurt, don't they? Then they can talk. Anyway, let's try. Friend Rabbit, did you see a top go spinning by? A pretty top? A Hanukkah top?
Kemach, kemach, min hasak, shemen, shemen, min hakat, Hanukkah hayom, Chagno nechmad. So a loaf of poor black bread, soaked in tears a mother shed, spinning by right here. I'm sure it's quite near. La 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 la, la 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 la, spinning by right here. I'm sure it's quite near. La 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 la.
The rabbit might have continued his song and told the boys where he'd seen the top. But Amatzia had such a scowl on his face that suddenly the rabbit lost courage and ran away.
Oh, now you've scared him. The loaf of bread he saw, it was Mama's. The very bread she gave up out of her own supper to buy the top.
Oh, he didn't know where the top went. And anyway, who ever heard of a rabbit singing Hanukkah songs?
You did. You heard him with your very own ears. And he said the top went right by here. So let's look.
So again they looked. They looked in circles. They looked in squares. They looked in triangles. But they didn't find the top. And just as they were about to give up again...
Hanukkah huchakto, Hanukkah huchakto, sebibon, sof, sof, sof.
Why, it's a deer.
Ask him, maybe he saw it.
Friend deer, you're up so high. Maybe you saw our top spinning through the wood.
Saw your top spinning go through the forest hind a tree. I'll tell you where it went if you'll pay a penalty. Share with me your morning food for the next day's 3. Share with me your morning food. Promise me faithfully.
Did you hear, Amatzia? Did you hear? Friend deer will tell us where the top went if we'll give him half of our breakfasts for the next 3 days.
2 days.
No, 3 days.
And who'll divide the breakfast? Who'll get the bigger half?
It will be divided equally. Now come on, Amatzia, promise. As for me, friend dear, whatever I have, be it honey cake or sour bread, you shall have half.
What if it's honey cake and figs?
Even that.
What if it's honey cake and figs and a penny?
Even that.
Not I.
Oh, wait, friend dear, wait.
At that, the deer took off right over their heads and disappeared into the woods. The boys continued their search for the top, but they couldn't find it. And after a while, they couldn't even find the road out of the woods. Then the sun went down.
Oh, I'm so cold and hungry. I wish we were home.
Oh, poor Mama. How she must be worried. I wish we were home.
And there they sat on a grassy hill, crying, afraid because they had never before been out after nightfall. And as the first star shone, Nadav remembered.
Oh, God, have pity on our mother. Bring us back to her.
As Nadav finished his prayer, the boys heard a dove flying above them, singing.
Al ha-nisim ve'al ha-purkom ve'al ha-gvuros ve'al ha-tshuos she'osis lavosenu b'yomim ha'em b'zeman hazeh.
Oh, friend dove, please help us. Our top ran away and got lost, too. Our poor mother is at home, waiting, wondering where her boys can be this night.
Dear, I've used up this week's ration of magic, and I'm not supposed to start next week's allowance until after sundown on the Sabbath.
If you've used up this week's magic, how can you talk?
Silly. Talking isn't magic. Any dove can talk. It's just that very few two-legged people take the trouble to listen.
Oh.
But I'll take pity on you boys, because I pity your mother. I, too, am a forsaken mother. My fledglings left my nest and never flew back. Now, do you see that forest behind you?
Where?
Right there.
Oh, I didn't see that before.
Well, of course not. I just made it appear.
Oh.
Now go into this forest. Go to the center of it. Turn right for 7 trees, then right again for 7 steps, and you'll find a cave. At the mouth of the cave is a dragon. Enter the cave, and deep inside, you'll find your top.
But
I can give you only one warning. A wizard lies in wait for you. If you utter one word or wink one eye, you'll be caught in his trap. Now remember, be careful.
The boys huddled together and walked into the forest. In the forest, they saw an old man. He was blind in one eye, and he was sitting on a pile of bones. The old man winked his one good eye at the boys. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. But the boys didn't wink back. They kept walking until suddenly they saw that he had a top in his hand and that he was spinning it. Nadav looked hard at the top. The top looked perfect in all its parts, but then he noticed that the Hebrew letters painted around the top were missing. Instead, there were images and idols carved on the top. He knew then that this old man was the wizard. Nadav kept his lips closed tight. But Amatzia hadn't noticed the idols. He was just about to shout, "There's my top!" when Nadav clapped his hand across his mouth, and the boys hurried on. Soon they were in the center of the forest. They turned right and started to count the trees.
1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, 4 trees.
Shall we count this one? It's hardly a tree yet.
Oh, of course. Now hurry. 5 trees, 6 trees, 7 trees.
Then they turned right again.
1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The cave.
There it is.
And the dragon.
There he is. Oh, what can we do? We'll never get by that dragon.
Look, here's Friend Dove again.
Do not fear, you'll come to no harm. The dragon can't hurt you, for you've got a charm. Count your fringes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Count your fringes, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you'll open the gate.
Fringes? What fringes? You know, the dove said we'd be safe if we could count 8 fringes on our prayer shawls. Count them, Otzi, count.
All right, I'll start on the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's no good. I'll try the other side. 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7. No, I lost that one playing tag. I'm sorry, Nadav. I don't have 8 threads. Then you stay here. My prayer shawl is perfect. Don't worry. I'll bring back the top.
Nadav walked toward the cave, holding himself very stiffly so that the dragon wouldn't see that he was afraid. And while he walked, he touched the fringes again to make sure that he had counted correctly. When he got to the mouth of the cave, the dragon just lay there, pretending that he didn't see Nadav. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. Nadav groped along the wall. Then far ahead, he saw a thin strip of light. He walked toward the light, and it got brighter and brighter. When the dove was right on the light, he saw that it came from under a great silver door. He felt over the door and found the boat. He opened the boat. He opened the door. And he stood in a great light.
Oh!
The dove was in a great hall. When he exclaimed at the marble floor and the mirrored walls and the roof of stars, it echoed loudly.
How beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A beautiful golden menorah with 8 golden branches, and on each branch a snow-white dove, and in each dove's mouth a precious jewel.
In the middle of the court was an ebony table, set about with ivory thrones. In the center, on the largest throne, sat an old man with a long white beard. Above his throne was carved
Mattathias, the priest.
And over the other thrones,
Yohanan, Simon, Eleazar, Jonathan, and Judah.
Then Mattathias spoke.
Come closer, Nadav. Have you come to visit, or do you need help? Nowadays, most people call upon us only when they need help.
Oh, I'd like very much to visit with you for a while, but our mother is worrying about us. She doesn't know where we are. So if you'd only help Amatzia and me...
Something about a top, isn't it? Well, here it is.
That's not a top. It's a loaf of bread. A beautiful, large, white, golden encrusted loaf. But still bread.
From a loaf of bread, your top came. And into a loaf of bread, it returned forever. You take the loaf of bread home. It isn't an ordinary loaf.
It isn't?
No. When you're hungry, eat of it. It will taste whatever you desire, and it will last forever.
Will it taste like latkes?
Yes.
Potato latkes?
Yes.
And honey cake?
Even honey cake. And here is a Hanukkah gift from Mattathias.
A golden top with wings.
My sons also have a Hanukkah gift for you. What that gift is depends on which of my sons you ask for it.
Judah Maccabee.
Here is your gift, little Nadav.
A golden sword.
Yes, but not an ordinary sword. Let me show you. Strike my brother Yohanan with it.
Oh, I couldn't.
Have no fear. Strike Yohanan.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Well, all right. Why, it turned into a feather.
That is the secret of the sword. If you use it against a man without evil in his heart, it will turn into a feather, but its edge will be the sharpest steel against things of evil.
And now, go home to your mother, Nadav.
But I'm afraid of the dragon.
Oh, have no fear. You have the sword, and Yohanan will show you the way.
So Yohanan led Nadav out of the court, into the dark cave. It got darker and darker as they neared the entrance where the dragon lay. They could hear the dragon roaring. And his tail swishing and the fire coming out of his nostrils. Nadab drew back as they came closer to the dragon, but Yochanan reassured him.
Don't be afraid. He cannot harm you.
Oh, what shall I do?
Just treat him as you would a cat that spits.
Now scat, you dragon, you!
And soon Nadab and Yochanan were outside the cave and in the forest.
Amatzia! Amatzia!
Here I am. Oh, Nadab, where have you been?
Oh, in the cave, past the dragon. It was nothing. Look what I've got.
A sword and a top and a loaf of bread. Can I have one?
Sure. Here, take the top.
Now, would you boys like to go home in a hurry?
Oh, yes.
Then close your eyes.
They're closed.
1, 2, 3. Fledglings in a tree. Honey in a comb. Fly back home.
Mother, we're home.
Oh, my boys, Nadab, Amatzia. I was so worried. Where have you been?
Oh, it's a long story. And we're so hungry. Let's eat first, and then we'll tell you.
But we have no bread. I spent my last pennies on that top.
That's nothing. I have a magic loaf. Now close your eyes and wish for something to eat.
What are you eating now, Nadab?
I'm still eating honey cake with nuts. What are you eating, Mama?
I'm eating strawberries and sour cream, and on Hanukkah, too. Amatzia, what are you eating?
I'm eating sour black bread, just to teach myself a lesson.
Oh, sour black bread.
And now, David, I have a whole year to think of another Hanukkah story.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. George Friedland, prominent civic leader of Philadelphia and chairman of the National Committee on Television of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Friedland.
Next week, Jews all over the world will celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah by lighting candles each night. From all parts of the globe, these tiny flames will shine forth, reminding us of the enduring flame of liberty that has burned in the hearts of men throughout history. It will remind us first of the earliest struggles for religious freedom waged by the Maccabees against the tyrannical Roman ruler Antiochus. Secondly, these lighted symbols will remind us of the countless other heroes, both famous and unsung, who resisted other tyrants, brave, intrepid people who valued life less than liberty and safety less than loyalty to their own consciences. Finally, these burning candles will remind us of the living urge for freedom that today is inspiring men with a more dynamic and universal strength than ever before, to demand the right to determine their own destinies in the light of the dictates of their own consciences. When the Maccabees fought for their freedom in ancient days, they did so not so that they might have free license to do whatever their fancies desired, but rather so that they might cleanse the sanctuary and give thanks and praise unto God. In the Hanukkah prayer, we thank the Lord for his intervention in their cause, saying, "Thou deliverest the strong into the hands of the weak, the many into the hands of the few, the impure into the hands of the pure, the wicked into the hands of the righteous, and the arrogant into the hands of them that occupy themselves with thy law." For this ancient victory we are happy, and Hanukkah is a time of rejoicing. It is a time when we celebrate with our children and pass on to them the traditions, But Hanukkah has its more sober side also. Hanukkah reminds us that freedom was given to man by his Creator, not as an end in itself, but as a means for a higher and greater good in life. Let us remember to use our own freedom wisely, to serve God, and to counsel those who are striving for it to value its responsibilities as greatly as its privileges.
Thank you, Mr. Friedland. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Top That Ran Away, was written by Harry Gersh and presented in observance of Hanukkah, the Jewish Festival of Lights. This script was based upon an original story by Judah Steinberg, which appeared in the book Hanukkah Feast of Lights, edited and translated by Emily Solis Cohen, Jr., published by the Jewish Publication Society. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were David Pfeffer, Bobby Alford, Beatrice Pons, Adelaide Klein, Norman Rose, Bob Hastings, Guy Repp, Mercer McLeod, Sarah Fussell, Ellen Muir, and Claire Winokur. The orchestra was conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. The production was under the direction of Daniel Sutter. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Triumph in Samaria, was written by Peter Barry and is presented in observance of Human Rights Day.
For upward of 3 hours now, the king's voice had resounded through the palace halls. His shouts rang through the halls like the roarings of a much-vexed bull. But I could distinguish nothing until he summoned me by name.
Abdias! Where is my governor of the palace? Abdias!
At your command, Majesty.
Count me forth from the treasury 5 talents of Damascus silver.
5, my lord.
5. And make no ado about it.
As I crossed to the brass coffer and dealt out the money, the king smiled bitterly up into the pleasant, puzzled face of the little Jezreelite before him.
5. So, be ye content at last?
Majesty.
With 5 silver talents, a man might buy such land as yours and build a mansion on it, no? Well, is that not fact?
You mistake me, Majesty.
Wherein?
With me, it was never a question of the price.
Come, you need not blush for your greed. The vineyard's worth whatever it cost me.
Wherefore, my lord?
I buy it for the Queen's pleasure.
The Queen's?
Aye. The Queen finds pleasure in your vineyard. Her Majesty complains much of our cookery. Shepherd's fare, she calls it. In a native land of Sidon, they spice much with saffron and chives and nutmegs. I wish your vineyard to the end that she may smile.
Can one not smile without such things as chives and nutmegs?
A queen need not... Forgive me if my tone is sharp. You've tried me sorely, brother. Now, these herbs, as it happens, hold importance for the wife of my bosom.
Wherefore?
They make an exotic taste in the mouth.
And you would sacrifice a vineyard of living trees for an exotic taste in the mouth.
Let that not concern you now that it's sold.
Your pardon, my lord, but it is not sold.
What?
And it shall not be sold.
Now, look you here.
It was willed me by my father, sire. The day he died, my father blessed me. Ye have a sweet and goodly heritage, he said. Tend it carefully and with pride.
Sell it to me.
The last act of his life was to press his lips to my forehead and whisper, "Look to thy vineyard, neighbor."
Not ever in my many years at court had I seen King Ahab in so black a mood. When Naboth had departed, he paced the floor until the last glow of the sunken sun was drained from the western horizon. At the evening meal, he said nothing and ate nothing, staring red-eyed into space and drawing his breath with difficulty through the pressure of his inner rage. The silence was broken by Jezebel, queen of Israel.
Oh, out of spite would he refuse me.
Spite? My lady speaks the bitter truth. He gloated with the pleasure of saying nay.
I saw not that he said...
You look not deep.
But
I seek no comforting denial. 1,000 courtiers with as many gifts as tongues could not persuade me that I am not despised in Israel. He saw to that.
He?
The Tishbite.
It is a fact. A fact.
A miasma he made of my name, a ruffian's oath. Profanity to be whispered behind the hand and kept from the ears of children. Left is not one among the thousands whom he schooled throughout the land.
Comfort ye, my lord. He will never come again.
Never come again? How say you?
The time has come for telling of truth. Elijah the Tishbite is dead.
Dead? Say you dead?
My life upon it.
You know not what you tell me. No other creature who walks the earth do I fear. No other eyes have ever turned my heart to ash, save his.
Rejoice, then. Know you not that several moons ago he journeyed north out of Israel?
I praised Baal then, I sacrificed upon your altar.
But know you why he journeyed?
Nay, do you?
It has been told me. He purposed to crown young Hazael king of Syria.
Hazael?
Aye.
King? But Hazael stands not even in succession.
Even so?
Then why set he forth on such mad business?
His God, he said, thus ordered him, my lord.
Well, still, this means not he's dead.
He's dead, well enough. There are factions of power in Syria whose lives would end with Hazael's coronation. To them I dispatched messages informing them of Elijah's coming and of the power of his magic. If the impossible shall be done, this man shall do it. Thus I wrote and urged them for their sake and ours to kill him in his blood.
Think you 'tis done?
How should it not be done? Shall these endangered Syrians suffer an Israelitish prophet to huckster with their throne?
Elijah is no more. I, Zedekiah, who was taught wisdom by the birds of the air. I tell thee so, Majesty. Believe it, Majesty.
You may believe it, love.
I shall try to believe it.
Will you not eat now, my lord?
That I shall try also.
Oh, bravo, sire. Here, tempt thy palate with the stew of hare and tamarinds. Oh, take but one sup.
My stomach shudders at the contemplation.
Lack you appetite still?
All food is of a smell to me, and that one smell foul.
But after such news...
I myself cannot think why.
Nay, then I shall tell thee why. 'Tis not thy stomach, but thy will that hungers.
Huh? My wits are tripped in the snare of thy riddle's wording.
I make no riddle, love. I do but tell thee that Naboth's vineyard presses yet upon thy spirit.
Very like. I wanted it for thee, Jezebel.
Oh, my sweet.
Deep was my rage against the man. I wished him dead at my feet as he prattled with his accursed tongue of his father's heritage. My heart insisted
that I have the vineyard for thee.
Mine still insists that you shall have it for me.
How say you now?
Get thee to thy couch, my lord, and sleep away thy anger's malice.
I shall sleep little until this Naboth stirs in his decision.
He will not stir, I fear.
If he stir or no is of small matter.
Small matter? Of small matter, say you?
We shall have the vineyard, Ahab.
Have it? But how? Whereby?
Think you not on how or whereby? We shall have it, love. And that by all our gods, I promise thee.
But Ahab the king was not cheered. Indeed, his frown was deeper graven. Aye, with mention of Elijah the Tishbite, a pallor descended on his visage, and there remained even when he rose from our midst and took his way with uncertain steps up the silent staircase. In the solitude of the vaulted room, he stood for a time, and then walked as though in a trance to his bedside. Wearily, his hand reached out and put out the lamp. Silent, he lay alone, staring unseeing into the darkness, until, of a sudden, the king sat sharp upright, his stare white and wide with the terror of his heart. There, across the broad, dark chamber, sat the stalwart figure of a man, dressed in the pelt of a wolf. Nigh paralyzed with fear, the king managed to press his fists together in supplication when the prophetic figure raised a gnarled, accusing finger.
Elijah!
Then, quickening as an animal at bay quickens to imminent doom, Ahab's hand shot out, grasping the tinderbox and contriving with haste and fumbling to make a light. And as the familiar chamber loomed forth out of the distortion of dark, Ahab began to laugh and sob in the rapture of his relief.
It was not he.
With the rising of the moon, Ahab found his way into uneasy slumber. Even as he did so, Queen Jezebel spoke in hushed conference behind the closed doors of a curtained room in the priestly quarters.
Were there only thou and I involved, I'd say aye, but other helpers mean other tongues. And with so many, one may slip.
I tell ye, I may trust these men I'd use. Spoke I but a part of what I might. Their robes of office would be torn from them, and dungeons would suffice them for abodes.
Albeit, this thing could come to light, Majesty.
Think you so?
I warn thee that I think so.
Well, right as I tell thee, and let all Israel learn, there is danger in denying a monarch's will.
At your command, good daughter.
Most honored excellence.
To whom be it addressed?
To the chief elder of the city's councillors. Most honored excellence. I write thee privately concerning one Naboth the Jezreelite. I write thee because reports of this man's rebellious and blasphemous activities have reached our ears and caused us much concern. I write thee to urge that ye aid us in ensnaring him by bidding him to thy counsel, honoring him, flattering him, and in whatever way ye deem best, loosening his tongue. If Naboth uttereth sedition, thou knowest the penalty. If he utter it not, seize upon that which he doth utter, twist it to our purpose, and obtain the reward of thy sovereign's gratitude.
The letter was delivered upon the morrow, and the following day Naboth was summoned to the meeting of the elders of the council. They informed him that he was selected to sit amongst them. Therewith prevailed upon him to make a speech of acceptance. Unprepared and fearful lest they think him a bumpkin, he spoke that day a good deal more than was good for him. Upon the next day, in the council's noon recess, two most friendly members urged him to tarry and refresh himself at the wine shop. And upon that day he spoke much more.
Oh, but one cup, neighbor, one cup.
Nay, neighbor, it is a fast.
Then sit you down at least.
Yay.
Truly, my wife awaits me.
I'll wager it would not be the first time.
It would. I have never kept her waiting.
Well, then she cannot be wroth with thee this once.
Spoil not the merriment, neighbor.
Indeed, I'd not spoil thy merriment.
Well, then sit ye down and let us pour our hearts out.
Oh, what sweet and goodly souls ye be.
Oui.
To shower such warmth upon a stranger.
You are not quite a stranger to us, friend.
No, I had not seen ye before yesterday, nor ye me.
Thy fame preceded thee.
Fame? My fame?
It is the rumor that ye refuse to sell a vineyard to the monster.
Monster?
The enthroned swine.
Speak you so of the king?
Not if it offend or frighten thee.
Frighten him? Naboth would be hard to frighten. Why, he is a creature of fathomless valor.
Nay, I am not so valorous.
Come, who but a fearless man would dare to cross the vengeful Ahab?
I thought neither of fear nor courage.
What thought you then?
That I would not sell my vineyard, nothing more.
But feared you not to deny the Lord's anointed?
I thought not of that either.
Doubt you that he's the Lord's anointed?
I cannot answer ye.
What mean you?
Dost think the Lord himself might err? Ahab is an idolater. I say only what the world doth know.
Say on.
Could it be that the Lord's anointed could forget the Lord?
'Tis a good question, no?
A memorable question.
But you have not the answer.
No.
You will not think me disloyal.
We will think nothing.
Well, we have poured out our hearts enough, I suppose.
Quite enough.
What is the time?
Late.
I have failed my wife, alas. How shall I bespeak her when we meet this evening?
You will not meet this evening.
How so?
You are under arrest, Naboth of Jezreel, in the name of the Council of Samaria.
I tell you, I meant no ill.
We ask not what you meant, but what you said.
It was but a conversation in a wine shop. I spoke to them as friends.
I advise you to waste no more of the time of this august council. Did you or did you not say that the Lord had erred in the anointing of our sovereign?
I asked if it could be.
Is that not the same thing?
One and the same. One and the same thing. What more can I say?
You need say no more. Naboth of Jezreel, you are herewith found guilty of treason and blasphemy toward God the King.
If I have spoken loosely, I accept your censure.
This crime is as the crime of treason, the penalty for which is death by the stone.
Nay, you have judged falsely, brother. There is some mistake here. I asked but a question.
Conduct him hence to the city gate.
A question! A question! A question!
That was the day the sky darkened and the wind came. At an hour past noon it began, sweeping in from the sea and bearing down upon us, southward past Sidon. On and on it roared, a mounting tempest, growing ever vaster, until the broad land shook before the onslaught of its anger. Within an hour its howl was so shrill around the palace battlements that Ahab the king could scarcely hear her majesty when she burst in upon him with the tidings.
Thou hast it, Lord.
How say you?
Thou hast it.
What?
The vineyard.
Tease me not upon so sore a subject.
Am I given off to jest? 'Tis thine, I vow it is.
It cannot be so long as Naboth lives. Lives? What has befallen here?
Are not the goods of those slain for treason forfeit to the crown?
Who is so slain?
Canst thou not surmise?
My surmise chills the marrow of my heart. Speak ye fair.
Naboth, the Jezreelite, is no more.
Huh? How? How does this come to be?
Say that I know not.
How does this come to be?
Rejoice in thy good fortune, Lord, and trouble not to find the means of its accomplishment.
I know this look of thine, the lowered eyes, the plump, rich, pouting underlip, demanding praise for wantonness. Thou hast contrived it.
Look at me, woman.
Wilt thou scold, my lord, for that I kept my promise to thy royal self?
The worse the truth, then. His blood is on our hands.
Wanted you not the vineyard, Lord?
Feared you not to do it?
I am a queen, my lord, and fear is not my portion. I know only glory that thou hast the vineyard of thy heart's desiring. Thou hast not lost thy taste for it.
Nay.
You want it still.
Aye. I want it still. Oh, sweet bliss of heaven, thou art beautiful. Thy mouth is as a feast of the honeyed hearts of ripe red melons. The stare of thy gaze a lavish rising of twin moons above the silver-dappled birdsong of legend wilderness. I want it as I want thee, as I want all comely alien delights, forbidden, fair, and beckoning.
Oh, thou hast thy will, then, as a king must have. Thy triumph is very great, my lord.
Aye, my triumph is as a pride of lions. I thank thee, Jezebel.
Majesty.
Aye, Zedekiah?
Majesty.
Again, man? Has the wind blown thy wits out?
The wind has blown a courier our way.
A courier?
From the north.
So then?
The words stick in my throat.
Spew them forth. I am ready fit for what may come.
Hazael has been crowned king of Syria.
Hazael?
Even so.
Hazael? Who has crowned them, then?
Who has crowned him? I dare not think, my lord.
The Tishbite's dead.
Ah, I was fit for anything but this.
He's dead, I say. He's dead. Melkart, Baal, I conjure ye, O gods, let him be dead. Guardsmen, soldiers, to thy queen! To thy queen!
Why summon ye the soldiery?
They shall hunt the woods, fawn the mountains, and the waters. To thy queen! If he live, he shall not live long. Cheer thyself with that, Majesty.
I shall cheer myself with nothing. Full many a time hast thou sought to slay him, and still he walks. Hazael is king, and the end of things is in the eyes of Ahab.
Desperate, Ahab turned to the wine for sustenance of spirit. By nightfall, he was merry, jesting and singing and seeming almost to challenge the storm with his laughter. As the hours passed, his gaiety soared, until with an oath he rose, snatched up a torch, and strode toward the darkness that lay beyond the palace portal.
Where go you, my lord?
To take possession, royal queen. Aye, to lay claim unto this vineyard that is ours at last. Ha, ha, ha!
She urged her company on him, but he bade her keep her place and passed out into the night. Over the palace grounds he found his way, crossed the boundary, and stumbling before the wind, drew his sword in the midst of the coveted acres.
By right of forfeiture, do I claim this land for the crown of Israel!
Hast thou killed and also taken possession?
Elijah!
This time, the form of Elijah stood beside a gnarled tree on the darkened crest of a little hill. But the thunderous brow and the glittering eye were unchanged. Swiftly Ahab raised the torch above his head and heard his own heart pounding above the roar of the wind.
Elijah!
In the flare of the torch, the form on the hill's crest faded not, nor waned, nor became something other than itself. Instead, it remained what it was, the stalwart form of a lean-thewed man, dire in majesty, and dressed in the pelt of a wolf.
Elijah!
I, Ahab, son of Omri, didst think I had fallen by the treachery of thy house, even as Naboth fell?
Knowest thou of Naboth?
Even as the Lord knoweth, and he knows. And so saith the Lord, in the place where dogs licked the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine.
Hast thou found me, O mine enemy?
I have found thee, because thou hast given thyself over to do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will utterly sweep thee away, and will cut off from Ahab every man-child, and him that is shut up, and him that is left at large in Israel.
Nay!
Aye. And of Jezebel also spoke the Lord, saying, the dogs shall eat Jezebel in the moats of Jezreel.
In the name of all mercy!
Where was her mercy?
I beseech you, hear me. As a beggar grovels before the Prince of Hosts, I beg ye hearken.
I'll not gainsay that there's been some evil done. Dark evil. But measure and discretion must yet abide. Consider, I plead with thee. Despite thy rage, consider what's at stake herein.
And what be that?
The loftiness of the very crown itself.
Say you so?
Say I. Who is this Naboth? Tell me, who is he? That a queen in Israel should be devoured by dogs to gain him vengeance.
Who is Naboth? Naboth, man, is Israel. His privilege to deny thee his vineyard is Israel's throne, and his right to his life is the sun that shines upon the land. Thy wife is of the tyrant's breed, of the kings of the spawn of Esau, who prove their might in blood and their power by striding spike-shod upon the necks of subjects. But this was not for thee, Ahab. Cruelty in a king of the people of the covenant proves not, save that he belongs not upon the throne. Thou wouldst be as this wind is, blotting out all voices save thine own. Yet the Spirit of God lies not in the tempest, but in a little wind, the gentle wind of reason.
I repent me. I repent and pity thee.
You pity Naboth? Nay, grieve you not, sire, but save thy pity for some smaller sorrow. He was stoned, aye, and not remains of him, but tatters and his shattered bones. Yet I say unto you, he triumphed, as you never shall, Ahab. Here was a man, faithful to his vineyard unto death.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Samuel DeFalco, Justice of the Supreme Court of the State of New York. Judge DeFalco.
Today, we honor the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the General Assembly of the United Nations on the 10th day of December, 1948. On this day, dedicated to the ideal of universal human rights, it is fitting to recall that the story of Naboth's vineyard was the earliest account in recorded history in which the inherent rights of an individual were defended against the powers of the sovereign ruler. We today, thanks to the vision of our forefathers, are fortunate to live in a country where a Bill of Rights protects all citizens from arbitrary action by the state. Our belief that the individual created by God is more important than the state has been the distinguishing mark of our democracy. However, in this age of jet power and atomic energy, when we are just a few short hours from any place on the globe, we cannot divorce ourselves from the fates of those in foreign lands less fortunate than we. As long as slave labor camps exist and nations utterly disregard human dignity, and wheresoever such other evils are permitted to continue, our own way of life is endangered. On this anniversary of the adoption of this unprecedented, valuable declaration, advancing the cause of all mankind, we should rededicate ourselves to increasing our efforts for progress in this field of human relationship. This declaration marks the first time that an organization of international governments formally declared, and I quote, recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inherent rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. End quote. These wonderful words, my friends, have a special meaning for all of us. Let us remember that every victory we score for human rights in our own communities advances the most crucial campaign ever waged, the campaign for the survival and peace of all mankind.
Thank you, Judge DeFalco. Our Eternal Light drama today, Triumph in Samaria, was written by Peter Barry, presented in observance of Human Rights Day. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruden, Joe DeSantis, John McGovern, Roger DeKoven, Ralph Camargo, Bert Conlon, Guy Repp, Norman Rose, and Connie Lemke. This is Dick Dudley speaking. The program was directed by Danny Sutter. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Formal Accusation, was written by Peter Barry.
It is stated in the Talmud, when a man suffers through no fault or guilt of his own, he may consider his punishment a punishment of love, for as the Torah tells us, whom the Lord loveth, he chastiseth.
I doubt that there are many jokes about the legal profession that I haven't heard. And I have yet to hear one that's flattering to my colleagues, the lawyers of this world. I often have to remind myself that a lawyer framed our Constitution, another one preserved our Union, and a third, young and not yet so illustrious, acted as counsel for the defense in the case of the state versus Louis Gianetta. The third lawyer of mention was one Joseph Edmund Wilde, my own junior partner, and it gives me renewed faith in the integrity of my profession each time I remember him on that November morning in a hostile courtroom doing battle for what he knew was a dangerous and unpopular cause.
As much as I regret it, Your Honor, the prosecution leaves me no choice but to object again.
I must protest. I can't possibly present the state's case in the face of these constant and irresponsible objections.
I object to the prosecutor's objection to my objections. And I further submit that if the state's case requires that my client be browbeaten and intimidated, it might better remain unpresented.
The counsel for the defense is advised to spare the court the benefit of his observations.
Exception.
Noted. The prosecution may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, Mr. Gianetta.
Yes, mister.
I will repeat the question, and I remind you again that you're under oath.
Yes, mister.
Is it not true that until your arrest in the recent police raids, a gambling operation was conducted in connection with your business at 1721 Avenue D?
I no understand you, mister.
You understand, don't you, that I have here the duly sworn affidavits of no less than 20 persons who placed bets on the numbers in your shoe repair shop?
Yes, mister.
Then answer the question.
But I try for answer, but you no let me. Maybe I tell you again what I said.
You will answer the question, yes or no.
Objection.
Overruled.
I must urge Your Honor to believe that this present question requires more than a yes or no.
I protest that the question is profoundly simple.
But it's not a profoundly simple situation.
Defense counsel will resume his seat.
I beg the court's indulgence. The fact is, a gambling operation was conducted on my client's premises, but my client did not conduct it.
I warn counsel that I will not tolerate any further interruptions. And I instruct the clerk to strike his remarks from the record.
Then I must instruct my client not to reply to the question.
It is imperative to the hearing that he reply.
Then it's imperative to the hearing that the question be altered.
Does the defense counsel have a recommendation to make along those lines?
Yes, I recommend that it be rephrased to discover if certain persons representing a criminal syndicate did not coerce my client into permitting his premises to be used for the very activity for which he's here on trial.
In short, he recommends that the state neglect to prove its case.
No, I urge that it be abandoned altogether.
And that your client be conveniently acquitted?
My client is innocent.
I propose to prove him guilty as charged.
And if you do, if you contrive a case against him out of the meagerest letter of the law and convict him, what then? You'll have accomplished nothing more than the social and psychological degradation of a single unlucky commonplace citizen. But acquit Janetta. Acquit every Janetta. Say to the world that we know the trouble lies elsewhere, and the powers that be will have to dig deeper and yield up the actual masters of the network that has victimized my client and will continue to victimize thousands like him.
Touched as I am by my young colleague's eloquence, I submit that it's Louis Janetta and not some nameless syndicate that's here on trial.
And I submit that what's here on trial is this court of justice itself.
If the counsel for the defense wishes to be held in contempt, he is going about it most efficiently. Court is adjourned till 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Taking the case had hardly been a wise move for a young lawyer, and Joe knew it. It was November, near election. The administration was eager for quick convictions on its gambling rackets cleanup, and Joe knew that, too. But far and above more difficult for him, his decision had given rise to a family quarrel that had ended with his wife, Helene, suddenly boarding a plane for a visit with her family in California. Still, he'd stuck to his guns, grimly involving himself with the work at hand, determined, resolute, and as unhappy as I'd ever seen him. He had smiled so rarely during the first 2 weeks of the trial that I was startled when I joined him in the taxi at the courthouse curb to find him bright and confident and quite himself again.
But, Bernie?
Yes?
That jury's mine.
Do you think so?
I know so. I'll win this case.
Can Janetta and I depend on that?
Mm-hmm. Depend on it.
Morning paper! Morning paper!
Here you are, kid.
Right, mister.
Yeah, keep it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Morning paper! Morning
Joseph?
paper.
Yeah?
Before you bury yourself in the news, what did she say?
Who?
Helene.
What makes you think I've heard from her?
Yesterday, my friend, you were a quiet, morose young man. Today, you seem sure of practically everything, including the fact that this is the best of all possible worlds.
And you've asked yourself what produced such a change, eh?
And I have answered myself. A letter from Helene.
Oh, fairly amazing, my dear Sherlock. You're wrong in only one detail.
Oh, which one?
It wasn't a letter.
No?
No, telephone.
She called you?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Yesterday.
Where?
Oh, it'd be a perfect afternoon if I didn't have to be in court at 3:30.
What's happening at 3:30?
Helene's arriving at the airport on Flight 16 from San Francisco.
The boy was in love, deeply and desperately, and I knew that it had taken the last ounce of his courage not to relent when the Janetta case had loomed as a shadow between them. It was a little after 1 when we reached the office. He was smiling, I remember, as he tossed his hat and paper onto the desk and buzzed for the secretary.
Yes, Mr. Wild?
Will you come in for a minute, Miss Anderson?
Yes, sir.
Bernie.
Yes?
No, Bernie, I think a lot has happened to Helene.
Oh?
Yeah. Yesterday on the phone, she said, "I know now that I'm proud of you. What I felt before was small and grudging, and I'm glad to be done with it."
You remember word for word.
The kind of stuff a man doesn't soon forget. Bernie, you know what I think? I think she ran away from herself and found herself running.
Thank God for it, then.
Yes. I have an idea he's been very good to us.
You want me, Mr. Wild?
Oh, yes, Miss Anderson. I'd like you to take a taxi ride this afternoon.
Taxi ride?
Mm-hmm. Out to the airport. Meet Flight 16 at 3:30 our time.
Flight 16?
Mm-hmm.
If this is supposed to be a joke, I don't think it's a very funny one.
Joke?
Yes?
What do you mean, joke?
Well, haven't you read your paper?
Paper? Paper?
What's the matter, Miss Anderson?
Well, who was on the plane?
His wife.
Wife? Mr. Wild! Mr. Wild, don't read it!
Joe. Joe, what is it?
Oh, Helene.
He had dropped the paper. His face drained of blood. Before I could pick it up, he'd made a lunge for the telephone. And I stared, unable to believe a word of what I saw. Then the bold, black fatality of the headlines pierced through my bewilderment, and I felt my lips moving numbly as I read. Plane crashes in Nebraska mountains. Flight 16 from San Francisco lost in record snowstorm. By the time I was aware of the world around me again, Joe was shouting into the telephone.
Flight information. Flight information. Hello, flight information.
This is flight information, sir.
What about Flight 16?
Well, sir,
Talk to me, will you? My wife's on that plane.
we're not in possession of much information, sir.
Can I go to her? Can I get to her?
I can't say, sir. The whereabouts of the plane haven't been established.
What has been established?
Well, there are 500 rescue craft combing the area, sir.
Are there any survivors? Can you tell me that?
No, I can't, sir. We lost their radio signal before they crashed, sir.
The voice continued talking on the other end of the wire, but Joe was no longer listening. His eyes seemed suddenly to have gone dead in their sockets, and he let Miss Anderson take the telephone from his nerveless fingers. Slowly, vacantly, he took his hat from the desktop and moved toward the door.
There'll be someone here, yes. Please let us know the moment there's a bulletin.
Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know.
Will you be all right, Mr. Wild?
I can't say. I've no idea.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Mr. Lewin.
No, please, no one. I want to be by myself. By myself.
I didn't dream. I mean, who could have imagined?
She called him yesterday. She was coming home.
I wondered why he looked so happy. So happy.
He was going to have you meet her. You'd have brought her to the courtroom. The moment he'd prayed for was actually coming.
Mr. Lewin?
Yes?
What's going to happen?
What worse can happen, my dear?
No, I mean about the trial, Mr. Janetta.
Janetta? Janetta?
What are you going to do?
I've got to talk with Joe.
But in the condition he...
It's his decision, Miss Anderson. No one else can make it. I suppose the barroom should have been the first place to look for a man so stricken. Knowing Joseph, it was the last. And when I found him, he was sitting, staring at an untouched glass, unable even to try to escape. It took all the strength and callousness in my nature to broach the subject, but it had to be broached. It had to be broached.
So?
I know how you feel. I know so well. I can't find words, but it's your case, boy. I have to leave it up to you.
Yeah.
Well?
Get an adjournment, Bernie.
Adjournment?
Yeah. A long adjournment.
Do you think there's any possibility he'll grant it?
You mind if I don't care?
I understand. Where you go from here?
Home, I guess.
Stay there, will you?
Mm-hmm. If I can.
I'll talk to the judge. I talked to the judge, but before I'd said 5 words, I knew there wasn't a chance in the world.
Mr. Levin, I have the deepest sympathy with your partner's grief, but there are specific obligations which conflict with any desire I might have to oblige him.
Such as?
Why, my obligation to uphold the interest of the prosecution.
Have you any obligation to Mr. Janetta, Your Honor?
The motion for adjournment is denied. Court will convene at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time the defense counsel may either appear or supply a substitute attorney.
He knew, as he said it, that there wasn't another attorney in the state who would touch the Janetta brief. He knew that it would end with the court appointing some makeshift, inadequate representation for the accused. But he was acting within the letter of the law, and I could do nothing but thank him for allowing me to be heard and make my way back with the news. Joe stood looking out at the darkness beyond his apartment windows. And when I'd finished reporting, I wasn't at all sure he'd heard me. A clock in the bedroom ticked the minutes away, and another clock somewhere out in the gathering night told the hour before he finally spoke.
Call Hanlon.
Arthur Hanlon?
Yes, he's a good man.
A good machine man. He'd laugh in my face.
Oh, what about Moffat and Levy and Webb? They couldn't say no to you.
They wouldn't, but they'd find an out. No use turning to them.
Well, so who?
I honestly don't know.
Turn to yourself then, Bernie.
Are you suggesting that I go in?
Well, only if you want to.
I'd want to if I could handle it, but I can't. And you know that as well as I do. It's a job for a young man, a strong young man with fight in him.
If you're implying that I should stick it out...
Joe, if you could.
I can't.
Not possibly?
Well, why should I? What does it mean to me now?
What does Mr. Janetta mean to you?
Nothing. As far as I'm concerned, he no longer exists.
But he does exist. That's the whole point.
Not from where I sit. The real point is that I no longer believe in the classic joke of right and wrong.
What do you believe in, then?
It's not a question of belief, it's conviction. There's injustice in the weave of things, I tell you. That's the bitter final fact.
You've had a very bad day.
Not so bad that I don't know what happened to me.
What happened was a tragedy, my boy. But an injustice.
You're going to tell me I deserve this?
Will you tell me who has been unjust to you?
Who?
I demand a name.
All right, I'll give you a name then. God himself has been unjust to me.
I see. You're a good lawyer. A good, reasonable lawyer.
And beyond the reach of flattery.
I am not trying to flatter you, my boy. I am asking you as a good and reasonable lawyer to state your case against God.
What? Look, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Nor am I.
What do you want from me?
A formal accusation.
All right. I accuse him of murderous negligence. Will that do, Counselor?
Not until you've specified the charge.
I think the details are self-evident. He let her get on that plane, didn't he?
You offer that as good and sufficient ground?
Yes.
Then I institute a counter-accusation.
Counter-accusation?
I accuse you of murderous negligence.
What are you talking about?
You also let her get on that plane.
You losing your mind, Bernie?
Is that the best defense you can make?
Defense?
Would she have gotten on it if she had never gone away?
What are you driving at?
Would she?
No.
Then why did you let her?
Leave me alone.
You could have stopped her. You could have yielded to her, persuaded her.
Yes, I could have tied her to the bedpost.
And she'd be alive today if you had. Why didn't you?
Are you kidding me? Did I know there was going to be any danger?
Of course you knew. There's danger in all freedom. Did you have a guarantee that no plane would fall, no train would crash, no boat would sink?
You're trying to drive me crazy.
Irrelevant. Why did you let her go?
Because she wanted to.
You offer this as an answer?
Are you telling me I should have deprived her of her freedom?
I submit that you could have.
But I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I loved her.
And that wasn't unjust of you?
Unjust of me to have loved my own?
You are calling it unjust of God to have loved his own.
What are you saying, Bernie?
Nothing that is not that is beyond you, Joe. Only that he loves man as you loved Helene.
That I doubt.
How can you, when the similarities are so great?
Similarities?
You chose not to restrict her. He chose not to restrict us, nor to manacle our spirit to the tyranny of any forces save our own will, despite all peril and all consequence.
It was a pretty deadly choice.
It was a dangerous choice. There is a zone of hazard in every path of freedom, my boy. But if it were removed, the common freedom of the living would vanish with it. Believe me, we could only have been safe as Helene could have been, tied to the bedpost of controls and limitations. And he knew this in the hour of our creation, and at stake was the free, unlimited flow of human growth toward its ultimate potential. And he knew this to be worth every risk involved.
Pretty grim, the risks he ran.
It was a great gamble, but in his love he took it. And in his love, he created man free.
In his love. Too bad in his love he didn't create man without a capacity for grief. That would have been some evidence of loving kindness.
I'm not sure all men would want it so.
I'd want it so.
You would? He could have made you that way. It's true.
If only he had.
As insensitive as a stone, inert, static, without sorrow or feeling.
Well, why didn't he?
Nothing would have bothered you ever. But then you couldn't possibly have loved her.
Not have loved her.
A stone lacks love as well as grief, my friend. Your love came of the encounter of two free spirits. Would you relinquish that encounter, Joseph? Would you cancel it out?
No.
Then withdraw your accusation and be content.
Content?
If you cherish the fruits of your freedom, shall you not bear whatever losses it involves?
I can't bear this loss. A marriage, half formed, just beginning.
Your marriage, Joe, had blossomed to full flower.
What are you talking about?
Its one purpose was her emergence into an understanding of herself and you, of the significance of your relationship and of the world. She might have stayed and lived, but in her freedom she chose to run, and running she found herself, and the miracle of growth occurred. She made the grade, Joseph. Be glad she made it.
How can I be glad?
She probably lived more in her few hours of realization than she would have otherwise in a century.
What about me? What about all the endless, empty future? If only I'd done something to deserve such punishment. I'd feel better if I had.
You'd feel worse, not better.
Well, at least I'd have found some logic in this misery.
You needn't seek a logic, Joseph. It's written in the Torah for you.
In the Torah?
Clearly. It says, "Whom the Lord loveth, he chastiseth." Let that suffice you, my boy. Take courage.
Oh, how can I? Her life was all I lived for. How can I go on without her?
Who says you need to?
She's dead, Bernie.
Yes, she's dead. But a life is like a great work of music, which doesn't end when the composer dies. Her life is such a work. He turned away to the window again, but somehow I felt that the hand of doom had relaxed its grasp. After a time, a night breeze stirred the curtains, and he squared his shoulders and took a deep breath. Next morning, when court convened, Janetta sat and blinked in bewilderment at Joe's empty chair.
Has the counsel for the defense supplied a substitute attorney?
He has not, Your Honor.
Then the court will proceed to appoint representation for the accused.
That will not be necessary, Your Honor. The counsel for the defense will continue to represent his client.
And he did. And the trial was a long and arduous uphill fight. But Joseph and justice both prevailed, and Janetta was acquitted. A week later, Helene's belongings were delivered to her husband. Among them was a diary, the last entry midway the pages. It was imagination and nothing else, but as I read the words, I seemed to hear her voice again, clear and young and vibrant.
I've just talked to Joe on long distance. I wanted to make him understand what I feel now, all that I've learned in the weeks between. But I'm afraid I didn't quite manage to put it into words, It's not easy to express yourself when your heart is full. But I won't give up trying. In a few minutes now, I leave for the San Francisco airport. And perhaps if I think of nothing else during the long journey ahead, I may be able to say it all by the time I see him again.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. David Borowitz, chairman of the Combined Jewish Appeal for Chicago and member of the Board of Directors of the Southside Hebrew Congregations. Mr. Borowitz.
We have just heard a moving story about a man who, in the middle of a heroic and selfless fight for justice, was dealt a stunning blow which threatened the central basis of his existence. The person he loved most dearly in the world was suddenly and without known cause taken from him. No wonder that he doubted the nature of God's justice. As tragedy strikes, we all react with anger against the need for suffering. The Bible says that whom the Lord loveth, he chastiseth. How many of us can listen to these words and find comfort in them when we are desolate with grief? Yet, somehow Joseph Weil listened, and in listening, he understood what the Talmud meant when it says that when a man suffers through no fault of his own, he may consider suffering a punishment of love. The deepening of Joe Wild's insight gave him greater understanding of the works of God's universe, and he was then able to withstand his difficulties and go on. For he understood that God, in his love, made man free to feel the wonderful thrill of creation, but on the other hand, free also to make mistakes and suffer the anguish they entail. There's another lesson in today's story as well. The striving for justice is a constant theme in the Bible. In the book of Deuteronomy it says, "Justice, justice shalt thou pursue." We are also told in the Talmud, the world exists for three things: justice, truth, and peace. But the pursuit of justice is not easy. Sometimes it threatens our security and comfort. Sometimes it causes such severe unpleasantness that it is tempting to give up and let the world go its way. Yet we cannot give up. We have no choice unless we are willing to relinquish all the moral value of life, but to accept the struggle and engage in the Herculean task of bringing the world closer to the ideal of justice. We have no choice but to go on as Joe Wild did, accepting life as it is, accepting the consequences of our freedom, and do whatever we can in the cause of the right. And if we do, the final triumph of justice is assured.
Thank you, Mr. Borowitz. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Formal Accusation, was written by Peter Barry. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Alexander Scourby, Edwin Jerome, Julian Noah, Guy Sorrell, Norman Rose, Louis Sorin, Michael O'Day, Mary Jane Higby, and Lola Pizer. This is Mel Brandt. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever, in your generations. The Eternal Light.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program comes to you from Cleveland, Ohio, through the facilities of station WTAM. It is entitled The Man Who Knew Lincoln, was written by Virginia Mazer, and stars the distinguished actor Raymond Massey. Donald Buca as Edward Rosewater. This program marks the anniversary of the historic Emancipation Proclamation.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
January the 1st, 1863. The day began like any other day. From the White House, we watched the usual wet snow turn into the usual rain. We heard the usual rumble of mule wagons carrying supplies to the army across the Potomac. And we saw the usual number of armless and legless men in blue among the crowds on Pennsylvania Avenue. Yes, on the outside, it was a day like any other dragging, war-weary day.
But over at the War Department telegraph office, it was different. We were waiting for something. At last, the door opened, and he came in. He looked old and tired. He came in quietly, as usual, a folded piece of foolscap in his hand. This was it. This was what we'd been waiting for. No trumpets sounded, no guns were fired. Instead, he warmed his hands at the coal fire, then turned to me at the telegraph key.
Any news for me this morning, young fella?
No, sir, not so far. No news is good news, I guess.
Not always. A fisherman doesn't call it good luck when he can't get a bite, now does he?
No, sir, I guess not.
I have these papers here. I want one of you boys to take it down for me and send it out over the wire. Will you oblige me, Mr. Rosewater?
Of course, sir, gladly.
For 6 months, would you believe it, I've been writing on this thing, and this is all I come up with. 2 sheets of foolscap. But it's better to say too little than too much. Don't want to be like that long-winded politician back home. Folks always said the reason his speeches were so boring was he got started talking and was too lazy to stop. Anyway, here it is. 2 sheets of foolscap. But they'll make a difference in a lot of people's lives. We'll see. You ready, Mr. Rosewater?
Ready, Mr. Lincoln.
By the President of the United States, a proclamation. All persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall be in rebellion against the United States, shall be thenceforward, and forever free.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
January the 1st, 1863. A day much like any other day. But with this difference. On that day, there went out to the land, on wings of wire, the news that a mortal blow had been struck against slavery in the United States.
Even as we listened to Mr. Lincoln speak the dry and bone-bare words, we knew that something old was dying. Something new was struggling to be born.
And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God.
I, Edward Rosewater, 22, an immigrant Jewish boy from Cleveland, Ohio, by way of Buckawan, Bohemia, was the telegrapher who telegraphed the Emancipation Proclamation to the world. Only in America, I think, could this have happened.
The Rosewaters had arrived in Cleveland in the year 1854, same year that Illinois sent me, Abe Lincoln, to the Congress for the first time. They'd come to the New World to escape the sorrows of the old. But at first glance, they could see little difference. Poverty was here to greet them like an old relation.
Old clothes, I buy old clothes, and the old clothes today is old clothes.
Like my father, the father of Edward Rosewater, had dreams of glory for his sons. But bread came first. There were 9 hungry children to be fed. So Edward, the oldest, was sent out into the hurly-burly with a peddler's pack.
Well, what do you want, boy?
Please, ma'am. I have needles, thread, buttons, ribbon.
Don't need any. On your way. Wait, have you got any braid?
Braid? No, no braid.
Well, go along then.
Oh, lady, you want braid? I bring braid. I bring it tomorrow.
Oh, it's you again. What do you want now?
You say braid. I bring braid.
What? You little numbskull. You brought me a loaf of bread. I said braid, not bread. Don't you foreigners know nothing?
America was cruel. America had no heart. Why had we swapped Buckawan for Cleveland? Here I was a drop in the bucket, a cipher, a nothing. But wait. Wait, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps Cleveland did have a heart.
You are wrong, Edward. You haven't given America a chance. You're in such a hurry. How long have you been here? 2 years? 3?
4 this October 19th. What have I accomplished, Leah?
Why, ever so much. Look at you. You began as a peddler, and now you're a full-fledged clerk in the biggest dry goods store in town.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't come to
My
America
father says you're the best clerk he ever had. Why, I heard him tell Mr. Loeb the other day that you're the only clerk he ever saw who could wrap a package without using any string.
Leah, I didn't come to America to learn to wrap calico.
My father's store carries silk goods, too, I'll have you know.
Oh, now, look here. I'm not running down your father's store. It's a perfectly good store. It's just that I want...
What? What do you want, Edward?
What did I want? Who at 18 can say what he wants? I wanted the world with a string around it.
But Edward Rosewater wanted something more, too. I knew because I felt the same mute longings as a backwoods boy in Illinois.
It's as easy as falling off a log, Ed. Just a series of dots and dashes. That's all there is to it. They call it the Morse code.
You really think I'll be able to learn it?
A guy with your brains, it's simple. Nothing to it. I'll give you my manual and some pointers, and you come down here to the depot every night and practice. The station master says it's okay.
You're awfully good to do this for me, Warren.
Forget it. I want to get you out from behind that counter. This is the land of opportunity. Telegraphy is a common profession. Lots of openings for operators these days. No telling, Ed, how far this will take you.
Leah, now that I'm leaving Cleveland, I hate to go. There's so many fine people here. People like your father, Mr. Coleman, and Warren, and... Well, you know what I mean.
I think so, Ed.
I think I ought to tell you it's been a very enjoyable friendship. On my part, I mean.
Oh, on my part, too.
Leah... Well, I guess I better go.
I guess so, Ed. Remember, Cleveland will always be waiting for you.
Do you mean that?
Oh, of course I mean it. I'm a very sincere kind of person.
Leah, look, this may come as a surprise to you, but I'd like to kiss you goodbye. That is, if you wouldn't...
Why, Ed, I don't know what to answer. What would my father say here in broad daylight in front of everybody?
I don't care what he'd say. I'm not kissing your father. Leah. Leah.
You better go now. You'll miss your train.
Goodbye, Leah.
Goodbye, Ed.
From Cleveland, I went to Oberlin, Ohio. And from Oberlin, I went south to Tennessee to take charge of a telegraph office there.
Dear Leah, it's hot down here. 104 in the shade today. But the people are fine, just like the people back home. Dear Leah, something happened today. I've always believed that slavery was wrong, but it was a private kind of feeling. Today I saw a little colored girl being sold as a slave. It made me sick to my soul. Before I knew what I was doing.
What am I bid? What am I bid?
$100.
$100. Have a bid of $100.
Stop it! You can't do this! Don't you see that she's just a little girl?
What's the matter with that fella anyway?
The heat's got him.
Well, look at her! You can't sell a little girl for money like you do a horse or a cow. Nobody's got the right to say what a human being is worth.
Hey, Ed Rosewater. Can I talk to you for just a minute?
Sure, come in, Bert. Anything you wanted to talk about in particular?
Well, I figured you'd know.
You mean about what happened this afternoon?
Uh-huh. Folks are sort of upset about what you did.
So help me, Bert, I had to. I couldn't stop myself when I saw that little girl up there in that auction block.
I know how you feel. I didn't like it any more than you did, I reckon. But it's the way things are down here.
Well, then they ought to be changed.
A lot of things ought to be changed, Ed. Down here, we got slaves growing our cotton. Well, maybe that's wrong, but it's our business. Up north, you take our cotton, spin it into cloth, and, well, I hear tell the folks that work in your factories ain't much better off than our slaves. Maybe that's wrong, too. But it's your business. See what I mean?
I see, all right, but I don't agree with you. Right and wrong aren't a matter of geography. We're one country. Now, what's your business is my business. What's mine is yours.
No, folks around here don't hold that view. They say you had no right meddling into what doesn't concern you.
But it does concern me. I'm a human being, and so is that little girl. I couldn't stand there and watch
Ed,
her...
I told you. I didn't like it any more than you did. But it's the way things are down here. If you don't like it...
Bert, there's a town down in Alabama that needs a telegraph operator. I think I'll take a look at things down there.
You're crazy. What you want to go messing around down in Alabama for?
Well, for one thing, I don't like to quit under fire. And for another thing, Bert, I just happen to like the South, believe it or not. I like it. The year was 1860. In Alabama, seed time went and harvest came. And over the telegraph, I heard the words a man named Lincoln spoke to a man named Douglas.
When your white man governs himself, that is self-government. But when he governs himself and also governs another man, that is despotism. No man is good enough to govern another man without that other man's consent.
Rosewater, those are fighting words you just took down. Mind you, if this fellow that calls himself Abe Lincoln is elected president...
We sat in the telegraph office waiting for news of the election. We sat on a volcano.
Mind you, if this fellow Lincoln is elected...
Outside on the station platform that night, a carload of slaves had been rolled onto a siding. Out there in the darkness, I could feel their very presence.
You gotta travel that lonesome valley. You got to go there by yourself. Ain't nobody here gonna do it for you. You gotta travel that lonesome valley by yourself.
What you pulling the shade down for, Ed? It's hot.
It's them. I'm ashamed.
Oh, shucks, that ain't no way to talk. They're happy. They wouldn't always be singing if they weren't happy.
It's wrong, wrong, wrong. Can't you see how wrong it is? Now, look, you read the Bible. What about this? Woe to him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by injustice. Woe to him that useth his neighbor's service without wages, and giveth him not his hire.
Stop ranting and raving, man. Get the telegram. What'd it say?
Wait a minute. Thank God.
Ed, tell me.
He won. Lincoln won.
You're just saying that to aggravate me.
No, it's the truth, so help me.
Well, Ed, this means war. Where you going?
I'm going outside to tell them in the boxcar. Listen, all of you. All of you, listen. Lincoln's won. Hurrah for Lincoln! Hurrah for
freedom, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom after a while. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
I told you Cleveland would be waiting for you, Ed.
Leah, it's hard for me to tell you this, but I'm not staying. Now, please don't look like that.
But you've been away 2 years. 2 whole years.
I know.
Oh, I don't care how it sounds. I'm tired of being prim and proper. I'm tired of being a lady, and I'm tired of waiting. When you go this time, Ed, you've got to take me with you.
You've got to believe me. I want to take you with me more than anything in the world, but I can't, Leah. I'm going into the Army.
The Army? But you wrote me from the South that telegraph operators are exempt.
I don't want to be exempt. I want to be in it. Leah, if a thing is wrong, you fight it. You just don't stand in a corner with your face to a wall.
No one can tell you what a war is like. No one. But Ed Rosewater was soon to learn. With the army of General Fremont, he crawled on hands and knees through the blood and the mud of the West Virginia wilderness.
My job was to lay telegraph lines that would keep our forces in communication with other commands. From Fremont, I was assigned to General Pope. From Pope, I was sent to report to General McClellan's quarters at Manassas. After Manassas came reassignment to the telegraph office in Washington.
Dear Leah, you know how disappointed I was to be removed from the field. But there may be compensations. They say the president spends more time here at the telegraph office than anywhere else. I may be lucky enough to meet him.
Any news for me this morning, young fella?
Nothing so far, sir. Excuse me. Nothing so far, Mr. Lincoln. Mr. President.
Never mind the title. You're new, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Rosewater, sir. Edward Rosewater.
I don't think I ever heard that name before.
Well, it's really Rosenwasser, sir. My father Americanized it.
I see. Wasser. That's German for water, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you weren't born in this country, eh?
No, sir, in Bohemia, a place called Bukowan. You probably never heard of it, sir.
Don't apologize.
He would come over from the White House wearing his carpet slippers and an old shawl thrown around his shoulders. Often as not, he would give us his messages directly without bothering to write them out.
To General McClellan, hold on with a bulldog grip and chew and choke as much as possible. Signed, A. Lincoln. To General Pope, Bull Run, which side of the creek are you on? A. Lincoln. You know, young fella, that telegram I just sent reminds me of the old woman whose pig got loose and ran around the creek. She and her husband lit out after him. Do you see him, husband? Which side of the creek is he on? I don't know, wife, but I think he's on both sides.
Early that summer of 1862, we asked one day for a pencil and some sheets of foolscap.
I got some ideas I want to try out on paper. I don't know if they'll amount to anything much. Maybe like shooting at the moon with a slingshot. But we'll see.
Every day he would sit for an hour or more, his forehead wrinkled in concentration, and every night what he had written was locked in the old iron safe in the corner of the telegraph office. Eventually, we began to suspect the subject of his endeavors.
What do you think about slavery, son?
I'm against it, sir.
So am I. But you wouldn't know it to read the newspapers. The abolitionists say I've betrayed them. They want a proclamation of emancipation right away. Wherever I go, there are Mr. Sumner, Mr. Stevens, and Mr. Wilson to haunt me. They are my Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But I won't let them push me into anything premature. This subject is on my mind day and night more than any other. But emancipation without a military victory to back it up would be a meaningless act. All through that desperate summer, they had locked away in the safe in the telegraph office those 2 pieces of foolscap that the whole land was waiting for. Our losses continued to be heavy. There was the second Bull Run, Fredericksburg.
13,000. That's what it says, sir. 13,000.
You know what that means?
Yes, sir.
13,000 men killed. War. This awful, awful war. Well, what do you got for me this morning?
We're just sending a messenger to the White House, sir. It's good news.
Let me see.
Here, sir.
Thank God. McClellan has stopped Lee at Antietam. I think I'll just take a look at those papers we got stashed away in the safe. It may be now that the time is right. Up to now, with our armies in retreat everywhere, it might have been nothing but a big noise. Did you boys ever hear about the 2 hunters lost in the woods at night? They kept hearing a strange noise. They didn't know what it was, and they kept beating around the bushes, but they couldn't find anything. Let's go on, one of them said finally. Whatever it is, it's nothing but a noise. Whatever else I am, the Lord let me be remembered as something more than a noise.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
The day began like any other dragging, war-weary day. But we in the telegraph office were waiting for something. At last he came in, looking old and tired, a folded piece of paper in his hand. This was it.
Are you ready, Mr. Rosewater?
Ready, Mr. Lincoln?
By the President of the United States, a proclamation. All persons held as slaves in certain designated parts of the United States, the people whereof shall be in rebellion against the United States.
Many things happened to a man in the course of his lifetime. I, Edward Rosewater, was to go back to Cleveland and to marry Leah Coleman. Later, I would go west to Omaha and found a newspaper. I would serve in the legislature of that state for many years, fighting always as best I could for the rights of minority groups in America. I was to introduce bills providing institutions for the deaf and dumb and blind in Nebraska. And in the city of Omaha, I would help to found and build the first Jewish hospital in that state. Yes, many things happened to a man in the course of his lifetime. But of all the days of my life, this one day stands out above the others. Something old began to die that day, and something new began struggling to be born. It is still a borning.
And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God.
Oh, freedom, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom after a while. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Judge Albert A. Waldman, Judge of the Juvenile Court of Cleveland. Judge Waldman.
Abraham Lincoln has been acclaimed as the supreme American. To free men throughout the world and to myriads longing to be free, Lincoln is known as the saint of democracy. Therefore, everything pertaining to the immortal emancipator is of the greatest importance. The newly discovered diary of Edward Rosewater, the Jewish immigrant boy who became War Department telegrapher to to whom President Lincoln entrusted the dispatching of his epoch-making Emancipation Proclamation to the world, constitutes a unique addition to our knowledge of the great Civil War leader. Edward Rosewater knew Lincoln. His was the historic opportunity to meet him frequently, to talk to him, and to observe him during moments of disaster and times of triumph, as, wrapped in a shawl and wearing carpet slippers, the worried president visited the War Department telegraph office to receive news from the battlefronts. On this 93rd anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation, which Edward Rosewater flashed to the world at President Lincoln's request, we cannot help but pray that the time may not be far distant when another Abraham Lincoln may come to enunciate a world proclamation, to emancipate all mankind from the slavery of fear, hate, intolerance, and man's inhumanity to man, that at long last men the world over may live as brothers, with malice toward none, with charity for all.
Thank you, Judge Waldman. Our Eternal Light drama today came to you from Cleveland, Ohio, through the facilities of station WTAM, and was entitled The Man Who Knew Lincoln, written by Virginia Mazer. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Raymond Massey as Lincoln, Donald Buca as Edward Rosewater, and balladeer and guitarist was Tom Glazer. Today's program was based on the Rosewater collection of manuscripts in the American Jewish Archives of the Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati, Ohio. This has been an NBC radio production directed by Stuart Buchanan. Bill Mayer speaking. This weekly transcribed program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you today transcribed from Hollywood under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Human Element, starring Jeff Chandler as Ira, was written by Will Lauren.
It seems there's a connecting link between sympathy and passion, between form and failing, between action and ambition. Of course, it's the human element. Everybody knows that. Well, not quite everybody. I didn't at first, and by the time I found out, well, this is my story. Me, I'm an enthusiastic type of fellow. I always have been, and if I'm not careful, I always will be. It's like my mother used to say.
I have 3 sons. The oldest, a poet, a born poet. The second, a genius in mathematics, no doubt about it. And Ira? Well, Ira is enthusiastic.
And why shouldn't I be? I have the 3 things in life I want most. I always wanted to be an agronomist, and now I am, and a good one, too. Second, I'm betrothed to the most beautiful girl in the world, and also the smartest. And third, I live in Israel, where everyone is enthusiastic. Of course, a person who's not enthusiastic should live somewhere else. The jungles of Africa, the North Pole, someplace where life is easy. Now, for instance, the other day I was present at a conference of high government officials where the second deputy undersecretary of commerce said to me,
Ira, my boy.
a very important man. Notice the enthusiasm.
Ira, we're proud of you. The program for peanut production is a tremendous success. I don't have to tell you what this means for our export situation.
And the second deputy undersecretary of agriculture said,
My boy.
an even more important man. He's my boss.
We in agriculture are doubly proud of you. After all, we conceived this program, so naturally we're pleased with its success. However, I must remind the gentleman from Commerce that we're more concerned with home consumption than export. And furthermore...
I beg your pardon. Let me explain to you the rudiments of balance of trade.
Well, evidently I have to explain something to you. Now, look here.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
You don't realize that our peanut crop is a highly desirable export commodity.
But you don't realize how many uses we have for this crop right here in Israel. Why, the peanut oil alone.
There. Isn't that a lovely discussion? So many possibilities. Such enthusiasm. Of course, it's very satisfying to be in a position where the only disagreement is how to make the most of success. Well, that's how it is today. Unfortunately, I'm afflicted with a good memory, and I remember, how clearly, that only 5 years ago the discussion wasn't quite so delightful.
Ira!
That's the same gentleman from Commerce. He was only third deputy then.
What's the matter with our peanut production?
How do you mean?
What do you mean? How do I mean? There is no peanut production. Don't you know we need exports?
If you will permit me, please, this is our problem.
That's my boss again, before he was promoted.
Ira, my boy, never mind about the exports. Now, you're an agronomist, so you know all the reasons we need peanuts right here at home. Don't you, my boy?
Oh, yes, sir. As I see it, there are 9 basic values. 1...
Then why aren't we growing any?
Well, sir, the farmers don't want to grow them.
Ira, my boy, I want you to go in your Jeep and make a tour of the country.
Oh, but, sir,
You have to persuade the farmers to cooperate with this program. It's really very simple. What were you going to say?
Sir, I just came back from a tour of the country.
I'm giving you a second chance. You want to be an agronomist?
Oh, yes, sir.
So get out there and agronomize.
I must confess, at that point, I was feeling just a little less enthusiastic than usual. In fact, I was discouraged. As I said to my bride-to-be, Ruth...
I know, dear. You're discouraged.
I am? I am, but how do you know?
No enthusiasm.
Oh.
Ira, would you be offended if I, may I offer you some advice?
Why should you be an exception?
Well, you know I think you're the most wonderful person in the world. And certainly the smartest man in the agriculture department.
Well, my boss thinks not so highly.
Well, it seems to me you've gone about this the wrong way.
Oh, Ruth, dear, you're very sweet to try to help me, but really, you don't know the problems, and I do.
I had in mind people.
Please, no psychology.
Well, all right. Why do people emigrate to Israel?
And no philosophy either. Let's stick to peanuts.
Ira, you're dampening my enthusiasm. That's better. Now then, why do people come to Israel?
Freedom?
What else?
Hope?
Well, there's a very big reason. To be individuals.
So?
Well, it seems to me you've gone about your job thinking that facts alone would be convincing.
The facts are convincing if only people would pay attention.
Well, they will pay attention if you'll bear in mind that each person is an individual. And they must be approached differently.
Well, I get so carried away by the possibilities of peanuts as a crop that I just get carried away, I guess. Can I help it? I'm an enthusiast.
I'm glad you said that. Now, do you know how the dictionary defines an enthusiast?
You mean where you have a bookmark already?
It says, The term sometimes implies a subordination of judgment to enthusiasm. Ira, the human element. Although we all do have the same hopes for our country, even in Israel, there are no two people alike.
Even in Israel. Especially in Israel. So, off I went on my second chance. But this time, in addition to being armed with facts and figures, I made a list of all the people who had turned me down before. At Ruth's suggestion, next to each name, I put down what I remembered about them. Their personal likes and dislikes, their backgrounds, their interests. And whenever I had a few minutes, I read a little bit in the book Ruth gave me as a good luck gift. What book? Yeah, that's right, the one by Dale Carnegie, Hebrew translation.
I'm sorry, Ira. Our land is already being put to good use. Isn't that right, Hannah?
That's right.
Benjamin, I don't mean to be nosy, but I was walking around this afternoon, and, well, you know that back section over there?
On the west boundary?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, there's about 200 dunams there, and I didn't notice anything growing there.
That's all been decided. That 200 dunams is earmarked for cotton. Isn't that right, Hannah?
That's right, for cotton. More tea, Ira?
Oh, no, thanks. Benjamin, why don't you give it a try? Peanuts, I mean.
If you're going to try a new crop, what difference should it make whether you grow one or the other?
All right. I'll tell you what difference it makes. This is a successful kibbutz, wouldn't you say?
Oh, certainly.
It's thriving, busy. Are people happy here?
Yes, but...
All right. Now, do you remember what it was like when we first came here?
You mean it was barren?
Barren. Not only was there nothing growing here, nothing could grow here. We spent almost a whole year just clearing away the rocks before we could even start planting. Tell them, Hannah. Tell them what it was like.
Backbreaking.
And heartbreaking. All right. We would do it again if we had to. We'd go through it all again, gladly. Put roads in the wilderness and crops in the desert. But for what? For grain, yes. For dairy, yes. For fruit, yes. But for peanuts? Is this the staff of life? Is this the milk and the honey?
No, I see what you mean.
After all, Ira, a man has his pride.
Yes, I guess you're right.
All right, then. I'm glad to see you're a reasonable man. Have some more tea.
No, thanks. You're right, Benjamin. A man has his pride.
Of course.
Unfortunately, that's only half the problem.
What's the other half?
A woman's pride.
What have women got to do with it?
Well, oddly enough, for a woman, peanuts could mean more than milk and honey.
Ira, the discussion is closed. I don't want to hear any more about your...
Excuse me. Ira, what did you mean for a woman?
Hannah, they tell me you're a good cook. What do you use for baking and for frying?
Well, it's a problem. Most of our butter has to be taken to market, so we use very little. And olive oil is so expensive.
Exactly. Now look at this. We've been doing some testing in our laboratories. Here.
What is it?
It's a new cooking oil. Go on, smell it and taste it.
Well, so?
That's peanut oil.
Now, Hannah, the discussion is closed. You know we decided months ago that...
Excuse me. Is it expensive?
It's much cheaper than olive oil, and you don't have to use as much.
And would this really be available to us here?
If there's a big enough peanut crop, yes.
Benjamin?
Oh, no.
Benjamin?
A man has his pride.
A woman has no pride in her kitchen? Can I cook with cotton?
Oh, Hannah.
As a favor to me.
Ira, you're a scoundrel.
A year from today, you'll thank me. Hannah, would you like to keep that bottle?
Can you spare it?
It's yours, with love and kisses from the Department of Agriculture. Well, what's new, Avram?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Things are pretty much the same as when you were here last.
Oh, it's difficult, huh?
Well, I don't have to tell you the problem with growing young trees out here. Yes, it takes time, and more water than we can spare, and a less sandy soil than we have here.
I know. But I don't blame you for trying. After all, growing trees, that's really something special.
That's it exactly.
I grew up in a city, and, well, there were some trees there, of course, one here, one there, but all my life I had an image, row after row of trees as far as the eye could see.
Oh, it's a beautiful picture.
Isn't it? You know, in the old days, whenever I had trouble sleeping, I would lie in bed, close my eyes, and concentrate. Pretty soon, would you believe it? Pretty soon I could just hear that lovely sound. Trees rustling at night. And that would put me to sleep. Would you believe it?
I believe it.
And now look. 3 years we've been working at it, and look at those scrawny things. Ah, my orchard.
But you're doing fine over them in another few years.
Another few years.
Well, that's one thing that must be said about peanuts. You see results in one season. All the things that work against trees here, the soil, the lack of water, it doesn't matter with peanuts. You could have a fully grown crop, a valuable crop in one season.
Really?
And the government will take all you can grow at a good price.
Ah. In one season?
That's right. Say, you know something?
What?
I just left Beth Shan. There's a settlement there, one of the older ones, of course, and they're planning some crop changes. They want to sell off some of their young trees for transplanting. They have more than they need.
How young?
Oh, on the average, they're 3-4 years older than yours. And next year, they'll still be young enough to be transplanted successfully.
Oh, it would be wonderful to see results sooner, but I don't see how we could manage it.
Avram, you could earn enough from a peanut crop here the very first year to buy maybe 50 trees.
You think so?
I do.
We'll do it. Good.
Do this. Do that. How about this? Try that. 28 years I've been a farmer in Israel, and for 28 years I've been getting suggestions.
No, Muttle, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. Who knows better what grows well around here? You desk farmers in Tel Aviv, or the real farmers who live right here?
Well, you do, of course.
Oh, that's right. Me and my neighbors who've been here for years. But do you think my neighbors give me suggestions, even though they do know what it's like around here?
They wouldn't dare.
What do you mean they wouldn't dare? You think I'm more hard-headed or something?
No.
Of course not. Why, I'm a reasonable man, approachable. I'm just fed up with the suggestions from the government, that's all.
Have we ever steered you wrong?
That's not the point. Every week it's something new. Pamphlet number 247. Have you tried our new chemical fertilizer for spring planting? Pamphlet number 981. Tractors are now available on short-term rentals at nominal cost, right for information. That'll be the day I'll ask you schoolboys for information. And now, peanuts!
You don't like the idea?
No!
Uh-huh. You know about the change in the subsidy situation with peanuts.
I don't care how much subsidy the government is offering. I wouldn't grow peanuts if they offered...
There's no subsidy at all.
And another thing. If you think for 1 minute no subsidy?
Not if you don't want it.
Well, I must say you have your nerve. No subsidy.
Not a penny.
And you expect to persuade farmers to try a new crop with no
Oh, there is an inducement.
What? A year's supply of government pamphlets bound in leather?
3 tons of grain fodder for every ton of peanuts produced.
Yeah.
That's right. 3 for 1. You know, I just left your neighbor over there.
Jacob?
Yes, Jacob. He's making pretty big plans for his new crop. But then those are beautiful cows he has there, and I guess he wants that fodder.
He has beautiful cows? Have you seen my herd?
Oh, yes, I have.
Is that the best dairy herd in Mahalal or not?
So far, yes. But once Jacob starts the exchange 3 for 1, don't forget why he's...
No, not so fast.
But, Muttle, you know how people are. Jacob is a pretty independent man. Once he makes up his mind to do something for his herd, nothing can stop him. He even told me...
All right. You'll have 50 tons from us. Now I'll get back to work. Goodbye, Ira.
Only 50 tons? And you a farmer 28 years? Well, a greenhorn could do better with one hand tied behind
If you don't watch your tongue, you're liable to get 250 tons from us. Now go on back to Tel Aviv and plow your little furrow between the desks. All right, go on.
But I wasn't quite ready to go back to my desk. Not for another month, in fact. Just now, I was on my way to one of the newer kibbutzim between Be'eri and Kesufim. I had a double reason for coming back here. For one thing, this was one of the few collectives that had agreed to plant peanuts on my first trip around. By this time, they would already have finished harvesting, and I wanted to see how they made out. For another, I wanted to see my old school friend, David, who lives there. David isn't a farmer at all. He's the settlement's safety officer. And it's quite a responsible post he has. You see, this particular settlement is just 1 mile from the Gaza Strip.
Halt.
Aren't you going to say who goes there? Hey, take the light out of my eyes, you idiot.
Ivra! Ivra, how are you?
It's good to see you, David. They told me you were on guard duty tonight.
Yes, most nights, Ivra. Well, what brings you out our way?
Well, the peanut crop, of course.
Let's go up on that ridge. We can sit down there for a few minutes anyway.
Oh, fine.
Ira.
Yeah?
About that business last year.
Oh, that's what I want to talk to you about. Do you still feel the same way?
No, I was wrong. When you were here last year and the question of the new crop was being discussed, I'm afraid my arguments against it were rather childish.
Oh, not childish, a little romantic, perhaps. To tell you the truth, I was never quite sure if you were serious or if you were kidding me.
You mean when I protested against risking my life for a peanut?
Yeah.
Believe me, Ira, I half meant it. There's something about the idea that just rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, naturally. I'm sure if I'd been in your shoes, well, it would seem rather absurd. What made you change your mind?
You remember what you said about this crop giving work to new immigrants, to inexperienced immigrants?
Yeah.
A month after you left, Ira, we got over 400 new people.
Oh.
I've seen this happen before. Immigrants come in and they want to be farmers. They'd rather be farmers in Israel than anything else in the world. But they're not prepared for it, Ira. Physically, I mean. Most of them have never done manual labor before, and in the past it's been terribly discouraging asking them to do work unlike anything they've ever done before.
Yes.
After all, it takes time, Ira, to toughen up, to learn the ropes.
I can see what must have happened.
Exactly. Here was a crop that had to be worked by hand. The work was certainly essential, still it wasn't so backbreaking as to discourage a raw farmer with blisters on his hands. Now they're used to working outdoors, and they're used to working with their hands.
It's wonderful.
You know, Ira, the day the harvest was finished, old Aaron, bless him, proposed a toast to the new farmers. We're proud of you, he said. Israel is proud of you. Oh, Ira, you should have seen their faces. I'll have to take a look around. You'll be here for a while?
Overnight. I'll see you at breakfast.
Certainly. It'll be breakfast for you, but supper for me.
All right. How do I get back? Over here?
Yeah, that's right. Keep bearing left. Ira, that's the path for very important people.
Oh? All of a sudden I'm a VIP?
We think so. Good night, Ira.
Good night, David.
Not interested.
300 byproducts?
Not interested.
Puts nitrogen back in the soil.
Not interested.
Elisha, this is my last stop before I go back. Why are you giving me such a hard time?
Don't take it personally.
It's quite a plant, you know. It gives us vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C.
Ira, you're a nice fella, but I'm
not interested. Yes, I know. All right. Nothing more to say.
You mad?
No, of course not. We'll just have to send the machinery back to Kenya, that's all.
Hmm?
So long, Elisha. I'll be seeing you.
Well, what did you say?
I said I'll be seeing you.
No, before that, about the machinery?
Oh, that. I didn't mention it before?
No.
Well, we got the machinery for peanut production from the British. It seems they bought a lot of equipment when they tried to grow peanuts in Kenya, but they couldn't make a go of it there. So we acquired the machinery for very little money. But I guess we're no better farmers than they are. Well, that's how it goes. So long, Elisha.
Well, wait a minute. From Kenya?
That's right, from Kenya. Well, here's my trusty little Jeep. Bye.
All right. Send down some plants.
What did you say? I can't hear you.
Well, turn off your motor and you'll hear me. I said send down some plants.
For how many dunams?
Oh, let's say 300.
With all your land? Not interested.
400.
Not interested.
All right. Send enough for 500 dunams.
That's more like it.
Ira, they couldn't make a go of it, huh?
So it seems. This amuses you?
Make it 600.
Well, that's the way of the world. Or at least that's the way with a new crop in Israel. Oh, I've learned a lot these past few years. Facts and figures are important, but the human element? As I said to my wife only the other day, Ruth.
Yes, dear?
You know the dictionary definition of the word human?
I see you already have a bookmark there, so go ahead.
It says, frequently connoted the common sympathies, passions, or failings of men. Their forms, actions, ambitions.
Well?
Oh, nothing. I just thought you'd like to know. That's the way of the world.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Charles Crown, officer of the University of Judaism in Los Angeles. Mr. Crown.
As Ira says in the play, facts and figures are important, but the human element, that is really important. In the young democracy of Israel, all these statistics would not mean much if the people had not always been ready to do the impossible, and if unstinting help had not come from American Jewry through the United Jewish Appeal. In the nearly 8 years since Israel came into being, the people have recorded almost incredible achievements, particularly in development of the land, which had been barren for thousands of years. The object of the intense agricultural development program have been to supply food for a vastly increased population and to speed the absorption into productive work of the immigrants who poured in and doubled the country's population in 7 years. The human element, the people's willingness to do everything they could, to build freedom, to keep Israel's gates open, to make any sacrifice in order to take in all who needed to come to Israel from lands of oppression, spurred them to make the vast, overwhelming, difficult dream of making the desert bloom a reality. Like our American pioneers, Israel's people were ready to sacrifice their own comforts to open up more land for those who need to come. Despite every problem that confronts them, the people of Israel are determined to keep the gates open for the scores of thousands in tension-ridden lands who want and must go there. They are equally determined that those who arrive will get an immediate opportunity to become productive citizens in the new settlements begun by those who came before them.
Thank you, Mr. Crown. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Human Element, was written by Will Lauren. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Jeff Chandler was starred as Ira. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Stanley Farrar, Paul Frees, Vivi Janis, Jim Nusser, Jan Arvan, Rolf Sedan, and Tom McKee. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, transcribed in Hollywood and directed by Andrew C. Love. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
This is Monitor, the NBC Weekend Radio Service.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, which comes to you transcribed from Hollywood, is a radio adaptation written by Marion Voigt and is based on the true experiences of Avner Carmi, author of the book Harp of King David. Our narrator is Richard Todd.
Centuries on centuries ago, the Lord spoke to his prophet Ezekiel and said, Therefore prophesy, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves, and cause you to come up out of your graves, and bring you to the land of Israel. And I will put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. So spoke the Lord. And today, long centuries later, the prophecy is fulfilled. All Israel exults as grave after grave of the past is opened, and 1,000 resurrections fill the land with joy and wonder. This is the story of one of those resurrections, which has added its own unique music to the music that fills all Israel today. It's the story of a piano, and of one man's search for that piano across a span of more than 30 years. It begins when that man, Avner Carmi, is a boy in Jerusalem, standing at the bedside of his grandfather, once a concert pianist known all over Europe. But now, Matthew Yanovsky is an old man, sick, and remembering many things.
Yes, I played for the King of Italy, and it was afterwards he told me of another piano called the Harp of King David.
Truly, they called it that?
For the wonder of its tone. And something else. According to legend, this piano of Siena was made of wood that came from the pillars of King Solomon's temple. 2 pillars called Joachim and Boaz that were saved when the temple was destroyed and carried to Rome. Every inch of its surface was beautifully carved with cherubs and with the heads of composers from every nation. It was a symbol of peace, the king told me, and the music that unites all nations. And when he saw my interest and excitement, he promised that one day I should see it and hear it.
Did you, Grandfather?
No. I had to leave Italy soon after. I never returned. Now it is clear I never shall.
Oh, Grandfather.
Promise me now that one day you will go to Italy and see the king. Ask him if you may see and hear this piano in my stead. You will do it, Avner?
Yes, of course I will, Grandfather. Grandfather.
So many years I've imagined it. But you will hear it plain.
It was a promise Avner Carmi made. There was no thought that with this promise, he was starting on a long road towards one more fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. It was a promise that stayed in his mind as he studied the structure of pianos, learned the secrets of their tone and tuning. Following this goal, he left Jerusalem and journeyed to Germany and France to study. And when he had completed his studies and had become an expert piano tuner and maker, it was time to return to Israel, and at last the road led through Rome. Carmi hurried at once to the gates of the Quirinal.
Halt there! Yes, you. Halt when a king's guard commands you. No admittance here.
Yes, but I come on a mission. I wish to see the king.
Oh, indeed. Well, you'll never do it this way.
How then? Please tell me.
Write him a letter.
A letter? That is the way? Well, then I'll do that. I'll write him a letter at once and tell him the whole story.
Yes, you do that. Then when you have the king's answer, you come back.
But there was no reply. Disappointed, Carmi went on to Israel. There were full days now at home. There was a marriage to Hannah, the wife of his dreams. There was work, establishing the piano hospital in Tel Aviv. But the promise was not forgotten. And when he had a chance to return to Europe, once again he made sure the road home led through Rome.
Momento. Oh, wait a bit, Signor. A year ago, 2 years ago, I have put just such a letter into Italian for you, have I not?
Oh, that is right, and I received no answer. Maybe
you ought to try another method. You are a stranger in Rome. You do not know that every Friday morning His Majesty visits the fish market. There he may be approached by anyone. Many go there to ask favors.
The fish market? Friday morning?
Yes.
Well, then that's it. I've only to wait till Friday. There he is, the king himself, standing like any commoner before the fish stall. Your Majesty, I must speak. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's about your father's piano, Your Majesty, made of wood from Jerusalem. Your father's piano.
Piano yourself, assassin. You think the king is unprotected even here? Here, now.
Wait, let go of me.
Stop struggling, assassin. You're coming with me.
But I'm no assassin.
Come now. The police will deal with you.
At the police station, it was clear soon enough Carmi's papers were all in order. But there was still so much talk of a piano. Was this Carmi sane?
Captain, if you please, I am in Rome with the pianist Arthur Schnabel. You understand? You know the name. Now, if you would telephone him, he would vouch for me. Arthur Schnabel. Only phone him and see.
At last, the captain returned.
See, I have spoken with him, the great Arthur Schnabel himself. And what has he said? One person falls in love with the king's daughter, one person falls in love with the king's son. But Carmi, Avner Carmi, has simply fallen in love with the king's piano.
Really, it was becoming a joke by now. All this effort just to see and hear an old piano, to keep a long-ago promise. But perhaps it has happened to you, too. Frustrated again and again at achieving what seems like an easy goal, you finally become obsessed with the need to reach it. So, at any rate, it was with Carmi. Now the piano became an obsession to him. And before he left Rome, there was new hope. he met a certain Professor Leonardo, keeper of an apothecary shop, and pharmacist to the king himself.
Yes, indeed, Signor Carmi. I see the king and speak to him often. The next time I have the opportunity, I shall ask him of this piano.
It is called the Harp of King David.
As soon as I have news, I shall write you at Tel Aviv.
But weeks went by, then months. And at last business again took Abner Carmi to Rome.
Professor Leonardo, it is I, Abner Carmi.
Signor Carmi, how good to see you again.
Oh, I'm happy to hear you say so. When you did not write, I thought he regrets he met such a pest.
No, I apologize for not writing. But it was hard to send bad news.
Bad news?
Signor Carmi, no one at the Quirinal has ever heard of such a piano as you mentioned. There is no piano such as your grandfather described.
A man does all he can do, and then he can do no more. In the absence of any evidence anywhere that the piano even existed, what could Abner Carmi do but return to Tel Aviv and try to forget the old dream? There was no evidence, no proof. And then, one day, he rode a Tel Aviv bus and talked idly with the friend who sat beside him.
Oh, yes, I've studied many old pianos. I saw Liszt's piano in Weimar, Chopin's in Paris, Beethoven's in Bonn, but I would hate to hear their works on such boxes.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, why, yes, what is it?
I apologize for interrupting, but I could not help overhearing. And I wondered, you've seen such important historical pianos. Have you ever seen and heard the Siena piano, the one that was a wedding gift to the King of Italy?
I beg your pardon. Did you say the Siena piano?
Yes, that's right.
But I thought... wait a moment. Where have you heard of this piano, sir?
I was reading about it just last week in the library.
Reading about it? In what sort of book?
In the German encyclopedia. Tima Becker.
Tima Becker? But wait, the bus is stopping. Never mind. I'll get off and I'll go to the library now. I'll read every book. Wait, I'm getting off.
The Tima Becker encyclopedia stretched across the library shelves in volume after volume. He read from morning till night, and when his eyes blurred, he hired a student to read as well. And then, one day, as he read through the F's...
Ferri, Nicodemo Ferri, native of Siena, carved a piano which was given to the King of Italy as a wedding gift. There it is, in black and white, proof. It is no legend, but true.
Once again, the promise he had made his grandfather was filled with the breath of reality. And of course, Hannah rejoiced with her husband. But she pleaded with him, too, not to be in such a hurry to return to Italy to show Professor Leonardo a photograph of the wonderful works. It was 1940.
But Italy is neutral, Hannah, my love.
Stay home, Abner. You have that concert grand piano you must repair.
To fix the grand properly, I need parts from Turin.
But I know. Your old dream of the king's old piano is more important to you than the children and me.
Hannah, you know I would not dream of going if I thought there were danger. Don't worry. All will be well.
The next morning, Carmi left for Turin. Business concluded, he hurried at once to Rome. But Professor Leonardo was gone from the city for the day. Then Carmi had an exciting thought. In Siena, where the piano had been made, he might find further documentation of his dream. Now, once again, chance, or destiny, put a helpful stranger at his side.
So you traveled to Siena, my son, even as I. I have been in orders there 25 years now. Find new marvels daily.
25 years. Then perhaps you know something about a piano which was built there by 4 generations of one family, the Marchiosis. Later, the city gave it to the king for a wedding gift. Have you heard of that piano, Father?
No, I'm afraid not. But wait, go to the city hall and look in the archives.
You think it would be noted?
I will take you to the city hall myself. We shall see together what the archives have to say.
And so it was, one more piece of the pattern fell in place. And Abner Carmi discovered exactly how the king's piano looked. For there, in the archives of Siena, were actual photographs of the piano. One full front, one profile. All the rich carving of garlands and cherubs showing clear and plain. Now, pausing only to take his own photographs of this evidence, he hurried back to Rome.
Professor Leonardo, you're back. Wait till you hear my news.
Signor Carmi, what luck. I have news for you. Such news.
The Siena piano does exist. It is not a legend.
I know it exists. I have seen it.
I saw a photograph. You've seen it? Here? Here in Rome?
No, it's no longer in Rome. That is why no one at the Quirinal knew about it. It was moved to the Palazzo at Monza several years ago. I saw it there with the king not a month ago. Oh, if only I could take you to it, my friend. But tell me, Signor Carmi, why are you in Rome now? War may be declared any moment. My friend, you must get back to Israel at once, before it is too late.
Professor Leonardo's fears were justified. While Abner Carmi was still on the way home to Israel, Italy entered the war. Soon, Carmi found himself no longer an onlooker, but a driver in a British Army transport unit. Now, as he drove from camp to camp in North Africa, collecting discarded material and carrying it to army dumps, all pianos seemed part of another life. Then, one day, after Rommel's defeat in El Alamein, Carmi's captain called.
Carmi! I say, Carmi! Just the job for our piano expert. A musical mime, no less.
A musical mime?
Frightened the boys nearly to death when their detectives picked up a chromatic scale coming up from under the sand. Come on, I'll hop on the truck with you and see for yourself. Here we are now. Just around this dune. On this sand. Ah, there.
It looks like a tomb, not a piano. Covered with plaster from top to bottom.
That's right. And solid as concrete.
The keyboard is all right, but I cannot get a sound from the instrument.
Sand clogging the works. Want to look inside? The boys had the front door.
Good heavens, it is veritably an antique. The action is old, very old.
Well, Carmi, she's your baby now. Take her to Ordnance and see what they make of her.
A plaster piano. Boy, now I've seen everything. Okay, take her around to the dump to be burned, Carmi.
To be burned? A piano?
Got any other suggestions?
But it's a sin to burn a piano. A piano, my friend, is an expansion of the harp of King David.
But, Carmi,
It will surely play again if the sand is cleaned out. Please do not burn it. I beg you.
Abner Carmi could not bear to see any piano destroyed. That was the only thought in his mind as he pleaded for this old instrument. And he was satisfied when he saw it later traveling with an entertainment troupe. By the odd coincidence of war, he saw the plastered piano several times, in Palermo, Sicily, as the Allies invaded Italy and Naples. But then, when Italy was finally liberated, there came a great day. The way was finally clear for Carmi to go with his friend, Professor Leonardo, to the Palazzo del Monza. The promise made so long ago was going to be realized.
Well, here we are at last, Carmi, after all these years. The piano was right here in this room, right against that wall, right over...
Pardon, senors. Perhaps I could help.
Oh, why, yes. We were looking for a piano that used to be kept in this room. A beautifully carved piano. It was called the Siena piano.
Ah, see. See, I remember it, senors. Beautiful indeed. Most beautiful. So, of course, they took it. As they took every beautiful thing.
They took it? Who took it?
The Germans, senor. Who else?
Taken by the Germans. It was a phrase that had spelled the end for hopes much greater than Carmi's. Taken by the Germans. There was nothing more to say or do. The war ground on. Carmi drove his truck here and there in Italy. Once, indeed, he hauled the plaster piano again to a dock in Naples, where the entertainment troupe was embarking for the Near East. Carmi thought to hear this piano he'd saved, but the case was locked. And then, at long last, came a long leave back home to Tel Aviv with Hannah and the children.
Yes, the war news is good, Hannah. And you are right. I will reopen the piano workshop while I'm home.
This is the time to start, Avner, to be ready when the war is over.
That's right. Start the workshop, Daddy. And we have your first job for you, a very sick piano. Come, we want to show it to you now.
Right now, I must see the sick pianos, Mira?
Yes, right now. Come on, it's right down the street on the sidewalk. There it is, Daddy. Right ahead there.
Here we are. And see, it is covered with plaster.
Plaster? Oh, no, it can't be.
Can't be what, Daddy?
But it is. It is my old desert pal. I'd know it anywhere.
Avner, what on earth? You know this piano?
Indeed, I do, Hannah. I saved its life once when it was dug up from the sand outside El Alamein and consigned to the dump. I argued the ordnance officer out of burning it.
Really, Daddy? This very piano?
This very piano's, Mira. After that, I saw it again and again all over Africa and Italy.
Now here it stands before you again.
Truly, Israel is the land of miracles.
And now you can fix it, can't you, Daddy?
The action is gone now.
Well, yes, I know.
So all the parts that matter are gone, but all this solid plaster. Nothing hurts this. And who would want such an ugly hulk in their home, supposing I did spend months of work on it?
Daddy, don't hit it like that. It's a piano. It's still a piano with a soul all its own.
Yes, I know.
You say you have saved it once already, Avner. How can you say it is hopeless?
It's a piano, Daddy, with a living soul.
All right. I give up. My pupils keep the faith better than I.
You'll fix it, Daddy?
Yes, I'll do my best.
Daddy, look here.
What is it, Mira?
When you hit the piano, you hit it so hard a piece of plaster fell off.
Impossible. This piano has banged around for years, and not one chip of plaster has fallen.
Just the same, Daddy. A great big piece fell off just now. And see, when you look inside the piece, it looks like the carving of a cherub.
Carving of what?
Why, Avner, it is so. The plaster shows the shape of carving. Wait, where did this piece fall from?
There, Mommy, there. See, Daddy? Daddy, what's the matter? Why are you staring that way?
Carved cherub there on the piano. It looks so very like the cherubs on the photograph from Siena.
The photograph? Avner, no. You're imagining things. This old plaster-covered piano, it couldn't be.
Where are those photographs of the Siena piano, Hannah? I've got to get back to the house and get them and check. It's not possible, but still. It's not possible, but it is so. This plaster-covered piano that crossed and recrossed my path so many times, while I sought the piano of my grandfather's story, this one is the king's piano, the Siena piano made of Jerusalem wood, and here it stands before my very house in Tel Aviv. After all my searching, the harp of King David is here. Truly, Israel is a land of miracles.
There were weeks of labor ahead, removing all the plaster. But at last the piano stood revealed. The ancient sacred wood from the temple of King Solomon himself, glowing with warmth and life.
It is enough. Even though it does not play, even though the works are gone, it is miracle enough that we see it at last.
Wait, Hannah. We will hear it as well. Now I know why I've spent my life learning all there is to know about building pianos. With God's help, I promise you now, the harp of King David will play again. For so the Lord promised Ezekiel, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you to the land of Israel. And I'll put my spirit in you, and ye shall live.
And so, one more grave is opened. And a piano, like no other in the world, adds its own unique music to the glad chorus that swells from all Israel today. And ye shall know that I, the Lord, have spoken it and performed it. Thus saith the Lord.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Maurice Turner, member of the Board of Overseers of the University of Judaism. Mr. Turner.
The Harp of King David is another of those truer-than-fiction engaging stories emerging from the war. We have heard the legend that the piano was made in Italy of wood that came from pillars of King Solomon's temple. It was destroyed in the year 70 by the Roman Titus, whose triumphal arch still stands. The final dispersal of the Jews from Jerusalem occurred with the razing of the Holy City. The experiences of Avner Carmi parallel, in a minor degree, the history of the Jews. We can well ponder on what hidden, significant forces interplayed to reunite in modern Israel the remnants of the temple and the remnants of the tribes of Judah and Israel. What miracles can and do result from man's dedication to an idea, an ideal, a promise, and an unswerving faith in its fulfillment? It required an amazing number of coincidences to concur, veritably taxing credibility, for Carmi to be able to see and hear played the harp of his grandfather's intense dream. Through countless ages, Jews have prayed that next year might see them reunited in Jerusalem, although fully cognizant of the rough and seemingly impassable road to travel before that happy event could occur. Yet the faith and determination of dedicated generations, helped immeasurably by understanding friends, fortuitous circumstances and coincidences, combined to permit in 1948 the establishment of the State of Israel. The realization of such aspirations by men and nations in the past fortify our hope that the ultimate goal of a universal mankind may perhaps in our generation be achieved if but we have the proper wisdom, the courage, the faith. But was it only coincidence, circumstance, and faith that resulted in the fulfillment of the dreams of Carmi and the eternal Jew? How much is ascribable to a mysterious and powerful force we divine must exist to give reason, understanding, and explanation for so many things not within the knowledge of man?
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Our eternal light drama today, The Harp of King David, came to you from Hollywood and was written by Marion Voigt. Cantor David Potterman sang the liturgical introduction. Our narrator was Richard Todd. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Don Diamond, Howard Culver, Jack Carroll, John Stevenson, Mark Sheeler, Bert Holland, Gene Vanderpyle, and Mary McGovern. This has been an NBC Radio Network production transcribed and directed by Andrew C. Love. The piano heard in today's broadcast was a recording of the actual Siena piano as it exists today by Esoteric Records. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Don Rickles speaking. This is Monitor, the NBC Weekend Radio Service.
Israel, komm im Schmeiß. spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Day, was written by Peter Barry and comes to you transcribed from Hollywood.
My name is Selma. After 14 years of cooking meals and making beds for Rabbi Simeon, I hoped a little bit of his genius might have rubbed off on me. But I suppose genius is like beauty. It either is or it isn't. I could have sworn that our village was practically a perfect place. I remember thinking to myself what a worthy lot of visitors we had the morning before the day had happened. Why, at noon, I ushered in Moshe Ben Haran's distinguished widow. Her name was Milka, and she stood looking down her nose at the rabbi like the fine lady I always thought her to be.
I spoke with Ludim, your brother-in-law, and it's true.
Oh?
Your husband sold the land and the cattle to him the week before he died.
I suppose Ludim told you that. It's obvious he took you in, and it's just as obvious that I'm wasting my time here.
Milka, my daughter, I'm afraid the cattle and the farm are gone beyond recall.
Then my daughter and I will suffer the consequences. We want nothing, thank you, except what is our own.
It was a fine speech, I thought, as I listened at the door. The speech of a proud and self-respecting woman who asked no quarter and gave none. And I'm frank to say I admired her, but no more than I admired Nobby, the tailor, who came at 3:30.
I'm a man who's always believed in living and letting live.
And a very good principle it is, Nabi Ben Yitzchak.
Aye. But principle or no principle, I'll put up with it no longer, heaven help me.
Now then, brother...
Now then, indeed. The peace of the village counts for something, I hope.
And who is disturbing the peace of the village?
My neighbor, that's who.
Your neighbor?
Shmuel Ben Gul.
The plasterer?
If he has any time left for plastering.
What do you mean?
I mean he's bought himself a drum.
A drum?
A great booming beast of a thing it is. And he spends hours on end beating it and caterwauling. Come to us, O Messiah! I am a poor old man! It's enough to draw a man's nerves as taut as a kite string.
I see. Have you spoken to him about it, my son?
12 times at the top of my voice.
And what has he said?
You will not believe it. He tells me it's no fault of his if I don't enjoy music. He thinks he's making music on the infernal thing.
And isn't he?
You have him here. Judge for yourself.
Perhaps I shall. I will speak with Shmuel, but I fear I have no means of checking him.
Then I'll give you means. I'll form a committee of irate citizens to break the contraption over his head.
And I was to be even deeper impressed when, toward the later afternoon, Hirsch Ben Lamech, the woodcutter, arrived, stacked the new wood in the shed, and laid a fire in Rabbi Simeon's fireplace.
And how much have you brought us this time, Hirsch?
A quarter of a cord, Rabbi.
Good, good. And you will pay him, please, Selma.
How much do we owe you?
Nothing.
What?
Good afternoon to you now.
What did he say?
I don't think he understood me.
Oh, yes, I understood the wood will cost you nothing.
Nothing?
Exactly.
Oh, one moment now.
Good day, Rabbi.
What are you doing, Hirsch?
What I'm not doing is more to the point, I guess.
And what is that?
Oh, I'm not charging for wood anymore.
Oh, you mean you're not charging me?
I'm not charging anybody.
Will you forgive me my curiosity if I ask what's caused this change in policy?
Well, I'm...
Speak up, my son.
Well, the truth to tell, I'm a little embarrassed.
Why?
Well, it should be you who are telling me instead of me telling you.
What?
Rabbi, the Messiah is coming. I tell you straight out, he is.
Well, of course he's coming here in time.
Not a lot of time. He's coming soon. Haven't you noticed how the weather's been lately? Hot one day and chilly the next, with some of the trees still green here in the middle of October?
And it's on this that you based your discovery?
Oh, I didn't discover it.
No.
My father has the honor.
And might I ask how it was done?
In the right kind of way, never you fear. There were a deal of old books and dusty calendars, and though I swear to nothing, it's possible more than a little work was done with magic of numbers.
I think you'd best let me pay you for the wood here.
Never you mind.
I'll owe it to you then.
You will owe me for nothing. I want no man in my debt at a time like this. And it is a time to reckon with whatever you think. Albeit he's a gooseherd by trade, many will tell you that my father's as wise a man as ever plucked a gander. The Messiah is coming, Joshua ben Simeon. You can depend on it. He is.
All that work free of charge. But the rabbi showed not the slightest sign of appreciation. Instead, he walked slowly across the room and sat, staring into the fire until it was all but dwindled to ashes.
So much to learn.
How was that?
Oh, I'm afraid I was talking to myself.
Oh. Poor Erskine Lamech, eh?
Poor?
You don't think he's losing his mind?
No.
You don't?
Should I?
After all that impossible talk about the Messiah?
What is impossible with God?
Oh, I don't understand. You don't actually think that...
I think nothing, Selma, except that I'm going to take a walk.
He was scarce out of sight before, with a great cackling of chickens and geese, the sky had gone dark as wash-day water, and the trees in the garden were bending double. Twice in the month it had rained while the sun was shining. And now, out of nowhere, this storm looming over us. Did it mean something? Was some marvel really on its way? One loses count of time with such thoughts on one's mind. But the breaking of the weather knocked them out of my head with a crash. The rain swept down, prancing and pounding across the roof. The lightning flared brighter than noontime. And with the second clap of thunder, the door opened, and Rabbi Joshua stood on the threshold. Hands locked behind his back and beard streaming, he fixed me with a strange and solemn stare.
Woman?
Where have you been?
To the entrance of Simeon ben Yochai's cave, where I paused to pray.
I?
And when I looked up, there he stood before me.
Ooh.
Elijah. It is as I tell you. And I spoke with him as I speak to you, saying, when comes the Messiah?
He answered you?
As one answers a questioning child. Go and ask him yourself, he said.
Mercy of heaven.
When I could find my tongue, I sought to know where I might seek him, and he told me. He sits even now before the gates of the city, he told me.
Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? Could I rest by my fire on such a night?
I beg you, stay.
Beg the wind to stay. Be about your work, woman, and mind that no one hears of this until I return on the morrow.
Now, I was never a one to disobey, but I was never a one to keep a secret either. And when Shamuel the baker came by at 9 to have a talk with the rabbi, I'm afraid I told him every word before I was even aware that I'd done it. By midnight, there wasn't a soul in the village who didn't know. And there was an outburst of rejoicing, such as the little hills that ring our village round had never heard. Today! Today! The shout echoed across the valley, and the small October sun wasn't half so bright in the heavens as the happiness that shone from the faces of the congregation.
Go, my children. Prepare you for his coming.
And the preparations began. Like good and pious people, some went to bathe and deck themselves in their Shabbos finery. Some gathered together in the fields and sang. Some rattled about their kitchens, baking cakes and sweetmeats against the Messiah's coming. Never did our village seem to me to be a more perfect place. Though, of course, there was some who had, more serious preparations to make. The sun was not yet treetop high when Milka, the widow, who was dressing her daughter's hair, looked up to see Ludum, her brother-in-law, on the doorstep. Blushing, he stood, twisting his cap in his hands and grinning as though there had never been a quarrel about her husband's cattle and acres.
Well,
Milka?
we are honored. My daughter, go fetch a stool for your Uncle Lubin, the wealthy landowner.
Yes, Mama. Welcome, Uncle Ludium.
Oh, thank you, Hannah. My, how the child has grown.
She has survived, thank you.
Oh, yes, so she has, praise be. Well, we've all survived, haven't we? Survived to see a glorious day.
I thought you'd seen any number of glorious days, Ludum.
I?
Or has your conscience spoiled the pleasure of your ill-gotten gains?
Milka, please. I've come to make amends.
Amends?
Yes. Here are 2 bags of gold. Money enough to pay twice over for the cows in pasture. Please, I'd like you to take them.
Oh?
I beg you to take them, Milka.
Why, Ludum?
So that there may be peace between us.
What a nice way of putting it.
Mother!
Oh, pardon me, Hannah, but your uncle has touched my funny bone. Do you know what he's doing? He's getting ready for the Messiah. Yes, he's trying to cleanse his miserable soul, trying to redeem himself at the price of 2 bags of gold.
More, Milka, more. If you want.
This is an easy day for a man to be generous.
I'll give you all I have, if you'll accept it.
I'll accept nothing until you go before the elders and confess that you robbed me.
Oh, but Milka, I didn't rob you.
Those are my terms.
It was business, a matter of business. Perhaps I did get the best of the bargain, but it was an honest bargain.
Then there's nothing to be discussed, Ludum. I bid you good day.
Milka!
I bid you good day, I said.
I tried. For what little it's worth, I tried.
Mother, why didn't you take something?
Quiet.
One piece of gold at least.
Are we to be bought so cheaply?
But I'm hungry. So hungry, and we've nothing at all in the house.
We have our pride, my dear. And remember, the Messiah is coming.
It was shortly after that the snow fell. Yes, snow. Unexpected, it took us all by surprise. Suddenly, clouds rolled in on an icy wind, and we watched the flakes fall with chattering teeth. I was well stocked with wood, as you know, but many of the villagers weren't. And as the day wore on, a crowd gathered outside the woodcutter's house, stamping and shouting for service.
Here's Ben Lamech! Here's Ben Lamech!
Where is that man?
Ben Lamech, where are you? Peace be with you, my friend.
There he is.
What ails you here? I've been waiting an hour.
I have waited since noon.
For what, may I ask? For what, he asks. To buy wood. What else? Wood? I'm afraid, is no longer for sale here.
What? What's this? What do you mean here? You're the woodcutter?
But even so, why should I sell anything? Be reasonable, friends. Of what good is money with the Messiah on his way? I need not cut wood, for soon it will be forever warm and sunny. The baker need not bake, for manna will descend shortly from the skies. The teacher need not teach, for shall the Messiah not answer all our questions?
But our toes are numb.
And the children are bawling.
What are we to do?
Does it matter what you do, my friends, when paradise is so near?
The snow fell faster after that, and soon there was a great to-do of chopping in the woods, every man for himself. Toes were stubbed and fingers bruised, and it was a good 2 hours before smoke curled up from a chimney. The first chimney to show a cheery wreath was that of Nobby the tailor, and he and his wife sank down to catch their breaths as the snowy logs began to snap and crackle.
Oh, my back. My back. I've not moved about so in 20 years.
What a thing. What a thing.
I ache all over like a bad tooth.
The worst of it was the noise that was made.
The noise?
Is this a day to be chopping and swearing? I feared me the Messiah might come and hear it and turn and run away again.
Oh, no. Never you fear. The Messiah couldn't possibly be driven away by any noise.
Come to us, O
Except that one.
Oh, Shmuel Ben Gul.
And his infernal drum.
Even today he can't restrain himself.
Summon the neighbors. Tell them to follow me.
Where are you going?
To make him restrain himself.
Well, and if he won't?
I'll restrain him. By heaven, I will. We demand that you open this door. Do you hear me, Shmuel?
Please go away. Come back some other time. I'm practicing now. I swear that I will be honorable.
Very well. There's nothing else for it. Put your shoulders to the door, my friend.
Do you think we should?
The responsibility is mine. Come, for the Messiah. 1, 2.
What are you doing?
3.
Is it thus that you enter a man's house?
Quick, snatch the drum from
No,
him.
no, let go.
Give it to me.
No, stop. You broke it. It's beyond mending. Why have you done this to him?
Him?
The Messiah. Didn't you hear me practicing?
Aye, we heard it right enough.
But what did it have to do with the Messiah, Shmuel?
What did it have to do with him? What did it have to do with him? I was preparing to greet him with music. The rabbi shall hear of this.
Oh, maybe we may...
No man save me will be blamed. It was done at my urging. If you would like to appeal to the rabbi, I am at your service, Shmuel Ben Gul.
And Rabbi Joshua sat in judgment, hearing Shmuel first, and then calling on Nobby to state his case.
I will not apologize nor repent for what has happened. I have long tolerated my neighbor's madness, but today is no day for such tolerance.
Why not?
Need I tell you that the light of this day is to fall on the coming of the Messiah?
The light of what day, Nobby Ben Yitzchok?
Rabbi.
The rabbi had risen and pointed to the window. Dusk had fallen, and the day was gone, and the villagers stood, looking from the darkness into each other's faces, and back to the darkness again.
It's over. He hasn't come.
He isn't coming? No. Oh, no, he must come. He promised. Rabbi, go to Elijah. Question.
I have been to Elijah.
What did he say?
Yes, what?
What?
Assemble the congregation. I will tell you as one man.
and they assembled in the street before the house. Male, female, young and old, and every face was strained with questioning as the rabbi spoke to them from the threshold, holding a candle aloft in the gathering night.
We have waited for the Messiah. We have waited with high expectancy, but with little thought. Did you not know that he shall not come so long as there is a single hungry mouth?
I have so heard tell.
Was there a hungry mouth amongst us?
There were two, the widow Milcah and her daughter.
They needn't have been hungry. I offered her gold and the full amount of her inheritance, and more.
Yes, Ludim Ben Haran, you, man of affairs, caught like a trout on the hook of your own interest. On the day of the Messiah's coming, you saw fit to think of her at last.
Just so. And out of pride, I refused him.
And you, Milcah, pride you not so deeply on your pride. Toss your head and vaunt it to the skies. It is nothing but the rank outgrowth of the lack of love.
Lack of love?
I say you had not enough love of us to trust us to help and still respect you. You aggressed on the congregation in the name of pride. But in whatever name you did it, it has cost us all a bitter price.
Then it's my fault he didn't come?
No, I didn't say so. Milcah, had you been perfect, still we would have not seen him.
Well, who else was at fault then? Name some names. Let us hear them.
Would you indeed have me name some names? Here's Ben Lama.
Aye.
Then I begin with here's Ben Lama.
Rabbi Joshua.
Man must have some understanding of the Messiah before he shall show himself. You refused to chop our wood. You bade the baker cease to bake and the teacher cease to teach. Alas, for us all, you were waiting for the end of the world, Ben Lamach, whereas he shall be the beginning of it. Your dream was too small, Hirsch. He shall not herald some little change in the weather and the wind, but instead a change immeasurably in man himself, in his comprehension of himself and his tasks and his earth, so that he in peace shall love them all the better as they are.
You are laying this all to me, then?
I lay it to the want of love all around. Why, look you, upon this day of highest hope, a drum was smashed.
I intended only the best.
A neighbor was preparing to welcome the Messiah, and the very instrument of his jubilation was seized and smashed without remorse.
You didn't hear the sound he made.
And you, Nabi Ben Yitzchak, heard only with the ear of hatred. How shall a man without love find aught but aggravation in the very bird-song of spring? How shall a man without love endure the wailing of the infant in its crib?
He'd have driven the Messiah from our gates, I tell you.
Who are you to say that the Messiah might not have heard the adoration above the uproar and been pleased to enter to a processional on the drum of Shmuel ben Gur?
Is this possible?
Shmuel's cry of anguish would more certainly have driven him hence than any song and drumbeat.
Then I'm lost. I'm lost.
We are all lost.
The light has failed, and the darkness
No.
shall be filled
Please.
with lamentation.
Please, no, I beg you, forsake all lamentation. Your day has ended, my children, but tomorrow the world begins all new again. And when you've learned the fullest meaning of our lives, you will know that every day is the day when the Messiah may come. You have but to search with all your hearts and with all your might after love and truth. And if you do, suddenly, in the midst of your urgent search, the day of days will dawn above you. I spoke with Elijah, as I told you, because I knew your disappointment would be great. I cried out that I had been deceived. The Messiah told me he would come today, I cried. Today, he told me. But Elijah smiled and shook his head. This, he said, is what he told you. Today, if ye would but hearken to his voice.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Theodore Stribling, Vice Chairman of the Board of Overseers, University of Judaism. Mr. Stribling.
Like all great legends, he won't be just hiding acted so beautifully. Tells a simple story, but embodies a profound moral truth. All of us proclaim our desire for the coming of the Messiah, for the era of peace and plenty that is coming with usher in. But we hope that it may happen in some miraculous manner, totally unrelated to our own acts. We would like to go on living exactly as we do now, with all our large or petty prides and greeds. We would want to retire some night with our hearts as full of hates and jealousies as usual, and then rise in the morning to the sounds of the Messiah trumpets and find this world transformed, while we ourselves remain unchanged. We cannot be reminded too often that it will not and cannot happen that way. The dawning of the day that will see a world of justice, brotherhood, and peace, a world of joy and of plenty, depends in very large measure upon each one of us. So many of us like to place the blame for mankind's present bad plight upon our leaders, but our leaders are only reflections of us. As long as each individual Milka, Heuss, and Ludin, or Tom, Dick, and Harry holds fast to his own particular vice of pride or greed, be it small or great, day after day will rise and set, but the Messiah will not come. Jewish legend relates that the Messiah is bound in golden chains to the throne of the Almighty. He strains at the chains with all his might, hoping to break them and to descend to earth. But he cannot come until all of us are ready to receive him. Let us not be concerned with what others are doing to prepare themselves to receive him. You and I, are we ready to receive him?
Thank you, Mr. Strimling. Today's Eternal Light drama, The Day, was written by Peter Barry and comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Noreen Gamil, Lou Merrill, Florence Ravenel, Byron Kane, Parley Bear, Jonathan Hole, Norma Nilsson, Lillian Bayeff, Jack Crucian, and Natalie Masters. I'm Ned Lefevre. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Andrew C. Love. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is Monitor, the NBC Weekend Radio Service.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Very Special Village, was written by Will Lorin.
Waiter. Oh, waiter.
Hello. You like the table? Pick anyone you like. I'll be right with you.
No. I'd like to speak to the owner, Mr. Maggid.
Oh, you want Eli? Sure. See over there the man sitting alone? That's Mr. Maggid. Eli, somebody to see you.
Thank you. Mr. Maggid?
Yes?
My name's Coleman. I've just come down from Tel Aviv for a visit.
Oh, that's nice. You'll excuse my not getting up.
Why, surely.
Please have a chair.
Thank you.
You're an American, aren't you? Well, how do you like Israel?
Well, very much, but I'm not a tourist, Mr. Maggid. I'm a newspaperman doing a series of articles on life in Israel, and I've heard so much about this little town that
Yes. Sha'ar Menashe is a very special village.
Very special village. You know, those were the very words used by your friend in describing this place. The gentleman in the Malbin office in Tel Aviv, Mr. Cohen?
Albert Cohen, of course.
Well, I was going to come down a couple of weeks ago, but Mr. Cohen suggested I be here today, the 19th. A special occasion, he said.
Occasion?
Yes, isn't today the first anniversary of this cafe?
Oh, that. Imagine with all Albert has to do, he remembered that. Yes, I mean, the cafe is a year old today, but that's not, how do you say, newsworthy. The real story here is the village and the people in it. There's no place like Sha'ar Menashe in the whole world.
So I gather. Well, let's start at the beginning.
The beginning? Mm-hmm. Well, this town used to be a British Air Force base, and when the Joint Distribution Committee saw the possibilities here, the building's already standing and all...
Excuse me, Mr. Maggid, how do you come to be here? I couldn't help but notice a slight difference between you and the...
Between me and everyone else in the village.
Yes. Let's start at your beginning.
Well, that would be a little over a year ago in Tel Aviv. It seemed more like an ending at that time. You see, I had been in a hospital there for more than 2 years. And one day, Albert Cohen came to see me.
Eli?
Hello, Mr. Cohen.
How are you feeling?
Oh, fine.
The doctor says you can be discharged this week. That's wonderful news.
Wonderful.
Oh, come on now, Eli. Brighten up a little. You never know what's ahead for you.
Mr. Cohen, don't think I'm, ungrateful. I know if it hadn't been for Malben, I couldn't have come to Israel, and I couldn't have gotten the treatment I needed, the operations. But...
Yes?
What can I look forward to? Learning a new trade at my age? After all, I'm 45. There's only one thing I know. I mean, only one thing I'd really be any good at.
You mean managing a cafe?
Yes. And don't worry, I have no illusions about going back to that. After all, in my present condition, well, that's out of the question.
But that is what you'd most like to do.
Mr. Cohen, it's nice of you to be sympathetic, but you don't have to humor me.
Eli, tell me about the cafe you used to have in Warsaw.
It was beautiful.
Was it your own?
Yes. I was the owner and manager. It was one of the finest in Warsaw. Really, it was. Some people said one of the best in Europe. The food was famous, and the music made
Music?
Yes. We had a string orchestra. They played Viennese waltzes, things like that. And the atmosphere was, friendly. It was a sort of meeting place, like in Paris. Very continental,
Eli...
Oh, well, that's that.
Suppose it were possible for you to have a cafe again here in Israel.
Me? You mean someone wants a manager for a cafe?
Oh, more than that. In this particular village I have in mind, they want someone who could open his own cafe, own it, and run it.
I don't understand. You know my situation better than anyone else. You know I have no money, and you know my physical condition.
Well, about the money, the Joint Distribution Committee has a special fund for rehabilitation. We call it the Constructive Loan Project. People with disabilities like yours can make long-term loans and open up a workshop or a store or whatever they know best. So why not a cafe?
I don't know what to think. You mean it's really possible?
Of course it's possible. That is, depending on...
Me? If I'm up to it?
Well, I know you're up to it. In this case, it depends on if you really want to undertake it.
The answer is yes.
Well, now, Eli, wait a minute.
Yes!
But you don't understand. These are not normal conditions. You might not be happy in Sha'ar Menashe.
Where?
It's a small town about an hour from here.
How small?
1,400 people.
Oh, that's big enough. How many other cafes are there in the village?
None.
And you think I might not be happy there? With no competition?
Eli, the people in Shah Menashe want a cafe very much. It's the one thing they lack, and it would make them very happy. But it would take more than just a competent cafe manager to go there. It needs a man with patience and understanding, someone sensitive to other people's difficulties. I think you're just the man for the job. And yet...
Yes?
Well, you've had a hard life yourself. We're concerned about the villagers, of course, but we're concerned about you, too. After all, you're still a young man, and, well, you might not feel at home there.
Mr. Cohen, what is so special about Shah Menashe?
We call it the Village of the Aged. Yes. Every one of the 1,400 people there is over 65 years of age.
Well, Mr. Coleman, the whole thing was incomprehensible to me. I'd heard of old-age homes, but an old-age town? I didn't know what to think. All I knew was I wanted to get back to work. But Mr. Cohen wouldn't let me say yes, sight unseen, so to speak. He insisted that I come here for a few days, look around, see how I liked it, and then I was to let him know. Well, there was a lot I wanted to know about Shah Menashe, so I looked for a talkative man. And I knew just where to look.
Once over lightly, you said?
That's right.
No haircut?
No, just a shave, please.
All right. You don't trust me. I could give you a good haircut.
I trust you, but all I want is a shave.
Too bad. It's a golden opportunity.
It is?
Not for you, for me. Most of my customers don't have any hair left. I'm getting out of practice. Lean back, please.
How many barbers do you have here?
2. We have 2 of everything in this town. 2 grocers, 2 doctors, 2 butchers. That way nobody has to work more than a few hours. At a time, I mean. That's on the theory that we tire easily at our age.
Well, don't you?
Well, now that you mention it, yes.
Wouldn't it be better if... I mean, it's none of my business, of course, but maybe you'd like to retire.
Not work at all and get old before my time? Don't you know work keeps a man young? Especially the work he knows best.
That's true.
Here in Shah Menashe, everybody works at what he knows. Hold still, please. Me, I have been a barber 45 years.
And still going strong. Wonderful. With me, some days I get up in the morning...
hold still, please.
And my hand shakes so I wouldn't dare shave myself.
Your hand shakes at your age. Now, why should your hands shake at your age? At my age, it's understandable. I am 72. So, naturally, my hand shakes a little. My eyes are not what they were. Hold still, please. You're a nervous fellow, aren't you?
Not exactly.
Look, mister, my hand shakes, except when I am holding a razor. Just relax. You don't trust me?
I trust you.
And was it a good shave?
Oh, it was excellent. I've been a regular customer ever since. And you know, he was right. Everywhere I looked, it was the same thing. People who anywhere else would be retired, whether they wanted to be or not, were practicing their former profession. At least part of the time, as much as their strength permitted.
And doing well at it, I'll bet.
Oh, I should say so. You see, the assumption here is that when people get old, that's no reason to institutionalize them, to take them out of the community. On the contrary, that's just when people should be permitted to feel they're part of the community.
To feel useful.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me, do the villagers do everything for themselves?
Almost everything. The only institutional part of life here is the communal dining rooms and kitchens. After all, many of the people are over 80 and not able to cook for themselves. But from every other viewpoint, why, they run their own stores, workshops, library, the post office.
Eli,
Yes?
can you see the board from where you're sitting?
Yes?
I'm in trouble.
I've been watching your game out of the corner of my eye. Move the Queen's Knight.
But where? Oh, you mean this way.
That's right. Now he's in trouble.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As a businessman, is it wise to play favorites among your customers?
Oh, I don't play favorites. In a little while, the other fellow will give me a call. Now, where was I?
Oh, you were saying how the villagers here do things for themselves.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, tell me, what decided you in favor of moving here?
Nothing specific, really. Something about the attitude toward life that I saw here. A kind of cheerful normalcy, you might say. You know, the second day I was here, just out of curiosity, I wandered over to the dental clinic. I looked in here and peeked in there. Nobody seemed to mind.
All right, Jacob, you can sit down again. Open wide, please. Feel anything?
No.
Good, then the Novocaine is working already.
You're going to pull it now?
That's right.
But maybe that's not necessary.
Oh, it's necessary. Believe me, Jacob, it won't hurt a bit.
But I hate to lose it.
Now, why should this tooth be an exception?
That's just it. It's the last one I have that's really my own, and I've become attached to it.
Oh, nonsense. You'll feel better without it. Now, open, please.
Dr. Liebman.
Call me Theodore.
Theodore, can't we talk this over?
Open, please. I'm just going to probe a little. Now, what were you saying?
Well, before you probe anymore, if the tooth really has to come out, maybe I should go to Haifa and have it done.
Why?
Well, the last time I had a tooth pulled, 30 years ago maybe, I remember it well. It took a lot of strength to pull it. Strong roots, you know. No offense, doctor. But maybe a younger man should do it.
Perhaps you're right. Open a moment. All right. You're done.
You mean I should go to Haifa?
I just saved you the bus fare. Here's your tooth.
My tooth? But how is that possible? I didn't feel a thing.
Well, thanks for the compliment.
But the last time the roots were so strong.
How long ago?
Oh, I see what you mean. May I keep the tooth as a memento?
If you like. But, you know something? This tooth, it isn't really a symbol of your lost youth. It's just a tooth. You're as young as you feel, Jacob. And you're going to feel fine now.
Oh, I feel very young, Doctor. In fact,
yes?
Inside of my mouth, I feel just like a newborn baby.
A couple of days later, I'd made up my mind. And I made a long-distance phone call.
Hello?
Mr. Cohen, this is Eli Maggid.
Oh, how are you, Eli? Where are you calling from?
From Shah Menashe.
Oh, well, what do you think? Remember, you're under no obligation. If you don't want to stay there, it's all right. I understand. We can find you something else.
Mr. Cohen, I'd like to stay here.
You're sure now?
Positive. I don't know how much good I'll be to the villagers here, but I'll tell you something.
Yes?
They've done me a world of good already. You know what they say when they see me in the street?
What?
Hello, Sonny. Isn't that nice? And so, here I am among the young in heart.
And doing a wonderful job, evidently. The cafe's lovely. This pastry is delicious.
Well, have another piece.
Thank you. All in all, the atmosphere is very, very pleasant.
If I had a little music here, it would be almost continental.
It seems quite continental already. I've heard 5 languages spoken since I came in.
Oh, that's true. We have people here from all over the world. It sometimes makes life a little complicated.
Oh, like how?
Well, last week, for instance, Dr. Herschel, our rabbi, was here having a glass of tea with me. He seemed a little abstracted. And from time to time, he would take a little book out of his pocket, glance at it, and then get lost in thought. Rabbi?
Hmm?
Your tea is getting cold.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you, Eli.
You know, it's remarkable how you study all the time.
Study?
Yes, that book you keep looking at.
Oh, forgive me, Eli. I know I shouldn't read sitting here at the table with you.
Oh, don't give it a thought. You know, I remember my father telling me, years ago, that to be a rabbi means to be a perennial student. All your life, he said. The Talmud, the Bible. And I must say, you're a living example. Always reading, always studying. I beg your pardon, did I say something amusing?
In a way. If you only knew what it is I'm studying.
Not the Bible?
Not tonight. You know, Eli, one reason I was given the post here was because I spoke 4 languages, and not too badly.
4 languages. Mm-hmm. That reminds me. Excuse me a moment. Max!
You want me?
Yes. In my office on the desk is a book the committee brought in last night. It's for Dr. Herschel. Will you bring it here, please?
Surely.
Oh, and Max, bring the aspirin, too, will you?
Yeah.
You have a headache, Eli?
Oh, me? No, not at all.
But the aspirin.
Yeah. You were saying, Dr. Herschel, about being a linguist. And that book you're studying.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, now, actually, my languages have been very useful here. Hebrew, well, that's for Friday nights, of course. Polish for Monday nights. German, Tuesdays. Czech, Sunday nights. Although I don't speak that too well. But some time ago, a committee came to see me.
A committee, of course. Excuse me, what did they want?
Well, it seems that they represented some 150-odd Hungarians who said they felt left out of things.
May I see that book, Rabbi? Basic Hungarian Grammar. Oh, dear.
Once upon a time, Eli, languages came easily to me. But now I'm not as young as I used to be. And really, for me to learn irregular verbs now in Hungarian at my age, what can I do?
Here you are, Eli. Dr. Herschel's book, and, if you please, the aspirin.
Thank you, Max.
My book?
Dr. Herschel, I don't quite know how to tell you this, but...
Tell me what?
Well, last night a committee came to see me to give you a message. They felt, well, shy about approaching you directly.
Another committee?
Yes. On behalf of the 81 Yemenites in the village.
Eli, what is the book?
It's called Arabic Made Easy. 1 or 2 aspirins, Rabbi.
Oh, poor man. He has his problems.
And pleasures, too. The fact is, Dr. Herschel says he wouldn't live anywhere else in the world now. He enjoys performing the marriage ceremonies here.
Marriages here in the village of the aged?
Oh, you'd be amazed. That's one of the nice things about Shah Menashe. People come here old and tired. Many of them alone, widowed, without roots. Once they get here, well, life suddenly becomes pleasanter. There's a solidity here that many of them have never had, and companionship.
Yes, but a romance.
Oh, it's never too late for romance. You see that couple over there?
Huh? Oh, the last table?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mr. and Mrs. Heller. He has 14 grandchildren, and she has 9.
Not the same number?
No, they've only been married 2 months. To each other, that is.
Wonderful.
Yes, I look forward to these marriages. They usually come here to celebrate.
Look, I think the other chess player is trying to get your attention.
Yeah, what did I tell you? The pawn. Move the pawn.
Which one?
You only have 2 left, and the other one's blocked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your customers have come to depend on you.
Oh, well, I'm not deluding myself. It's the cafe, really. It's a form of therapy for them. A place to relax, have a glass of tea, a game of chess. Form committees.
What for?
For everything you can think of. Once, somebody wanted me to put apple strudel on the menu. So he couldn't come and ask me himself. No, a committee was formed.
Like the UN, huh?
I tell you, Mr. Coleman, the world would be a very nice place if there was as much good feeling in the UN as there is here in Shah Menashe. These are very sweet people, you know.
Yes, yes.
That's why I say I'm not deluding myself.
About what?
About why they really come here to the cafe. They go out of their way to spend their few pennies of pocket money here because it's their way of being kind to me. Oh, I think perhaps they pretend to enjoy it here more than they really do because of my disability. You understand?
Well, you know, I suspect you underestimate yourself, Mr. Magid.
Oh, I don't think so. Nor do I overestimate my villagers. They're really very special.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, what exactly is the nature of your infirmity?
Oh, no need to be delicate about it, Mr. Coleman. You noticed I haven't gotten up from this table all evening.
Yes?
It's because I couldn't if I wanted to. You see, I'm paralyzed from the waist down. Mr. Coleman, you must be sure and walk around the village tomorrow and meet some of our young folk.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Also, I see that it's a couple of minutes after 9 o'clock.
So? Not past your bedtime, I'm sure.
No, but isn't 9 o'clock the time for...
For what?
Oh, I almost let the cat out of the bag.
What cat? And for that matter, out of what bag?
Huh, right on schedule, thank heaven.
Eli,
Yes, Max.
there is a committee here to see you.
Again? Since when do they have to be announced? All right, ask them to come over.
Right away.
What did I tell you, Mr. Coleman? They formed another committee. It's really very charming. Hello. Well. Who's the chairman tonight? You, Abram?
Cut, Abram. You the chairman.
I'm waiting for it to be quiet. We agreed that this time it would be quiet.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet? What's going on?
All right, Abram. Go on.
Eli, this is a very special occasion, and unaccustomed as I am to speaking in public...
Now, Abram?
Not yet. As I say, unaccustomed as I am...
Get to the point, Abram.
Yes. Well, the point is, it's just a year ago today that you came here to Shah Menashe and opened your cafe. We wanted to find some way to... Well, we got you a little gift. The thing is, we didn't know what to get you because... You tell him, Bertha.
Because we couldn't possibly get you anything that could repay you for the pleasure you've brought us. Not just the cafe, Eli. So much as, well, you being here. And because we love you.
Now?
Yes, Max. Now.
What's this?
A phonograph, Eli. And what do you call that, Abram?
A loudspeaker.
Yes, and a lot of records. I know it is not like it used to be in your cafe in the old days.
Oh,
but,
it's beautiful, Beth.
It's continental, Eli.
Very.
Mhm.
It's very continental. Thank you all.
Well, Bertha, would you like to dance?
I think that would be very nice, Abram.
You see, Mr. Coleman? As I say, it's a very special village.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Judah J. Shapiro, Director of the Department of Cultural and Educational Reconstruction of the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany. Dr. Shapiro.
I was in Israel in 1949 when the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, with the support of the United Jewish Appeal, inaugurated the Malbim program about which you heard today. I was there again in 1951 and accompanied the staff in its survey of the present site of Kfar Menashe. I also participated in the opening ceremonies of this very special village in 1953, and so I am glad to add my testimony to the message of today's presentation of the eternal light. It seems to me that the story of the Jewish people in the past 2 decades is woven with the threads of calamity and indomitable spirit. The drama of this era is not only the distress and affliction visited upon the Jews, but their continuous and successful quest of normalcy. The richness of today's story lies in its revelation of normal people seeking normal lives against great odds after much deprivation in the face of seeming hopelessness. For 10 years now, following the end of the war, the touchstone of Jewish life has been reconstruction. In the words of the prophet Joel, to restore the years that the locust hath eaten. Malben are the initial letters in Hebrew standing for Institution for the Care of Handicapped Immigrants. Its program includes care of TB patients, invalids, the chronically ill, retarded children, and the aged. Kfar Menashe is only one of many special programs. The tasks of reconstruction are not limited to creating new things to replace the old. In a large measure, it means the prolongation and the effective functioning of the old, particularly human beings. One of the great social contributions of our time is the work of continuing the active and productive life of the aged. We know scientifically that life is longer for those who are productively occupied. A society is healthier when its respect for the aged takes the form of offering them opportunities for continued usefulness. That is true here, and it is also true in Israel, as represented in this very special village.
Thank you, Dr. Shapiro. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Very Special Village, was written by Will Lorin. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Alexander Scourby, Theo Getz, Leon Janney, Roger DeKoven, Ed Jerome, Mercer McLeod, Louis Soren, Guy Rep, Santos Ortega, and Nina Hansen. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation. The Eternal Light.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program comes to you from Chicago, Illinois. It is entitled Mr. Flanagan, the Chaplain, and Mr. Lincoln, and is presented in celebration of Lincoln's birthday. The script was written by Mark Siegel.
He was Father Abraham to many, and Mr. President to some. He was Honest Abe and the great emancipator. He was the commander-in-chief and the common man transfigured, and just old Abe Lincoln. But of all the 1,000 roles he played, his greatest was as interpreter of the democratic faith, and his words probed deeply to the heart and meaning of that faith.
What constitutes the bulwark of our liberty and independence? Our reliance is in love of liberty, which God has planted in our bosoms. Our defense is in the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men, in all lands, everywhere.
He could say it so that the words rang with beauty and authority, and he could say it so simply that no man could fail to understand.
In relation to the principle that all men are created equal, let it be as nearly reached as we can.
This is a story of the time of Abraham Lincoln, the story of a battle fought during the Civil War. It was a bloodless battle, fought without the roar of muzzle-loading cannon or the strains of martial trumpets. Yet, it was a battle as important for Americans as any major encounter in the war between the states. For this battle, like the larger struggle, was waged to maintain the democratic faith and its greatest principle, equality among men. The story begins in an army camp in the summer of 1861, a camp in northern Virginia, where volunteers of the 65th Regiment of the 5th Pennsylvania Cavalry drilled in preparation for action still to come.
All right, flank! Halt! Left flank! Halt! Company! Halt! Company! Dismissed!
Corporal Miller. Oh, no, Flanagan, not again. I told you already.
Now, not to be put off again, Corporal. With my wife, Katie, lying there sick and not a soul within the sound of her
Flanagan,
voice.
You're wasting your breath. I don't have the authority.
It's not your authority I'm asking. It's permission to see the colonel. No, it's not an obstreperous
For the
man I am,
fourth time, Flanagan, I'll tell you the orders. The regiment's on call.
And there be no furloughs. I know. I've heard the words. But this is an emergency, man. It's not a picnic I'm asking to be going on.
Flanagan, I take my orders.
And the colonel won't see me?
He'll see no one who wants to ask for a furlough.
Ah, then you leave me no alternative, Corporal. No alternative at all. It breaks my heart. Never in my life would I thought I'd be doing this to Abraham Lincoln.
Doing what, Flanagan? What in Harp are you muttering about?
Deserting, man. That's what's in my mind.
Flanagan, do you know what you're saying?
By nightfall, I'll be a filthy deserter.
You'd take the chance?
Miller, you're a young one, and it's not for you to understand. The letter says Katie's sick, mortally sick. And if the good colonel won't see me...
Wait, Flanagan. I've got an idea.
An idea?
If the colonel knew the circumstances...
You'll tell him?
Well, no, I can't tell him, Flanagan.
I might have known.
But we've got a chaplain now. He's just been appointed.
The chaplain? The new chaplain? Oh, now it's thick-headed you are, Patrick Flanagan, for not thinking of the new chaplain.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind it can be arranged, Private Flanagan.
And how am I to thank you, chaplain? How the stone you've lifted off my heart.
It's my job to help. But I'm counting on you to keep your word.
To be back once I've seen Katie? I'll fly like the wind.
And I'll see about the pass now, Flanagan. But one word of advice.
Whatever you say, chaplain.
Go directly to your home and spend the full time there. Then come directly back.
There's just one other errand I'd be doing, chaplain.
One other errand?
When I reach Philadelphia, I'll just be running over to the church.
Good, Flanagan.
And I'll be lighting a candle for you, for the good man you are.
Thanks, but it's hardly necessary.
And I'll be telling our priest what a fine Irish chaplain we have in the Cameron's Dragoons.
That wouldn't be quite correct, Flanagan.
Not correct, chaplain?
I'm not Irish.
Oh, with the name of Michael Allen? Not Irish?
No, not Irish.
Ah, then you're a minister, not a priest.
No, Flanagan, I'm neither.
Neither? But
I'm of the Jewish faith, like most of the volunteers in this regiment.
So it's Jewish you are. Well, no matter. It's the heart of an Irishman you have.
For the first 3 months after he became regimental chaplain, Michael Allen of Philadelphia was assured on several occasions that he had the heart of many national origins. He accepted the confidence with which he was received by all 1,200 men of Cameron's Dragoons as a sign of fundamental brotherhood, and undertook his duties conscientiously. Although he had never been ordained as a rabbi, he ministered to the spiritual and welfare needs of the men with sensitivity and concern, and looked forward to service with the regiment until the war's end. Then, on a day in September 1861, he was summoned to the office of the regimental commander, Colonel Max Friedman.
Chaplain Allen, reporting to Colonel Friedman as directed, sir.
At ease, Chaplain. Pull a chair up, Michael. We can dispense with the formalities today.
All right, Max. Max, you seem troubled.
I am troubled, Michael. It's this dispatch. It arrived this morning.
Orders to move?
No, Michael. The dispatch concerns you.
Me? I don't understand.
Listen. From the Assistant Adjutant General of the Army. Any person mustered into service as chaplain, that applies to you, of course.
Of course.
Any person mustered into service as chaplain who is not a regularly ordained clergyman of a Christian denomination will be at once discharged without pay or allowance.
What?
That's what it says, Michael. Look for yourself.
That disqualifies me on 2 counts, Max. I'm neither Christian nor regularly ordained.
That doesn't mean you're ineffective in your work, Michael.
Thank you, Max. The order doesn't give you any alternative, does it?
None at all. It's a poor reward for your devotion.
I'm not concerned about myself, Max.
If you're concerned about the effect on the men, you're right, Michael. They need you here. They've come to depend on you.
That does concern me. But it's more than that. Much more. I don't understand this order. It's a violation of the Constitution's guarantee of religious liberty.
A clear violation, but nonetheless an order.
But by what authority does the Adjutant General write it?
I've gone into that too, Michael. The Congress passed a law in June.
A law which prevents a regiment with more than half of its men of the Jewish faith from having a Jewish chaplain? I don't believe it.
That's the law, Michael. We didn't know about it, of course, when we elected you, but fair or unfair, that's the law. The question is, what do we do about it?
Chaplain Michael Allen turned the question over in his mind. One point was immediately clear.
What happens to me is unimportant. There's a principle at stake, the principle of equality.
A second point was clear to the chaplain, too.
This law must be removed from the statute books.
But how to go about it remained unclear. As for his own immediate future, he was aware that he had no choice.
Chaplain Allen!
In here, Flanagan.
Oh, now, and it's there you are. I've been looking for you from one end of the camp to the other.
Well, Flanagan, how's Katie?
That's what I came to be telling you, Chaplain. She's fine.
That makes me very happy.
Oh, what is it you think you're doing there, Chaplain?
Just packing a crate.
No, I'm not a critical man, Chaplain. But if you lend me that hammer...
You're right, Flanagan. I'm not much of a carpenter. Here it is.
Now, I hope you'll take no offense, Chaplain, but I think we'll start over on this board.
No offense, Flanagan.
There. Now the nails, Chaplain. I gave up a good job to come into the army. I used to support Katie and myself doing just this. That's a firm, sound crate now. You could send that one from here to Killarney without a fear.
Yes, it's a good job you've done. Thanks.
You're welcome. And any time you need a crate done up...
Thanks, Flanagan. Thanks again. But I won't be needing any more crates put together, I'm afraid.
How's that, Chaplain? No more crates?
No, all of my gear is in that crate. I'm leaving.
But you will be back.
No, I'm resigning. Or, rather, I'm being forced to resign.
Forced to resign? Who's forcing you to resign? Just let me know the name of the blackguard and Patrick Flanagan.
No, Flanagan. It's an order.
An order that says the best chaplain a regiment ever had must leave? I'm not a clever man, Chaplain, but there's little sense in what you're saying.
It's a complicated business, Flanagan.
Complicated, is it? Senseless, that's what it is.
Perhaps you're right. But what it comes to is that I can't continue as chaplain.
Because you're not a clergyman?
Because I'm not a clergyman. And because I'm a Jew.
Are you standing there, Chaplain, and telling me that even if you were a clergyman, they wouldn't let you comfort the men because you're a Jew?
That's right.
Well, by all that's holy, that's unfair.
Yes, it is.
Well, perhaps now then, that being the case, perhaps all the Jewish soldiers in the regiment should turn in their muskets because they're Jewish.
No, that's not quite the answer, Flanagan.
Maybe it's not the answer, Chaplain. But there's not a man in the regiment won't be down in the mouth to learn you're leaving.
They'll get over it.
Maybe they will, and maybe they won't. But there'll be a question tickling the mind of every one of them.
A question? What question?
They'll all be asking themselves, if we're fighting this war because all men are created equal, how is it all chaplains aren't created equal?
Flanagan, you have rare insight. And I'll tell you, man to man, I've been asking myself that very question over and over since yesterday. Flanagan, you've said goodbye 4 times in the last hour. What brings you back again?
I'm a bulldog of a man, Chaplain. And there's something I still want to know.
If I can answer it, I will.
Then who is it with the nerve to say you can't be the regimental chaplain?
The War Department, Flanagan. The Secretary of War.
Mr. Cameron? The very one in whose honor this regiment was formed?
Yes, now that you mention it, the very one.
Well, then, I've made up my mind.
You have?
That I have. I'd not pack and go, Michael Allen.
You wouldn't?
That I would not. I'd go to that very Mr. Cameron's office in Washington, D.C., I would. And I'd stomp and holler till he heard me. That's what I'd be doing.
Oh, Flanagan, I can't go to Secretary Cameron's office and stomp and holler.
Why not?
The circumstances don't allow it. But you've given me an idea. So I thank you, Flanagan.
Oh, now, sure, and it's nothing at all, Chaplain. Nothing at all.
Michael Allen consulted with his colonel and the other officers of Cameron's Dragoons before he left the regiment, and a decision was reached. A decision based in part on the simple advice of one Patrick Flanagan. A few weeks later, a small committee was ushered into the office of the Secretary of War, Mr. Simon Cameron.
Mr. Secretary, may I introduce myself? I'm Colonel Max Friedman, commanding officer of the regiment named in your honor.
Delighted to meet you, Colonel.
And this is Rabbi Arnold Fischel of New York.
How do you do, Rabbi? Won't you please be seated?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
And what can I do for you, Colonel?
Sir, the officers of the regiment have designated Rabbi Fischel as regimental chaplain to succeed Mr. Michael Allen, who was recently resigned as our chaplain.
I see.
We've come here today to ask your approval of Rabbi Fischel's appointment.
I understand, Colonel.
Then we may count on your approval of our application?
Colonel Friedman, I find this a painful position.
Not more painful, sir, than the men in my command who are denied equality of religious practice.
But I ask you, and you, Rabbi Fischel, to understand my position. I share your indignation with the law passed by Congress.
We're happy to know that, Mr. Secretary.
But I did not dictate the law, and I have no choice but to obey it.
There is a question of interpretation, Mr. Secretary. It would be possible for you to right a great wrong by interpreting the law to include regularly ordained clergymen of any faith.
Rabbi Fischel, I must execute the law as it's written.
Then you will not approve Rabbi Fischel as chaplain of the Cameron's Dragoons, sir?
It's not that I will not, Colonel. It's that I cannot.
Mr. Secretary, it is not only Jewish soldiers who suffer by this arbitrary act of Congress. While this law remains on the statute books, the right of any American to the free practice of his religion is threatened. Can any man be free when his brother is not free?
No. No, the war itself is an answer to that question, is it not?
It is, sir. And because we recognize that this question is a question of equality for all Americans, we will fight this law, Secretary Cameron, as vigorously as we know how.
Rabbi, Colonel, I share your view in the matter. If I can help, I hope you'll call on me. I pray your efforts will be blessed with success. That is all I can say.
There was no longer a question of the interpretation of the law. The right of Jewish chaplaincy had been denied. By the same token, the right of religious ministrations for all minority groups had been denied. Colonel Friedman and his officers estimated the situation as if it were a military problem and sought the tactical solutions to that problem.
Then we are agreed. Our first step will be to let the country know of this threat to religious liberty. We shall begin by writing letters to Jewish periodicals throughout the country advising them of the facts of the situation.
The letter-writing campaign was begun. First, the Jewish periodicals picked up the cause. Soon, the great metropolitan dailies were editorializing for revision of the volunteer bill which restricted the right of chaplaincy.
Gentlemen, I have received a letter from Rabbi Isaac Mayer Wise suggesting that a petition campaign be undertaken throughout the country to right the wrongs inherent.
Petitions for a change in the law flooded Washington, but in the pressure of wartime business, the Congress still took no action. Then one day in December, Rabbi Fischel arrived to see Colonel Friedman. Guarding the colonel's tent was one Private Patrick Flanagan.
Is the colonel in, Private?
That he is, sir. It's Rabbi Fischel you are, is it not, sir?
Yes, I'm Rabbi Fischel.
Rabbi Fischel, would you be forgiven my impertinence if I asked you a question?
Go right ahead.
Well then, sir, have you had any word of that good lad that was our chaplain, that fine lad, Michael Allen?
Why, yes, he's in Philadelphia.
Is he just sitting there in my own city, suffering under the blight of this law that won't let him serve his country?
Why, no, he's fighting with a lot of other people to help get a new law passed.
Well, now, I'm tickled to hear that. And are you among them?
Yes, I am.
Then may I give you a private's advice, Rabbi?
Go right ahead, Private.
Well, it's in my mind, Rabbi, that old Abe Lincoln would never be standing for these shenanigans.
That's in my mind, too.
And if I had the time, which I don't, I'd be telling the president about the injustice of it all. That's the thing I'd be doing.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't, sir, but it's Flanagan. Patrick Flanagan.
Well, Patrick Flanagan, the same thing's in my mind, too. And it's just that I've come to tell your colonel.
Rabbi Fischel had been asked by the Board of American Israelites to go to Washington as a representative of the American Jewish community. Like Patrick Flanagan, the rabbi was certain that Mr. Lincoln would stand for a reaffirmation of equal rights if an audience could be secured. On the fourth attempt, Rabbi Fischel was granted the interview he had so urgently sought.
Pull up a chair, Dr. Fischel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, a little closer to the hearth, Dr. Fischel. This office is colder than an Indiana barn in January, and the fire isn't much.
The warmth of your hospitality more than makes up for it, Mr. President.
Well, it's kind of you to say so, Dr. Fischel. Now, this matter that brings you here.
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm grateful to you for calling it to my notice. I've read the document you left with Mr. Hay.
I hope you've reached a conclusion favorable to our petition, Mr. Lincoln.
Dr. Fischel, I could not reach any other conclusion. I believe a wrong has been done, both to the constitutional rights of your co-religionists and the welfare of the Jewish volunteers.
Mr. President, I want you to know that I am here not only to urge that wrong be righted, but because this law violates the principle of religious liberty for Americans of all faiths, not only my own.
Dr. Fischel, that is where our strength lies. That each group of Americans must defend its own rights, knowing that in doing so, it defends the rights of all other Americans. I believe the exclusion of Jewish chaplains to have been altogether unintentional on the part of Congress.
I agree, sir.
But you and your co-religionists have rightly seen the implications. Something must be done to meet this case. I give you my promise that it will be done.
In December of 1861, Abraham Lincoln addressed a request to the Committee on Military Affairs of the House of Representatives for a revision of the volunteer bill, which included the regulations on military chaplaincy. 6 months later, in the Congress of the United States,
Gentlemen, the bill before the House to amend the chaplaincy law to allow Protestant ministers, Catholic priests, and Jewish rabbis to serve as chaplains in the armed forces of the United States has been carried.
battle won. A battle in the never-ending struggle to reaffirm and strengthen the principle of equality among men. A battle to be remembered on Lincoln's birthday, along with Gettysburg and Shiloh, Antietam and Appomattox. A battle which goes forward today, as it did in the time of Mr. Flanagan, the chaplain, and Mr. Lincoln, with the inspiration of old Abe's simple testament.
In relation to the principle that all men are created equal, let it be as nearly reached as we can.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Henry L. Berman, Justice of the Superior Court of Cook County, Illinois, and Honorary Chairman of the Board of the Chicago Israel Volunteer Group. Mr. Berman.
The battle won in the House of Representatives that day in 1862 was not won with guns, cannon, or powder. Yet in the history of our nation, it was more important than the guns at Gettysburg or Shiloh. It was another kind of battle in the never-ending struggle to reaffirm and strengthen the principle that all men are created equal. For of what value is freedom and equality of men, as written in our Constitution and won on our fighting fronts, if it is not preserved in every law of our nation? The core of our freedom abides in our laws. The strength of these laws lies in their interpretation and just administration. We have all often heard the sentence from the historic American faith which Congress made official on July 4, 1776, that man is not made for the state, but the state for man, and it observes its just powers only from the consent of the governed. Abraham Lincoln readily realized that the exclusion of rabbis from the chaplaincy of our armed forces was unintentional on the part of Congress. Yet, however unintentional it may have been, it deprived a group of its constitutional rights and violated the principle of religious liberty for Americans of all faiths. In defending their own rights, therefore, the group defended the rights of all other Americans. Today, as in 1862, as always, we must defend our individual rights and preserve our freedom through the guarding of our laws, that every law be sound, just, and in accordance with our constitutional rights. In February, as we honor the birthday of Abraham Lincoln, it is well for us to remember our individual responsibility to those laws and the men who interpret and administer them, to the end that government of the people, by the people and for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Judge Berman. Our Eternal Light drama today, Mr. Flanagan, the Chaplain, and Mr. Lincoln, was written by Mark Siegel and comes to you from Chicago, Illinois. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Bernard Berquist. Presented in the cast were Maurice Copeland, Jack Lester, Marshall Kent, Harry Elders, Norman Gottschalk, Everett Clark, James Andelin, and Ned Locke. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Howard Keegan. Dr. Ben Zion Boxer, Rabbi of the Forest Hills Jewish Center, is program editor. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is Monitor, the NBC Weekend Radio Service.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The First Ingredient, was written by Jesse Sandler and is dedicated to the United Jewish Appeal.
My name is Yonah Halpern. I'm a welfare worker from Malbin. In case you haven't heard, that's the organization that rehabilitates Israel's handicapped using funds raised in America by the nationwide United Jewish Appeal. We work with all kinds, the aged, the infirm, those still suffering from concentration camps. I had David Levitt for 2 weeks at a rehabilitation center. He was pushing his way around in a go-kart, a platform made of boards and a pair of roller skates. In the very first interview, I saw what we were up against.
You sent for me, Mr. Halpern?
Yes, David, I've been reading your records. I'm very impressed, so I wanted to discuss a comprehensive program with you.
Program?
What you wanted to do now that you're in Israel. Is there anything special you hope for?
A sunny corner.
What?
Get me a sunny corner where I can sell shoelaces or maybe peddle papers.
Is that what you want?
What else am I good for?
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Why?
Because it says here you were a fighter. Let me read it. From the time he lost his family in Warsaw, David was a partisan.
Yes.
But you're only 26 now.
I was 12. All right, I've done my fighting. There's got to be an end to fighting. I've done my share. Get me a sunny corner. I'll enjoy watching the others build.
Well, suppose we can do more for you than that. Would you want it?
What?
Well, suppose we can help you get on your feet again.
Mine?
We have a hospital at Be'er Yaakov. The first bed that's available, we'll send you there. They'll fit you with a pair of artificial legs.
I can't.
But David...
I've been examined before. In my case, it's impossible. Save the bed for someone who can do some good.
Look, David, listen.
No, you listen. It's taken me a long time to learn an important lesson. That each of us must take himself as he is. Each of us must see the world from his own particular throne. Mine isn't so bad.
David. Before I could stop him, he'd wheeled out, and the interview was over. I sat staring down at his records, and the words burned into me. From the time he was 12, he'd been a partisan. How had that fighter of a boy turned into this? And how was I to get through to him and turn him into a fighter again? David, I've been looking for you everywhere.
And what's the matter?
The hospital called. There's a bed ready.
I told you I wouldn't go.
But David...
How many times must I tell you? I've been examined. It's hopeless.
Doctors don't always agree. Now, perhaps at Be'er Yaakov they'll find differently. If we're willing to send you, what have you got to lose?
Do you think those examinations are fun? I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone.
Mind if I sit down?
The recreation hall is free to everybody.
How about a game of checkers?
I'd only beat you.
Well, pretty good.
I'd beat you. I've been the champion at every camp I've ever been at. I've had plenty of time to practice.
How about a little wager?
Money? I don't have any.
The trip to Be'er Yaakov.
What?
If you win, I won't mention it again. If I win, you go.
You're crazy. It's a crazy bet.
Afraid?
No, I haven't lost in 7 years. All right, it's about time I taught you a good lesson and shut you up once and for all. Your move, Mr. Halpin. Stuck?
No. No, there's still this.
Mm-hmm. That gives me 1, 2, and another king. Resign?
I guess that does it.
I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Yona Halpin, big brain, big college man.
Does it give you so much pleasure to win?
Sure. You thought you were so smart? Such a big, wise guy?
And now you've chopped me down to your size. Is that it?
No.
I think it is. You told me there had to be an end to fighting. I don't think you've stopped. I think there's so much fight in you, it's boiling, and you're afraid of it. But now you'll only fight on a checkerboard where you're a champion and you don't really risk anything.
Shut up.
All right, but don't ever again say you're satisfied with what you are.
Get away from me.
I'm sorry, David. I thought I had to provoke you to stir you up. It was foolish and clumsy of me, and I apologize.
Get away.
I'm sincerely sorry, David.
Yona. It's true what you said.
David.
You can call the hospital. I'll try it.
Thank you, David.
Going to Beryakov?
Yes?
So am I. The name's Moshe. Moshe Safir.
David Levitt.
Oh, I hear it's a wonderful hospital. The doctors are just wizards. They can rebuild anything. Say, did you hear the job they did on that tractor driver from Beersheba?
No.
Well, the tractor exploded and practically blew him to bits. They took him to the doctor, and the doctor fixes him up. He asked the doctor if he'll be able to play the piano when his hands get better. Doctor says, of course, and the patient says, that's funny. I couldn't play before.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Well, maybe not, but I thought I'd give it a try. I've been watching you ever since you got on the bus. Don't you ever smile?
What for?
Look, we've all got troubles. But you're going to the hospital. They'll fit you with new legs. Don't you at least feel hope?
I can't do it. I've been examined. There's not enough of me to work with.
Oh?
Where can a man go without legs? What good is he in a country like this? Can he call himself a man? Can he ask a woman to share his life?
When you're David Levitt, 26 years old, without legs and without hope, what is there to laugh about? Still, he was wrong about one thing. There was enough reason for the doctors to go ahead. It took 4 long, painful operations, but finally the wizards of Beryakov managed to fit him with legs. And even then, he couldn't believe he would ever learn to use them. He lay in his hospital bed and looked down at these queer, mechanical marvels. All he could feel was that they had separated him from his one true and faithful friend, the little wooden platform that had carried him so far and so long. He was holding it and twirling one of the skate wheels when Shulamit walked in.
Hello, I'm Shulamit.
Yes?
I'm your therapist, and I'm going to help you learn to walk.
Oh,
You won't be needing this platform anymore. What do you want me to do with it? Shall I have the janitor throw it away?
no. I mean, it's carried me thousands of miles. It's still good.
You're right. All it needs is a few new ball bearings and a little oil, and it's good for a trip around the world. But do you really prefer to travel this way?
It gets you there.
Well, tell me why you can't let go of it. Don't you believe you'll walk?
No.
Why not?
Because I've tried, that's why not. Because I've been lying here trying to move my crazy new inventions.
And you can't?
Not even enough to lift the covers.
Well, you don't learn to walk right off, and you don't learn in bed. Now, first, we must teach you to stand. Now, let me put your platform here against the wall so that you can have it if you want it. But let me show you a better machine I brought.
What is that?
Just what you see. An iron cage on wheels. Now, you stand in it, and it supports you. You don't have to be afraid of falling. At first, you just pull yourself along by the arms, and before you know it, your legs will be going, too. Now, come on, out of bed and try it.
No.
Oh, but
Take it away.
Why?
Because it hurts like fire when I try to stand. I told those confounded doctors it was no use. They kept operating and operating. I can't stand. I can't even sit on my platform. Look, you want to do something for me, call the nurse. She took that thing away. Tell her if she doesn't bring it back, there's going to be a terrible accident. Don't just stand there, run.
She isn't there.
Oh, no.
I don't know where they keep things. If only I had a wheelchair, I could push you, but I haven't. I know, the cage. Stand in it and I can push you. You can push yourself.
Okay, anything. Anything.
To the washroom and back. Well, heaven can't always be our destination. Whatever the destination, it was a start. And after that, every day at 10, Shulamit came to give him a lesson. He began to like the cage. It gave him a feeling of security. Years and years of pushing himself on the platform had given him tremendous shoulder muscles, so this part went easy.
That's good. Very good. Why'd you stop?
Your eyes.
My eyes?
I can look straight into them. I mean, on my platform, I could only look into the eyes of children.
Oh.
Your eyes are a lot like that. Only different. Well, what's the matter with this cage? It moves so slowly. Somebody ought to be able to invent a better machine than this.
It's all right, David. That's enough for today. Good morning, David.
You're late.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something came up.
A 10 o'clock lesson means 10 o'clock, not a quarter past.
Well, we'll make up for it. We'll stay half-hour overtime.
It isn't right that the next man should be penalized. I'll take the hour I'm entitled to and no more. Well, why should I worry about him when nobody ever thinks about me?
David.
I'm sorry if I don't please you. If I'm slow and don't make enough progress.
You're my best pupil.
Really? You're not just saying that?
Honest.
Well, I try. I do. I apply myself, not just in the practice hall, but back here in the room. I think about the principles involved in motion. I think about you. I mean, what you told me. Well, what are you waiting for? Bring in the cage. The hour's almost up. Am I learning to walk or to talk?
All right, David. Now we're going to try something new. You stand here.
Well, what are you doing? Why are you taking away the cage?
Because you can walk by yourself now.
No, I can't. Bring it back.
Don't be a baby. You can. You've been doing it for days without realizing.
I've been fooling you, pulling by my arms and pretending it was my legs.
Now, which of us is the teacher? I know better. You'll see.
Shalami, bring it back.
Well, just a few steps for my sake. Look, I'm right here, waiting for you. That's good, David. Now the other leg. The other leg. And that's all there is to it. One foot in front of the other. One step at a time.
Shalami, don't move. Stay where you were.
It's all right. It's all right.
Shalami.
David. It's all right, David. You're all right.
Take me back to my room.
One little fall doesn't mean anything. Everybody falls.
Take me back.
But you were walking 5 full steps.
Take me back, do you hear? Take me back.
10 o'clock, David.
So what?
Time for your lesson.
I don't want any.
But look, I brought the cage. We won't try the other for a while. Today, just exercise.
Until you trick me again?
I didn't.
Did it give you pleasure? Do you get a thrill out of someone lying helpless at your feet? It's easy for you to look down. It's easy for you to talk. Come on, David. Get up, David. It's easy, David. What do you know about it?
Everything. Look.
Shalami.
I have one leg like yours.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
A girl likes to think her legs are as pretty as anyone else's. It's flattering to think she can walk so well that no one can tell the difference. And after a while, you yourself forget about it.
How did it happen?
I'm a Sabra. I was born here. In the fighting in our village, the girls stood guard as well as the men. A sniper's bullet.
How old were you?
16. And you?
15. It was a landmine. I should have been more careful. I knew a lot about them. I'd been a soldier for 3 years by that time.
You were a man.
Not exactly. The day I was 13, the day I should have been bar mitzvah, we were hiding out in the forest, starving. One of the men shot a boar. They roasted it. It smelled delicious. But when you stop to think about it, what is a boar but a wild pig? And this was a sacred day. It was a terrible decision. So I said, today I'll be a man. I won't promise for tomorrow, but today at least. So I went hungry.
That's like you.
You know, I've never told that story to anyone. Yonah, back at the rehabilitation center, he always wanted me to talk things out. He said my problems weren't just my legs. He's got a shrewd head, that Yonah. He kept asking me about girls, too. Girls? What was there to talk about? I never had a girl.
Oh?
Maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but I've thought a lot about you. At the same time, I thought I shouldn't. I had no right. But I wanted to please you so, to be your best pupil, to walk straight off, like an archduke.
I know.
Then, when I fell, it was like a punishment, because I'd hoped too much. But now... Shulamit, someday will you go out with me to a movie, maybe?
I'd like to.
Thanks. Oh, and how will we go? With me walking in a cage? Shulamit, take it away.
It's hard to stop a man when he really wants something. David Levitt walked from one end of the room to the other, and before Shulamit could even cheer, he turned and walked all the way back again just to prove it was no accident. He was so giddy with his success that it was almost a week before he realized that all he'd accomplished was to step into a new set of problems.
What's the matter, David? Didn't you enjoy the movie?
Well, I liked the part where Victor Mature strangled the lions.
Why are you so glum?
I was just thinking of the tax on the tickets.
David.
Well, when you go to a movie, there's a tax. Make a salary, they have deductions. Get married, there's a marriage tax.
The same all over.
I know. So my problem is, how do I get to pay taxes?
Oh.
I was only 13 when I became a soldier. I never learned a trade. But now, tell me, where do I go to learn to strangle lions?
Oh, haven't you heard? They're sending you to Nev Shemar.
Where?
Nev Shemar, the training center. There's nothing I can do for you anymore. There you'll be taught shop work or anything else you think you're suited for.
Oh, well, that's fine. It's fine, but Nev Shemar, is that far?
A short ride on the bus.
Well, the tickets are expensive. I can walk.
You've heard of Tinker to Evers to Chance? Well, for David, the Malbin program went from the rehabilitation center to the hospital at Be'er Yaakov to the training center at Nev Shemar. And so, finally, David, with his friend Moshe, was able to become a working citizen of the Free State of Israel, with all the privileges inscribed thereto, including the right to complain.
Some lunch. I put a whole week's meat ration into the sandwich, and now the whole darn thing is stuck in my back cavity.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. You wouldn't appreciate it anyhow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Moshe. I wasn't even listening. I was thinking of our boss, Mr. Chaney. Business hasn't been too good. In the old country, they used to say Chaney made such gloves people forgot to take them off when they bathed. Here, the trouble is the factory's too small. He doesn't have enough machines, and he hasn't got the capital to really expand.
Well, how does that concern us? I don't see what we can do about it.
Listen, Moshe, suppose we went to him and made him a proposition. Mr. Chaney, Moshe and I are here as a committee of two.
A delegation. Oh, this sounds familiar. Listen, fellas, if it's about a raise, I'm paying all I can afford.
Keep the wages. Just pay me the deductions. I'll be better off.
Please, Moshe, this is serious. Mr. Chaney, how many people work here?
About, 2/3.
Oh, very good, Chaney. I must remember that. How many people work here? About 2/3.
If it was any funnier, I'd be bankrupt.
Well, suppose you could employ 40 people. You could make twice as much.
And if I'd 100, I'd make 5 times. But if they were all turning out sewing machines, then this would be a business.
Suppose we could get you the machines.
How?
We talked it over with the people at Malvern. You can get a loan from them, enough for 20 more machines.
But, oh, what a lovely world this would be if it weren't for that one little word. Well, what's the catch?
For every machine, you agree to hire a handicapped worker.
Look, fellas, I don't want to sound tough. But you have to understand, I am not a benevolent society.
Listen, Mr. Chaney, these people may be handicapped, but they're handicapped in your favor. A man with one arm, if he's with you, can cut more than a man with two.
And an operator without legs doesn't run to the water fountains all day.
Well, it might not hurt to have a little talk with your people.
The loan has been paid back 3 times, so there aren't 40 machines, there are over 100. And it was on one of his visits in connection with this transaction that David had a sudden, unexpected encounter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You big idiot. Why don't you big guys watch where you're going?
Yona.
What, do I know you? The voice sounds familiar, but you knocked off my glasses.
Yeah, here they are.
Yeah, that's better. Oh, much better. Well, thank goodness they're not cracked or anything.
Now, do you know me?
What? David? That can't be. David Levitt?
Have I changed that much? I know I'm taller.
Yes, I've heard about your legs. No, it isn't that. It's everything about you. And tell me, what have you been doing? Why are you here?
I came about the Chaney Glove Factory.
Oh, yes. I'd heard they'd taken a batch of handicapped people. If it's a job you want, maybe I can help you. We've given them several loans, you know.
I know. I arranged them.
You?
I'm the manager.
That big plant?
It's a good job. Pays well. Even with the deductions, I can afford a wife.
Oh, you're considering, huh?
Considered. We're expecting.
Working, a fine job, a family, all in 2 years. Doesn't seem possible. You remember the first time you came to my office?
Yes.
I asked you what you hoped for, and you said that all you wanted was a sunny corner.
I couldn't have said such a sick thing.
You're right. You didn't say it. It was altogether another David.
You know, I often wanted to go back and thank you for what you did for me. But...
Too busy, huh?
No. I just didn't know where to begin. I mean, so many people have helped me. You, all the doctors at Beryuk Cove, Shilamet taught me to walk, the men at Nev Shemar who taught me a trade, all the people who contribute to Malvern, that I've never met and never could meet. How do you thank an army? So the only way I can do it is by passing it along.
It was a strong, tall David, now too big for bitterness, who with his wife climbed a hill in Haifa overlooking the harbor one Sunday.
Just a little bit higher, Mrs. Levitt. Now we can see the whole harbor.
Oh, please, David. How can I climb in my condition?
Oh, yes, Shalana. Are you all right?
Yes.
Well, you look white. The baby's all right?
The baby's fine. I should be as good.
It'll be a boy, I know it. And we'll call him Solomon.
Why?
Because it says in the Bible, the son of David is Solomon. And he was the wisest man that ever lived. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he knew that the most important thing in the world was for people to stop being bitter and to love one another. He wrote a poem about it, the Song of Songs. I'll read it to you when we get home. Or maybe I'll write you one. A man should write his own poem.
What's gotten into you? It must be the altitude.
I just feel good. Look, down below. They're unloading that ship.
A new batch. Look at them coming off. People look so tired, discouraged.
They'll change. There's something in the air of Israel that makes you change. Oh, it's good to be alive here. To stand on your own 2 feet. Shalom, I made a joke.
David!
Just wait till I tell Moshe.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. William Rosenwald, General Chairman of the United Jewish Appeal. Mr. Rosenwald.
The program you've just heard dramatizes the solving of a great human problem, the care and the rehabilitation of handicapped immigrants to Israel. But that problem is only one of a great many human needs which are met by the United Jewish Appeal. In many European countries, in half a dozen Muslim lands, here in our own country, and in Israel, UJA assistance spells the difference between despair and hope, between life and death, for nearly 500,000 persons every day. This democratic, voluntary, humanitarian cause was founded at the height of the Hitler tyranny. In 17 years, it has aided or rescued 2.25 million persons, victims of every kind of totalitarian oppression. More than 800,000 refugees have been helped to take up new lives in Israel alone. Hundreds of thousands of others have been enabled to find new hope and new faith in other democratic lands. But today, a wave of tension grips still another segment of Jewry overseas. Tens of thousands in Morocco and Tunisia cry out for speedy sanctuary in Israel. This cry comes at a time when the men, women, and children of Israel are faced with a grave emergency of their own. Israel's people are determined to keep their gates of freedom wide open to all those who want to enter, but they cannot give the help they once gave. Because of this, freedom-loving people everywhere, acting through the United Jewish Appeal, will want to do everything possible to facilitate the prompt migration of those who must leave North Africa. Americans of all faiths and creeds, all who are concerned with advancing freedom and furthering democracy, are united in their humanitarian aim to aid these men, women, and children to reach Israel in 1956. There, as in America, they can walk in dignity as free men.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenwald. Our Eternal Light drama today, The First Ingredient, was written by Jesse Sandler. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were John Sylvester, Lola Pisa, Raymond Edward Johnson, Leon Janney, and Alexander Scorby. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Most Precious Gift, was written by Peter Barry.
Outside, a storm was building. A night of wind and darkness seemed to press against the lighted windows of the synagogue as if resolved to force its way inside in a black, unreasoning rush of chaos.
Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. So speaks the voice of Leviticus, yielding us the text of tonight's sermon.
Never had I come to services with a greater inner need. But the words of the rabbi as he developed his theme filled me with more uneasiness than comfort. Somehow I heard them as if they were meant for me alone.
But are we to feel that the Scripture requires that our neighbor's wrongdoing go unrebuked and be tolerated by us with indiscriminate sentimentality? No. It was the great Rabbi Maimonides himself who assured us that we are not required to seek in vain for some unnatural means of loving evil simply because it is our neighbor's. Mercy on sinners, he has said, is cruelty to all other creatures. And the loss sustained is as much ours as it is the sinner's. For the love of one's neighbor is fruitful with many blessings, and the capacity for loving him is the most precious gift this life on earth affords.
I felt the palms of my hands turn hot and moist. The most precious gift. Was I losing it? Was it slipping away from me with a kind of nightmarish relentlessness? The rabbi's voice came dimly through my thoughts as I sat remembering. It seemed I'd always had the gift, always as a natural and unquestioned part of me. Until that day. Until 4 o'clock, I recalled, it had been perfectly commonplace, uneventful, empty, and in no wise different from the general run of the days of my life. Then just as the clock struck 4, Dr. Michaels emerged from Van Elsa's room and announced that her condition was improving. I was already holding the front door open for him when midway on the stairs he halted. He looked down at me and then suddenly said it.
You know, don't you, that I'm in love with you?
What did you say?
I said, I'm in love with you.
With me?
Does it really come as such a surprise?
Dr. Michaels.
Won't you say David?
David?
Haven't you anything else to say?
What else could I say?
You could say you're very happy. On the other hand, you could say you're very sorry, and then again, you might even kiss me, Sonia.
Sonia! Oh, Aunt Elsa. Sonia! I'm coming.
Please.
She doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I don't think anybody really enjoys it.
I don't like to keep her waiting.
I'm sorry.
It's quite all right.
Sonia!
Let me pass, please.
What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
The theater.
Theater? Sonia! How can I leave Aunt Elsa alone?
Why can't you?
She's ill. You know better than anyone how ill she is.
And I know better than anyone that there couldn't be any danger in her spending the evening reading a good book. Now, say it's a date.
I wish you wouldn't urge me.
Say it.
No.
I'm sorry. I've made a nuisance of myself, I'm afraid.
No, please, it isn't that.
I've obviously presumed too far.
No, it isn't that at all. I just can't make a date without talking it over with Aunt Elsa.
Okay, talk it over then. I'll call back later.
If you like.
Say around 9.
Around 9, David. Oh, David. Before he'd closed the door, I knew it. And I knew that I'd known it all along. Beneath the level of my grief and my tedium, I was hopelessly in love with him. And I had an impulse to fling the door open and tell him that I'd go with him tomorrow night or any night to the theater or the ends of the earth. I'd taken a step forward, my hand was on the knob, and then Aunt Elsa's voice brought me sharply back to reality.
Sonia!
When I entered her room, she was lying propped up on her elbows, and the strained look in her anxious, weary eyes wrenched at my heart. It made matters worse that she apologized for calling me, and as I poured her medicine, I blushed with shame for myself and my selfishness.
had the doctor's car drive off only a moment ago.
Yes, I know.
You had a talk?
Yes.
What about?
Time for your medicine now.
Oh, Sonia.
Open wide. Here we are.
I don't know which is worse, the sickness or the cure.
Well, whichever, you're getting much better. Really, he said you were.
I'm glad he thinks so.
Well, what do you mean?
Nothing.
Don't you think you are?
Does it matter what I think?
Aunt Elsa.
I don't want you to worry about me, child. I don't want anybody ever to worry about me.
But I do worry about you, and so does David.
David?
Dr. Michaels.
Oh. Sonia.
Yes?
How long has it been, David, between you and him?
10 minutes or so.
I see.
He's asked me to go to the theater tomorrow night.
How nice of him. He realizes, of course, how hard it is for a young girl to spend half her life teaching children and the other half tied to a bedridden old woman.
Aunt Elsa, that's not true.
Of course it is. You needn't try to spare my feelings.
I'm not sparing your feelings. He asked me because he's in love with me.
He is?
Yes.
He said so? Naturally, you told him you'd go.
I told him I'd ask you first.
Well, you don't suppose I'd let you miss a chance like this? When do you have to give your answer?
He's calling back at 9.
Well, then you tell him I insist you go.
Oh, Aunt Elsa.
You do want to go, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Your heart's quite set on it, isn't it?
But I wouldn't desert you if you needed me.
Oh, you're not to consider me. You're not to give me a thought.
Oh, you're sweet. You're very sweet.
I'm a realist, I hope. I face facts.
I'll be back soon.
Well, where are you going?
Make your dinner.
Sonia?
Yes?
Before you go, I think you'd better face a few facts.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, this situation obviously must end.
What situation?
My being here on your hands. Can't go on any longer, dear.
But I wanted to go on.
Well, then I don't. It's begun. A man has entered your life. You'll be seeing more and more of him. And I'll be lying here alone, helpless and old, listening to the clock tick. That's not for me, my dear.
Aunt Elsa.
I'm leaving.
You can't. There's no place for you to go.
Oh, there are hospitals. There are hospitals, Sonia. And I'm not entirely without money.
But I couldn't stand that. I couldn't stand that. I couldn't leave you all alone in a hospital.
Why not?
You know why not.
You left your father all alone in one?
Aunt Elsa.
You left him there to die.
Aunt Elsa.
I say you left him there to die.
Hello?
Sonia?
Yes?
What's the matter?
Nothing, David.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, what about tomorrow night?
David, I can't go.
I see.
And I have to hang up now.
Just a second.
Please let me.
And Elsa wants no competition.
I just can't go into it right now.
Maybe you don't want to see me.
No, I do. You can't know how much.
Then isn't that the most important consideration?
No.
No.
I have a more important consideration, David.
What?
Aunt Elsa's comfort and happiness.
Sonia, don't you deserve a little something for yourself?
No.
Why not?
Because
Yes.
Because I don't deserve to live. He rang back again and again. And again I managed not to answer. I deserved what I was feeling, I told myself, the ache and the emptiness. My life was dedicated to others, to Aunt Elsa, to the school, and I must never again permit myself to dream of such things as David and happiness. Fiercely, I flung myself into my work. Here were my neighbor's children. My responsibilities to shape and form for the great world of tomorrow. Naturally, in my love for them, I thought I can lose my selfish sorrows. But somehow...
I would have known the lesson if it hadn't been for the picnic, Miss Sonia.
The picnic?
Yes'm. My mom said to tell you Pop got off at noon yesterday, and she thought, for one day, the fresh air was better for me.
She told you to tell me that?
Yes.
Then you tell her that when I make an assignment, the best thing for you is to do it. Do you understand me?
Yes.
And you can also tell her that I kept you after school to make sure you got around to your studies. That will do. The next person to laugh will be sent to the principal's office. Is that perfectly clear? Now then, we'll get on with it. There was an impatience in me such as I'd never known before. A kind of erratic anger that grew despite my efforts to control it. And poor Aunt Elsa, fretful and restless after the lonely days, did little to help matters.
Where have you been?
The children get more difficult every day. I was so worried about being late to give you your medicine.
The children? Imagine anyone trumping up a story to delude a helpless old woman like me.
To delude you? What do you mean?
I mean, you've been seeing Dr. Michaels.
Aunt Elsa.
Oh, nothing reprehensible, of course. Just romantic little meetings on the outside to talk and hold hands.
That's not true.
Why? Why isn't it true, Sonia?
Because there's you to take care of. And he'd demand more time than I've got to spare.
Is that really the reason?
Yes.
You're really so sweet to me, dear. If you'd been half so sweet to your father, we might still have him with us, mightn't we?
I shudder yet to remember that sudden seizure of rage, like a geyser surging up from some loathsome secret inner well of hatred. That night I lay in bed, stiff and stunned with guilt, thunderstruck that I could have felt such an emotion toward poor, sweet, childlike Aunt Elsa. I slept badly that night and night after night thereafter. But with the morning, my irritation would return, and I'd drag myself to school heavy with a sense of failure and burdened with an exhausting anger that I could neither name or dispel. Then one Friday afternoon, the principal asked to see me in her office.
I'm sorry to say this, Sonia, but a mother who visited your class recently came to me with a very disturbing observation.
Observation?
She said that you were obviously a capable teacher, but she felt that possibly you were losing your capacity for loving the children.
I tried to smile as if I were amused at the absurdity of the notion, but I wasn't. And a foreboding chill followed me from the room. And so I sat in synagogue with the threatening night outside, lost in my own thoughts. When the congregation got to its feet, I looked up with surprise, realizing services were over. Unsteadily, I rose and walked out into the darkness. I remember walking slowly through the windy night, hearing nothing, seeing nothing, until...
Sonia,
Oh, David.
can we go somewhere and talk?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's good for either one of us
What?
to start thinking of each other again.
Sonia, look at me.
Please, I'd rather not.
Sonia.
Please.
The last time I talked to you, you told me that you didn't deserve to live. What did you mean by that?
I have to be getting home.
What did you mean?
David, it's a long story.
And an important one. Tell me.
It's about my father.
What about him?
He wanted me to stay home and study for my teacher's degree here in town.
Yes.
David, I don't like to remember.
I don't think you ever forget.
I refused him. I told him I wouldn't do it. And I went away.
So? So what?
He took sick, that's what. He pined away for me, Aunt Elsa says.
does she know?
Anyway, I got a telegram that he was critically ill in the hospital, and before I could get back, he died. He died alone there, calling my name.
And that's why you don't deserve to live.
I've wished myself dead 1,000 times.
Where was your Aunt Elsa then?
She was very sick, too. She couldn't go to him.
But she managed to know that he died calling your name.
The nurses told her.
And she's made the very utmost of it.
Utmost? What do you mean?
Forget it. I want to ask you a question, Sonia.
About my father?
About you.
Well?
Will you marry me? Will you, Sonia?
How can I say yes or no?
Would you like to be my wife?
I think so. I know I would.
So then?
I can't do a thing just because I'd like to.
Why not, dear? Aren't you a person?
I have another person to consider.
Sonia.
There's Aunt Elsa, David. She must always come first.
Why must she?
Because she's old and she's sick.
She's not so old and she's not sick at all anymore. That's an official
She
statement.
needs a home.
She'll have a home with us.
Please,
What?
David, if she said yes, then I would.
And otherwise?
David, you must understand. My life is hers. She's the only way I have of making amends.
Amends?
For what I did to my father. I stood for a moment looking into his eyes for understanding. Then I tore myself from his gaze and hurried away. The storm was very near now, and the whole night was tense with expectancy. And I was like the night, breathless with an inward brewing turmoil, anguished, confused, but knowing that David's proposal was a new and sustaining reef under every fear and doubt and misgiving. As I opened the front door, an unreasonable hope bloomed inside of me. Perhaps somehow all would go well. Perhaps Aunt Elsa would be glad for me and smile and wish me luck. Never had my heart pounded higher than as I ran up the stairs to her room. She sat propped in bed as I announced the news, and her voice when she spoke was somewhere between a rasp and a whimper.
He proposed to you?
Yes.
Did he then? Did he then?
Oh, Aunt Elsa, you're going to live with us. You'll have your own room, your own bath, and be part of our lives.
I see. Thank you for your kindness, my dear. But I'm part of a life already. I'm part of my own life. And if it killed me, I'd never be part of anyone else's.
Please, I only meant that you
I
were...
know what you mean. You meant to let me down easy. I haven't died soon enough to suit your plans. And I'm sorry.
Where are you going?
To make a reservation for
Reservation?
at the hospital.
No, you mustn't, Aunt Elsa. Please, listen to me, please.
I've heard enough.
Aunt Elsa, I won't marry him. I won't.
No? No? Is that a promise, Sonia? I said, is that a promise? Answer me.
But I couldn't answer her. The seizure of rage that I felt before had suddenly risen up again out of the depths of my being. I stood gaping and dumbstruck. I clutched the door to keep from reeling, and through the roaring turmoil, her voice came thin and distant.
Sonia! Sonia! What's the matter with you? Sonia!
With a suffocating pang of terror, I had turned and fled from the house, desperate to escape what I felt inside of me. Running without direction, I tore through the streets, hearing the thunder that broke above me like a sound in a dream. And then as the rain came in a drenching downpour, I halted. Someone had spoken my name out of the darkness.
Sonia.
Dazed, I looked around me. I was in front of the synagogue. And in the dim rays of the streetlight, I saw the rabbi standing in the doorway, hat in hand, smiling at me, quizzically.
Come inside, Sonia.
No.
Come inside.
He led me into his study and sat across the desk from me, waiting for me to speak. Then,
What is it, my dear?
I've just had the most terrible experience of my life.
Yes?
There was a quarrel with Aunt Elsa.
Are you so distressed because you had a quarrel with your aunt?
No. No, I'm distressed because I wish she were dead.
Oh.
She asked me to promise not to marry Dr. Michael. She was going to leave if I didn't, and suddenly I found myself wishing she were dead at my feet. How could I have done it? How could I have felt such a thing about a living person?
Sonia, you've been feeling such a thing about another living person for a long while now.
Another person? Who?
Yourself. You can't very well deny it. You told Dr. Michaels as much tonight. I've wished myself dead 1,000 times, you said.
David was here?
Mm-hmm. He left just a moment ago.
He told you about me?
Everything. Out of his love of you, he told me. Sonia, sit down and let me try to help him.
Nothing can help me. Don't you realize what this means?
What does it mean?
It means that I've lost the last shred of my capacity to love. I've lost what you yourself tonight called the most precious gift.
No, I doubt that, my dear.
But
I think we might say instead that you've been careless with your capacity for love.
Careless?
My poor child. Since we're commanded to love our neighbor as ourselves, we must take care to love ourselves sufficiently, or else we must fall short in obeying the commandment. Pity the neighbor who is loved as little as Sonia has loved Sonia.
Can I love myself?
Oh, yes. Yes, you can, Sonia, and you must. In the Talmud it is written that there first arose within God's mind the plan of creating the world with the attribute of justice alone. And then he saw that thus the world could not endure, and he added mercy. If the world cannot endure without it, my daughter, how can you?
Mercy. It's been a long time since there's been room in me for such a thing.
Because you were filled with self-hate. And that hate welled up tonight, and the inevitable happened.
The inevitable?
You hated your neighbor as you hate yourself. Love yourself wisely, Sonia, and you will stoop to no evil, great or small, out of solicitude for your own self-respect and peace of mind. Love thrives on love, and it shall no more breed from hate than life shall breed from death. Understand it, Sonia, for your sake and David's. Love yourself a little, and a miracle will happen. The most precious gift will be yours again, and you will love God to the full, along with all the other creatures of this loving world of his.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Louis J. Glickman of New York, a member of the World Brotherhood Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Glickman.
How frequently, in the course of living, we take the familiar things for granted. Very often, the meanings of ideas or phrases become so familiar to us that we miss their real depth. Take, for example, the words, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." From the book of Leviticus, let us note the use of the words, "as thyself." The great practical wisdom, which is the real depth of these words. We are not asked to love our neighbor more than ourselves, for in so doing, we would only find ourselves hating rather than loving. If we know the best in ourselves and respect that best, a great step forward is taken in loving our fellow man. Self-respect must precede respect for others. If it does not, we would soon find ourselves in somewhat the same position as did the young lady in our program today. We can be truest to others by being true to ourselves first. This concept can be of value to us as individuals, as members of families and groups. It can also be applied in a broader sense to our nation as a whole. America, if true to itself, can thus be the best teacher to neighboring nations. All of us believe heartily in the basic concepts of our democracy, those of freedom, justice, and equality for all. We wish to share them with other nations. However, it is quite clear that we must practice these principles each day before we can develop self-respect as a nation and devotion to those ideals so that we can pass them on to others. How do we do this? Having integrity and self-understanding as a nation. We can even love those who have not yet achieved the ideals of democracy. Through this love and devotion to our fellow man throughout the world, we can bring them to the point of realizing the goals of human freedom and dignity on every corner of the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Glickman. Our Eternal Light drama today was written by Peter Berry. David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Featured in the cast were Terry Keane, Bert Cowlin, Beatrice Pons, Ann Seymour, Kerry Joles, and Norman Rose. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Journey to Canaan by Joseph Mindell. Three days' march from Sinai, they came to a place where a few trees cast a pale shadow on the barren waste. Shading his eyes against the sun, Moses looked back at those who followed him. A multitude scattered in disorderly ranks, a people wandering in the wilderness. Joshua, who was called his minister, Joshua stood beside him. Then he spoke.
The people are tired, Moses.
Before the journey is over, they will be even more tired.
Let us stop and make camp now.
Later.
They need rest.
There will be a time to rest.
They are not like you.
What do you mean, Joshua?
Who is like you, Moses?
I will not have you say such things.
I meant no disrespect.
I know what you meant.
Only they need rest, though you do not, because you know where we are going.
Don't you know?
I do not ask.
You have been told. All those thousands have been told, as I was told. Therefore, you also know. Joshua, you know all there is to be known. You do not believe me.
When I went with you to Mount Sinai, I waited below, but you climbed to the very top.
You think there is a secret that I have not revealed.
I do not ask, Moses.
If that is what you think, then ask. We will camp here, Joshua.
I'm glad. I'll send messengers to give the order.
Joshua, I'll tell you something. I am also tired. While the people built huts out of twigs and leaves and prepared to cook the evening meal, Moses raised the tent over the Ark of the Covenant. And then, by the twinkling light of the fires, he walked among the people and listened to their words.
Lamb, young spring lamb. You remember?
Cooked with savory herbs. I remember.
And the fish we used to catch in the river.
Wrapped in leaves, baked in a fire. It's enough, don't remind me.
But my favorite dish was meat, roasted on a spit, the juices dripping.
The meal is ready, Gadiel.
A meal, she calls it. The same thing, day after day.
Bring me something else, I will cook it.
I'm tired of it, I won't eat it.
Then go hungry.
Is it for this that we left Egypt, to wander in the wilderness and eat this manna mixed with water?
Not so loud, Gadiel.
In Egypt, we ate fish and meat, cucumbers, melons, and leeks. He persuaded us to go with him, and now what do we have?
Taste it, Gadiel. Today I baked it.
Baked, broiled, or roasted, it's still manna. Always the same. I'm tired of it, I tell you.
Shh. There's someone there.
Who is it? What do you want? He's going away.
Look, Gadiel. It's Moses. He heard you. He heard what you said.
What if he did? It's no secret. He heard what everybody is saying.
Why have you dealt ill with your servant, O Lord? Why have I not found favor in your sight that you lay the burden of all these people upon me? Have I conceived this people? Have I brought them forth that you should say to me, carry them in your bosom to the land which you promised to their fathers? Where shall I find meat in the wilderness? What shall I say to them? Joshua, Gershom, I want you to... Where is Gershom?
I'll find him, Moses.
He should be here with you. Gershom! Gershom!
I'm coming.
Joshua, call the elders of the tribes to come here to the tent of meeting.
Well, I'll go with Joshua.
Where have you been, Gershom?
There, at the fire.
Your place is here, outside the tent.
It was cold.
It's cold for everyone. Joshua remained here.
Joshua's your minister.
You are my son, Gershom.
I'm sorry that my father is disappointed.
I spoke too harshly, my son.
No. Perhaps you have reason to be disappointed. I heard the people talking around the fires. They are saying...
I know what the people say.
You are also disappointed in them.
Go, both of you. Call the elders.
No, let me speak, Father. They have been in the wilderness for so long that they're tired and hungry and afraid. We are not like you, Father.
What did you say, Gershom?
I said that we are not...
Joshua's words, only he said they are not like you. Strange.
Father, what will you say to the people?
Don't you know, Gershom? I will say what I have said before and what they already know.
You will prophesy.
If to speak God's words is to prophesy, yes, I will prophesy. I will remind them why they left Egypt and that the meat they ate at Pharaoh's will was not as sweet as the manna sent from heaven. The elders of the tribes met together in the tent of meeting, and Moses spoke to them as he had spoken before, and they listened to words they had need to hear again. For a time, fears receded and weariness grew less, and the children of Israel marched again through the endless wilderness, until they came to a place before high mountains, and Moses gave orders to make camp.
Why are we stopping here, Moses?
Beyond the mountain, Gadiel, is the land of Canaan.
Is that where we're going?
That is where we are going.
Then why do we stop? We could cross the mountain before dark.
Watch your tongue, Gadiel. Who are you to question?
Don't be so ready to defend me, Joshua. Gadiel, we don't know what kind of land it is, or what kind of people live in it. Before all the people go over into Canaan, shouldn't we send someone first?
To scout the land and its people?
Will you go, Gadiel?
I'll go, Moses. Who knows? Maybe I'll find meat.
And you, Caleb? Will you go with him?
If you say so, Moses.
Also Shamua and Igal and Palti.
Moses, let me go too.
You, Joshua? No. I want you here with me.
But I'm young and strong, and my eyes are sharp.
I said no.
And I have a head for making plans. You've said it yourself. Besides...
You're very insistent.
Besides, I want very much to see Canaan.
All right, Joshua. You may go with them.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you.
You were about to speak, Gershom?
I? No, Father.
Perhaps you were about to ask if you could also go with the scouting party.
You mustn't let him go, Moses.
No, Gadiel.
If something should happen to you, that is, Gershom must remain here because, I mean...
You mean that nobody lives forever, and Gershom is my son.
There are other ways of saying it, but that is what I mean.
He's right, Moses.
Do you also think he is right, Gershom?
I'm not sure.
But you do not insist on going? No. You do not insist.
They're back, Father.
All of them, Gershom? Have they all returned?
Yes, all of them.
God be praised.
Moses, we've seen Canaan. From the mountains down to the river Jordan, as far as the sea.
Tell us, Caleb, what Canaan is.
It flows with milk and honey. Look, we have brought back the fruit of the land.
Grapes, pomegranates, and figs.
It's a land of green fields and streams of water and pastures thick with cattle. It's true. Ask Joshua.
We saw it with our own eyes. The wheat grows tall as a man, and the fig trees are bent with the weight of their fruit. Moses, it's a good land.
You haven't told everything, Joshua.
What do you mean, Gadiel?
Why don't you tell about the people we saw with our own eyes?
In due time.
Tell them now, Joshua. Tell Moses. Tell everybody. About the Amorites who live in the mountains, about the Hittites and the Jebusites.
What's wrong with you, Gadiel?
Why don't you tell about the armies we saw?
Do you know what I think, Joshua?
About the soldiers, every one a giant in metal armor.
I think Gadiel was frightened.
Yes, I was afraid. So are we all afraid, all of us.
Don't speak for Caleb or for me.
There is reason to be frightened.
If the Lord is with us, we have nothing to fear when we go into Canaan.
You say it wrong, Joshua. If we do not go into Canaan, then we have nothing to fear.
Listen to me. We left Egypt, and we journeyed through the wilderness. And Gadiel, we will cross over the mountains into Canaan.
Don't give us commands.
I'm not the one who commands us to go.
No, you speak for Moses. We've listened to him for a long time.
You don't understand. My lips say the words.
Then we'll close your lips.
Look out, Joshua!
There's a stone in your hand, Gadiel. Why don't you throw it?
At whom are you angry, Gadiel? Why are you all afraid?
You didn't see their armies, Moses.
The Lord took us out of Egypt with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. He led us through the wilderness and nourished us with manna, and still you have so little faith. Oh, my brothers, the Lord is a God of loving kindness and forbearance. Let us hope that he will forgive.
The people stood silent in the midst of their fear and anger. And Joshua stood before them alone and unafraid, and it seemed to Moses that Joshua was surrounded by the glory of the Lord. Then Moses did a strange thing. He turned to his son who was beside him and held him close with an arm across his shoulder and said,
Do not be afraid, Gershom.
To those who have been slaves, fear is a constant companion. To those who are not yet free, the faith and confidence of freedom do not come easily. Moses turned the people from the mountains, for they were not yet ready to enter the land that had been promised to their fathers long ago. They returned to the wilderness to wander again. For how many years, whether 1 or 40, they could not know. And as they journeyed once more, even in their fear, they grumbled.
Our children are crying, Moses.
I hear them, Gadiel. Even when they sleep, I hear them.
Their lips are dry and cracked.
We'll come to water soon.
Where? The wilderness has become a desert.
We'll pass through the desert and find water.
You have words for every occasion, Moses.
You must believe it, Gadiel.
We've had enough words. We need water.
How shall I get it for you? What do you want me to do?
How should we know? You made us leave Egypt and brought us here to the desert to die.
We were slaves in Egypt. Have you forgotten?
I only remember that there we were able to live.
No! You were afraid to live, and now you're afraid of dying. There is nothing in you but fear.
Moses, we don't want to die. Help us.
I'm a man like you, Gadiel. I'm also thirsty, and I don't want to die. What do you expect of me?
Save us, Moses.
Shall I lift my arms and make the rain to fall in the desert?
If you don't help us, who will?
Shall I take my staff and strike this rock and bring forth?
Drink, Moses. There is water enough now. Moses,
I'm not thirsty.
only a little to wet your lips.
No, Zipporah. I'm sorry.
You've been sitting here in the tent for hours without talking.
Zipporah.
No, listen to me, Moses. When you came to ask for me long ago in Midian, my father's house, I was afraid.
Was I so frightened?
Because you were a stranger from a strange land. But my father said he is a good man, Zipporah. And so I was your wife. And we lived in Midian, where our son was born. And then in Egypt. And together we left Egypt for the wilderness. How many years has it been, Moses? Yet sometimes, even now, I feel that you are still a stranger.
Then I have failed you too, Zipporah.
You too, he says. How few words you need to say two things that I don't understand and that aren't true besides. Am I complaining, Moses?
You have never complained, Zipporah, in all the years.
And the people, do they have reason to complain? They were dying of thirst and you gave them water.
It was not I.
Well, you know what I mean. Yet here you are, sorrowing, while they dance around the fires and talk of going back and crossing over into Canaan.
They will not go into Canaan.
I've heard them. They talk as if they're ready to start tomorrow.
But they're not ready. They are so afraid. They have so little faith. Gadiel and the men of his generation will never see Canaan. Never, Zipporah.
You mustn't say that. You can't be sure.
I am sure.
How can you bear to know it, Moses? It was wasted. The struggle with Pharaoh, the suffering in the wilderness, all wasted.
No. The children will enter the land that the fathers were promised. The children, not the fathers.
What will they do, the poor people? How will they live?
They will live, and I will also live.
What do you mean, Moses?
Neither will I enter the promised land, Zipporah.
I don't know what you are saying.
They came to me crying for water, and I was angry. For how could there be water in the desert? Zipporah, did I have more faith than they? Gershom, go out and call Joshua.
Yes, Father.
Wait, Gershom. Moses, I know what's in your mind.
Do you, Zipporah? I was thinking of what Gadiel said.
I don't care what Gadiel said.
You remember? Nobody lives forever. Those were his words.
This is not the time to talk of such things.
When is a good time? Gershom, call Joshua.
Not yet, Gershom. At least, Moses, let us talk first, without Joshua.
Zipporah, I have thought about it for a long time.
No longer than I.
Then tell me who will lead the people into the promised land.
The eldest son inherits from the father. You know as well as I.
Is it so? Isaac was younger than Ishmael, yet he received the blessing from Abraham. And Jacob received it over Esau. And what if there is no son?
Moses.
Or if the son is not suited to the inheritance.
Excuse me, I'll go outside.
It will be better if you stay and listen. When you were born in Midian, I named you Gershom, for I was a stranger in a strange land. Later, I was a stranger in the land of Pharaoh. And sometimes I think even among my own people.
How can you talk like this, Moses?
What am I saying to you, Gershom? That you are my son, whom I love, but that you cannot take up the task that I will be unable to finish.
I'm sorry, Father. I think that all my life I've been sorry.
Why should you be sorry? It is not your duty to be what I might like you to be. I should have said this long ago, shouldn't I, Gershom?
Maybe I should have learned it myself long ago. Well, you will want to talk to Joshua. I'll call him.
No, we'll go out into the desert and we'll talk, Joshua and I. The mountains look so far away.
Only 3 days' march, Moses.
And on the other side, when the time comes, you will lead the people over into Canaan. You hear, Joshua?
Who am I that I should be chosen?
In my time, I also asked, who am I?
I'm not fit for the task.
Joshua, it is not a dispute that you can win. Who is I to stand before Pharaoh?
You? You are Moses.
Moses of the stammering tongue, meekest among all men.
Yet the whole world knows what you did.
What did I do, Joshua? Did I part the Red Sea? Did I send manna from heaven or strike water from a desert rock?
But I am Joshua, not Moses.
You will not be alone, as I was not alone.
That is why I am afraid.
Why?
That if God should speak to me, I will not understand.
Listen to me, Joshua. It may be that God speaks only once, and his words must be remembered forever. Therefore, I have written down the words in a book of the law, in the Torah. Now listen carefully, Joshua. Remember what I say.
I will remember, Moses.
There may come a day when a man shall rise and say, "Follow me, for the Lord has said thus and so," and another man may rise and contradict him.
Then how shall we know?
The words of the Lord are in the Torah, and by the Torah you will know. For he has said, "See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Therefore choose life, that thou mayest live."
For 40 years the children of Israel lived in the wilderness, and Moses lived and was an old man. But his eye was not dim and his strength not less on the day when he went with Joshua alone from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo. Joshua waited below, while Moses climbed to the top of Pisgah, and then he came down again.
Do you weep for me?
Is this the day, Moses?
No tears, Joshua. I have seen the promised land. Now, stand beside me and look out toward Moab. You see the valley there?
I see.
I will be buried there.
The place will be remembered forever.
No, Joshua. The spot must not be marked. No one must know where it is.
It will be a sacred place, Moses.
Only the things of the Lord are sacred. I fought against idols of many kinds while I lived. I will not be made an idol when I am no longer alive. You must promise, Joshua.
It will be as you say.
Good. It is almost time.
Not yet, Moses.
One more thing I must tell you. The people will suffer hardship, and they will complain and blame you. It is a heavy burden, Joshua.
It was no lighter for you.
They're a stiff-necked people, Joshua. They will sin and do evil, and God will be angry with them. Then you must plead for them.
Tell me how, Moses.
I will teach you the song that I was told to write down. You will sing it with the people, and it will be a reminder of who they are and where they come from and what they must be. Listen, Joshua. Give ear, ye heavens, and I will speak. And let the earth hear the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender grass, as the showers upon the herb. Joshua, do not be afraid.
They left Moses in a valley in the land of Moab, in a place that no one knew. Turning from the desert, they journeyed to the promised land. And Gershom, the son of Moses, was not the first at the head, nor Joshua, who was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him. Joshua was not the first. The multitude covered the desert from Moab toward the hills of Canaan. And at the head of the people was the Ark of the Covenant. First was the Torah.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. A.W. Sheffers, co-chairman of the National Brotherhood Dinner. Mr. Sheffers.
First was the Torah, first then and first now, first in the hearts of the children of Israel, and first in our hearts, the basis, the fundamental core of our being, the Word of God. It was the quality of ideas rather than a person which led the children of Israel into the land of Canaan. It is the quality of ideas today which leads a nation and a people. Moses actually faced a crisis in his life. It was, and still is, sometimes believed that a son alone should carry on the work of his father. Yet Moses did not feel that it was the duty of his son to be what Moses might have liked him to be. There are profound implications in the decision of Moses, implications which affect us as a free people today. God created a world in which the equality of all people is fundamental. Gershom was not chosen to lead the children of Israel, even though he was the son of Moses. Rather, Joshua was selected because he best suited the task through his qualifications, determined primarily by his devotion and his ideals. Is this not a basic concept of our democracy today? Our Constitution grants us that all men are created equal. No one person inherits the right to leadership, nor is he compelled to complete any task of his ancestors. We are free to choose our own way. Our qualifications are dictated by our devotion to the ideals that we as individuals select as right. We can then all be qualified to lead, providing we select the right ideals. There is a saying that ideals are like stars. We may never hold them in our hands, but like the seafaring man upon the desert of waters, we choose them as our guides, and in following them, reach our destiny. Where may we look to find the right ideals? The Talmud says, "Search the Bible again and again, for you shall find everything in it." Just as the Bible was first in leading the children of Israel out of the wilderness into the land of Canaan, and has led generations since from darkness to freedom, so can it lead us all today towards making a better world for our children and ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Sheffers. Our Eternal Light drama today, Journey to Canaan, was written by Joseph Mindell. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Roger de Koven, Carl Weber, Guy Sorel, Alan Bergman, Edward Asner, Ann Petoniak, and Virginia Payne. Your narrator was Alexander Scorby. This is Mel Brandt. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Instant of Creation, was written by Joseph Mindell and comes to you from Chicago, Illinois.
Every day the world dies a little, and every day it is brought again into existence. So it is that every instant is an act of creation. This is a story of the dark years of our time, when the world seemed close to destruction. But even the dismal corners are filled with a golden light. For even in the years given over to the destroyer, there are hidden the instants of creation. The story begins in Poland in January of the year 1941.
This is where he got through the fence.
Sergeant! Jawohl, Herr Lieutenant. Release the dogs.
He won't get far, not in Poland in the winter.
No, Herr Lieutenant, but,
What, Sergeant?
Speak up. He doesn't have to get far. Only as far as the Russian half of Poland.
Stop! Stop, I say! Corporal, fire a shot over his head. Put your hands up high. Higher. Now, approach slowly.
Comrades, I'm so happy to see you.
See if he's armed, Corporal. Stand still, don't try to run away.
Run away? I was looking for you. As soon as I saw your uniform...
What are you doing here in the forest? Why were you hiding?
I wasn't hiding. That is, I was in a camp, a German camp.
You escaped from a German concentration camp?
You don't believe me? Look, just look at this.
Keep your hands up.
I only wanted to show you the number on my arm.
Nobody escapes from a German camp unless they want him to escape.
But I'm telling you the truth, comrade. Why should I lie to you?
Corporal,
Take 2 men and bring him to headquarters. Hold him for questioning.
Oh, I'll be glad to answer questions. There are many things I can tell you about the Germans.
Without a doubt.
Excuse me, comrade. I was in a German camp for more than a year.
That's what you said before.
What I mean is, after the questioning, then what?
Corporal, take him away.
His name was Pozinka. He was 20 years old and he was alive. Those are the significant facts. Once he had a family and lived at a certain number on a certain street in some Polish city. But now, in the time and the place in which he and his world existed, there was no importance in history and little meaning in the past. He escaped from the Germans and was caught by the Russians. They almost shot him, as so many were shot. But they didn't. They put him on a train with hundreds of others, collected in a variety of ways, and sent him across the length of Russia, through endless miles of snow that blinded the eyes, through coal that buried itself deep in the bones. They brought Pozinka to a place where barracks and huts were sprinkled in the snow at the edge of a forest, a concentration camp in Siberia. They brought him to his destination and filed him away.
Don't stand there. Get inside. Get in, I said. Maybe this'll teach you to move when you're told. Bloom! Here's another one for you. Pozinka, he's called.
Here, Pozinka. You can have this space against the wall. What are you looking at? Maybe you'd like better accommodations?
Leave him alone, Bloom. It takes a little time.
Am I doing something to him, Zilberman? I'm trying to help him. Pozinka, did they give you a blanket? Yes. Put it down here. Don't you hear me? Maybe he's deaf.
No, he's not deaf. Give me your things, Pozinka. I'll help you. Tell me, Pozinka, what are you accused of?
They say I'm a spy.
Ah, yes. Espionage. We have quite a few in that category.
Me too. Right here.
It's not true. Look! The number on my arm.
Of course it's not true.
You're not the only one, Pozinka.
Let him talk, Bloom.
What the Germans did to my people. To me. How could I be a spy for them? How could I?
You don't have to convince us.
What he means is that we know. Take me, for example. Am I Nathan Zilberman? I'm a teacher of Torah? No. I'm Nathan Zilberman, saboteur. And that Meyer Bloom, enemy of the state. And Zacharias over there.
Don't include me in your low political crowd, Zilberman. I'm a common thief.
What's the matter, Pozinka?
You joke about it as if it wasn't happening to you.
You'll get used to it, Pozinka.
No, I won't.
Zilberman is right. It's better if you can laugh about it sometimes.
I won't stay here. They can't keep me here.
No?
The German camp had barbed wire and watchtowers and dogs. This one doesn't even have a fence.
Take a look out of the window, Pozinka.
I got away from the Germans. I'll get away from the Russians, too.
Listen, it's 20 miles to the railroad tracks. There's one train a week, and the nearest city is 500 miles. Look out there, Pozinka. The snow is higher than any fence, and the cold bites deeper than any dog. You still think you'll escape?
Bloom, was it necessary to be so exact?
In this place, Zilberman, a person can't live on dreams.
If I were Pozinka, I might say, do you call that living? You better get some rest, Pozinka. Tomorrow they'll put you to work with us in the forest.
Let's stop for a minute, Bloom.
Keep working.
I can't.
This is a two-man saw, Pozinka. If you stop, I have to stop.
Only for a minute. The guard can't see us.
The devil take the guard. We don't work on his account.
What? What did you say?
We have a quota, you fool. So many trees to trim, so many logs to cut.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never mind. Get back to work.
In the German camp, there were guards with whips. I was afraid of them. I have to rest, Bloom. I'm not afraid of quotas.
Pozenka, they count the logs when they're loaded on the trucks. If we don't fill our quota, we don't eat. You understand? Pozenka, do you understand?
It's a new invention, isn't it? A concentration camp without fences and without whips. Just snow and cold and hunger.
How do you feel, Pozenka? Oh, don't tell me. I know. You don't feel like talking, huh?
No.
Then you listen. Pozenka, the way I've been talking to you, maybe it was a little rough.
It's all right, Bloom.
But believe me, it's for your own good.
Sure.
In this place, there isn't much choice, either yes or no. Either you learn how to live, or you don't live. Do you know what I'm saying, Pozenka?
Bloom, to take guns and whips and make a man a slave, that's a terrible thing.
I know what you're going to say.
But to make a man want to slave, to make him drive himself for a watery soup with half a potato, how can you find words for such a thing?
Don't look for words. These are the conditions of life, yes or no. When you're young, you think there's always something else. Pozenka, here, there's nothing, just yes or no.
When I was 11, my father took me one day. We lived in the city. He took me to a flour mill in a little village.
You weren't even listening to me.
I was listening, Bloom. I was. There was a donkey walking around and around, turning the millstone.
All right, so I'm a donkey.
No, that's not what I was saying.
All the same, it's better. How is it written? It's better to be a live dog than a dead lion.
I remember how every so often the miller would take a whip and hit the donkey. Not hard, just a tap.
Gentle soul.
Just hard enough, he said, to remind the donkey that it had no choice, that it went around and around on account of the whip. Because, he said, even a donkey is entitled to self-respect.
Why do you tell me such stories? What do you expect me to do?
I don't know, Bloom. I don't know.
Why don't you tell Zilberman? Zilberman and his congregation.
Why, they're praying.
It's Friday night. Zilberman is welcoming the Sabbath. Don't you hear? Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song. Sing unto the Lord all the earth. Sing unto the Lord and bless his name. You are not in the congregation, Bloom?
Me? You've told me, haven't you? I can only go around and around and around. Why don't you join them, Pozenka? Why don't you thank the Lord for making you a man?
I've been wondering a whole week, Bloom. Who loads the trucks that take the lumber to the train?
I'm glad to hear you ask that, Pozenka.
You are?
It's a good question. A healthy question. Isn't it, Zilberman?
What's so healthy about it?
You don't see. He's waking up to reality.
Ah, reality.
Of course. Our friend Pozenka realizes that there are hard jobs like sawing wood, and there are not so hard jobs, eh, Pozenka?
Well, as a matter of fact,
I'll tell you how it is, Pozenka. It's not impossible. With a few bribes and a good deal of patience, you might be assigned to loading. But it's not easy to manage.
I was thinking maybe it's possible to load the wood with a hollow space in the middle. Big enough for a
Still
person.
have that crazy idea in your head.
Once you get to the railroad tracks...
That's enough! I don't want to hear any more.
All right, Bloom. I won't bother you anymore.
You're not the first one to think of these things. More clever men than you have made plans to escape.
Calm down, Bloom. Let him make his plans. They have nothing to do with you.
Stay out of this, Silverman. You think I didn't go through it at the beginning? Lying awake, scheming, planning? It can't be done. I've learned, Pazinka, it can't be done. That's all. Finished. It's settled.
Yes, I see.
You don't see, Silverman. You don't know anything about it.
It's a question of reality, isn't it? But who?
The important thing is to stay alive. In this place, you can't live if you keep fooling yourself.
That's Pozinka's problem, it seems to me. Unless, Bloom, what's finished, settled for you, can become unsettled.
You're a fine pair, you and Pozinka, with your dreams. Dreams of escape and dreams of God. It's Friday night again, Silverman. Go and welcome the Sabbath.
Yes, it's time.
Go on. Sing and pretend that you're not in a prison camp. Pretend that you're free.
Pozinka, will you join us in the prayers?
Why not, Pozinka? Join the congregation.
When I still lived at home, I didn't go to synagogue very often.
It doesn't matter. Silverman won't mind.
No, we won't mind, Pozinka.
On Friday night, my mother would light the candles and say the blessings. And later we would all sing Shalom Aleichem.
We will sing Shalom Aleichem. Very softly, but we'll sing it.
My father works hard. We weren't poor, you know, but we had to work hard. Except on the Sabbath. Because on that day, he said, a man could be free.
Come, Pozinka. We're ready to begin the services.
And tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
This is tonight. And tonight we'll recite the prayers and sing the blessings.
No, Zilberman.
Come. It will do you good.
Tomorrow, on the Sabbath, you'll go to the forest and work.
There's nothing else we can do, Pozinka.
Then the prayers and the blessings are the only words?
In heaven's name, what do you expect of human beings?
Now who needs calming down, Silverman?
The Talmud itself says that the preservation of life takes precedence even over the sanctity of the Sabbath. Pozinka, what do you want?
I don't know, Zilberman. All my life I've been afraid. I was afraid of the Polish gangs that used to invade the Jewish streets, of Hitler and the guards with whips, and now of quotas. Everything I ever did, I was forced to do by fear.
Zilberman!
Do you know what I mean, Zilberman?
Zilberman, it's time to begin.
They're calling you.
I hear them. Let them begin without me.
But the Sabbath services.
Pozinka, you're very young, and you're not especially clever. Bloom was right. Pozinka, when things are finished, settled, why can't you leave them alone? Why do you have to unsettle them?
It's getting light. Time to get up. Wake up, Pozinka.
I'm awake, Bloom.
Oh, so I see. Did you sleep at all last night? You'll learn, Pozinka. Get up. Time for work.
Oh, work.
You, Silverman.
I am also awake, Bloom.
You are? What have you been planning? Oh, I don't want to know. No, Silverman. Don't turn around on the other side. A whole forest of trees is waiting for you.
Not today. Today is the Sabbath.
You're out of your mind.
We've talked it over, and we've decided.
We? You and your congregation?
We decided. No work.
You can't refuse to work.
That's what I thought, too, Bloom. But you see, we have refused, haven't we?
They'll beat you. They'll... Well, who knows what they'll do?
Bloom, even God, who never gets tired, rested on the seventh day. Should not we rest on the Sabbath from our weariness?
Don't give me any of your Talmudic reasoning. I'm talking about facts.
I don't mean only the weariness of work, of the forest. I mean the weariness of being afraid, of being prisoners. Bloom, here in the world of the concentration camp, we can't be free.
You're not facing the facts of this world. You're afraid. You're afraid to face reality.
The Sabbath is not only another day. It's another world. And on Sabbath, for a little while, we can feel free. Free of prison camps and guards and quotas. Bloom, is not this also reality?
Don't you understand, Silverman? You can't do this thing. You can't do it.
Bloom, tonight we welcome the Sabbath. You heard us. Tomorrow we will not work.
No matter what they do to us, we will not work.
Throw them in. There they are, your Sabbath celebrators. Take a lesson from them.
They're covered with blood. Don't stand there like donkeys. Zacharias, get some rags.
Yes, rags.
Pazinka, bring the water. Don't try to get up, gentlemen.
No words of welcome, Blue.
They certainly did a job on you.
Here's the water, Bloom.
Good, Pazinka.
Was it very bad, Zilberman?
Don't ask foolish questions.
It was bad, Bozinka. You were right about your reality, eh, Bloom?
So I was right. You think it gives me pleasure to see you like this?
Aren't you going to ask about my reality?
Zilberman, you talk too much. Get a good rest. Tomorrow you'll need your strength.
Don't worry about the quota.
Who's talking about the quota? While you and your congregation were celebrating the Sabbath with the camp director and his guards, the rest of us, we also had a little discussion.
You did? About what?
Listen, Zilberman. Wasn't it Hillel who said, "Separate not thyself from the congregation"? Maybe we're not pious Jews like you, but we're not exactly ignorant.
Ignorant? Bloom, my friend, I would call you a learned man.
Get out and get to work.
No work.
Quiet! For the last time, get to work.
This is more than you can handle, Comrade Guard. You'd better...
That's for giving me instructions.
You'd better get the director of the camp.
Shut up! You all gone crazy? Or is this another Sabbath celebration?
You might call it a strike.
Strikes are forbidden in the Soviet Union.
Is that so? You see, it is a problem for the camp director.
This is sabotage.
If you will permit me to explain, Comrade Director.
I'll have you all shot. Every last one of you.
It's really a simple matter.
The barracks is surrounded. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Excuse me, Comrade Director. What's the harm in listening? You can always shoot us later.
There's nothing to talk about. All right, talk fast.
It would be better if we could speak more privately.
You make conditions, do you?
Oh, from your point of view, I mean.
Corporal, keep the machine gunners at ready. And watch out for tricks. Speak up now.
You know what we want? 1 day of rest a week.
I make the rules in this camp.
Rules can be changed.
That's all you have to say. Now listen to me. I give you 10 seconds, then the machine guns open fire.
What kind of threat is that? We know what we are in your reckoning. We're pieces of living machinery, production units. So many trees, so many logs, so many feet of lumber. Cheap machines, given a minimum of maintenance and no repairs. When they wear out, let them lie where they fall. Yes. Well, you can shoot us.
Maybe you think I won't do it.
Maybe you won't have to. If I'm not mistaken, you also have a quota.
That's not your business.
They count your production in Moscow, don't they? If you shoot us, a whole barracks, what happens to your production? And what will they say in Moscow?
You devil, I'd like to...
Please don't, Comrade Director. Well, that's all, Comrade Director. The rest is up to you. After all, you make the rules in this camp.
I'll work you as you've never worked before. And remember this. There's to be only one Sabbath in a week.
Shalom Aleichem, Malachei HaShores, Malachei
Look at Pozinka. He's singing.
You won't join us, Bloom?
Me? I've already told you, Silverman. I'm not a pious man.
Have it your way. Only it seems to me that there may be different kinds of piety.
Please, don't twist my words again.
I was not thinking of your words. Do you remember, Bloom? Hillel also said, in a place where there are no men, strive to be a man.
Shalom Aleichem, Silverman. Peace be with you.
And with you, peace. On a Sabbath in a dark corner of our time, Pozinka sang. It was a small thing, and we must not make too much of it. Yet it was a spark that for an instant lit the darkness, and thus it was, after all, important. For every day the world dies a little, and every day it is brought again into existence, and every instant is an act of creation.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Arthur Lansky, member of the National Rama Commission and a member of the Board of Directors of Rodfade Tzedek Synagogue, Chicago. Mr. Lansky.
The victory of a small group of men may seem small and remote when compared with the vast Holocaust and catastrophe of the Second World War. Pozinka, Bloom, Zilberman, and the others there won one small victory. Yet, was it so small? They won a freedom. Freedom to keep the Sabbath holy, as written in Torah. Their accomplishment was a spark that for an instant lit the darkness, an act of creation. Yet, let us think about that victory. No instant of creation, no matter how small, should be considered insignificant. For are not all the great events in our world made up of these small sparks? Let us take two examples. A great poem may be written and later become a march of freedom. Or a man may do one small thing and find it grows into great importance. An instant may become a part of something later considered a great accomplishment. Our nation itself is a bonfire of freedom, created from many sparks. Individual groups of people who would not stand oppression banded together and formed our nation during many instants of creation. The Battle of Bunker Hill, the Declaration of Independence, and Washington's crossing the Delaware. All are single instants, but added together, those small sparks become something great. So each of us may look upon our own activities. Many of our tasks may seem small and insignificant, but if we hold to our beliefs of what is just and right, if our acts are always based on truth, then every act can be an instant creation. Every day the world dies a little, and every day it is brought again into existence, and every act is an instant of creation.
Thank you, Mr. Lansky. Our Eternal Light drama today, Instant of Creation, was written by Joseph Mendel and came to you from Chicago. The music was written by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Bernard Berquist. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Philip Lord, Norman Gottschalk, Maurice Copeland, Bob Barron, Everett Clark, Paul Barnes, and Marshall Kent. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Howard Keegan. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is Monitor, the NBC weekend radio service.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our dramatization is Morton Wishengrads' The Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn, featuring Leon Janney as Rembrandt. This program marks the Eternal Light's 500th broadcast. Following the dramatized portion of our program, there will be remarks by Judge Edgar J. Nathan and Mr. Davidson Taylor. And now, The Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn.
It was in the year 1659 that Mynheer Jacob van Kampen was delegated by the Venerable Council of the city of Amsterdam to propose a new commission to the painter Rembrandt van Rijn. Bearing in mind that Rembrandt was a consummate painter, Mynheer van Kampen had the forethought to put on his best suit of clothes. Remembering also that Rembrandt was said to be a notorious wastrel, Mynheer van Kampen selected a stout walking stick. And recollecting finally that through a rare combination of thriftlessness and bad investments, the painter had only recently been declared a bankrupt by the Insolvency Chamber of Amsterdam, Mynheer van Kampen thoughtfully left his wallet at home. Thus equipped, Mynheer van Kampen journeyed to the Keizerskroon hostelry, where he found the painter in his bath.
Hot water. The poor man's pleasure.
My dear Rembrandt, I have something important to discuss with you. Please have the decency to climb out of that tub.
Mynheer van Kampen, it was for the sake of decency that I climbed into the tub. Make yourself useful. Take the brush and scrub my back.
I beg your pardon?
Why, you do something? There's the brush.
Oh, excuse me. I came to discuss a serious matter. A proposition.
Then scrub between my shoulder blades. I'll be putty in your hands. You'll be able to do anything you want with me. Come, scrub.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Scrub. Mynheer van Kampen, you flatter me. My skin is somewhat tougher than a butterfly's eyelash. Be good enough to scrub a little harder. Van Kampen, I'm not an elephant. Just right. Bit to the left. A little lower. A little more. My dear Van Kampen, I have a painter's eye. Have I ever told you that you are a fine figure of a man?
Why, that's...
Oh, but don't stop scrubbing. Now, you were saying something about a proposition.
The city council would like a painting for the new town hall.
You've scrubbed enough, thank you. Van Kampen, I always like to have a clear head when important matters are discussed. What's the proposition?
Firstly, that this time you finish your painting on the date we specify.
Do they want it good, or do they want it on Tuesday? The painting is finished when the painting is finished, and I'll say so. What next?
We will select the subject.
You will, eh? Van Kampen, do I tell you how to buy and sell real estate?
No, Rembrandt, but...
I'll paint a subject I consider suitable. Oh, I rather fancy something from the Bible.
We thought a large painting of the town council itself would be...
Fantastic. What do you think of Moses bringing down the tablets of the law from the mountain?
Well, I have no opinion on Moses. What we had in mind
Good.
was...
Then we're agreed on the subject. How much?
100 guilders.
Get out.
200 guilders.
You paid $9 million for the town hall. I want 1,000 guilders.
My dear Rembrandt, for an artist, I must say you're quite mercenary.
My dear Van Kampen, if you turn a bit toward me, I can spit directly into your left eye. What do you mean, mercenary? Is an artist less than a stonemason or a carpenter? When my belly is empty, I'm just as hungry as you are. 500 guilders and not a stiver less.
350.
Settled. Now I've got to find a Moses to sit for me.
Rembrandt.
Don't interrupt. I'm thinking.
I'll be glad to pose for you.
You?
Well, you just said that I was a fine figure of a man.
Van Kampen, you have the good-natured, wholesome, earnest face of a vegetable dinner. Now be a friendly vegetable and give me the towel, eh? I've got to find a Moses.
Where are you going to look?
Among the descendants of Moses.
Don't you think it would be more discreet to look among the members of the town council?
Van Kampen, come here.
Yes?
I will tell you a secret.
You will, Rembrandt?
Listen. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. Jews, every last one of them.
I see what you mean.
I thought you would. Quickly, Van Kampen, my shoes. I've got to find Moses.
In the year 1659, Rembrandt van Rijn went into the streets of Amsterdam in quest of Moses. While the venerable town council waited, Rembrandt searched. Early in the month of April, they deputized Mynheer Jacob van Kampen to visit the painter once again.
I am authorized to inform you that the painter Ferdinand Ball has been invited to submit a sketch.
I've found 3 Jewish scholars, but they're not satisfactory. I've paid 2 visits to Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, too small for Moses. I've talked to several students, not heroic enough. There's a peddler from Poland, too pale. My dear Van Kampen, I can't lose that commission, and I need the money.
Then you'll produce your sketches this week, and you will complete your painting in 10 days.
You're a good fellow, Van Kampen.
10 days, Rembrandt.
I don't paint that way. I've got to find a Moses who looks like Moses. I've got to paint what I feel is true.
You are shouting.
All right. Go back to them, tell them I'll do the best I can.
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
Van Kampen, listen. I've been reading the Bible. Moses stood upon the mountain and he talked to God himself. And when Moses came down from the mount, the people ran to him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face sent forth beams of light, and they were afraid to come near unto him. Van Kampen, that's what I want. Moses holding up a tablet of the law and a light shining from his face. And me almost afraid to paint and you almost afraid to look. Van Kampen, you understand, don't you?
I shall tell them the painting will be done in 10 days.
In the first week of April, Rembrandt van Rijn went into a slum of Amsterdam. On the edge of a canal that carried its cargo of refuse and garbage odorously to the sea, there stood the stall of a bread seller. Within the stall sat a man, white-bearded with white hair crowned by a black skull cap. Before him were piled the enormous loaves of black bread baked after the fashion of Eastern Europe. The bread seller sat there, motionless, impassive, serene.
You sell bread?
I sell bread.
By the pound and by the loaf?
Yes.
I have been standing here for quite some time.
I know.
You do not have many customers.
No, I do not have many customers.
And so it gives you time to read.
If you are finished staring at me, and if you have no more questions, I should like to continue reading.
Please forgive me, but what are you reading?
Very well. I will read it to you. Kablu alechem, malchus shomayim, veis nahagu, ze im ze, bigmilas chasodim.
What does it mean?
To love God truly, one must first love man.
What is your name?
I am Abram of Lublin. They call me Abram Lubliner.
I'm a painter. My name is Rembrandt. They say we came from a place near the Rhine, and so they call me Rembrandt van Rijn. Abram of Lublin, your face is the face of one who wrote 10 words upon 2 tablets of stone. I shall be greatly honored if you will allow me to paint your face.
I have no objections, but first let me give you a piece of bread. It is good bread, Rembrandt.
A pencil is quick. It abstracts from a face that which is hidden in a face, the thing that inspirits the face. Not merely cheekbones that are wide, or a forehead that is high, or the curve of a nose, or the curl of a lip, or the expression of an eye. All these things together, but more. The total of these things, the sum, the essence, the distillation of spirit. A pencil is quick, but a brush goes more slowly. For the brush illuminates because it remembers the dark places. On the 10th day of April in the year 1659, Mynheer Jacob van Kampen returned to the Keizersgroen hostelry.
Is this your Moses?
Not yet.
Well, the paint is dry upon the canvas.
Mynheer van Kampen, a painting isn't finished when the paint is dry.
Well, it looks good enough to me.
I am not satisfied.
Rembrandt, I'm not an artist, but I know what I like.
Van Kampen, this isn't a hen's egg that you're judging for taste. I painted Abram of Lublin. That's not good enough. I want Moses of Sinai and the beam shining from his face.
This is the 10th day.
It isn't good enough.
If it satisfies the council, it will hang in the town hall. I will bring you the 350 guilders.
Oh. Give me another week.
Ferdinand Ball brought his canvas last week. The contract must be respected.
So must the painting. This isn't ready. Look at it, Van Kampen.
I've already told you, Rembrandt. It looks good enough to me.
It needs some inner light.
And it's good as it is.
Van Kampen, try to understand me. There was once a Greek sculptor named Phidias. Once a man scolded him because he was working on the back of a statue. Who sees the back? Van Kampen, the gods see the back of this canvas. I've got to satisfy the God in me. I want money. I need it. But you commissioned Moses, and all I've painted is Abram. Tell the council I'm sorry.
They hung a painting by Ferdinand Bol in the town hall of Amsterdam. Mynheer van Kampen took a few guilders from the wallet he had this time remembered to bring and gave them to Rembrandt van Rijn.
It isn't charity. Call it a down payment on the portrait you will make of me. If you'd like, I can sit for you now.
I've treated you like a fool, haven't I?
Oh, you're a great man, Rembrandt. I'm only a merchant.
There's a quality in your face, Van Kampen. It's always been there, I just didn't see. If you let me, I'll paint that quality. But not now. I've got to find what's unique in the face of Abram of Lublin. Then I'll have my Moses.
All art is obsession. It comes forth like a secretion from 1,000 wounds. And this is what the painter etches into copper and spreads over canvas. And until the canvas dries and the work is finally halted, the soul of the artist is morbid with self-hatred. For he knows that the work is only put aside, that it can never be done, that the best he can attain is a truce, but never victory. In the 3rd week in April, 1659, the painter Rembrandt van Rijn, seeking a truce with inner light, went once more along the canal of a street in Amsterdam. The night was dark. Streets were dimly lit, but his feet carried him straight to the dwelling of Abram of Lublin. Within the dwelling, there were Abram of Lublin, his wife, his son, his kinfolk, and something beyond. the first evening of the celebration of the Exodus out of Egypt, the moment of origin of the people of Israel, the origin in revolt and flight, and discovery of uniqueness, the uniqueness that belongs to all. Rembrandt listened in the darkness. Then he heard the voice of Abram the bread seller.
This is the unleavened bread of affliction which our forefathers ate in the land of Egypt. Let those who are hungry enter and eat with us. Let those who are forlorn come and celebrate the Passover with us. Baruch haba! Blessed be he who comes. Rembrandt and Rijn, I make you welcome. I'm glad you came.
I am Abram's wife. This is my family, and these are friends and neighbors. Will you sit down?
I don't belong here.
You belong, meine Rembrandt. Is someone with you?
No, I'm alone.
All people who are alone belong with us on the Seder night of the Passover.
Please sit down. We are beginning the Seder. I will explain it to you as we go along.
No, please, don't explain. Just forget that I'm here.
Rembrandt, I must explain. What is this Passover Seder? It is only a lesson. From the beginning to end, a lesson for children. See, we begin now with a child's question, with 4 questions. Why is this night different from other nights in the year?
It was not the child of Abram who sang. It was not Abram himself. It was not his wife or his kin. It was the total of these things, the sum of all Israel, its history, its faith, its future. Rembrandt van Rijn shivered and was cold. For Abram of Lublin sat against a pillow, and no more was he the seller of bread. The face was serene, but the expression was no longer patient and impassive.
Avodim hoyinu lefaro bemitzroim. Slaves of Pharaoh were we in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us forth with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Rembrandt van Rijn.
Yes, Abram.
Even you were brought forth from Egypt by the Lord our God. Every man in all times must come forth out of his own Egypt.
I know.
Rembrandt, the words are written in Hebrew and in your own language. Will you read?
Here is the place, Rembrandt. Read from here.
And if the Holy One, blessed be his name, had not brought our fathers forth from Egypt, then surely we and our children and our children's children would yet be enslaved to Pharaoh. Therefore, even if all of us were rich in wisdom and entire of understanding, nevertheless would it be necessary for us to repeat once more the story of the Exodus out of Egypt. And he who delights to dwell upon the liberation, he is a man to be praised.
Navadim hayinu, hayinu, ata b'nei chorin, b'nei chorin. Avadim hayinu, ata b'nei chorin. Avadim
This was the Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn. For his heart regarded the melodies that were sung, and his eyes looked upon Abram, whom he saw for the first time.
Abram of Lublin, the inner light that is within you is the light of this festival, the unleavened bread upon this dish, the memory of your fathers, the knowledge of what you have been.
It is the same with you, Rembrandt, and with all people. That is why I read to you the first time we met, that the true knowledge of God begins with the love of man.
Abram, why do you dip your finger in the wine?
My wife will tell you.
Because the Lord visited 10 plagues upon the Egyptians. And so, as we recite the plagues, we dip our fingers 10 times in wine.
Yes, but why?
Because they were smitten by plagues. And the Talmud says that they were also men and women, and their blood was as red as ours.
But they were your persecutors. They killed your male children.
Yes, Rembrandt. They killed, and in turn they were smitten by God. But it is set down in the Talmud that when the Egyptians perished in the Red Sea, and the angels rejoiced and began their hallelujahs, the Lord rebuked them and said, "Creatures of mine are perishing in the sea. How can you sing a song?"
The Seder went on, and they sang a psalm of David, and Rembrandt read the words of the psalm.
When Israel came forth out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from a people of strange language, Judah became his sanctuary, Israel his dominion. The sea saw it and fled. The Jordan turned backward. The mountains skipped like rams, the hills like young sheep. What aileth thee, O thou sea, that thou fleest? Thou Jordan, that thou turnest backward? Ye mountains, that ye skip like rams, ye hills like young sheep. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the God of Jacob, who turned the rock into a pool of water, the flint into a fountain of waters.
Adirhu, Adirhu, Yivne Veiso Bekarov, Bimheiro, Bimheiro.
He had sat with them, and they had related the bondage not only of Israel, but of all who live, the bondage to the darkness that lies within. And even as bondage is the beginning of all liberation, so also is darkness the beginning of all light. Even the light, the inner light that came from Abram the immigrant from Lublin. And Rembrandt van Rijn held the light carefully within the sockets of his eyes and the reservoir of his brain. And holding it thus, he returned to the mean, squalid room where he lived. And he placed the light upon the face of Abram. And behold, the tablet of the law said, "Thou shalt." And the face became the face of Moses.
Jacob van Kampen.
Yes, Rembrandt.
I have finished my exodus for now.
Your exodus?
I have made as much peace with myself as I am able. And now, if you wish, I shall paint your portrait.
I will give you the money for it now. But, Rembrandt, I warn you, I am not this bread seller of yours. There isn't any light that comes from me.
You're wrong. Every man shines forth his own light. The thing is to know wherein in every man you must look. And when you find it, the thing is to know that you have found it.
But, Rembrandt, it isn't your Moses that hangs in the town hall of Amsterdam.
It doesn't matter. What matters, Van Kampen, is that I have polished the back of my statue and satisfied my God.
I'm not a quick man. I don't understand.
Mynheer, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Just raise your face up so that it holds the light.
Eloheinu, 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 Shema Shamayim Uba'aretz, Shema Shamayim Uba'aretz.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Edgar J. Nathan, Justice of the Supreme Court of the State of New York and Chairman of the Eternal Light Committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Judge Nathan.
I am glad of this opportunity to express the appreciation of the seminary and of the vast listening audience of the Eternal Light to the National Broadcasting Company for making this program possible and meaningful. In the 500 scripts representing these 13 years of broadcasting, the Jewish Theological Seminary of America has attempted to fulfill the opportunity given it by the National Broadcasting Company. Through this program, it has sought to translate the ideals and precepts of Judaism in a series of specific dramatizations designed to be understood and appreciated by Americans of all faiths. To tell them the stories of men and women who saved their fellow man, their community, and the nation has been the central objective. Emphasis has been placed on nobility of character and religious import. We have tried to do what Rembrandt sought to do in his portrait of Moses, bring out the light of the soul, the spark of God in man. Spiritual values are more appreciated and understood today than in the recent past, and there is recognized a return to worship of God in church and synagogue. The example of leaders in the nation has contributed largely to this, and I may say with confidence that a measure of credit is also due to the sponsors of this program, the National Broadcasting Company and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. We are, of course, gratified by the warmth of appreciation that has come to us from all parts of the United States and from all corners of the globe, from members of our armed forces, from the youngster and the adult. It is with great pleasure that I now present Mr. Davidson Taylor, Vice President in charge of Public Affairs Program of the National Broadcasting Company.
Judge Nathan, today with the completion of 500 broadcasts, a milestone is reached in the 13-year history of the Eternal Light. And I regard it also as a milestone in the history of religious broadcasting. On behalf of the National Broadcasting Company, I should like to express to you and to the faculty and board of directors of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America our warmest congratulations. Week after week, these programs have been dedicated to the fundamental truth that men are united in the fatherhood of God. The universal appeal of these programs, ethical and moral problems, as well as religious lessons of hope and faith, have won distinction and brought inspiration to the entire American community. The fine character, the high purpose for which this program was created, have been steadily upheld throughout these 500 programs. This should be a special source of pride to you. The prayerful leadership of the seminary faculty and the profound interpretations of their ideals by writers of the many and varied scripts have left a mark on the spiritual life of our nation. It is a privilege to join you, Judge Nathan, in this ceremony which inaugurates the 501st script of the Eternal Light.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor and Judge Nathan. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Passover of Rembrandt van Rijn, was written by Morton Wishengrad. Cantor David Putterman and Hannah Amsterdam Kliegfeld sang the traditional music. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney, Ronald Long, Guy Rett, and Beatrice Pons. The narrator was Norman Rose. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shields. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Israel,
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, celebrating the centennial of Woodrow Wilson's birth, Nor Reach the Uplands, is by Marion Voigt.
It is written in the Talmud, Rabbi Tarfon said, It is not incumbent on you to finish the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. The practical man hears this, and what does he say?
Well, sure, I grant you can't always finish a job, but if you don't see at least a chance of it, why bother starting?
It is written also in the works of the rabbis, Scholars and wise men magnify the peace of the world. And the practical man responds,
Oh, sure, in a way it's true enough. But scholars there have to be pretty dreamy fellows, off on some cloud most of the time. Wait for them to do something, and you'd wait a long time.
The practical man lives in the real world. He reads the papers and knows the score. He read the papers, for instance, back in 1908 and knew the score then.
Well, I see by the paper that fellow Wilson's come up against some of the facts of life, no? This'll bring him down to earth in a hurry.
That fellow Wilson was the scholarly president of Princeton University, a university which had managed, oddly enough, to make the news all across the country because of certain democratic reforms its president wanted to make.
Not such bad ideas at that. But now along comes this fellow Proctor, willing to give the school $500,000 if they'll do just the opposite of what Wilson wants. Well, a fellow like Wilson can't fight $500,000. Nobody can.
A practical man lives in the real world. He knows what's what. But sometimes he gets a surprise.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, members of the board. I believe very strongly in those principles I've been advocating. So strongly, in fact, that I cannot see remaining connected with this university when those ideas are abandoned. Therefore, as you accept this bequest of $500,000, will you also please accept my resignation as president?
The trustees, astounded by anyone thinking so lightly of $500,000, took another look at the sum themselves and decided they were more impressed with the man. And Wilson stayed on as president of Princeton. For a while, that is. And then...
What shall I say, Ellen? You know what it will mean if I say yes. An end for a long while of our happy, easy family life. There will be weeks of campaigning and speech-making. It will be hard on you and the girls as well as on me. Is it worth it?
But how can you even ask, my dear? It's what you've always wanted. It's what all your years of study and writing have been aimed towards. A statesman's career.
This is politics, Ellen, and pretty rough-and-tumble politics at that.
It's the only way to start towards what you want.
After all the effort, all the sacrifices, I still might not make it.
Have you ever hesitated before a fight because there was a chance of losing? Do what you know is right. Say yes.
And so Woodrow Wilson agreed to be the Democratic nominee for governor of the state of New Jersey. And the practical man shook his head again.
Well, that does it. Look who steamrolled that nomination through the convention. Big fellow Jim Smith and all the other party bosses of the states. And that poor starry-eyed idealist thinks he'll have some say about things if he does make it to Trenton.
A good many members of the reform element in the Democratic Party felt the same as the practical man, but Wilson's campaigning breathed such sincerity that their doubts crumbled.
I'll be darned. He made it. And with the biggest plurality a Democratic candidate ever got in New Jersey. Well, he sounded good, all right. But now let him try to do something about it with the bosses moving in for the payoff.
Woodrow, what is this? I thought before you even accepted Jim Smith's support, he promised you he'd give up his ambitions to be senator.
He did. Very promptly and cheerfully. But now we've made it, he doesn't see any reason to let a silly promise keep him out of the nation's most exclusive club.
Big fellow Jim Smith as a United States senator. It's horrible. Why, he has no more idea of lawmaking or... It's unthinkable. Does he think you won't be able to do a thing now?
It's his idea that I'm already looking forward to something bigger than governor of New Jersey. If I try to cross him now, he will make sure I never go any further than where I am right now.
Could he stop you from going further?
It's quite possible. But there is no point in going any further if every move I make must be subject to his approval. So look, Ellen. Here is the statement I am releasing today. I don't think the big fellow will be going to Washington during my 4 years as governor, at least.
But now, with the big fella through, the big fella's nephew, himself the boss of Newark, came charging into the fight. The argument grew heated in the governor's office.
Accusations of using patronage come poorly from you, Mr. Nugent. I think this discussion might well end right now. There is the door, sir.
There is the door. You take that tone with me, along with everything else, Watson. You are no gentleman.
And you, Mr. Nugent, are no judge. Good day.
Oh, and you are no judge. Oh, by George, that fellow Wilson's not such a dreamer at that. He can give it with the best of them. Yeah, maybe he will make out with some of those big ideas after all.
1911. A simpler, less self-conscious America just settling down to explore the results of terrific expansion and industrial conquest found Wilson's program for New Jersey the most advanced kind of liberalism. Nominations by direct primary, a Corrupt Practice Act for the state, regulation of public utilities, an Employees' Liability Act, measures we take for granted today because that fellow Wilson, a scholar of government and a student of history, stepped forth from his study and entered the real world of politics.
By George, you've got to hand it to him. And you know, these speeches of his make darn good reading. Oh, but all this talk about making him the Democratic nominee for president, oh, Tommy Rot. Your average voter doesn't care that much about issues. He just wants to be stirred up.
Still, it was a curious thing how many average voters were reacting to Wilson's speeches. And these days, something more than a boyhood love of oratory, more helpful than years of classroom lecturing, was quickening Wilson's voice.
My dear, you're pale with fatigue. You'll get another of your headaches if you don't put away that speech now and come to bed.
Yes, I know, Ellen. It's late. Ellen, I have changed in the last few years, did you know?
Changed?
Not towards you, my dear. Don't look so startled. Never that. I'm talking about my beliefs in the principles of government. You know, I used to be a good deal of a Hamiltonian. But for all Hamilton's genius, he never learned to trust the people. To him, the mass of humankind was always a great beast. A beast that couldn't reason, couldn't argue, couldn't think.
Somehow I don't think you ever really believed that.
If I ever did, it's all gone now, Ellen. Now I'm convinced that the whole hope of mankind lies with mankind itself. Just let the people's leaders speak to them clearly, honestly, showing them where the greater freedom lies, and they'll choose the path of freedom and justice instinctively.
It's a wonderful faith, Woodrow, but a hard one. Look how it's driving you.
It's the only faith that's worthy of America, Ellen. You go along to bed now. I'll be along soon.
The talk, the work, booming Wilson for president went on. Colonel Harvey, editor of the powerful Harper's Weekly, was one of the boom's chief supporters. And the practical man nodded skeptically.
Well, there you've got it. Wilson talks big about hating money power, being against franchises, and who's pulling the strings for him? Colonel Harvey, right-hand man of the biggest franchise grabber of all, Thomas Fortune Ryan. Why, his whole magazine is nothing but a mouthpiece for J.P. Morgan.
One more thing, Wilson.
I understand there's been some talk about my connections with Wall Street. Now, you don't have any feeling that my support will be an embarrassment to you, do you?
You want the truth, Colonel Harvey?
Why, of course.
Then I have to tell you frankly, much as I appreciate all you have done for me, your support does embarrass me.
Well, I'll be. Oh, Wilson's really cooked his goose this time. There's the end of his hopes of the nomination.
And once again, the practical man was wrong, and Wilson's faith in the people at large was justified. July, and the word went out from the Democratic Convention in Baltimore to the cottage on the Jersey coast, where Wilson and his wife were waiting.
Yes? Wilson speaking. So? On the 46th ballot. I see. Yes. Thank you very much.
Woodrow?
Well, dear, we won't be going on that holiday to England after all.
You made it. They nominated you. Oh, my dear.
You are happy, Ellen?
I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm frightened. I am glad, so glad you're going to have a chance at last to do some of the things you've dreamed of.
Ellen, I'm only nominated. I haven't been elected yet.
Oh, but you will be. You will be.
And so, on March 4th, 1913, he stood ready at last to help guide America to the new freedom of which he had talked all through the campaign. The new freedom which was to be nothing more nor less than the old and marvelous freedom which had always been America's. But revitalized now, Wilson made just one little joke before his inauguration.
It would be the irony of fate if my administration had to deal chiefly with foreign affairs.
Fate's ironies were minor at first. Revolution in Mexico caused anxiety, but did not distract him from his plans. Plans that astounded the practical man.
Reduce the tariff. Oh, sure, everybody's for it. I am for it, you're for it, he's for it, except where it affects me or you or him. Reduce the tariff. Just let Wilson try.
Wilson tried and succeeded.
Public control over privately owned banks. Oh, the bankers have a word for that. Socialism.
Nevertheless, the Federal Reserve System was adopted, bringing with it an order and stability soon taken for granted as necessary.
Federal Trade Commission isn't a man's own business, his own private affair anymore. Rural credits. Oh, now, wait a minute. Louis Brandeis as a judge in the Supreme Court. Does Wilson think he can make that appointment stick? A Jew in the Supreme Court? Oh, never.
Patiently, stubbornly, irresistibly, Wilson fought through to victory on every point.
All through the centuries, there has been this slow, painful struggle forward. Up a little at a time, along the entire interminable way. What difference does it make if we do not reach the uplands? We have given our lives to the enterprise, and that is richer, and the moral is greater.
But now it was August 1914, and the irony and tragedy of fate were both closing in on Wilson. August 1914, and his beloved wife lay dying, even as over in Europe, an assassination in Sarajevo was setting off incredible catastrophe of European war. Overnight, America's enchanted remoteness was ended. Overnight now, the scholar in the White House had to learn the new and overwhelming lesson of Europe. There was no delay in the first conclusion.
America must be neutral in fact as well as in name, impartial in thought as well as in action.
Wilson's aide and confidant, Colonel House, brought back further conclusions from a tour overseas.
It is the general opinion now, Mr. President, that if the Allies win, it will mean the domination of the continent by Russia. If Germany wins, it means the tyranny of militarism for generations to come.
The despotism of the Romanovs, or the militarism of Germany. There is no victory, whichever side wins. So America must stay neutral, Ed, whatever the provocations. If we're drawn in, every domestic reform we've won with such effort will be lost.
Well, you're right, of course, Mr. President. Still, when you consider the ties of sympathy that binds us to England, all the allies...
No, we cannot consider them. America must remain neutral, not just to save our own reforms. I have a hope that when the fighting ceases, America can take a vital role as peacemaker. But only if we stay neutral. We must stay neutral, whatever the cost. 1915. And now the country, agreeing with Wilson at first, was rapidly growing less neutral. Privately, as Wilson learned more of German war aims and post-war plans, his own neutrality was ebbing. But he still saw only one course for America, despite increased provocation. May 7th, 1915, and a German U-boat torpedoed and sank the liner Lusitania, 124 Americans, among the more than 1,000 who were lost. But Wilson still stood firm. The example of America must be a special example. Not merely of peace because it will not fight, but of peace because peace is the healing and elevating influence of the world, and strife is not. There is such a thing as a man being too proud to fight. A nation being so right, it does not need to convince others by force. 1916, another election year. Wilson talked peace more vigorously than ever, but he hated the slogan, "He kept us out of war." Re-elected, he wondered desperately just how America could stay out. With his second wife, Edith, at his side now, he worked night after night on a speech to Congress, which would also be an appeal to the world, an appeal for something brand new in history.
Peace without victory? Oh, Woodrow, is there even a chance of it? A chance of both sides agreeing to stop now and arbitrate?
If the Germans have any idea of how bad things are with the Allies, no. But I'm banking on the fact that they don't know. That they're growing fearful of a stalemate. Though if they are, then perhaps there is a chance to work out the world's one hope for lasting peace. A League of Nations banded together in a community of power to outlaw war forever. It can be achieved, Edith, with America leading the way. Scarcely a week later came the note from Berlin announcing a renewal of unrestricted submarine warfare. And by April 2nd, 1917, Woodrow Wilson no longer had a choice. He stood before the Congress asking for a declaration of war against Germany.
Well, about time. Everybody with any common sense knew it was coming. Now let's just hope Wilson will get off his soapbox until we've wiped up those Huns and cleaned things up over there.
But now, while men and material were gathered and sent in an ever-increasing tide overseas, and 1,000 details beset him daily, Wilson worked towards his main goal more passionately than ever. January 8, 1918, and his peace aims, outlined in 14 points, were released to the world, and all over Europe, the men of the Allied nations rejoiced.
Voyez donc, only listen. Wilson has overlooked nothing. No more secret treaties, no more armaments, freedom of the seas, of trade, a League of Nations. Ah, it is like winning a battle to read such words. It is a victory in itself.
9 months later, Germany was appealing for peace to Wilson himself on the basis of the 14 points. We can deal with no governments which do not represent the will of the governed. The Kaiser abdicated. The new German Republic was ready now for the Allied surrender terms. And it was November 11th, 1918.
At last, I have you safely on shipboard, and for 9 whole days you're going to do nothing but rest, and sleep and rest some more.
Yes, my dear. And Fran, I wish you'll cope with the problems that lie ahead in Paris.
No, for just this little space of time you must forget it all. You're so exhausted you're ready to drop.
Ready to drop when I'm sailing at last towards the hope of a dream come true. When I'm going at last to represent America at the council table, where all the free nations are going to work out a plan
to outlaw war forever.
I know, but still a rest now.
There are going to be men full of passion in Paris, men full of bitterness. Somehow, in spite of this, Lloyd George and Clemenceau and Orlando and the rest of us must create a treaty of peace that will work. A treaty with a covenant for a League of Nations written into it, so tightly the two cannot be torn apart. It's the only way we'll have a means for gradually working out the problems we can't solve now. We have to achieve a league, Edith, or the war will have been in vain.
It was the dream embodied in the 14 points, the dream that so enkindled the minds and hearts of the common people of Europe, they cheered this light-tailed scholar like a conqueror. To them, indeed, he had come to magnify the peace of the world. But up at the level where peace had to be made, the voices rose angrily, demandingly.
If Europe is ever to be safe in the future, Germany must be crushed to the ground.
Italy requires and demands Fiume. Italy agrees to no treaty that does not protect her against the Serbs and the Croats.
And all the while the guns still fired, in Russia, in Poland, in Finland, in Central Europe. But Wilson held fast, and Lloyd George and Clemenceau, honest men themselves, came to know a deep respect for this American who would bargain and compromise like a Yankee trader, but never give up on the main issue.
All right now, Woodrow. On this trip back, you are going to rest. 16 and 18 hours of work a day for the last 3 months. Well, it's enough to kill a strong man, which you are not.
Yes, I suppose I must rest a little. But the fight is only half won. Edith, I can't understand what's happening at home. Lodge and Knox and the others were never against the League before. What is this storm they are brewing?
It's just a political tempest,
But this
Woodrow.
treaty in the League can't turn into a party fight. I need the whole first draft before the Foreign Relations Committee as soon as we get back. I'll ask for every criticism, every suggestion that they'd like in a final draft when I go back to Paris. Now we have a start. We cannot lose, Edith. We dare not.
Back in Washington, the senators listened, questioned, objected. Only the senators Lodge and Knox, already committed to denouncing the treaty, kept ominously silent. And Wilson sailed back to Europe to hammer out through days and nights of effort every compromise the senators had asked for.
I see he's finally coming home, and about time. The war's over. The president's place is here. As for that treaty he's so proud of, he could have saved himself the trouble. America can't commit herself to rushing in to settle all of Europe's quarrels. Oh, and this picture of him. He looks worn out, and what for? America is never going to buy that treaty or that League of Nations.
The practical man again. But wait, he's been wrong before. All through the long years of Wilson's public life, he was wrong every time. Perhaps there is a chance he can be wrong again.
Woodrow, you can't undertake a speaking tour like that. Dr. Grayson forbids it. It would kill you. A man in the prime of health couldn't stand it, and you're exhausted. You can't, Woodrow.
I have to, Edith. I have to talk to the people themselves. They've never failed yet, when the issues were clear to them. Once they understand what refusing to join the League would mean, once they understand that withholding cooperation now means war again, war worse than any horrors we've known, they won't fail, Edith. I know it.
By golly, it sounds like he's making a little progress. But they're cheering him wherever he goes. Indiana, St. Louis, out west. So you have to hand it to him. He sure knows how to talk. But still, he's not going to make it.
Woodrow? Woodrow? My dear, what is it? You're ill, terribly ill. No, don't try to move. Dr. Grayson, come at once. The president has collapsed.
And now at last the practical man was right. In that time, in that America, Wilson failed, and Wilson died. And the calamity he predicted came to pass. Was all the effort in vain? Now, 100 years after the date of his birth, 10 years after the founding of the United Nations, his own words proclaim the faith that no such struggle is in vain.
All through the centuries, there has been this slow, painful struggle forward.
What difference does it make if we do not reach the uplands? We have given our lives to the enterprise, and that is richer, and the moral is greater thereby.
And even so, it is written in the Talmud, it is not incumbent on you to finish this work, but neither are you free to desist from it. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting the Honorable Robert B. Minor, Governor of the State of New Jersey. Governor Minor.
You have just heard a dramatization of the public career of Woodrow Wilson as President of Princeton University, as Governor of the State of New Jersey, and as President of the United States. As one of Woodrow Wilson's successor in the office of Governor of New Jersey, I wish to congratulate the Eternal Light radio program and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America on this remarkable tribute to a great American whose 100th anniversary is being celebrated throughout the United States this year. It seems to me Marion Vogt, author of the script, Nor Reach the Uplands, has done a remarkable job in condensing the long career of Woodrow Wilson into dramatic form. Here are portrayed Wilson's battle for the democratization of a great university, his refusal as governor to send an unfit man to the Senate of the United States, his domestic reforms in the first presidential term, his battle with his conscience before the declaration of war on Germany in 1917, and his losing fight for American participation in the League of Nations. And now, as we look backward over the panorama of history, we find that Woodrow Wilson's idealism, his passionate hope for peace on earth among all peoples, has become a burning and practical necessity. It was not until another bloody war had been fought that the United Nations was born. Meantime, mankind reacts with horror at the creation of weapons deadly enough to destroy entire civilizations. We see now that Wilson was a major prophet of our century, and it behooves us, in the centennial year of 1956, to reflect long upon the eternal lessons he preached so patiently and so passionately. In doing so, we will not only be honoring a man's memory, we will be fashioning the means for our own self-preservation.
Thank you, Governor Minor. Our Eternal Light drama today, Nor Reach the Uplands, was written by Marion Voigt. Cantor Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Roy Shield. Featured in the cast were Santos Ortega, Robert Hastings, Rita Lloyd, Rosemary Murphy, Guy Sorrell, and Joe DeSantis. The narrator was Roger DeKoven. This is Mel Brandt. This has been an NBC Radio Network production, directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
the eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, My Unpredictable Storytelling Father, was written by Mark Siegel.
You know, one thing I never expected ever to do was to tell any of the stories my father told me. When I say told me, I mean told me, over and over, till I could hardly stand it. There's hardly a word in those stories I can't remember. My father would say, "That reminds me of the time when..." And I'd say to myself,
"Oh, no, not again."
so it comes as much of a surprise to me as it does perhaps to you to find myself wanting to tell you some of my father's stories. To understand my father's stories at all, you have to know a little about him. To begin with, he was born in the United States in the year 1880.
We're a very old, unestablished family. Very.
It was just that kind of puzzling, unadorned statement that would lead me into the trap. Every time. I'd ask a question.
What do you mean, Pa? Old and unestablished?
When I ask a question like that, my father's eyes would take on the narrative look. That's all I can call it, a narrative look. And he'd say,
"My answer to you is as follows."
It was a signal, that phrase. When my father said, "My answer to you is as follows," it was time to run. That is, if you didn't want to hear one of those stories. I mean, if you didn't want to hear one of those stories again. As my father saw it, we were an old family because with the rest of the human race, we could trace ourselves back to Adam. But we were unestablished because we'd only been in this country for a few generations. As far as I could see it, however, he was the most firmly established man I ever knew. He was a doctor, and everyone, absolutely everyone, on East 7th Street knew him. At least, everyone on East 7th Street between Avenue A and 2nd Avenue. Or almost everyone. And everyone who knew him spoke of him with special pride. You see, for one thing, he was noted for never losing his temper with his patients.
I said 2 aspirins every 4 hours, not 4 aspirins every 2 hours. What's your trouble? Haven't you got ears?
He was also known for his originality of expression.
The body is like a machine. What's that? You say you've heard that before? Well, what difference does that make? The body is still like a machine.
There were times when he would say,
"What do you think? Your outlook on life controls everything? Better eat more bread and butter."
And on other occasions, he'd tell the same patient,
"Listen, the body isn't everything. Forget the medicines and go to the synagogue a little more often."
In short, my father may not have been unestablished, but he was certainly unpredictable. Unpredictable, that is, about everything except his stories. You could count on them. Even the simplest question put to my father could evoke one of his inexhaustible stock of stories. For instance, there was the time I asked,
Pa, can I have a raise in my allowance?
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
The signal. I should have known better, but I never learned.
When I was a boy, we lived on the Lower East Side. There were times when I slept on boards.
Boards?
Boards. Well, very hard beds.
Oh.
When I was growing up, my first job was in Brooklyn. 10 hours a day I worked.
And you got $3 a week.
Now, Joe, how did you know that?
I seem to remember hearing about it somewhere before.
That's odd. In any case, to save car fare, I walked the Brooklyn Bridge every morning and every night. Twice a day, 5 times a week, and on Sundays.
Pa, what What about my allowance?
The weather didn't matter. It could rain or snow. It didn't matter. Twice a day, 5 times a week, I walked the Brooklyn Bridge.
And on Sundays.
Now, don't be impertinent.
I'm not being impertinent. I just appreciate knowing about my allowance.
Allowance? Oh, of course. Well, what do you think I'm talking about except your allowance?
I should tell you that I got the raise in my allowance. But that's not the point. The point is that there were always stories. If my brother Milton and I had a fight over something, who would read a certain book that afternoon or who would run a certain errand, and neither of us would give in, we could expect to hear the one about the horse cars. That one always started with, on East Broadway, when I was a boy,
there used to be horse cars. One day, by mistake, a southbound horse car and a northern-bound horse car got on the same track. Neither driver would back up.
That was when the traffic got can't jump.
Please, Joe, who's telling this story?
You are?
All right, then. Finally, when the traffic was jammed up from the East River to the Hudson River, a policeman took the two drivers to court. Do you know what the judge said?
Yes. He said...
Don't interrupt. The judge said, whichever one yields first is the wiser.
Okay, Pa. Then let Milton be the wiser. He's older than I am.
Hmm? Yes, that's fair. He's older. He should be the wiser.
You heard him, Milton.
On the other hand, you shouldn't use your extreme youth as a weapon, Joe. So today it's your turn. You'll be the wiser.
As you can see, except for his stories, my father was an unpredictable man. There were times when I was 12 when I used to think my father had a kind of card catalog of stories in his head, a sort of mental equivalent of the card catalogs in the public library in 2nd Avenue, which he could consult on any subject. I used to think of my father's head as being stacked with stories, and I would imagine he had a kind of machine inside his head that picked out the stories, the right stories, for the right times. If a patient came into his office and said, "Doc, I can't sleep," I'd imagine the machine springing into action. I could practically see the file cards turning up right inside his head. Slap, slate, slave, sled. There. It would be coming now. Sleep. That was it.
My answer to you is as follows.
What, Doc?
Get up an hour earlier.
Now, doctors, along with lawyers, preachers, school principals, and psychiatrists, suffer from an occupational disease, giving advice. My unpredictable father was no exception to the rule. He was always giving advice to his patients. But to us, the members of an old and unestablished family, he gave no advice. I can't remember his ever scolding us or reprimanding us. He just told stories. Once, my father sent me to Wanamaker's, a department store about 5 blocks away, to buy an appointment book for him. It was a cold day, and I was glad to get back to the house.
Pa, I've got it.
Good. Bring it in here.
Here it is, Pa.
Right. That's the one. It costs $2?
Yes, Pa. Here's the change. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I only gave you 5, Joe.
I know. They made a mistake at the store then. They gave me an extra $1.
Well, you take it right back.
Now?
Now?
But, Pa, it's so cold.
Joe, it's not that cold.
But, Pa, they expect to make mistakes at a store like that.
They do?
Sure they do. Couldn't we just keep it?
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
I could practically see the machine inside his head, picking over the stories. The one about the man who found the wallet on Division Street, or the one about the misaddressed letter with the money in it, or even the one about Abe Lincoln trudging through the snow to return a book. But it was none of them. It was a new one.
Joe, when I was just getting started as a doctor, a man came to see me one afternoon.
Afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
My name is Frank Miller, Doc. Harry Miller's brother.
Oh, yes. I was very sorry to hear about your brother. It was a terrible thing. Terrible. He was a good man.
Yeah, he was. Look, Doc, I'll come right to the point.
Fine, Mr. Miller.
My brother Harry left me some insurance, $20,000 worth.
Yes?
The policy says the company doesn't have to pay the money if his death was caused by, what do they call it, Doc? You probably know.
A physical impairment he had before he took out the policy.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
Well, what?
Well, I want you to sign a paper which says he didn't have one of them.
But, Mr. Miller, your brother Harry used to have epileptic spells. It's a long time ago, it's true, but...
Can you be sure that's what caused the accident?
No, but when a man has a history like
maybe
that...
he did have a medical history, and maybe he didn't, Doc.
What do you mean, maybe? I know he did.
Look, Doc, no one else in the whole world knows that, only you and me.
Only... Get out of my office, Mr. Miller. Get out before...
Look, Doc, I hear you're not doing so well. I hear your wife's in the hospital.
That has nothing to do with it.
I wouldn't have come if I didn't know you need some cash badly. Now, you sign this paper.
I said get out of here.
Doc, you don't understand. They got millions of dollars, that company.
I don't care if they have billions. Now, get out. You hear me? Get out.
Okay, Doc. Take it easy. Only those insurance companies, they got lots of money.
So what happened, Pa?
What happened? I understand he got the $20,000 anyway, the poor man. He was certainly unlucky.
Unlucky? He got the $20,000 and he was unlucky?
Of course he was unlucky. Every night he has to go to sleep knowing that he took $20,000 that didn't belong to him. Now, get on your coat and take that dollar back to Wanamaker's, Joe.
My father's world was full of unlucky people with $20,000. And lucky people who were wondering how to pay their bills. But more than this, it was a world in which, even for an old and unestablished family, there were rules to live by. Rules which could be modified by other rules, to be sure. But rules. I remember the first time I wanted to go on an outing on a Saturday afternoon.
No, Joe. Not on the Sabbath.
The Sabbath was our day of prayer and rest and dedication. A day when we all stayed at home after we returned from the synagogue, and it was forbidden to engage in secular activities.
But, Pa, my teacher, Miss Farrell, is taking us. All we're going to do is walk to the Battery.
On the Sabbath, Joe?
But it's just to see the rivers, Pa, and the bay. It's a reward, Pa, for me and 3 other kids for writing the best compositions.
And it's just to see the rivers and the bay?
Yes, Pa. Please, Pa, can I go? It's a reward, Pa.
Joe, my answer to you is as follows.
It was the story about my father's professor at medical school.
I'm sorry, Professor. I can't do it.
Young man, I don't think you understand the implication.
I think I do, Professor.
Now listen to me again. This paper you've written is very original. I want you to come to the Medical Society's meeting on Saturday afternoon to read it. I've arranged the whole thing.
Professor, I appreciate your interest in me. If I thought my reading the paper would help anybody, I'd do it.
But that's the whole point, young man. It will help you. It's very unusual for a student to be asked to appear. Don't you understand, young man? It's important for your career to get to know some of these men.
On the day I observed the Sabbath?
Well, that's up to you. You've been a good student, a superior student, and I've looked for some reward for you, a real reward.
So you mean I can't go on the outing?
To the Battery?
See the rivers in the bay?
Joe, on the Sabbath we give praise to God, and we know He's present by His handiwork. The rivers and the bay are God's handiwork. A walk to the Battery is no lecture before a medical society. Go right ahead.
He was a very unpredictable man. There were other fathers on East 7th Street, and they told stories to their children, too. They told stories from the Bible and stories from the Talmud. They quoted the Proverbs and the Psalms, and their children listened and understood. My father was not a scholar, and yet, in his so often repeated stories, perhaps there was a quality of which even he was unaware. Perhaps his stories really came from the same great reservoir that provided the stories told by other fathers in our old and unestablished society on East 7th Street. For me, at the age of 12, however, they seemed quite different. For they were stories which had been lived by people I had known. They were stories about members of my family which had been played out in the streets I'd walked, and in the houses I'd been in, and in the synagogue in which I prayed, and the stores in which my mother bought her groceries. They were real stories, as real as my father's moral values. In my father's repertoire of all the stories, there was one that popped up continuously. If the machine in his head went...
Charity,
Or
compassion,
or even...
robbery.
Or possibly piety or courage or adversity. Under any of these headings, and many others, this particular story could and would come up. It's the story my father told that I remember best of all.
That reminds me of a story. When I was a boy, one Friday evening, we all went to synagogue.
Only one Friday evening, Pa?
Now, Joe, don't interrupt. We went every Friday evening, of course. Of course, but I'm talking about a particular Friday evening. This particular Friday evening, while we were welcoming in the Sabbath, the clothing store Grandpa owned on Division Street was welcoming in something else.
What, Pa?
I was really a terrible hypocrite. I asked just as if I didn't know. Probably because there was a natural pause in the story, and I felt I had to fill it.
Wait, you'll know in a minute.
Okay, Pa. I'm listening.
Saturday night was a big night on Division Street. After the sun had set, Grandpa and Grandma would go to the store to open up. Later, the older boys, I was one of them, would come to help. That particular Saturday night, Grandpa got out his keys to open the store, as he always did.
Ethel, what's this?
What's what?
The door's open.
Sam, how can you be so careless?
What do you mean, careless?
You locked up on Friday, didn't you?
Of course I locked up. I always lock up.
Then why did you leave the door open?
I didn't leave the door open. Somebody opened it.
Now, why should somebody open our door? It's our store, isn't it?
Ethel, maybe you haven't noticed, but there are no suits in the window either.
No suits? You're right. There are no suits. Sam, what's happened? Why did you leave the door open?
In a minute, we'll see what's happened. But first, Ethel...
First what? Now, let's go inside and see what's happened.
But first, whatever's happened, Ethel, it's not enough to make us quarrel. It's not enough to make you distrust me.
Please, Sam. Who distrusts you?
If you keep asking did I lock up on Friday, you distrust me.
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Good. That's better.
I guess I was excited.
All right. I accept your apology. Now let's go in and see what's happened.
They walked inside, and what they saw would have been enough to make an ordinary man or woman cry. Every last suit, every last bolt of cloth, every pattern, every scissors and needle was gone. It looked as if Grandpa's store had moved to what they used to call new and larger quarters. Grandma sat down heavily on a bench. They had left the bench and looked up at Grandpa.
How could they do it, Sam?
I've been asking myself the same question.
They must have backed the van up to the door. Everything. They took everything. How could they do it in broad daylight?
Exactly. Any other day of the week, I can see how they could do it.
Now, what do you mean any other day of the week?
But on Saturday? To rob a store on Saturday when a man's in synagogue. Or on Sunday when he's in church.
Sam, what are we going to do?
Wait. We'll figure out what to do. Imagine, while a man's praying, they rob his store.
Those robbers, Ethel.
What, Sam?
Those robbers. They must feel terrible tonight. Ethel, I certainly am sorry for those poor robbers.
Grandpa was sorry for the robbers, Pa?
Please, Joe, don't interrupt the story. Well, soon all over Division Street, everybody knew that Grandpa's store had been cleaned out by robbers. In every store, heads shook and people said, "Poor Sam. What's going to happen to him?" And inside the empty store, Grandpa and Grandma and the older boys, including me, sat, and we wondered also.
Well, Sam, what are we going to do?
We'll sit a little. We'll think. Also, we'll remember, all of us.
We'll remember what, Sam?
We'll remember that we ate a good dinner, didn't we? Also, we haven't missed a meal yet, have we? So we'll remember while we're thinking not to worry. We'll think, but we won't worry.
It was while we were thinking, but not worrying, that it started.
Oh, come in, Mr. Levy.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Ethel.
Hello, Mr. Levy.
Sam, there's something you can do for me.
Something? What can I do for you, Mr. Levy?
I want to buy a suit, Sam.
A suit? How can I sell you a suit?
I'll buy it now. You'll make it later.
How do you know you'll get your suit? How do you know anyone will sell me material?
I'll get the suit, and you'll get the material.
How can you be sure? I owe a lot of money, Mr. Levy, for all the goods that were stolen.
You're an honest man, Sam, so I'm sure I'll get the suit.
You think I can get cloth without collateral?
Sam, what's better collateral than an honest man?
So that's the way it started. After Mr. Levy, the druggist came in to buy a suit, then the fishman, then Mr. Goldstein, the novelties and notions man, then the baker. Everybody on Division Street and a few other streets came to buy suits which weren't there from Grandpa that night.
That's a good story, Pa.
It's not the end of the story, Joe. How we worked making those suits, all of us. Even the littlest one helped. Every night, all night we worked. For 3 years, until all the debts had been paid, and Grandpa was on his feet again. Yes, Joe, it was a wonderful thing, that robbery. A wonderful thing.
Wonderful, Pa? You mean terrible.
Joe, don't contradict me. I mean wonderful.
Why wonderful?
Because I worked my fingers to the bone.
That's wonderful.
My answer to you is as follows.
I thought...
Oh, no. Not another story. Not one on top of the other. He couldn't.
And he didn't. It was the only time I can remember when my father started with a signal and followed with an explanation, not a story.
Of course it's wonderful. Don't you see? If we hadn't gone to synagogue, there couldn't have been a robbery. If there hadn't been a robbery, all those good people on Division Street wouldn't have had the chance to be so good. If they didn't get the chance to be so good, we wouldn't have had to work so hard, and I never would have found out how hard I could work. If I hadn't found out how hard I could work, I never would have gone to medical school. I never would have become a doctor. I never would have married your mother, and I never would have had a son like you to whom I could tell the story. It was certainly a wonderful thing, that robbery.
I don't know whether I got the point across about my father's stories. Perhaps you'd have to hear them as I did over and over. The great quality they had, I suppose, was that they reflected a confidence in life, a power to face life. My father, my unpredictable storytelling father, is gone now. But when I think of him, I remember most the stories, the endless stories. They're a legacy that grows in richness with the years. For each story, every story that my storytelling father told, conveyed a gift of age-old wisdom, a gift you will find in a single sentence in the Bible. His stories and his life proclaim the words, "Those who trust in the Lord will renew their strength."
The spiritual legacy of our story today is the legacy that all parents, I am sure, wish to leave their children. A confidence in life, a power to face life with wisdom and courage to meet its realities and its challenges, come what may. My unpredictable storytelling father points out to us all again the fundamental part which family life and home environment play in moral and ethical living. Today in our complex society, there are a great many laws to control juvenile delinquency. Our nation, our society, is one which is built on law. We boast of equal justice under law. Thus we become accustomed to laws. But is it not true that there are many things that laws cannot do? Here in America, the family is the central and strongest unit of our community life. It is the basic structure upon which our society is built. With and only with a strong family basis can our laws have strength and meaning. Without a strong basic structure, any law, no matter how important or far-reaching, yes, and no matter how well written, will be weak and ineffectual. Statistics show that there is an ever-increasing number of young people attending religious institutions and religious services. We hope they are attending for what they will find there, not because it is the popular thing to do. Prepared at home and motivated by the teachings of the family, our youth will find in our religious institutions help and guidance in searching for the truth. Youth must test, must try things for themselves, but directed by the family, they can receive the gift of age-old wisdom. Given the necessary encouragement and background of an ethical and moral home life, the storytelling father may well be the instrumentality of changing what might otherwise be a humdrum and uninteresting existence into a joyous, fruitful, and